Labor wages and political wages. Wage workers want more pay, not general emancipation. By Ljubica Kozel. Quote, I expect you, esteemed judges, to state quite clearly in the judgment you now have to pronounce, to say without qualification that nothing about the content of WISO is punishable, nothing at all. Gustav Heinemann's plea in the trial against Victor Agartz before the Federal Court of Justice November/December 1957. Academically educated German left-wingers and liberals are finding it increasingly difficult. The tenacious engagement they show in the fight against Nazi bitches Christian Ehring, absolute assholes Sibylle Berg, and rat-catchers Sigmar Gabriel is increasingly failing to have the desired effect and is even increasingly being met with rejection. The credibility of the preachers of the open society suffers from the fact that they speak of a freedom that in reality intensifies competition for all and dissolves the minimum social standards. The more clearly the disparity between the celebratory model Democrat jargon and the increasingly threatening political reality emerges, the more ridiculous and vulnerable the notorious Lehrer-Lampel self-promotional urge, Maxim Biller, of the anti-populist middle class becomes. For a long time, it worked to push through political disasters as a necessity with no alternative, and to dismiss any criticism of them as an insult to one's majesty. This kind of politics of fate, which declares itself to be pragmatic reason, is a strategy that is as popular as it is successful, because those in power are happy to be confirmed in their fatalistic opinion that nothing can be done to change the course of events anyway. However, the official slogans of perseverance are now not only perceived as a threat of further economic pressure, but also as a brazen trivialization of the global excesses of violence that are being carried out in the name of the Quran. Headlines like the one in the FAZ, Germans must brace themselves for new attacks, counter all too clearly the tenor of the media and politics, which encourage freedom from fear and justify the strengthening of the religion from whose midst the murderers come as cultural enrichment for everyone. The fact that the left has long since adopted a governmental stance towards the underclass, from which every objection to postmodern capitalism is denounced as populist and thus tending towards fascism, is also one of the core theses in Didier Eribon's bestseller Return to Reims. What is undoubtedly pleasing about the book's sales success is that those who read it are confronted with the simple truth that elections are also about economic living conditions and social issues. By gently criticizing the left's conceit towards those who were courted as working class in times long past, some who celebrate the book apparently feel compelled to make a bit of self-criticism now, but this attitude probably has other reasons. Eribon describes growing up in the communist-influenced working-class milieu of the small northern French town of Reims, from which he gradually distances himself on his educational path to the Parisian intellectual milieu. The conflicts and hostilities he experiences as an adolescent gay man and intellectual in the rough working-class environment are reconstructed in an alternation of introspection, anecdote, and sociological digression. So it never gets boring, and the anecdotes from the provincial underclass are as exciting for the academic reader as the producers and farmers market with real cows is for the city kid. But what ennobles Return to Reims as revivalist literature, i.e. a new way of reading leftism, Spiegel, is the constructive and avuncular tone of the criticism. Instead of covering the self-aggrandizing conformism of the left with corrosive polemics, Eribon suggests more sensitive discourse strategies in the style of the well-meaning, who now wants to do better after his self-imposed retreat. It is sentences like these that bring tears of joy and sentimentality to the eyes of traditional left-wing readers. Quote, by whom can the exploited and defenseless feel represented and understood today? To whom do they turn and on whom do they rely in order to exist politically and culturally, in order to feel pride and self-respect, because they feel legitimate, because they are legitimized by an authority? End quote. This is terrible kitsch to begin with, but this mixture of esoteric existentialist slang and paternalistic lower-class beguilement identifies the necessary prerequisites for a contemporary ruling technique of left-wing parties. Elsewhere, Eribon openly admits that, in political terms, he is concerned with the socio-technical treatment of temperaments and left-wing perspectives for the future. Quote, so this is the task facing critical intellectuals and social movements. It is to construct a theoretical framework and a political view of reality that will make it possible, if not to eradicate, for that would be impossible then, to neutralize to a large extent those negative passions that circulate in society as a whole and in the popular classes in particular. Theories and views that open up new perspectives and show the left a path to the future in which it deserves its name. End quote. The fact that there are people who, for various reasons, are not interested in merely gaining a round of understanding evaporates in this overemphasis on the need for affiliation. Where every discomfort is pedagogized as a problem of understanding, where there are no more perspectives than the satisfied desire for recognition, and where politics is nothing but discourse, the question of the real reasons for the discomfort is eliminated. Such emotional pedagogy not only makes it impossible to criticize the prevailing conditions, it also prevents the criticism of Wutberger asociality, because the idea that there are also people whose lurking destructiveness cannot be eliminated with a little pat on the back has no place in the speculation about the best possible social balance. Arabon writes for people whose apparent sympathy for the underprivileged is a pretext for avoiding insight into the objective cause of subjective stunting. Behind this is the idea that the underclass must be raised to the moral level of the middle class. The members of this class are there to offer encouragement and survival aids from the toolbox of motivational psychology. Their caretaker bonus is the sublime feeling that it is the others who have problems, which in turn seals them off from the experience of the bleakness of their own existence. Arabon's feel-good program goes even further. He describes the migration of former socialist and communist voters to the Front National as political self-defense of the lower classes. This self-defense is directed against the loss of identity caused by the neglect of their political leaders. However, the main reason for political self-defense in France is Islam, which is mentioned exactly once in the 250 pages of the book. In one chapter of the book, the reader learns that the author's parents moved from Reims to the municipality of Musin, a few kilometers away, because they were fed up with the constant noise, vandalism and intimidation by criminal youth gangs in the immediate vicinity. His mother's reasons for moving include the following: she could no longer stand the incessant noise, the smell that emanated from other kitchens, or the cries of the lamb being slaughtered in the bathroom of the neighboring apartment when the Islamic festival of sacrifice was just around the corner. Did her descriptions correspond to reality? Or did they correspond to her imagination? Probably both. End quote. Since at no point in the book is there any indication that the mother suffers from Munchausen's syndrome or related disorders, Arabon's suspicion of the mother's madness seems to be related to the fact that he cannot imagine that there are good and not just racist reasons to feel uncomfortable in neighborhoods where the celebration of Islamic sacrificial festivals is part of the everyday program. Here, at the latest, it becomes clear that he is indebted to a milieu whose spokespeople gleefully vent about the ugliness of the autochthonies, whether in a sympathetic or drooling tone, but who become eerily silent when it comes to the brutalities that prevail in cultures that must always be valued as foreign. The talk of pride, self-respect, and collective identity is just another stage in a process of political decay in which the left has found itself since its abandonment of the critique of political economy. Its origins go back several decades and begin somewhere in the search for new political subjects and fulfilling initiatives. In the late 1970s, the proletarian revolution was replaced by the self-realization that a post-materialist left thought it could find in the eco-scene, squats, or the anti-nuclear movement. Now it was no longer about exploitation and class struggle, but about how to get on well together and how to make an exciting project out of it, in which everyone feels they can contribute themselves. The fundamental reorientation towards sectarian one-point movements therefore implies a loss of reference to the overall social perspective, which was at least a given for the proletariat. The expanding obsession with identity and subjectivity of former revolutionary romantics ran parallel to the subjectivization of production in the 1970s. Fordism entered a crisis due to the structural decline in the profitability of capital in the capitalist centers. The high growth rates from the expansion phase of the so-called Second Industrial Revolution were already history by the middle of the decade. The real increase in Germany's gross national product, which in 1965 was still 5.3% compared to the previous year, had slipped into negative territory in 1975 and stood at minus 1.3%. What remained from the expansion phase after the Second World War, however, were relatively high wages, particularly in the core industries, and a high level of employment, which went hand in hand with trade union power. The liberalization of international markets and the tendency to turn away from domestic market orientation within the national economies led out of this predicament, making the capital side more independent of the national working class, which was subsequently reflected in the erosion of collectively structured wage and employment relationships. This process was fueled by the increasing importance of the export sector, which meant that the exploitation of capital became less dependent on the development of mass incomes within the national framework, while the level of wages became more important as a cost factor in international competition. The decentralization and relocation of production, which was upgraded in terms of information technology and rationalization strategy, drove entire regions into deindustrialization. This restructuring of capitalist production is characterized by a high degree of flexibility in the organization of work, permanent quality control, and the transition from external company control to individual self-marketing of the workforce. From then on, the Fordist mode of production was seen as rigid, spoiled by high wages and status, and the consciousness shaped by it as sluggish and backward-looking. And the left pushes what falls, namely the proletariat. At the same time, modernized management is provided with the appropriate keywords, such as those of self-responsible self-actualization, which had been acquired over years of practice in social experiments in various emotional and self-experimentation communities. For Marx, there was only one solution to the offabung of the contradiction between the development of wealth on the one hand and the misery of those who produce it on the other: the revolutionary appropriation of social wealth by the producers. Today, people are confident of victory. Since then, the lowering of one's own standards has been concealed by a pseudo-sovereign gesture that reveals the pride of having left behind the dull class struggle, and with it the stink of workers' sweat. Meanwhile, the left-wing bustle in discovering ever-new subcultures corresponds to the expansion of ever-new, seemingly classless societies in sociology. The number of new societies that have been discovered since the 1980s, from the service society to the multi-option society, the pluralized society, the responsibility society, the knowledge society, or the risk society, suggests that social researchers at least have not run out of work. What all these postmodern, reflexive modern, or in some other way completely new societies have in common is not only the mind-numbing sociological jargon of their inventors, but also the always implicit thesis that the members of society no longer have much to do with the disdainful economy and are only concerned with cultivating their highly individual lifestyles. The idea that precisely those movements that seem particularly individualized are first and foremost adaptations in the economic struggle for existence, and that all the hectic chattering and bumbling about in work and leisure time is merely the undignified expression of their powerlessness in the face of the superiority of the social whole does not arise, if only because people are busy constantly marketing new things to ensure that project financing is available. But of course this has nothing to do with economics. The proletariat has not completely disappeared. Although it is no longer in charge of the revolution, it is now a contourless and right-wing specter. A look at the theoretical history of the elimination of the proletariat shows, however, that the good reasons for turning away from the workers' movement craze have always been mixed with a good dose of contempt for the empirical workers. When André Gorz wrote his much-discussed book Abschied vom Proletariat, 1980, which was quite right in its critique of the metaphysics of the productive forces and the deforming effects of factory work, not insignificant factions of the left were still relying on the historical mission of the working class. What was particularly repugnant about the appeals to the working class that were popular at the time was that they accused the working people, who were presented as being strong in themselves, of allowing themselves to be manipulated and consuming themselves stupidly instead of marching dutifully behind the red flag. There was little interest in the fact that those deformed by social pressure identify with the violence that is inflicting it. There was no problem at all with the fact that the proletarians of all countries, and first and foremost those of Germany, had not done what would have been their most irrefutable task, namely to unite as a class and put an end to the National Socialist horror. As a result, any further talk of the proletariat's historical task for humanity, forgetful of history, became a betrayal of the persecuted and annihilated. The left, which developed the need to distance itself from the proletariat then and now, is not concerned with a critique of false historical optimism, since, as Adorno said, class rule came into its own precisely in the abolition of classes. Rather, the left sees the proletarian worker as an obsolete model, a passive citizen who embodies the opposite of what is hailed as self-realization and autonomy. The justified criticism of the monotony of factory work is thus transformed into a celebration of seemingly autonomous work. The duller and uglier the proletarian is portrayed, the more colorful and cosmopolitan those who want to inherit his assumed historical mission appear. With a view to the broken and blunted working class, Gorz was already saying, "At the end of the month it's payday, nothing else counts, not engagement, nor inventiveness, nor decisiveness. Resentment is the only freedom left to the proletarian in his work." You want him to be passive? Very well, he will be passive. The worker says, "I will become what you want me to be, and in this way I will escape you. You don't give a damn about the employers, they can pay, we want dough, dirty work for dirty wages, the language of proletarian resentment, the language of powerlessness." End of quote. Today, both bosses and colleagues would consider it cheeky for a worker not to give a damn about employers, just wanting his money and peace and quiet after work, without wanting to show the slightest commitment, inventiveness, or decision-making power. For the individual worker, such demands actually mean class warfare, namely the announcement that he is no longer needed, that his hard work, his after-work beer, and his language are yesterday's news. A yesterday that they are asked to exchange for less dirty wages, more engagement, and more elaborate forms of communication. Blindness to the systematic violence of capital relations goes hand in hand with oversensitivity when it comes to gender or anti-racism. The language of proletarian resentment is regarded as a base instinct of ordinary people, which is consumed with disgust by the academically educated middle class as long as no one rebels. As soon as the resentment-laden proles start talking about the dirty politics for which the ruling political elite is responsible, it's game over. Political rudeness, which runs counter to the desired jargon of democracy, is seen as a character-deficient unwillingness to adequately appreciate the ruling system and the associated language rules. In his early writings, Horkheimer already drew attention to the instrumentalization of the concept of ressentiment by those in power, who become grumpy when the less successful ones lose their fun. A subtle trick. Criticizing the system should be reserved for those who are interested in it. The others, who have the opportunity to get to know it from below, are disarmed by the contemptuous remark that they are angry, vengeful, envious. They have resentment. Gores did not stop at writing off the proletariat. He immediately conjured up a new subject to take the place of the proletariat. These are those who fall out of capitalistically organized work and aim to conquer autonomous spaces. It is the non-class of the neo-proletarians, their strength, concentrated subjectivity. Those not deformed by wage labor have the task of building the new non-society far removed from productivism. Those who slip in as temporary help at the post office in the summer, at the grape harvest in the fall, as salespeople in December, as semi-skilled workers in the spring, are said to be particularly suited to this historical task. The mobilization of precarious workers praised here is today proving to be an anticipated nightmare of a non-society in which lone fighters who are generally unable to move around in society and are constantly competing for scarce resources as entrepreneurs of their own labor. This farewell to the proletariat has completely dismantled the left. Just compare the theoretical level of Marxist texts from the 1970s, which circulated in various university groups, with the highly embarrassing stammering produced by anti-racist jokers in contemporary critical whiteness seminars. The obsessive interest in all kinds of new social movements and ultimately in anti-racism was also an attempt to overcome one's own crisis, which resulted from the inability to get to grips with post-industrial conditions. Of course, voluntarism has not been left behind with the proletariat. Today, the romanticism of revolution is attached to other subjects. The Jüdische Allgemeine, April 21, 2017, recently reminded us what the worst-case scenario is. Among the left, there is a fascination with revolutionary and anti-Zionist Islam because they think they recognize the new proletarian in Muslims, according to the head of the umbrella organization of Jewish organizations in France, Francis Califat. It is all the more astonishing that left-wing snobs today turn up their noses when it comes to those who are left behind or proletarians when you consider that, objectively speaking, their own economic situation provides little cause for ostentatious arrogance. Karl-Heinz Roth attempted to address this contradiction in his contribution, The Return of the Proletariat and the Fear of the Left at a Concrete Congress over 20 years ago. What is still interesting today is the insight that the left is suppressing the reproletarianization because it affects them. Roth sees the shift to the post-Fordist mode of production and comprehensive deregulation as a trend towards global impoverishment, which also leaves many on the left in the lower segments of the deregulated labor markets. As the majority of the left are now either independent workers or live in precarious employment in this new proletariat, Roth hoped that the left would also seek an alliance with people of false consciousness by reflecting on their own living conditions. As is well known, things turned out differently. The left opted for a moral ideological alliance with capital. In a conversation on the state of the labor movement between trade unionist Peter Burke and RLS author Peter Biening, published on the website of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation (RLS), the latter makes it clear how naturally even those on the left with close ties to the trade unions see themselves today as the avant-garde of pluralization. Quote, "But I'm not talking about usefulness, I'm talking about the fact that a society pluralized by immigration has a quality beyond the economic that must also be communicated. Who wants to go back to the stuffy world of the 1960s that the AFD describes in its program? Or conversely, what do I have to do with a worker who wants to go back there? End of quote. The fact that the worker we are talking about here wants to go back could be because he has not yet encountered the alleged blessings that the left locates in this beyond the economic, which has become a substitute religion. It could also be due to the fact that those exposed to the pressure of unlimited competition experience globalization primarily as an everyday imposition, namely having to exert more and more effort in the name of total flexibility for less and less money. A left that has such a need to combine a well-honed demarcation from the AfD cucumber squad with an indirect reference to how little musty our beautiful world is today, and whose completely feudal anti-fascism primarily has the function of concealing the violent conditions that the capital relationship imposes on its appendages, is of course as curious as it is useless. The globalization-affine inability to imagine that not all those who have to work hard or those for whom there is no work are in the same good mood as the fans of red-green democracy festivals is also due to the fact that people have become accustomed to having a concept of wage labor. Flexible and seemingly independent work, which is the lot of more and more people, is increasingly blurring the previously separate areas of work and leisure. After work, you don't give a damn about the company, but instead open your laptop, network, and get on the nerves of those around you by moaning about projects. The central characteristic of this self-exploitation under the banner of the prevailing entrepreneurial ideology is not to experience it as such, but to suppress the wage character of work in the name of emancipation, self-development, and creativity. This makes people react all the more irritably to those who remind them that work is coercion and not fun and self-fulfillment. In order to reinvent myself, I first had to set myself apart, writes Ereban, concretizing his former dissociation from his environment of origin through his weariness with weekend outings during his childhood. Soon, however, these rituals seemed sterile and silly to me. I wanted to read instead of wasting my time with a fishing rod and staring at a swimmer. The whole conviviality and culture of this pastime became contemptible to me. The music from the transistor radios, the petty conversations with the other anglers, the strict division of labor between the sexes. End of quote. Ereban uses such anecdotes to describe his own career, which he sees as prototypical for the departure from the proletariat of left-wing intellectuals. However, the contempt for empirical workers, which he has since described as a political mistake, has become an increasingly prominent feature of left-wing milieus since the 1980s. The will to never do anything trivial and the constant fear of missing out on supposedly important things are both causally linked to the political and economic changes of recent decades. In the era of Fordism, Sunday in nature still formed a compensatory contrast to wage labor. Today, the contrast between work and leisure is outdated. Leisure is no longer just an extension of work, the two spheres have become one. This unification corresponds to the eradication of relaxed, idle, and unused time. It was not for nothing that active sports emerged in the 1980s. People no longer just hang out on the beach, play scat, or take a siesta, but work up a sweat doing beach, surfing, or diving sports. They no longer go for walks in the woods, but walk like crazy against the clock through the countryside or replace classic skiing with increasingly artistic winter sports variants. Nature becomes a mere backdrop. People want to experience how powerful their own bodies are. And those who tick in such a way that every trivial pastime becomes contemptible, because all time is spent in the service of getting better, begrudge the worker the local pub or the lazy petty bourgeois hobby. However, anyone who is familiar with the trivialities that red-eared bookworms, fresh from the Adorno seminar and enraptured by their apparent learning success, spout will be inclined to see the dull tranquility of the fishing weekend in a completely different light. The anti-German solution to the labor problem goes something like this: down with the work, luxury for all. It may sound friendly, but it's not much more than a lame distancing from labor movement Marxism and state-affiliated trade unions. What is disturbing about this is not even so much the pseudo-hedonism of young people or people who are young at heart, who cannot be considered experts on luxury simply because they can tolerate the combination of funfair techno and flat slogans from bands like Egotronic and misinterpret a night of amphetamine-fueled revelry, which is more strenuous than a double shift at Ford, as a special form of enjoyment. The rather flippant treatment of work indicates that you either have no concept of society, or if you do, then a very infantile one, from which you want to be taken care of. What is forgotten is that labor, which transforms nature for human purposes, is not only the condition of luxury, but also the first time in history that the possibility of real liberation appears. The problem is not social labor, but its irrational use in the service of capital accumulation. Today, it is no longer necessary to explain to anyone that the optimistic reliance on the dormant revolutionary desires of the working class is wishful thinking. Even the left-wing preachers of social justice, which only means the statist pacification of social antagonisms, presented in a Paphian tone, prefer to cuddle up to the Central Association of Muslims when in doubt, rather than deal with real social misery. Just how marginal the struggle of wage earners to improve their material living conditions is was recently underlined by experts from the International Monetary Fund (IMF), i.e., people who are certainly not suspected of social romanticism. Their evaluation report on the state of the German economy contains the following recommendation: higher wage increases could also stimulate German growth. Incidentally, the criticism of the very German policy of so-called wage restraint by the representatives of capital's interests came in a week in which the German Social Democratic Party made a name for itself by its most prominent representatives instigating a row with the host country's government during a visit to Israel in order to appeal to the worst, i.e., anti-Semitic, instincts of the electorate. Against the prevailing wage policy and against all unremunerated abuses in the service of prescribed personal initiative, it is of course not only necessary today to demand more dirty wages, but also to defend the good old alienated dirty work. Work that at least has a clear beginning and an equally clear end, and which is only done for the sake of a wage. It is also important not to be constantly bothered by communication games or supposedly motivation-enhancing reflection exercises, which at worst run around the clock. After all, under the given circumstances, it is only the combination of sufficient money and the pursuit of pleasure, love, art, and criticism after work that sometimes enables one to remain resistant to communal appropriation and to thankfully reject the assignment of a place in the chorus of individualistic thank yous and fine talkers of the postmodern hamster wheel. The dirty work understood in this way is always more bearable and less deforming than the ideological forms of earning money in the academic, journalistic, or otherwise mind-producing industry, in which the conditioning of the boundlessly committed works particularly smoothly. An environment in which people sometimes end up so sad that, while waiting hopelessly for death, they equate English voters and Turkish fascists out of sheer sentimental outrage, which nowadays, of course, always has to be garnished with pinches of failed self-irony, in order to be redeemed in global group therapy after the equally angry and pointless ranting. Quote, "What do you do when you know that half the people you're waiting to die with are absolute assholes? How can we get along again with the Brexit voters, the Reichsbürger, the identitarians, the chemtrail specialists, the Orban voters, the Putin buddies, the Erdogan fans? How can we get along again so that we can possibly clean up together what idiots have made of the world who are not us, who have separated our garbage and switched off the lights? We are sitting at a therapy table and don't know what to do." Sibylle Berg on Spiegel Online, May 6, 2017. Not having to take a seat at this therapy table of a broken humanity either here or there is one of the not-so-small pleasures in a time that otherwise gives little cause for utopian hopes. Progressive rail travel in Germany breathes a sigh of relief. After 16 years of service as chairman of the German Train Drivers Union (GDL), Claus Weselsky retired on September 4, 2024. The most controversial trade unionist in Germany, Die Zeit, whose press conferences regularly caused great outrage in the media, led 4 successful collective bargaining rounds during his time in office, in which the GDL achieved 873 strike hours in passenger transport and 998 in freight transport. The willingness to strike, which is remarkably high by German standards, also paid off in the last round of collective bargaining this year. Train drivers will receive an inflation compensation bonus of just under €3,000 as well as a wage increase in 2 stages totaling €420 per month. And the standard weekly working time will also be reduced from 38 to 35 hours by 2029 with full wage compensation. Anger at the GDL, which has been labeled as stubborn and rebellious since 2015 at the latest, increased once again when it dared to think about its employees' wage slips even during the coronavirus restrictions aimed at eradicating individual interests, instead of thinking about the wage slips like the Alliance for Our Railways, which includes the management of Deutsche Bahn. Consisting of the management of Deutsche Bahn AG, the Railroad and Transport Union (EVG), and the Federal Ministry of Transport, to promise to overcome this crisis together and in solidarity, i.e. without claims. The agreement negotiated between the state-supported collective bargaining partners consequently provided for wage increases of up to 1.5%, which in fact meant a significant real wage reduction for the rail employees represented by the EVG. The GDL, which was pretty much on its own, was not prepared to accept such losses in the name of communal kitsch. Only the MLPD, the FAU, the Gegen Standpunkt, and a few anti-Germans on Facebook still took sides with Weselsky at the time, in the knowledge that the trade union policy, which had been criticized as ruthless, could soon end with Weselsky's departure. The complaints this year were more level-headed. However, even without giving in to the need manifested in the past to place Weselsky blind with rage in the vicinity of a dictator or terrorist, the counter-speeches to the last round of collective bargaining still revealed the very German tendency to lachrymose invocations of the nation and the environment, for example in the Frankfurter Rundschau. Currently, hundreds of thousands of rail customers are experiencing the annoying to painful consequences of Claus Weselsky and his GDL. Paralyzing rail traffic, regardless of the massive collateral damage to the economy as a whole for Germany and its neighboring countries, regardless of the environmental damage because many have to switch to cars again. End quote. The years of extreme indignation cannot be due to the actual political stance of the strike leader. The CDU member Weselsky neither understands wage struggles as a workers' school of war, Friedrich Engels, nor are there any halfway rational reasons for the nevertheless virulent fear that Germany is being dismantled or could even quickly fall into a mood of revolution. No relevant organization or movement today still relies on the system-busting effect of a strike. Instead, Weselsky evokes faded German virtues, namely the importance of work, professional competence, and a fair wage, the relative level of which he sees as a central criterion of social appreciation. The corporatist social pact he envisioned has become anachronistic, while the nation-state's willingness to make sacrifices, now in the name of global crises, is being demanded more than ever in an extortionate manner. Weselsky's grumbling about rivets and pinstripes in the boardrooms, who don't know anything about railroads, denounces the departure from the social democratic truce, while he rejects opposing interpretations in a panic. Quote, "I've always been afraid of being labeled a class warrior, the Aussie who does red politics. What I do is labor struggle, not class struggle." End quote. However, Weselsky does regard strikes as a freedom that must continue to be guaranteed by law, and this alone puts him in direct political opposition to the milieu that sets the tone. In a state of collective enthusiasm for the state of emergency, people do not mistrust any imposition, no matter how ludicrous, but discover undisturbed rail travel as a civil right as soon as someone temporarily prevents it out of well-understood self-interest. For Marx, with whom Weselsky obviously does not want to be associated, the fight for higher wages was little more than a justified but pointless expression of occasional indignation, and therefore harmful if the trade unions do not put their organized forces immediately at the service of the liberation of the working class, i.e., the abolition of the wage system. Accordingly, strike practice should above all strengthen the cooperation techniques and class consciousness of those involved as a condition for a proletarian revolutionization of an inverted society. As is well known, nothing came of this. However, in times when infantile politicization clouds consciousness, insisting on the right priorities in the wage system contributes to enlightenment about society as a whole, even if its radical criticism is negated. Quote, "Trade union policy is also politics. And I'm a good trade union politician because I've succeeded in taking our colleagues with me, uniting them around ideas, uniting them around goals, and never getting carried away when a sack of rice falls over in China, but concentrating on the really important things in a trade union, improving working hours and incomes." End of quote. Incidentally, this pleasantly unspectacular approach would also be a promising means of countering the AfD, which is not at all worker-friendly in sociopolitical terms, in the low-wage zone of the East without making common cause with the progressive middle class, which is based on population control and sustainable accumulation, and prefers to work on notoriously moralizing marginal issues in order to avoid having to talk about the real conditions. However, all too snooty materialism has a bad reputation in both the West and the East, so people torment each other in public with useless guesswork about what a respectful approach could look like after more than 30 years of reunification, one that, but then really picks people up. Weselsky's aggressive performance is also a rejection of the new work culture in post-material capitalism, in which the difference between reality and phrase disappears. His demands on behalf of the professional groups he represents, which are strictly oriented towards the matter in hand and presented without frills, call to mind that work is not primarily about interhuman or identity-playful exercises in self-fulfillment. In the midst of the productivity-enhancing cultivation of company appreciation, prescribed fun and narrow-lipped appeals for sensitive conflict management, the stoic Saxon with mustache and tie, who is neither willing nor able to slip into the usual Sunday sermon tone here, looks like a foreign body, even physiognomically. The nerdy journalistic insults not only roll off his back, but he also gratefully accepts derogatory terms such as the heater of Saxony as a self-description and likes to add insults in the deepest Saxon without shying away from them, which further underlines the effect of his omissions. After all, according to surveys, the Saxon dialect is by far the most unpopular in the country. For example, when he publicly rants about the railroad board during the negotiation round, saying that they are all complete morons, or when he derides Karl Lauterbach as a health pope who is trampling on the basic rights of railroad workers and attests that young government politicians have a spine like a garden hose. Even if Weselsky therefore appears to his opponents to be the East German version of Ekel Alfred, they cannot deny that his verbal exaggerations are always based on rational arguments that anyone can understand, which his opponents cannot object to, if only because he is very well informed about railroads. As a trained rail vehicle fitter and former locomotive driver with the Deutsche Reichsbahn in the GDR, Weselsky has developed a work ethic that has gone out of fashion. Right down to his linguistic style, he represents a style of functionary that stems from the administered world and with which the new agile middle class, which above all subscribes to free-floating communication, must be alienated. From the outset, the employer-friendly middle-class uproar against Weselsky is a primitive defensive formation against a small trade union that keeps alive the idea that it is not yet social progress if everyone starts to be very sensitive about language, treats each other like sick cases and demonstrates against enemies of the state every few months with colorful flags. Reporting on the train drivers' strikes has until recently ignored the fact that they are more directly affected by the long-term consequences of rail privatization than rail passengers, whose mood is spoiled by trains that are more often than average late by European standards. The rail reforms introduced in 1994, which focused on restructuring the railroads into a public limited company, failed to deliver what the friends of the free market and entrepreneurial innovation promised at the time. The consequences of the privatization of a sector in which the necessary high level of investment in infrastructure is already standing in the way of continuous profit maximization can be seen in a dilapidated rail network, staff shortages, and wage dumping. It is hard to imagine that, just as the railroad once stood for progress and adventure, the profession of train driver was highly sought after, both in the GDR and in the FRG, which at least offered train drivers a secure career as a civil servant in the middle technical service. Today, the poorly paid work in the railroads, which are strictly organized into business segments and managed according to short-term profit opportunities, is above all monotonous. Instead of being able to switch between passenger and freight transport and between local and long-distance services, train drivers today chug back and forth on the same routes assigned to them in overcrowded trains, which are more at the mercy of their technical configurations than ever before. The high-tech trains of today are as easy to operate as toys compared to the locomotives of the past. Yet as a train driver you are constantly under the control of others. 3 train drivers portrayed in the weekly newspaper Die Zeit report that the relationship between train drivers and conductors and customers has changed drastically in what used to be their dream job. Anyone familiar with everyday German behavior in rush hour traffic knows that the angry citizen encounters they describe are by no means exaggerations. People who look at you and tap their wrist like an imaginary watch, who spit on the floor in front of you, who kick the door of the train. End quote. The trade union policy options for interest-specific wage struggles were curbed by the Collective Bargaining Unity Act passed by the Black-Red Coalition in 2015 and adopted in 2017, which employers' associations and the German Trade Union Confederation had previously campaigned for. The law stipulates that if different unions have different collective agreements in a company, only the collective agreements of the union with the largest membership should apply. The favoring of the majority union in the company also means that small but successful unions are undermined. The then Federal Minister of Labor Andrea Nahles was also bothered by this, which is why she complained in the spirit of the new social democracy. It is not right that some sectoral unions are paralyzing vital functions of our country for their particular interests. End quote. The law is also intended to prevent outsider trade unions that represent the specific interests of their clientele from driving up the price of labor. The state and system-supporting law on collective bargaining unity works bluntly towards the DGB mainstream and thus towards the desire for harmony between capital and labor cemented in German corporatism, which the GDL is objectively working against despite all professions of the common good. It is also necessarily defending itself against efforts by the management of Deutsche Bahn and the much larger EVG to finally disempower the GDL with the help of collective bargaining unity. In the past, the trade union competition was fought out in Weselsky style, who informed the 180,000 members of EVG that they were relying on an income-reducing organization against their own interests. According to Weselsky, Deutsche Bahn was also using the EVG to maintain its insane structure of a global player operating worldwide. 10 years ago, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, under the title Anti-Weselsky, hoped that the unusual particularism would only be short-lived. The anti-Weselsky was the then chairman of the EVG, Alexander Kirchner, who embodied the type of trade unionist that Germany was used to: reasonable, insightful, and prepared to make compromises, balancing instead of confrontational. End quote. German journalists naturally have no qualms about affirming the traditional conformism of German trade unions in this way, because compromises and concessions to the prevailing conventions are their own business. And anyone who understands the reconciliation of capital and labor as a social necessity to secure peace has to resent the GDL as downright anti-German and therefore wish it to hell. Quote, Deutsche Bahn could use an agreement with the EVG to finally put Weselsky and the GDL in the corner of stubborn, intransigent, unreasonable, and strike-happy negotiating partners. The reputation of the GDL has suffered in recent weeks anyway. At least the publicly perceptible support in society has been significantly reduced in the two most recent rail strikes. End quote. It turned out a little differently. Weselsky not only outlived Kirchner, but also his successor. What's more, many members of the tame EVG have switched to the GDL, precisely because it is more militant. The Deutsche Bahn management has not yet succeeded in forcing the GDL into the EVG's collective bargaining system. The Collective Bargaining Unity Act, which could actually put an end to the GDL, does not apply to Deutsche Bahn without further ado. The collective agreements apply at company level, and the group is split into 300 so-called elective companies. In many companies, the EVG, as the largest union, negotiates the collective agreement, but the GDL is responsible in 18 companies, of which the public has taken note in the spirit of the inventor. Unlike survivalists concerned about the climate, the GDL has real strike power. It can massively disrupt the movement of goods and people that is essential to the capitalist mode of production, which is an overdose of reality for our post-materialist contemporaries. Jan Fleischhaar's polemical statement that Weselsky embodies the ideal combination of SED arrogance and DGB arrogance is doubly wrong. Weselsky's insistence on the autonomy of collective bargaining is more likely due to the experience that the supremacy of the real socialist state over wage and working conditions only served to cement the power of the ruling elite. Weselsky's trade union premises are just as incompatible with the present day of postmodern capitalism. The deregulated accumulation regime, which forces the individual under the direction of the apparatuses to manage themselves, no longer provides for truly collective practice. Economics Minister Robert Habeck accordingly let it be known that his sympathy for the GDL was actually no longer so pronounced, and that one should not now fight so radically for one's interests at the expense of other people. With the GDL, a traditionalist group of people oriented towards common sense, material selfishness and prosperity faces a paternalistic destructive milieu that aims to impose a woke martyrdom of the infinitely renunciate as the only legitimate ideological model. Among the population, the pragmatic battle of interests does not have such a bad reputation, because it is no longer a minority opinion that the contact of the ruling and management personnel with reality is gradually breaking down. Since management has also discovered the good, the pressure to save money has been compounded by fits of insanity and dystopian dreaming, which Weselsky also has in mind when he attacks Deutsche Bahn AG's ventures in Peru and beyond for squandering taxpayers' money while rail operations in Germany come to a standstill. It is no longer a secret that the dull propaganda against those at the top appeals to a resentful consciousness, but that does not make the criticism of it wrong. The people who go to rallies with Weselsky are approachable. In the fight for their own interests, which is often preceded by the feeling of being taken for a ride, at least the desire for a better life is preserved. Opposing tendencies can be observed everywhere today, formulated and demanded by scrapping enthusiasts who see furnishing in bleak meagerness, under changing keywords, as a mission of fate. The call for a new normality in which predictability and prosperity are no longer so important, but selflessness is all the more important, corresponds to a barely concealed desire for decline, which, driven by the despisers of individual wage interests, want to benefit from decay by glossing over it as the only moment that creates meaning and community, in order to unscrupulously promote almost any atrocity. The fact that Weselsky, despite all attempts at scandalization, has not made it into retirement without noticeable professional successes, however, one of the political pleasures of these days that should not be underestimated. The starting shot for the French Yellow Vest movement was not, as many claim, a melodramatic scene from Michel Houellebecq's novel in which one of the protagonists has himself shot by the police during a street blockade, at which he aims an unloaded precision rifle. The beacon came 10 years earlier, in the form of a comedy that became the most successful French film of all time with 20.38 million tickets sold in 2008 and 2009, Welcome to the Sticks by Danny Boone. The story is simple. To his horror, a postal worker is transferred from the Côte d'Azur to the Nord-Pas-de-Calais region in the north of France, where it is always cold and rainy, the inhabitants are poor, hostile, and above all, completely uncultured and also speak a strange dialect that can hardly be described as French. The postman soon realizes that, contrary to his preconceptions, he has not ended up in hell, but in a friendly small-town world where unprepossessing and often bizarre people, many of whom drink a lot of alcohol, get along quite well. From then on, he decides to stay there and convince his sophisticated wife of the advantages of the North. The success of this plea for the provinces as the unknown place where work doesn't eat you up and yet is still available to everyone, where you don't fall apart or become mentally ill, has brought the critics to their knees, the majority of whom bowed to the audience's vote. And yet the sinuously expressed concerns of French cineasts are quite illuminating for dealing with this unregulated film production. The German Wikipedia entry on Willkommen bei den Schts summarizes what was put on record almost word for word by opinion makers about the unregulated protests of the Yellow Vests 10 years later. The left-wing sociologist Philippe Mallière noted that the Northerners shown in the film fit into the prevailing image of poorly qualified workers and welfare recipients. With one exception, they are ugly and overweight, idle and inclined towards the bottle. This portrayal makes the audience laugh because it expresses an anti-Nordic unvarnished racism that is so exaggerated that it inevitably provokes laughter from everyone. The FAZ recognized a brotherhood of man within one's own country seemingly without any value judgment. The horrors of globalization are juxtaposed with a moral universe of manageable scope, stated the French magazine EPD Film with a clear sense of concern. The film depicts a fortress France, Joachim Lepestier wrote in Cahiers du Cinéma, which is at the height of the discourse and where there is no hint of globalization. Even when people talk about vacations, there is no international reference. There is no outside of this isolated cosmos. Philippe does go through the experience of immigration and integration, but within a manageable framework within the nation. Boone projects a France in which no one has obligations such as working or shopping, while those who do work are all employed by the state. The result is a retro-present, a today purged of all modernity. Baptiste Roux explained in positive terms that the aesthetics of the film only capture the museum-like side of reality. The sequences at the post office are particularly idealized, in which the public service does not have to deal with any crisis, although in reality, offices and authorities are precisely the focal points of social problems. The only tensions are of an individual and sentimental nature. Welcome to the Sticks is one of the few French films without a visible minority. A sterile universe, closed places, the cozy, protective space is overvalued, from Antoine's room to the Belfry's bell room, in this work defined by the fear of fragmentation and uprooting. Danny Boone, who therefore played dangerously with prejudices when he unseemly staged an almost ideal world that ends at the national borders and in which there are really no foreigners, is the son of an Algerian father and a SHTI, whose dialect he actually speaks when he wants to. He converted to Judaism in 2002 and starred in the remarkable 2016 film Ils sont partout, mostly known as The Jews by Ivan Adel. In reality, the so-called CHTs watched the film just as enthusiastically as the rest of the French, although everyone was of course aware of the deliberate transfiguration of social conditions. In the world of the SHTs, a majority of French people recognized their dream of a safer, calmer, and friendlier life. A life that really did exist with major restrictions until the early 1990s. However, no moviegoer in 2008 really considered the faithful recreation of the living conditions of their childhood to be desirable. For most, they were cramped, poor, and of course, largely unpleasant as far as working life was concerned. So Boone was not interested in glorifying the past. However, he was opposed to the no less bad portrayal of the proletarian and post-proletarian milieu as the actual breeding ground for violence, prejudice, stultification, and, above all, racism, as recently presented by Didier Eribon in his bestseller Return to Reims. Above all, however, the film Welcome to the Sticks posed the system-breaking question to those two-thirds of the French who could be called the common people because of their modest income. Does it all have to go on like this? What is already being done to us today by an evil but supposedly inevitable fate called globalization, which can only be dealt with by modernization, which means submission? In France, people are quick to use the word people. And certainly the categorization of a social movement as a popular movement or even an expression of the French people does not lead to any gain in knowledge about its character, nor is it able to say anything about the meaningfulness of the protests. However, German misunderstanders who nowadays are all over the place and frowning with concern should not ignore the fact that in French history, which also includes a history of revolution, all kinds of political actors and propagandists have made heavy use of the concept of the people without a folkish movement ever taking the lead. Even at the end of 2018, at the height of the mass mobilization, the Yellow Vests did not represent the people in the sense of a union of the majority of all French people, because broad approval of their demands is not synonymous with real success. Apart from a few exceptions, they lacked the support of the intelligentsia. The ominous phrase, a conglomerate of diesel tankers and chain smokers, which slipped out of a government spokesman's mouth, marks the true dividing line between a protest movement whose supporters are discredited as out-of-touch nostalgics and those who claim to represent the true will of the nation, just as Hillary Clinton's infamous basket of deplorables did back in the day. The Yellow Vests only managed to occupy the headlines for a few weeks without being torn apart in the comments column. The desire for a return to routine is exemplified by a quote from the unscrupulous left-wing and, of course, anti-Zionist puffer Jean-Luc Mélenchon from November 2018, who tried to lead the Yellow Vests in the pose of the tribune of the people. Quote, "This people is our compass. It is these people who show us the way, who tell us what needs to change radically. Because merely surviving is not enough as a purpose in life, not for the women trapped in precariousness, not for the 5-year-old child growing up in a poor family, not for the 4 million people who expect decent housing, not for the retirees whose income is below the poverty line. No. Mere survival is not the purpose of life. Those who are surprised at the tenacity of the movement, at its rootedness, do not understand an essential fact. They are calling for a return to everyday life, a return to normality. But it is the normal and the everyday that is unbearable in these people's lives." End of quote. With a half-sentence from the interchangeable mash of phrases, Mélenchon abandoned his role as the suffering winner of the losers of modernization when he called for a return to everyday life and thus to normality, not in a revolutionary way at all, but seemingly old-fashioned and retrospective like a shti. This flash of truth did not grow on his dung bed, but came to him from people at whose head he wants to stand in order to break off the top of their demands. In contrast, consider what a German weekly newspaper also said at the beginning of the protests, referring to Mélenchon. Quote, "Because the entire beautiful movement of the Yellow Vests is about taxes, and against Macron, but never about the abolition of exploitation, commodity production, wage labor, and the entrepreneurs get off scot-free, it is obvious to focus on the people strictly neutral in class terms." Some then reach deep into their wardrobe and end up with the French Revolution. The Yellow Vests then appear as a modern version of the sans-culottes, only with pants and cars. The left-wing national populist Jean-Luc Mélenchon is delighted by the yellow protests, triumphantly declares the solution is the people, and is now calling for a fifth act of citizen insurrection. With strategists like this, the current uprising can only be followed by a real revolution, which is unlikely to be a social one, but rather a national one. Bernd Bayer, Jungle World, December 13, 2018. Where Mélenchon has picked up on a clever half-sentence from a protest movement that has not yet been managed, a clever observer of France only needs the bon mot sans-culottes, only with pants and with cars to dismiss the protests of people who, indecently, still have something to lose and have not taken up the cause of abolishing exploitation, commodity production and wage labor as national, bourgeois and state fetishist, vulgo right-wing. The reference to cars, and thus the diesel mixture and attacks on it, was entirely sufficient to take up intentionally or unintentionally the climate protection discourse of the established French and German intelligentsia in a seemingly ideology-critical style. Yet the desire to return to the normality of earlier decades, which could not be achieved in any other way than by taking a giant leap forward, should have been the starting point for any serious discussion. But it was not. The intelligentsia, as it has emerged since the 1970s, could be described not only in the case of France as a state-dependent conglomerate of people trained primarily in the humanities, social sciences and law, who have set themselves the task of agitating against the state in order to be kept afloat economically by the state. The word intelligentsia has long since ceased to be an attribute, because to speak of a left-wing intelligentsia would not only be a pleonasm, but would also discredit intellectuals who in earlier decades, despite the repulsive party communism, still somehow clung to the idea of the Popular Front or saw themselves as committed to the proletariat, which was organized in trade unions and largely adhered to the Communist Party as voters. Whereas in the past the left more or less mendaciously claimed to listen to the working people or, in orthodox Marxist terms, the working class, and to learn from them in order to become active on their behalf, the new intelligentsia has completely abandoned the revolutionary subject of earlier years and now only distinguishes between friend and foe, i.e. between the people and the anti-people, along ideological lines. Anyone who opposes their articles of faith has missed the boat and has to live less with the attribution of being a fascist or populist than with the stigmatization of being hopelessly late, having missed the boat in terms of the requirements of the brave new age and therefore belonging on the garbage heap of history. The anti-people, with their old men and smelly cars, in which cigarette smoke is added to the smell of diesel fuel to make matters worse, are at best the subject of disgusted regret. In case of doubt, i.e. when this rabble makes a racket, you want to send the state authorities or armed anti-fascists and anti-racists after them. For the time being, brutal pedagogy is being used to resist those who persist in their resentment. They should understand that what is happening to them has to be carried out in exactly the same way, which is why the focus is quickly shifted from dealing with the concrete, very material demands of the rebels to an educational program, the successful completion of which should ennoble them into believing participants. They are presented with anti-racism and gender discourses, homosexuality is explained to them along with their numerous group identities, and they are integrated into the cross-class and cross-generational Save the World project, which is directed against diesel engines and egoistic demands and thus shows them the path to salvation from nationalist-born cretins to better people. As a replacement for the long-disappeared fairs, folk festivals and suburban cinemas, precarious cultural workers are sent to cheer them up in the desolate inner cities with politically correct juggler performances and other supposedly plebeian street theater. Those targeted know that they are counted as insane comrades in arms of the law, who are forced to cheerfully accept their fate of having to endure impoverished and lonely life in the provinces, increasingly cut off from state-guaranteed infrastructure, and humbly beg for a few pennies to survive. It is true that the clamor against selected representatives of the political class, whose arrogance and privileges are the focus of anger at the Yellow Vest demonstrations, is far from critical. Nevertheless, such expressions of discontent also resonate with the constant experience of their own powerlessness, which is either suppressed or glossed over by people who constantly present themselves as far-sighted progressives. In an interview published in the NZZ on February 1, 2019, Alain Finkielkraut described the division in French society that made the phenomenon of the Yellow Vests possible in the first place. The social problems dominate, and they point to a rift within France, the one between the Gilets jaunes and progressism, whether it is represented by Macron or the left. Both pursue goals that are less social and more societal. For example, they want to promote reproductive medicine or surrogacy, which is seen as progressive, but it has nothing to do with the medical problems of ordinary middle-class people. As a result, they are seen as reactionaries and neglected. The left in particular has turned its back on them, preferring to focus on the young, the urban, or women. End quote. In Germany, progressives are also concerned with reproductive medicine, but even more so with climate and gender issues. However, reactionaries can also be recognized here in all those who refuse to engage in the current discourse or simply do not know how to use it. The car-critical weekly from Berlin quickly moved away from Bernd Bayer's gratifyingly absentist stance and a little later, in an apparently strict departure from the ideology-critical denier, explained in a decidedly realpolitik manner and far removed from the arrogance of the anti-racist middle class how the alienating mass movement is to be driven out of its radicalism. First of all, Lindner's article in Jungle World on January 3, 2019 starts off in a very solidary manner. Quote, "The Yellow Vests are not an uprising of racists and nationalists." End of quote. This is followed by a tiny but momentous qualification, although there are a few unpleasant contemporaries among the movement's protagonists. But let's get them under control. Quote, "These could well be pushed back by a radicalization of the revolt." End quote. The envisaged radicalization proves to be a cheap rose trick, as the author is actually referring to anti-fascist popular education against the right and warns of the sudden emergence of a large number of unpleasant contemporaries in the event that this does not take effect. However, this will neither happen through insurrectionalist actionism nor through the supposedly ideology-critical dismissal from the desk. Rather, both attitudes will further reinforce the social and political disorganization processes of the past decades. And it has been known since before Stuart Hall and Didier Eribon that these processes have favored a development to the right. End of quote. The tangible threat of a hostile takeover inevitably follows. It will therefore be important to enter into a dialogue with the actors of the autumn movement. Only when progressive forces go to the traffic circles and highway ramps they are familiar with from weekend excursions or vacations will a left-wing hegemonic politics be able to take shape. Only it could give clearer contours to the peculiar physiognomy of the current disputes. End quote. We now know what that means. Since December 2018, the anti-fascist and anti-racist left has been mobilizing for the Yellow Vest demonstrations and, together with its brothers of color from the banlieues, is bringing the current European discourse into the social protest of working people and inflaming the mood with anti-Semitism. Unlike in Germany, where a group of thugs operating in Neukölln with the slogans of Chairman Mao are trying to stir up the intifada in the neighborhood with modest success, revolutionary youth resistance in France has presented itself for decades as an anti-capitalist, anti-national and multicultural mass movement against wage labor. In practical terms, the whole thing is in line with a mass truly cross-class jihad, whose protagonists target the Jew they want to kill as well as the allochthonous boy next door who wants to graduate from high school or his father who drives to work in the diesel car they want to torch. What resonated from the outset, albeit not dominantly, in the original Yellow Vest movement, the repulsive knowledge of Macron's professional past at the Rothschild banking house, for example, became the focus of the Yellow Vest protest, at least in the media. During the phase of the anti-fascist and anti-racist invasion by self-declared progressive forces that impose their left-wing hegemonic politics on the disintegrating movement, unscrupulous, violent anti-Semitism. As stupid as the party communist-inspired celebration of work, which is supposed to give dignity to the workers, has always been, it is striking that the free-swimming movements of the once glorified and sometimes feared class became a popular sport for disillusioned academics precisely when their organizations first failed in the fight for a bigger piece of the pie and the class itself finally disintegrated with them. Neither in the 1970s nor today were wage earners with small salaries, now supplemented by the self-employed who tear down 15-hour shifts on their own account with their cargo sprinters, likable people for that reason. There is no doubt that it remains strange when a 23-year-old in Germany, who has no prospects of inheritance, happily tells someone in her first permanent job that it would be enough for a €1,537 pension at 67. And of course, the desire to own a home, which is an option in the French provinces even for those on low salaries, causes anyone who realizes it 20 or more years of existential angst and has absolutely nothing to do with the appearance of liberated times. The only question is whether such settling down in poor conditions is the foil for empathy, which necessarily includes criticism, or for gleefully spread mockery, which creates the deceptive feeling of still being a little more elegantly off than the industrious housebuilders and gardeners. Readers of this essay may ask themselves how long they, like the author himself, have looked down with ironically disguised contempt on the often unattractive habits and behavior of these little people, who only in exceptional cases become a personal nuisance. You may ask yourself how long you have been amused by a police officer's poor wording when taking a report or mocked the clothing habits of a bakery sales clerk. The hostile arrogance of those better off by origin always resonated, which has been rationalized in Germany since a few snippets about the post-National Socialist people and their incorrigibility were picked up and never understood, and which is easily extended as a critical insight to the inhabitants of countries formerly occupied and plundered by Germany in order to be world export champions in this fine discipline too. In France, a similar aversion is expressed in the devaluation of the provincials, petits bourgeois and former voters of the Communist Party of France, who are accused of betraying the revolution. Precisely because the number of members of the intelligentsia has increased alarmingly in France and the country is overflowing with academics, although this has been accompanied by the final decline of language and independent thought and a formalized pseudo-language from the fund of postmodern ideology has prevailed, with which, compared to that of the SHTs, must necessarily be attributed to High French. Today, even more than in the 1980s, what is still left is cultivated distinction. From the very beginning of the protests, many of the Yellow Vests formed an alliance against hatred, often rude and threatening violence against politicians. However, in the boorish, often argument-free tone of many Yellow Vests, which makes them susceptible to anti-Semitism, those striving for distinction also recognize that the pressure to conform that characterizes them and that they want to impress on everyone else need not be eternal. It is unlikely that the hatred of many Yellow Vests will one day lead to a sensible debate about a different France, but the fact that they are the source of the violence that is increasingly being unleashed against Jews is a popular lie that holds the entire intelligentsia together. It is true that the anti-Semitic shouter against Alain Finkielkraut at a Yellow Vest demonstration in Paris on February 16, 2019, who was part of a threatening group of like-minded people, was a converted jihadist who is considered a threat by the authorities. Although almost all violent attacks on Jews in France are the work of young Islamic men and their left-wing allies, when it comes to swearing an oath, as happened on February 20, 19 in Paris at a fairly modest rally with a maximum of 20,000 participants, the majority of whom were Jews, the whole of intellectual France is outraged by the anti-Semitism of a small minority, whose origins are frowned upon, and thus pronounces condemnation on a movement that has almost become dangerous to it. Significantly, only the attacked man himself has spoken publicly about the connection between left-wing agitation and Islamist and increasingly also left-wing violence against Jews, while also criticizing Merkel's policy of mass immigration of young Islamic men to Europe. Quote, "The price was paid everywhere in Europe by the Jews, who had become the first victims of a new radical Islamism, which, in Finkielkraut's view, was fed not least by unregulated immigration." According to the philosopher, France's anti-Semitism is not rooted in a new version of fascism, but is an outgrowth of Islamist extremism. End of quote. Finkielkraut has also warned against the anti-Semitic right-wing extremist Alain Soral and his supporters. However, this former communist and senseless warner of Jewish Zionism brings us full circle to the comedian Dieudonné Balambala, whom Soral admires and with whom he campaigned for a Euro-Palestinian list for the 2004 European elections. Dieudonné, who presented himself on Twitter on October 1, 2015 as a tongue-in-cheek sympathizer of Amdi Coulibaly, the Allochthonous killer who had attacked a Jewish supermarket and killed 4 people the day before, clearly serves the murderous anti-Semitism of the activist banlieue residents, whose autochthonous supporters are certainly not right-wing extremists. The French protesters in Yellow Vests, who forced the state to take back vile measures and then demanded higher minimum incomes and earlier and higher pensions, were far more revolutionary in their reformism than a German or French middle-class descendant with hedonistic tendencies and aspirations for a professional life in the ideological sector would or could admit. They have no program and certainly no so-called vision. Nevertheless, their composition and political actions reveal what has held the movement together for 2 months. Supporters of the Yellow Vest movement earn enough not to be subsidized by the state and too little to be able to maintain their already modest level of consumption. Just like the SHTs in the movie, they don't go on vacation abroad because they could never afford it, and now more and more working French people don't even have enough money for a camping vacation on one of the less appealing huge campsites on the Atlantic coast. Those for whom the Yellow Vests are representative differ from welfare recipients not only in their slightly higher income. The decisive factor is their will to continue to live from their own work as free-wage laborers and not from the state. Although this does not give them the dignity that has always been a matter of course, it does give them the opportunity to establish a protest movement that, at least initially, did not operate by spreading fear and terror, as the enrages from the banlieues regularly do by setting fire to their own neighborhoods. While the ragamuffins from the suburbs only know destruction, the Yellow Vests, which also include a sympathetic hinterland, are concerned with decidedly political goals that they and only they have the means to achieve. Their strategy points to a common cause that is not in the hands of the trade unions or any left-wing organizations. More symbolically but quite effectively, they blocked important traffic arteries, preferably at crossroads, thereby making their potential power clear. An economic system based on a gigantic mobile warehouse that ensures the uninterrupted movement of supplies to industry and retail is easily vulnerable. Blocking the perpetual flow of goods means production downtime en masse and empty shelves in the supermarket in no time at all. The attack on the rolling warehouses is not only efficient, it also means attacking a system of outsourced production and the borderless flow of goods from sweatshops in the Tricont as well as from low-cost competitors from the European periphery, from which fewer and fewer EU member states are still benefiting in relation to the wage levels of the majority. The blockaders are not acting like left-wing radical-sounding free riders out of a desire to bring down a hated system. They are part of this system and could themselves be sitting in the trucks and vans that are preventing them from driving on. As wage workers, they are fighting against a development that is plunging them into poverty, and which they can no longer counter with the conventional means of industrial action against the employers. If they want to win something, they have to ask the question of the system, and this is directed first and foremost at the state, in which they recognize the guarantor of the fate working against them and which they want to force to take sides. Those who accuse the yellow vests of being state fetishists fail to realize that a real improvement in lower incomes and long-term job security in France in 2019 and beyond can only be achieved through state intervention. Incidentally, the attempt to make the state responsible is not new and is neither counter-revolutionary nor fascist in itself. In the first part of Capital, Marx already struggled with the role of the factory inspectors, whose reports actually led to state curtailment of total entrepreneurship in dealing with the V-factor. Today, the struggle for better wages and social security is less and less likely to be one with labor disputes in the production and service locations that remain in their own country. They have been and continue to be met with even faster outsourcing of production and, for a long time now, of services right down to the call center. At the same time, the colleagues working in competing companies in low-wage foreign countries cannot be mobilized as class brothers due to the completely unequal social and often also cultural conditions under which they work and live. This has an economic policy background. The weakening of Germany's intellectual and political ties to the West, which first became clearly visible during the Yom Kippur War, did not coincide by chance with the end of the world trading system as established in Bretton Woods at the end of the Second World War. The guiding function of the dollar, including its birth defect, the backing of the dollar in gold, which Keynes vehemently rejected at the time, also ended in 1973. Just as Germany refused to alienate its export customers in the Third World by taking sides and supporting Israel in the Yom Kippur War, it also refused to support the US dollar through foreign exchange interventions in the same year. Exchange rates were de facto floated, heralding the end of American regulatory supremacy. This conflict had a history. Since the 1960s, Germany and Japan had refused to continue and support the expansive economic policy that the dollar was supposed to guarantee as the world's money. They cooked their own soup in the course of decolonization. Both countries gained immense competitive advantages, particularly in the newly opening markets of the collapsed empire and the French colonial empire, by pursuing a policy of low inflation and systematically undervaluing their currencies. In 1975, the Rambouillet Declaration, the result of what was then known as the G6 and later as the G7 and G8, finally paved the way for the postmodern capitalism of today. The industrialized nations now also agreed de jure to free exchange rates and, above all, to abolish capital controls, which ultimately strengthened the influence of the capital markets on the budgetary sovereignty of nation-states to an extent not seen since the Second World War and helped to initiate the migration of production away from the corporatist legislative shackles in Western countries to low-wage countries, with all the well-known devastating consequences here and there. 1973 was the year in which the post-war order came to an end, 16 years before it officially became obsolete with the collapse of the CMEA, the year in which the crisis-ridden capital began to evade regulation, just as the former victorious powers began to lose control. The post-national self-destruction of the nation-state is inherent in it. However, as a political form, it even survived the catastrophic abolition attempt of National Socialism, and the post-war boom gave the people's state back its civilian form for a few decades. The self-destructive tendency now asserted itself in a different economic way. Modern anti- or post-nationalism is the result of a creeping, but nevertheless epochal change. Deindustrialization, the delocalization and transnationalization of production, if you will, and thus the dislocation of the former Fourth Estate, the working class in the former metropolises of industrialization. The classic people's state has been steadily eroding since the 1970s, precisely to the extent that capital gained the technological and logistical means to effectively organize transnational production chains and turn lean production from a capitalist pipe dream into a proletarian nightmare. Until this point in time, when more than 40 years ago capital got rid of the domestic working class in Great Britain in a prototypical and exemplary manner and solved its profit squeeze, Andrew Glynn/Bob Sutcliffe, by simply closing down entire branches of industry, coal, steel, textiles, even car production, in order to invest and produce overseas. Sociology and revolutionary theory had assumed that the monopolization of capital, centralization of production, and controlled structuring of society were one and the same. What was not foreseen was that the accumulation of capital could only continue by decentralizing production and destructuring society, and that administration and production would be completely separated from each other, or, in other words, that the places where surplus value is realized could be thousands of kilometers away from the places where it is produced. Margins increased without the chimneys smoking anymore. The desolation of the classic industrial regions, be it the English Midlands, the German Ruhr area, or the industrial heartland of the United States, which today is referred to with grim humor as the Rust Belt, seemed to have no effect on the prosperity of financial centers such as London, research hubs such as Silicon Valley, or clusters of specialized technology production such as in Württemberg. On the contrary, capital had not only broken its bourgeois chains, as it had at the end of the 19th century when the state and joint stock companies cashed in on factory owners, but it had also gone one step further, a step that had long been unimaginable. With the outsourcing of mass production, the deindustrialization at the traditional locations, it no longer had to pacify its historical antagonist, the working class, at great cost, but had simply pushed it onto the siding. And the human relics of this class at the sites of disused production were no longer even exposed to hunger, like the unemployed of the 19th century, or to the hellish misery of their fellow sufferers as late as the 1930s, thanks to the enormous reduction in the price of goods necessary for subsistence such as textiles in the course of this new international division of labor. The superfluous could be kept alive reasonably comfortably compared to earlier epochs without these social foe. Phrase substantially burdening accumulation. The absurdity that Marx and Engels saw as the political endpoint of capitalism in the Communist Manifesto, namely that in the course of accumulation the ruling class must feed the workers instead of being fed by them, has thus gone from being the logical precondition of the revolution to the logical consequence of its absence, valid for the duration of eternal Germany. As Max Horkheimer clairvoyantly described this state of affairs as the reason for the existence of the authoritarian state as early as 1938. This state of affairs in turn profoundly changes the basis of the nation. In both its classical bourgeois and its people's state proletarian variants, it was always an association of the at least potentially productive in the sense of capital utilization, and only under this condition was the proletariat incorporated and given not least social citizenship rights. But in a deindustrialized society, the very thing on which these rights were based no longer exists, for the proletariat is eliminated from the seemingly productive classes, becomes a useless cost-bearer of the social systems, reluctantly fed and at best pseudo-employed by a state that, within its traditional boundaries, is less and less dependent on industrial, in the classical sense productive labor, as evidenced by the talk of the service society or the knowledge society. As much as the former Third Estate already lost its social autonomy in the traditional authoritarian People's State with the cassation of the sphere of circulation and degenerated into an army of enforcement officers of the state itself or the industrial conglomerates organically linked to it, the former Fourth Estate is now becoming a legacy of the lost epoch of national economies from the necessary living means of accumulation. What was once class struggle has become a mere struggle for the distribution of resources, in which the ex-proletariat has little more to bring to the table than the insurance and participation rights gained in the past era, which are linked to belonging to the nation. The former Third Estate, however, the propertied bourgeoisie, is already in a position, by virtue of its function, to distribute the revenues whose origins no longer lie in Birmingham but in Bangladesh. The older and thus more dilapidated the national title of entitlement that the proletariat, which has been relegated to the status of precariat, has to present, the more reluctant it is to receive alimentation, the more likely it is that ideas will flourish as to how entitlements to benefits can be redirected to the state, i.e., how precarious people can be persuaded to use the state rather than their immediate environment as life insurance, the otherwise incomprehensible state preference for the large Muslim clan, which prevents individual claimants from breaking out and for which family pens instead of apartments suffice, has its origins here. The proletarian now has nothing more to lose than his fatherland, so to speak, which is to be made as unpalatable to him as possible. This is the socio-political core of the new anti-nationalism, which wants to either silence the costumers of the people's state or, better still, remodel them in the image of post-bourgeois existence. The precarious should, although they have nothing to gain from it, at least submit to the impositions of this post-bourgeois existence, i.e. renounce their ancestral rights, as the descendants of the former bourgeoisie demonstrate. They are no longer citizens, not only in fact but also in their own self-image. As exponents of civil society, which already bears the liquidation of the antagonism between bourgeois and citoyen in its title, they are instead leading the way in the reprivatization of so-called life risks, in the anticipatory self-responsibility to stay slim and healthy, in the over-identification with even the most superfluous activity, in engagement far beyond what is required and gratified. In the age of generalized superfluousness, life has become quite uncomfortable for many, even in the vicinity of the fleshpots. What happened to the working class in toto, no longer being needed for anything, is at least secretly present to almost everyone who is still holding their own or clinging on in the administrative knowledge and cultural jungle. The jobs and positions that can be obtained in the apparatuses and their ever more deregulated environment, the entire archipelago of publicly funded projects, cultural associations and startups, are more than clearly inscribed with the arbitrary interchangeability of those who occupy them, all the more so as factual qualifications not only have a short shelf life, but are supplanted by arbitrary competencies. The increasing devaluation of educational titles, together with the experience and skills that used to be ideally ratified by them, and the contempt that the post-bourgeoisie has for all relics of the upper middle class, professorial and honorific in the gestures of their contemporaries, which are perceived as annoying, are a symptom of this. Along with the remnants of the former proletariat, those of the educated bourgeoisie are also being disposed of. Only through the total adaptation to the fluidity of capital, which reaches deep into the physical, even into the habitus and gesture of the individual, does the panicked, post-bourgeois subject succeed more badly than well in an increasingly fragile, but precisely for this reason all the more aggressive self-assurance of its own productivity and usefulness. A self-assurance that needs the lazy, toothless, stupid and passive precarious worker as well as the parasite who, instead of helping out, rests on his illegitimate privileges as a negative foil to assure himself of his own right to exist. This is where the class that supports the revolt of the decent emerges. Indeed, in a certain sense, this milieu of those just barely getting by forms a new fifth estate in its self-perception, if you want to stick with the classic counting method, which is phantasmagorically constituted as a new nation without borders. Its members follow every beck and call of the now volatile capitalist administration, either as hyper-engaged functionaries or as cultural fig-leaf bearers from location to location. This phantasmagoria is more than a mere delusion. It determines the rhetoric of the just milieu, which wants to renounce the ancestral titles of belonging to a nation in favor of multinational usefulness. This internationalist milieu, which is preparing to finally cash in on internationalism's promise of freedom, represents a social Darwinism that manages entirely without biology, whose natural selection simply consists of enduring or not enduring total mobilization, total availability, total internalization of the terror of achievement. The only boundary that this milieu accepts is the front line between those left behind and the socially valuable, who show engagement on a daily basis without formulating any claims on the state other than project applications or submissions for EU subsidies. The urban bourgeois impulse of if you don't work, you shouldn't eat becomes a permanent threat in post-bourgeois times that anyone who doesn't get involved could also forfeit their basic insurance. Rarely has this been more blatantly stated than by the Professor couple Herfried and Marina Munkler, whose bestseller The New Germans is currently making bookshops happy. They celebrate the overburdening or failure of administrative infrastructure in the wake of the so-called refugee crisis as a kind of unblocking of the fountain of youth of society and declare migration to be a biopolitical necessity for which the risk-taking New German will gladly do what is necessary, namely the renunciation of all barriers to employment, i.e. state regulations such as the statutory minimum wage, in order to enjoy the pleasures of an enriched culture and a more mobile way of life. A better life through the crisis, with the migrant serving as its ferment, as a messenger of productive misfortune. This is how the distribution war from above works. This is how the Fifth Estate sees itself as the nation of tomorrow, in which the useless eaters are finally really brought up to speed, without the old Germans still being able to invoke their nationality. It is precisely the efficient reappraisal of the past that enables the New Germans to disavow any protest against the socio-political consequences of migration policy as an expression of old-fashioned nationalism, based not only on food envy but also on rational insight into their own declassification. The official anti-fascism of the decent, at the latest since Agenda 2010, clearly follows the life imperatives of the Fifth Estate. The civic engagement propagated everywhere is merely the political and moral elevation of individual engagement, which gladly and voluntarily accepts deregulation and subsidiarity, in order not to be counted among the class of the left behind, at least officially and according to the appearance of social reputation. And this is all the more the case as the basic principles of the existence of Project Knights and Hearts for recipients are becoming increasingly similar. The project applications, work reports, and plans of the flexibilized cultural and academic precarious are regular accountability reports for the purpose of legitimizing their own economic existence, the meaning of which even their authors no longer believe in. Like Hearts for recipients, they are alms recipients of the European behemoth, which has merely taken over the powers but not the obligations of the classic authoritarian state. Some who receive subsidies in exchange for engagement only appear respectable because they have made it their business to discredit others, who receive subsidies for simply existing. In this distribution struggle from above, traditional anti-German political rituals become ambivalent. As much as the inhabitants of this or that filthy nest may deserve an unwelcome visit from the Antifa in the neighboring town, such actions are always in harmony with those decent people who, in their supposedly satirical print and television formats, can't contain their gleeful laughter when it comes to the stammering Saxon welfare recipients, whether they like it or not. In such actions, it is essential to ensure that the hostility originally gained from criticism of the late cholera people's state does not turn into sheer cynicism towards all those bitterly dependent on its relics and remnants, i.e., that one does not present oneself as a new German in the Munkler sense. That one does not make oneself the advance commando of the biopolitical rejuvenation mania and social cures of violence, as demanded by the anti-national and anti-racist utopians of the Fifth Estate. In the migrants who have made their way to Europe, these utopians do not even secretly admire the capacity for brute force that forms the core of the social skills held up as personal responsibility and flexibility. It would therefore be courageous in terms of anti-German interventions to visit such filthy places, which, unlike the Schnellrodas or Heidenaus, can be sure of official protection, because in them the violence courted by the new Germans comes to itself, places like the Nuckeln-Alner Mosque, for example. However, Antifa's participation in the mainstream of the dissolution of borders has even uglier consequences than the one just outlined, namely the anti-national delegitimization of Zionism and thus of Israel. For Israel is no longer just the Jew among the states, as Leon Poliakov is often quoted, it appears more and more as the last Nazi among the states, ethnocratic and anachronistic, as Tony Judd accused the country in 2003, and thus had a style-defining effect, because the country cannot and will not participate in the core European denunciation of the nation. It must draw the borders of its territory clearly, it must distinguish just as clearly between inside and outside, it cannot, under penalty of a new Holocaust, allow the formation of a post-national agglomeration on its territory, as recommended by declared enemies and supposed friends from Agamben to Brumlik. The state of the Jews must remain a Jewish state, i.e. a nation in the classical sense, or the Jews would be relegated globally to the status of eternally at best tolerated wards. In an initially strange reversal, in the eyes of anti-Semites today, the crime of the Jews is no longer that they are incapable of state and nation building, as Hitler and Rosenberg still insinuated, but that they are so determined to hold on to exactly what the apologists of the separation of production and territory want to get rid of at all costs, at the nation in its at times extraordinarily progressive function as an agent of historical progress from the patchwork of personal dependencies, immediate relations of violence, and genealogical blood ties that return in a modernized form at the end of the bourgeois era, cashing in on social classes as well as formal law. It is particularly painful for these apologists that the two conditions, the late nation on the one hand and contemporary racketeering on the other, clash so symbolically at the Israeli border and thus remind us of the passing, indeed actually past utopian content of the bourgeois nation, just as they keep the dystopian future of global gang warfare gloomily and vividly before our eyes. Such historically progressive content of the nation, protection of citizens from immediate violence, and the rule of law, as Israel maintains under deadly threat from outside and within, is probably what the late Horkheimer had in mind when he pointed out in Keywords for a Theory of Nationalism that a critique of nationalism can only be made from the theory of a good society, whereby it depends on the transfer of individual justified elements of nationalism into the concept of the right society. However, the society that those who criticize nationalism in a prayerful manner today have in mind is anything but a good one, and in any case a worse one than the one in Israel today, precisely because the country clings to being a state and a nation. Criticism should, in Marx's words, force relations to dance by singing their own tune to them. As far as the critique of nationalism is concerned, as self-evident as it was at its core, it is now rather the case that it is the conditions themselves that are already singing the melody to the alleged critic. under the conditions of the globally diffused factory and the associated regression of society into networks and gangs, a well-honed criticism of the nation no longer serves any world citizen progress. For this would only be conceivable as such on the basis of the progress that the nation once brought. The abstraction of law and the containment of violence are the pledge of the possibility of an association of free people, but not the communitarian racket. This is precisely what anti-nationalism, which no longer has any idea of a good society, is working towards in the current historical constellation. Current anti-nationalism has descended to a verdict that flatly denies the underclass any claim to improve their living conditions. It no longer has anything to do with a classless world society, but much more with unrestricted and unbounded rule at the height of the times, and is on a par with nationalism in its viciousness. Anyone expecting Emmanuel Macron's victory in the 2017 runoff elections for the French presidency to trigger storms of joy or at least deep satisfaction among Germany's so ostentatiously pro-European political staff was initially disappointed. The second day after the election had barely begun when the following was reported on the Deutschlandfunk morning news. The future French President Macron is encountering resistance from Germany with his ideas for a European financial policy. Union Parliamentary Group Deputy Fuchs said that the German government was still against joint European government bonds, so-called Eurobonds. Each country must remain responsible for its debts. Otherwise everyone would borrow as much money as they wanted and then the whole thing would collapse, warned Fuchs. The president of the Association of German Chambers of Industry and Commerce, Schweitzer, expressed a similar view in the Rheinische Post newspaper. Macron's proposal to install a finance minister with his own budget for the Eurozone also met with immediate opposition. EU Budget Commissioner Oettinger told the Rhein-Neckar-Zeitung that there was no reason to change the current structure. FDP leader Christian Lindner also showed that opposition from Germany knows no parties. He warned against opening the floodgates to national debt for future French President Emmanuel Macron, adding, his reform proposals fall short of an Agenda 2010. And when people talk to him about remeasuring the European unification project, things get uncomfortable. He is in favor of an EU of unification and blurring of responsibilities. We do not need Eurobonds and no more joint liability than we already have through the European Stability Mechanism and the European Central Bank, said the deputy leader of the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag, Carsten Schneider. No one from his party wanted to go further than Sigmar Gabriel, who rather shamefully ignored Macron's ideas and suggested as a placebo gift that Germans should now work together with the French on a Franco-German investment fund. The tone certainly changed in the days that followed. Merkel even made reference to Hermann Hesse's saying that there is magic in every beginning. But the fact that some editorialists' hopes that Schäuble, for example, would be open to Macron's radical Eurozone plans actually came true did not stand up to a reality check. After all, what Schäuble presented in an interview with the Italian daily newspaper La Repubblica as his way of making concessions is likely to clearly contradict Macron's intentions, as Schäuble was only interested in even stronger monitoring of the budgets of Eurozone members. As a solution, he envisaged creating a European monetary fund by further developing the ESM treaty. Instead of the EU Commission, the Euro Rescue Fund ESM should in future monitor compliance with the so-called stability and convergence criteria in the budgets of the Euro countries. In Schäuble's words, control budgetary discipline, i.e. give Germany even more direct access to the economic and social policy of the other Euro countries. Schäuble only wanted to grant the Euro Parliament demanded by Macron information rights in the ESM, although he left no doubt as to its fundamental orientation. The idea is simple: if we create rules, we must also apply them. End quote. Why the European hegemon intends to be anything but generous even with its most loyal vassals was revealed a breath later by the Deutschlandfunk news program quoted above, when the next report stated, German exports and imports reached a new record high in March. German companies exported goods worth around 118 billion euros. According to the Federal Statistical Office, this was 10.8% more than in March 2016 and 0.4% more than in the previous month. And yet Macron's political hope that the stubborn little fat man in the heart of Europe with his perpetual best export brands could possibly provide his revenues at least as collateral for reform-minded European paragons like himself or Matteo Renzi, who is currently organizing his political comeback, so that France and Italy in particular could once again obtain government bonds at lower interest rates, is not completely out of thin air. After all, he can count on the US-German conflict, which Trump clearly identifies and probably intends to fight out, in contrast to his predecessors from Bush Sr. to Obama, who always left it at diplomatic admonitions. Trump is threatening. His appearance at the G7 summit left little doubt about this, to shake Germany's previously comfortable position, a position from which the country has been able to austeritize its European backyard at will, because the dollar area has compensated as a consumer where weakening European markets have tended to be unable to absorb German exports. Merkel and her staff reacted quickly and at least changed the rhetoric. Merkel warned in the Trudering beer tent that we Europeans really must take our fate into our own hands. Foreign Minister Gabriel followed suit on ZDF on the same day. We must stop behaving like Europe's schoolmaster. But whether this was the signal hoped for in the southern Euro countries to convert the Germans to the government économique long demanded by the French, the curtailment of the independence of the European Central Bank, is highly unlikely. Ideas such as those announced by Macron during the election campaign, for example that the 19 Euro countries should have a joint finance and economics minister, a joint economic government and their own parliament, which would set the joint budget and be able to levy joint taxes, could perhaps even be accepted by Germany and the other northern Euro countries, but only on their terms. The southern countries could get their Euro finance minister, who would provide a kind of Marshall Plan or financial support, so that the southern European economies also flourish again, which would ultimately benefit us again, as Dutch MEP Hans van Baalen put it. What they will not get, however, is a relaxation of the so-called Euro Stability Pact, as Schäuble agrees with his colleagues from the northern Eurozone countries. Van Baalen, for example, clearly demanded reforms in France first. That is the most important thing. A modern, flexible France, open to the world, global trade, internal market, and of course France should also take part in the Stability Pact. End quote. Joseph Janning from the European Council on Foreign Relations in Berlin is likely to have grasped the direction with his recommendation. One should link reforms and financial incentives much more clearly instead of a relatively broad dispersion of these budgets, for example via the European Union's structural funds. As much carrot as unavoidable, as much stick as feasible, that is what the North's concessions will be limited to. Macron's flirting with the issue of supranational Eurozone government bonds and his hope that Germany will annoy its recently targeted geostrategic partner China with a Buy European Act proposed by France, according to which only those companies that produce at least half of their products in Europe should receive orders from the EU. However, with Germany's merely selective and hesitant concessions, and those of its fiscal allies such as the Netherlands, the political bubble that Macron has caused to rise in the manner of Balzac's dazzlers and bankrupts, the French opinion research institute Odoxa aptly analyzed Macron's victory as a trompe-l'oeil, threatens to burst sooner rather than later. Because there are many anomalies. A whopping 61% of the French already wished on election day that the president or his party in Marquet, which was only founded a year ago, would not achieve an absolute majority in the parliamentary elections on June 11th and 18th. And this despite the fact that the electoral law was only changed in 2000 specifically to avoid the situation where a newly elected president is only supported by a minority of parliamentarians, so that the parliamentary elections follow on from the presidential elections. However, the behavior of the other parties and the French majority voting system are likely to ensure that Macron's party will still win an absolute majority in parliament in the second round of voting. The elections will take place after the editorial deadline. Although En Marche itself is only expected to achieve just under 30% in the first round of voting, the bourgeoisie, the left and Macronists are vowing in many places to back the best-placed candidate in order to prevent the FN candidate from winning, as Der Standard reported on June 8. Socialists and conservatives are entering the election campaign with such a defeatist attitude, conservative campaign leader François Baroin told the weekly Canard and Chain on June 7, for example, "We will get a drubbing at the ballot box," that En Marche could end up with up to 400 seats in the 577-seat National Assembly. The established parties are thus giving Macron the authority to push through reforms that they themselves have so far failed to implement or, like the socialists, have downright sunk. The Macron-Le Pen electoral alternative also set a new record in the history of French presidential elections. Never before, as Le Monde among others noted, has the rate of non-voters 25.4% been as high as this time. Never before have so many French people made the effort to go to the polling station to cast an invalid vote. More than 1 in 10, 11.5%. Thus opted for a clear protest vote. For better or worse, Macron is therefore reliant on Germany giving him a place on the footboard, which is more comfortable than the previous situation, in which Germany merely tacitly tolerated France violating the austerity criteria of the Maastricht Treaty more clearly year after year without having to fear serious sanctions. However, Germany's elites, and the majority of voters anyway, are unlikely to seriously accommodate Macron's expensive friend, as Spiegel 20/2017 put it, to the extent that the economic structure of the Eurozone, from which Germany benefits beyond all measure but which threatens the declining ex-industrial powers such as Italy and France with complete destruction, will change. Macron's ideas, which would amount to little less than installing a kind of fiscal equalization at European level, will only be accommodated to a very limited extent and under the strictest conditions, if only to prevent France's statist regulatory model, albeit a slimmed-down one, from endangering German hegemony in Europe. Angela Merkel's friendly threat to help France reduce its unemployment figures is therefore indicative of the kind of stalling tactics that the Germans have always adhered to, making any concessions conditional on the respective Eurozone country doing its homework first, i.e. ruthlessly sounding out how far the social reproduction costs of the local population can be reduced. France should probably be expected to do no less than install a precarious low-wage sector across the board, to which Germany has primarily outsourced its youth unemployment with Agenda 2010. France has not even begun to take this step, not even Macron dares to say so openly. During his visit to Berlin in mid-May, the new president loudly and clearly affirmed his courageous pro-Germanism to Chancellor Merkel. Everyone has to do what they have to do. I will have to carry out reforms in France in order to restore trust, the trust of the Germans of course, but from a local, hearts-for-oriented perspective, France still has plenty of room for improvement. After all kinds of relics from the long-gone era of social compromise with a once militant working class are still in force in the country. From the 35-hour working week to the retirement age of 62, from far-reaching protection against dismissal for permanent employees to a rigid restriction on Sunday working, which Hollande and Macron have shaken up the most so far, to the ban on companies negotiating in-house rates that deviate from the norm, wealth tax is also still in place in France, and enjoys great popularity. What may sound paradisiacal here is in fact no longer the case for all French people, at least not for the constantly growing army of precariously employed people, and especially not for the younger generation. According to official figures, youth unemployment is already at an impressive 24%. French companies have been refusing to hire new staff for decades, while the German path of temporary and agency work, outsourcing, bogus self-employment and subcontracting is open to them to a much lesser extent. However, it seems clear to many in France that the abolition of the old privileges ultimately means nothing other than a further expansion of precarization, that so-called reforms will not help anyone in need, but will plunge many into precisely this need. Under the given conditions, even projects that make sense in themselves, such as the planned standardization of the pension system, there are currently around 25 special funds in France, or the nationalization of unemployment insurance, aroused justified mistrust, not only among civil servants, who have always been structurally advantaged in France. The plans that Macron drew up as Minister of the Economy under Hollande, 2014 to 2016, together with former Labour Minister El Khomri, were met with a tired smile from German liberals, but sparked angry protests in France last year. Now Macron wants, at least according to his election manifesto, to limit himself to not abolishing the 35-hour week de jure, but to undermine it de facto. Companies are to be allowed to negotiate working hours and pay autonomously in future, up to 48 working hours per week. At the same time, the so-called Loi El Khomri, which restricts protection against dismissal, is to be retained. Macron wants to cut 120,000 jobs in the public sector, by far France's largest sector in terms of employment, and reduce government spending by €60 billion over the course of his presidency, while at the same time creating a shadow labor market based on the German model keyword, further education and training. Company tax and social security contributions are to be lowered and pensions standardized, i.e. also lowered in case of doubt. The retirement age is to remain at 62 for the time being. However, this program is likely to cause major turbulence for Macron. It can be ruled out that Germany will even consider such social cuts, which are ludicrous in our eyes, to be proper reforms of Teutonic proportions. In turn, it is highly unlikely that Macron will be able to make his plans palatable to a majority of the French electorate, especially not without being able to demonstrate tangible political successes at European level, ultimately slipping under the protective umbrella of Germany's export success. Macron got a taste of this on election night. Almost 10,000 people demonstrated in Paris, mobilized by the trade union-oriented Alliance Front Social, against Macron's plans. The left-wing trade union umbrella organization CGT has already threatened to strike if Macron makes good on his announcement to push through his first reform plans by means of presidential decrees. However, the possible failure would be more than just the belly landing of a young banker who likes to be compared to the young Napoleon and underlines a distant physical resemblance with the right hairstyle, as Sarah Wagenknecht tries to do with the Rosa Luxemburg bun. Macron, whose movement in Marque, before being renamed La République en Marche, was hardly abbreviated to EM, the initials of its founder, just by chance, is expected by many ideologues, not least German ones, to bring about a new political order in France that is appropriate to postmodern capitalism, of a capitalism whose production processes, and thus its necessary proletariat, have long been outside the boundaries of national political regulation, which is why not only old social considerations seem as superfluous as those who have to live off them, but in general the entire system of political representation from the era of national industrial production, when the state was first and foremost responsible for moderating the opposition between capital and wage labor. Macron sees himself precisely in the role of the great transformer in the replacement of the old order of class bipolarity, to which both the classic conservative and the classic social democratic parties were committed. The alternative of right or left is outdated. Our movement is above all one thing progressive, he said before the first round of the election and was at least as bold before the second. I am not pursuing a reform of France. I intend to transform France completely and fundamentally. End quote. What Macron actually managed to do straight away and quite obviously was to free prominent protagonists of the previous parties from their traditional loyalties and clienteles. Not only but above all, the composition of his cabinet presented in mid-May indicates that a process is to be set in motion here that replicates the modernization consensus that unites the established German parties without them having to unite as a result. And Marque appears as a voluntaristic recreation of the so-called German social center, as a rallying movement of the France that is desperately trying to connect to the German model against the France that can't get anything out of this model and which therefore belongs on the garbage heap of history, as Thomas Schmid suggests in Die Welt. With Macron, France is getting the chance to leave the old, already demolished party system behind and establish a contemporary political order. The desired new retort German order is reflected in Macron's cabinet. The two closest leadership advisors of the two old political camps, Macron and his conservative Prime Minister Édouard Philippe, both graduates of the same administrative university, want to shape French politics together from now on. They are young, polyglot and inexperienced. They want to shake off the economic blockades of the left-wing pro-union camp as well as the sluggish cultural nationalism of the conservative camp with its xenophobic attitudes. Almost all members of the government who embody the end of the old left-right divide have very German qualifications in Macron's experiment that no one before him has dared to undertake. There is, for example, Labour Minister Muriel Pénicaud, who the FAZ highly credits with the fact that, as head of human resources at the Danone Group, she managed to push through factory closures without union uproar. Or Interior Minister Gérard Collomb, previously the Social Democratic mayor of Lyon, who Die Zeit hopes will make France more resigned to Islamist terrorism in future than it has been to date. Collomb became known for stubbornly refusing to hand out weapons to his municipal police force in Lyon after the first terrorist attacks in Paris and the declaration of a state of emergency throughout the country. This Collomb of all people is now the Parisian frontman in the fight against terrorism. Above all, he promises experience, certainty and judgment, calm. The lack of interest in secularism on the part of both the Minister of the Interior and the President is ultimately compensated for with ecology in keeping with the German model. EcoTV star Nicholas Hewlett, who former Socialist Education Minister Claude Allegri, 1997–2000, once described as having an appalling ignorance of literature, history and basic scientific facts, is playing the role of environment minister. In all likelihood, he should ensure that concerns about the global climate override those about the social climate in the banlieues in the public debate and that social cuts appear to be an ethical renunciation of growth. I am in favor of preventing a debate on laicism. It only feeds the cultural insecurity that divides the French, Emmanuel Macron emphasized during a televised debate in March, for example. Moreover, a President Macron would be strongly committed to rebuilding Islam in France, as Le Monde quotes from Macron's election manifesto. Finally, Macron showed pure ignorance of the obvious connection between Islamic socialization and Islamist terror when he stated at an election campaign event, "IS is not Islamic at all, which is why France has no problem with Islam." However, unlike in Germany, this attempt to seize power by an after-bourgeois elite of technocratic crisis administrators is unlikely to gain a lasting majority. This is not only due to Germany's unwillingness to seriously accept restrictions on its hegemony in Europe in favor of modernizing its neighboring country, but also because, in view of the smaller spoils to be distributed and against the backdrop of France's state and class history, precarization offensives cannot be sold as a national effort, as an uprising of the decent and secretly approved measure of black pedagogy against the useless, as is the case in Germany. Even before they begin, they are always deciphered for what they really are, as a struggle of those who are in the middle against those who are left behind, as a struggle of the flexible against the useless, as a struggle of the inner cities against the periphery, as a struggle of those who pretend to have hope against those who openly admit their hopelessness. The fact that this frontal position is also articulated politically and, above all, is allowed to be articulated without everyone who takes sides with the anti-Macronists immediately being unanimously branded as reactionary, localist and fascist points to fundamental differences between the French model of integral statism and the internalized German-style Volksgemeinschaft that go back a long way in history. While in post-fascist Germany, too, the state has always been seen as a mobilizer of individual initiative, summarized in the social democratic mantra of the state's ability to act. In France, the state has always played the role of an active moderator of the otherwise abruptly colliding social antagonisms. The Green politician Klaus Müller cites a federal authority that emerged from the state-launched dismantling and privatization of former state-owned companies, the remnants of which are now to be taken back into state control by means of competition control, centralization, and networking. However, this is not for the purpose of securing basic infrastructural services for all citizens, but with the aim of morally regulating their everyday behavior. Originating from the Federal Ministry of Telecommunications, the Federal Network Agency is an authority of the Federal Ministry of Economics and Climate Protection and, in addition to regulating telecommunications, has also been responsible for electricity and gas supply since 2005 and for rail infrastructure since 2006. In this respect, its creation is part of the post-reunification history, as a result of which state-operated transport and supply infrastructures were privatized or partially privatized. Deutsche Bahn AG was created in 1994 through the merger of Deutsche Bundesbahn and Deutsche Reichsbahn into a holding company that is wholly owned by the federal government. In 1995, Deutsche Telekom was created through the privatization of the public company Deutsche Bundespost, which has since been joined by other telecommunications providers. Deutsche Post was privatized in 1999 without really breaking up its monopoly. The gas and electricity markets are more liberalized than postal services. Although the Federal Network Agency reports to the Federal Ministry of Economics and Climate Protection, it brings together competencies that were previously divided between the Ministry of Economics, the Ministry of Transport, and, in some cases, the Ministry of Justice, Antitrust, and Competition Law. By ensuring the competitive and technical control of transport, communication, and energy supply networks and guaranteeing non-discriminatory access to them, it combines elements of market liberalism with traditional state tasks in the area of infrastructure policy. In reality, it perpetuates the contradiction between economic liberalism and state interventionism that is characteristic of Germany. By forcing the former monopolists to open up the markets to competitors, it promotes the deregulation of former areas of state economic control. On the other hand, by guaranteeing the continued existence of state regulatory sovereignty over the material infrastructure, which private companies must also use, it ensures, in accordance with the doctrine of the dialectic of chaos and order, that nominally free competition remains subject to state control. The disastrous state of Deutsche Bahn, the almost non-existent customer orientation of the postal service, Germany's lagging behind in digitalization. All this is also a consequence of the fact that since the pseudo-liberalization of telecommunications, transport and electricity supply, the areas of responsibility of the market and the state have become hopelessly entangled instead of being unbundled. There is neither a transparent state regulatory policy nor a truly free market in which what is best for the vast majority of people could prevail according to its own logic. Instead, elements of state control, which is confused with social policy, and elements of state neglect, which is confused with liberalism, coexist. In Germany, morality has always acted as a cement for the contradictions between market and state, which is not seen as the result of free negotiation of conflicting interests, but is imposed by the civil state. It is probably this degradation of morality to a community-building cement that has led Klaus Müller to act almost exclusively as the nation's chief teacher since taking office. He does not comment on the energy crisis, which has been forced by bad decisions, from the perspective of someone who has to mediate between economic constraints and the documented demands of citizens, but as the mouthpiece of gas storage facilities, heaters and shower heads, who speak from him like the virus spoke from Marcus Soter just a year ago, who knew in his gut what Corona allowed or forbade us. From the point of view of the storage levels, I have to say clearly that everyone is called upon to contribute to saving gas today. Similar to Karl Lauterbach in the field of health policy, Mueller relies on experts instead of his official duty to legitimize his unsolicited moral teachings in the field of supply policy. 1 degree less temperature in the apartment, 2 minutes less in the shower, and a critical look at the heating pump at the end of the heating period, and I'm already quite close to the 10% target. He quoted consumer protectionist and energy expert Martin Brandis on Twitter. And in an interview with the TASS newspaper, which journalistically covers up the constitutive contradiction between economic and climate policy no less effectively than the name of Robert Habeck's ministry, Mueller said without blushing, "I believe that the price, with its antisocial harshness, will be the most effective measure to ensure that private households also save gas." The commitment to an antisocial policy as a means of controlling the population through energy policy can hardly be understood in any other way than that, in addition to the upper-class parasites, heated baths and pools, attacked by Habeck, the lower-class parasites are now also to be shown up as irresponsible. The Brandis quote cited by Mueller is interesting for another reason. It signals a profound change in the meaning of the concept of consumer protection. Consumer protection as a classic state task, which in Austria, unlike in Germany, is sympathetically still called consumer protection, was originally intended to protect consumers from unlawful manipulation, to enable them to make free purchasing decisions in the limited area of market participation and, conversely, to ensure that competition between suppliers was as far as possible unaffected by state intervention, monopoly, and oligopoly formation. Today, however, the German government seems to understand consumer protection as protecting consumers from themselves. Only the sustainable, climate-friendly, health-conscious citizen who has his ecological footprint as well as global politics in mind every time he turns on the tap is now considered a legitimate consumer. Consumer protection in this sense is moral consumer control and self-protection of the state against the perception of government misconduct. The population will have to be prepared for the fact that the metaphor of the net, which Mueller's agency bears in its name, will also be understood by the federal government in terms of realpolitik in the sense of an authoritarian moral concept, not, as has long been the case, as an image for the free movement of goods, opinions and self-interests, which, the more space the state gives them, the more effectively they intertwine, but as a model of a community of voluntary renunciants who expect less from their own lives the less they allow each other. The anticipated idea of a deconstruction of social infrastructure into an archaic provisional root system is so bleak that hopefully even many of those who invoke it rhetorically do not live by it in their everyday lives. If they do, the sustainable green cultural revolution could very quickly turn out to be a postmodern castle in the air. In other words, while in Germany so-called civil society, as a modernized form of the Winter Relief Organization, acts as a matter of course as a border carrier and auxiliary policeman of the reason of state, and the state can easily delegate and reorganize public sectors on a Volksgemeinschaft basis, social milieus in France organize themselves immediately around the respective interests that a state, which therefore has to reach far both politically and economically, has to mediate in a complicated system of material concessions. Marx already analyzed the origins of this system of statist regulation in his essay, The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, MEW 8, 111-207, the consequence of which, the nationalization of the industrial apparatus, continues to shape French society and its political economic structure to this day. The large infrastructure companies of EDF, both energy companies, or SNCF railroads, are state-owned companies, as is the mining company CMF. The automobile companies Renault or Peugeot Citroën as well as Air France are subject to state regulation via shareholdings. In total, the French state has a stake in over 3,000 companies, which is why the state's share of GDP in France, at just under 60%, continues to exceed the EU average, in recent years a good 40%, year after year. In economic terms, the French crisis is not only remotely similar to the crisis of the fated real existing socialism. All of this makes the social basis for Macron's movement as narrow as it is fragile. Not only are the trade unions barely containable by civil society, but the Fifth Estate is not a reliable partner in France either. The official anti-fascism of the decent, at the latest since Agenda 2010, clearly follows the life imperatives of this Fifth Estate. The civic engagement propagated everywhere is merely the political and moral exaggeration of individual engagement, which gladly and voluntarily accepts subsidiarity in order not to be counted among the class of those left behind, at least officially and according to the appearance of social reputation. And this is all the more the case as the basic principles of the existence of project bidders and Hearts for recipients are becoming increasingly similar. The project applications, work reports and plans of the flexibilized cultural and academic precarious are regular accountability reports for the purpose of legitimizing their own economic existence, the meaning of which even their authors no longer believe in. Like Hearts for recipients, they are alms recipients of the European behemoth, which has merely taken over the powers, but not the obligations of the classic authoritarian state. Some who receive subsidies in exchange for engagement only appear respectable because they have made it their business to discredit others, who receive subsidies for simply existing. Many teachers, social workers, and intellectuals in France are much more inclined to defend the old order tenaciously and doggedly, if not to call for a revolt against the new one, than to work towards establishing a contemporary political order. And this applies not only to the intellectual protagonists of discontent who are also well known in Germany, such as Michel Houellebecq or Didier Eribon, but also to academics who are considered serious, such as the geographer Christophe Guillouis, whose much-discussed book La France Périphérique, 2014, openly names the fronts, those between the inner cities from which the left-liberal bourgeois bohemian has driven out the relics of the working class, the petty bourgeoisie, and also the service proletariat and the periphery where those condemned to commute vegetate. For the first time in history, the majority of these classes do not live where the wealth is produced, but away from the metropolitan areas. They no longer participate in economic history and only to a limited extent in cultural history. Another recently published bestseller by war reporter and Nivet, Don Quelle France en Vite, sympathetically tells the stories of the forgotten from France profonde. The FAZ, March 28, 2017, has already noted with astonishment that France's intellectuals recognize a class struggle in the election campaign. The Second Republican Alliance, which Macron is presenting himself as the winner of, is infinitely more fragile than the first, which Chirac heaved into office in 2002 against Le Pen Sr. with over 80% of the vote. Ever since the Schroeder-Fischer government secured its re-election with the first state-financed smear campaign against the USA since the Second World War, a kind of Francomania has broken out in the media and institutions close to the government, which cannot be explained by rationally considered congruence of interests. The same Schroeder who, only a short time before, had been arguing like a tinker with Chirac over the astronomical EU subsidies to French farmers, was now clinging to the French president with a fervor not seen since the Honecker/Brezhnev kisses. The advertising campaign surrounding the 40th anniversary of the Élysée Treaty between France and Germany also clearly bore traits of real socialist fraternal state jubilation in its subject matter, iconography, and phraseology. In his speech on January 22, 2003, the then President of Parliament, Social Democrat Thierse, openly revealed the extent to which, instead of common interests, a common enemy was holding together this newly blossoming friendship. If a new further war were to break out in our neighborhood, the Middle East, these problems, terrorism, unemployment, etc., would become even more acute, and the necessary and at the same time fragile coexistence of different cultures in our countries, France and Germany, would become even more difficult and strained. Our chances of overcoming these challenges will certainly increase if we combine our experiences and make use of each other's. Also in relation to the United States of America, by the way. End of quote. A strange return of the Franco-German tandem for the defense of Europe was celebrated. The first edition of this tandem for a new order from 1940 to 44, then consisting of the Third Reich and the Vichy regime, had failed miserably and had then been erased from the collective memory on both sides of the Rhine. The Vichy ideology, which could not be described as anything other than Strasserist, had already gained a decisive influence in France in the final years before the Second World War. The self-image of the État français as a social democracy, which in its essence was directed against Anglo-Saxon liberalism and Jewish usury, and thus recommended itself politically as a competitor and alternative to Bolshevism. However, the fact that collaboration was by no means limited to the old apparatuses and elites, but was also propagated by quite popular leaders and movements, is shown by figures such as Pierre Laval, who went from socialist deputy to Vichy prime minister, or the KPFZK member Jacques Doriot, who founded the Nazi party PPF, Part 1 Populaire Français, in 1936 and organized French SS auxiliary groups. French literary production at the end of the 1920s was already strongly influenced by German developments. Blatantly anti-Semitic writers such as Céline, Drew La Rochelle, Brazillac, Barrade, Maurras and Ribatet were, and still are, very much in the public's favor, while German vitalism and existentialism have dominated French theoretical production ever since, from Bergson to Foucault and Deleuze. In a softened form, precisely these provisions also entered the Fourth and Fifth Republics of the post-war period. On the one hand, in the special foreign policy path taken by de Gaulle with his anti-Americanism and his hostility towards Israel, which came to the fore after decolonization. On the other hand, in the area of domestic and economic policy, where an authoritarian conservative state capitalism was sought to be combined with strongly plebiscitary elements. In any case, German ideology clearly survived the Vichy regime in France. The so-called Fourth Republic lasted from 1946 to 1958. After an attempted coup d'état in Algiers, the position of the president was expanded and strengthened in a new constitution with special powers, foreign policy, use of nuclear weapons, emergency regulations. The new constitution marked the beginning of the Fifth Republic, which still exists today. Despite this ideological rapprochement, people on both sides of the Rhine simply acted and still act as if the First World War had ended in 1945 instead of the Second, and celebrate the Franco-German friendship as something completely unprecedented. But even if one has the Vichy-Berlin axis in mind, can the ugly prehistory of Franco-German cooperation, which lasted only a few years together with its ideological effects, explain how it was that no less than 4 centuries of anti-French nation-building in Germany from 1940 onwards became irrelevant to the mass consciousness so quickly? And this, when the hereditary enmity cultivated in Wilhelmine Germany goes back even further to much older traditions than the anti-Napoleonic liberation wars of the Holy Alliance of Prussia, Russia and Austria, the rejection of Western influence and even more so of Western political territorial supremacy, which in case of doubt always meant the French, proved to be constitutive for the emergence of the German concept of nation, which relied so strongly on folkish distinctiveness from the very beginning. As early as 1501, the humanist Jacob Wimpfeling disputed French claims, referred to as the French yoke, to Strasbourg. 150 years later, it was already a widespread attribution to describe France as the hereditary enemy of the Reich and Germanness, and this was to remain the case until the Second World War. But what makes reconciliation with this hereditary enemy of German intellectual history so easy after the Second World War? There is another question that must always be considered. Why is the USA not succeeding in softening the accumulated resentment against itself? And this despite the fact that the United States appeared at the same time as an actual protective power, economic benefactor and lenient victor, and on top of that, did not have a comparable rivalry with Germany, as the history of hegemonic competition in Europe brought with it in the case of France. In any case, it is striking that the more openly anti-Americanism wants to let off steam, the more ostentatiously the Franco-German friendship was and is emphasized. This friendship apparently represents the flip side of a respectable anti-Americanism that supposedly has nothing to do with its anti-Western, anti-bourgeois, fascist predecessors. Because they have finally broken with the 19th century haters of France, they obviously believe they have carte blanche to indulge in all other classic anti-Western resentments. France thus fulfills a similar function with regard to anti-Americanism as the liberation movements of the Third World did almost 40 years ago with regard to anti-Semitism. Via Palestine and Arab socialism, it became respectable and was paradoxically able to perceive itself as an anti-fascist stance. There is thus a junction between Francophilia and Americanophobia. Sympathy with the other France of 1968, the protesting students and striking Renault workers, led to an identification with post-de Gaulle France, while sympathy with the other America in the late 1960s proved to be only a temporary cover for the most vulgar anti-Americanism. Vichy is back. At least since France and Germany staged themselves as a force for peace against plutocratic America, and yet in this left-wing Nazi continuity it feels very Western and universalist at the same time, thanks to French key witnesses. Just like the German master thinker Jürgen Habermas, who, with Derrida to back him up, sees the better, peaceful and solidaristic part of the divided West in the Franco-German core Europe, and finally no longer has to make a murder pit out of his heart. This is no longer my America. To which Habermas' more folksy counterpart, news uncle Ulrich Wickert, would add, to love France is to rave about something that seems to be like the happiness you dream of. End quote. A declaration of war against the United States, written jointly with Derrida, was published in the FAZ and Liberation on March 31, 2003. An avant-garde core Europe consisting of France and Germany should stand up to the unilateral hegemonialism of the USA, so that in the end not only peace but also a solidaristic ethos of the struggle for more social justice, aimed at equal provision, prevails against an individualistic ethos of meritocracy. This love of France, which has blossomed so strongly in recent years, especially among Germans, cannot be understood without the inner connection to anti-American resentment. Nevertheless, this alone does not answer the question of what makes the French type of society, which arose from the bourgeois revolution, so compatible with the anti-bourgeois rancor, while the other, the American type, is so incompatible. The thesis would be France as an also according to its own self-image. As a statist alternative to Anglo-Saxon ultraliberalism, and not without reason as the home country of attack, France offers the ideal projection surface for a mindset of anti-Western westernization and anti-Semitic anti-fascism, which is particularly characteristic and typical of the New Left generation and the generation of the peace movement that followed it. After all, there is hardly anywhere else in Europe where anti-Americanism is as hardcore as in France, where, apart from a small opposition within the educated classes, it is effective across the board, from Le Pen and the Muslim/anti-imperialist networks to the old European cultural conceit and the secular cult of the state. Anti-Americanism is also a natural part of school lessons in France, so much so that no common perspective was possible in terms of the image of America in the current project of a joint French-German school history book due to German scruples. Interestingly, this newer explicitly left-wing Francomania now flirts with the attitude of something that statism was once, i.e. in Marx's time, directed against: revolution. Its surrogate, the uprising kitsch, is what makes the German idea of France so incredibly fiery, and has done so in changing conjunctures for a long time. The beret, Gauloise, existentialist turtleneck, Occitan red wine, etc. have been an integral part of French culture for many decades. Ultimately, even the fear of revolution projected onto France by the Wilhelmine elites since the suppression of the Paris Commune, which was completely unjustified, belongs to the realm of this German assumption of a primordial connection between what was or is considered to be the French way of life and a fundamental tendency to overthrow. The insinuation is so deep-seated that left-wing Germany always glorifies riots in France. It doesn't even matter if it's the pogrom-like riots of Muslim suburban youths like last fall. Neither Jew hatred, misogyny, nor completely uninhibited destruction for the sake of destruction alone could be allowed to rob them of their beloved French plebeians. However, this time the underdog was in fact so mean that he could only be praised in a disguised and expressive manner. Bernhard Schmidt is responsible for this in left-wing publication forums in this country, and did his job with the kind of corrupt language that suits those who not only know that they are lying, but also know that their audience knows this too and is happy to put up with it. This spring, however, there was once again truly impeccable social resistance in France, one that was also crowned with at least partial political success: the CPE protests supported by more than 1 million people. In view of this, it seems almost pointless to point out that the protests directed against the CPE in France, i.e. the abolition of protection against dismissal at least in the young sectors of the labor market, are, without further ado, protests for a further increase in the already enormous unemployment among young people, low-skilled workers and job seekers with less respected qualifications. This last point in particular is an extremely important factor in a country with an almost feudalistic education system with 4 sets of A-levels and a huge disparity between elite and mainstream educational institutions. For example, when you enter the top category of universities, the ENS, you are also entitled to a civil servant position for life. The fact that it is precisely the graduates of the neglected mass universities who are the bearers of the protests, the success of which cuts into the flesh of the vast majority of them, is due to the oppressive absolutist legacy that has characterized post-revolutionary France for over 2 centuries. Almost everyone wants to become a civil servant in the land of state idolatry, or at least achieve the same kind of status, a state-centered authoritarian mentality unimaginable in other Western countries that would rather renounce any prospects than let go of this one. It is completely crazy when Hearts 4 protests in this country, of all places, are now looking so longingly at the political successes of the anti-CPE movement. Such successes could, as a consequence, only lead to further tightening of the Hearts laws, precisely because sealing off a primary labor market against competitors by means of protection against dismissal is precisely the reason for and the aim of Hearts 4. This in no way prevents the latest Hearts 4 move in Berlin from being launched under the slogan "Speak French with the government." Speak French has become a standing phrase and provides the basis for strange-sounding slogans such as Stand Up French Against Hartz IV, Linke Zeitung, or Answers in French, Junge Welt, or Kick It Like France, motto of Hessian student demonstrations, Jungle World. IG metal sections carry signs such as Enough. The French are showing us the way, when they demonstrate for the Steincolor extra break, while Freitag comes up with pithy headlines such as The Great Frustration Needs a French Outlet. If you consider the ideas of socialism and economic democracy that prevail in such circles, France is an excellent role model. Nowhere else do militant statism and revolutionary nostalgia merge more, to the point of mutual unrecognizability. Michael Kleeberg has aptly described this strange amalgam of state-believing revolutionism, which demands not freedom but a life in the public service on burning barricades. France is a living paradox, namely a country in which the revolutionary spirit and extreme conservatism are not only not mutually exclusive, but have married, so that one can say in short that France was the refuge of a permanent revolution, the bearer and guarantor of which was the state and its institutions. End quote. This is why the vast majority of French people see the USA as the antipode, where the subject of freedom has always been the individual who asserts his or her freedom rights against the state. An idea that seems to trigger a kind of horror vacui in the French, a state of affairs that, although highly republican itself, is even perceived as an attack on republican values that, on closer inspection, still always appear to be the institutions of the state-organized course of life, liberté, égalité, and fraternité, which Marx had still deciphered at the beginning of the Second Empire as the very means of state violence. Artillery, cavalry, and infantry have been demartialized into the trio of school, university, and civil service, but the sacrosanct status of state institutions has remained. Marx mocked the almost voluntary self-abandonment of the Second Republic 1848 to 1851, which made Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état possible in the first place. It became unmistakable that only one thing was still missing to complete the true form of this republic, make its vacations permanent and replace its inscription, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, with the unambiguous words, infantry, cavalry, artillery. Of course, Francophile revolutionary romanticism is not at all affected by considerations as to whether statist uprisings are perhaps nothing progressive. A long, continuous line is drawn from the Glorious Revolution of 1789 to the Paris Commune 1871, and May 68 to the manifestations against social cuts in the last decade. The fact that the typology of the Grand État, the all-encompassing state that the latter want to defend, goes back to Louis Bonaparte and his proto-fascism, and not to the Commune is ignored, as is the fact that Marx does not place the Commune in the continuum of French uprisings, but sees it as an attempted break with France's authoritarian elitist tradition. For this also includes the uprisings that define the relationship between la rue, the street, and la cour, the court in early and pre-bourgeois times, a type of riot that historians memorably refer to as king and crown riots. Based on the English model, the Commune was not a revolution against this or that legitimist, constitutional, republican, or imperial form of state power. The Commune was a revolution against the state itself, against this supernatural miscarriage of society. The Second Empire was the last form of this state usurpation. The Commune was the decisive negation of that state power and therefore the beginning of the social revolution of the 19th century. End of quote. A distantly related descendant of Emperor Napoleon repeated his ancestors' coup d'état in 1851 and made himself the second emperor. His France became the prototype of the over-indebted state, which staged itself as standing above class interests and usurped itself as the center of all social development. Unfortunately, contrary to Marx's hopes for the 20th century, the usurpation of the state proved to be epoch-making, and thus the interplay between tumult and autocracy remained as a sign of the continued existence of pre-bourgeois forms of rule with which the Commune precisely wanted to break. The recent, rather immediate interaction between protesters and rulers, between tumultuous carnivalesque student manifestations and the leader of the state in the Élysée Palace, who was overriding parliament and government, also belongs in this category of the interplay between autocratic elites and urban masses, sometimes more and sometimes less instrumentalized for their power struggles. Because the form of rule in which Louis Bonaparte, as head of state, was able to place himself above the classes, as head of a state that functioned both as an actual entrepreneur and as an appealing authority for the plebeians, he is the historical mold from which de Gaulle, Pompidou, Mitterrand, and Chirac were also made. And that is why Marx's criticism of this state in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte is all the more pertinent today. He characterized it as a combination of the means of oppression of two epochs, in which the state dependence inherited from absolutism, in which the president, with all the attributes of royal power, decides at least over 1.5 million existences, MEW 8p. 128. At that time an almost unimaginably large number of direct state positions is combined with the financial science of the lumpen proletariat, the flat baiting of the masses on a tax and credit basis. Giving money and pumping money was the perspective with which he hoped to lure the masses. The financial science of the lumpen proletariat, the nobility and the commoners, was limited to giving and pumping. The springs that Bonaparte knew how to set in motion were limited to this. Never has a pretender speculated more flatly on the flatness of the masses. This combination, a kind of agonal cooperation between the ever-growing apparatus and the classes increasingly dependent on it, pushes, in accordance with its own political-economic gravity, towards emperorship, which in the subsequent republics was to be softened to the elective dictatorship of the president, and blocks social development independent of the state machinery. This executive power, with its monstrous bureaucratic and military organization, with its vast and artistic state machinery, this dreadful parasitic body, which wraps itself like a retina around the body of French society and clogs its every pore, came into being during the period of absolute monarchy, during the decline of feudalism, which it helped to accelerate. The manorial privileges of landowners and cities were transformed into as many attributes of state power, the feudal dignitaries into paid officials, and the colorful pattern of conflicting medieval powers into the regulated plan of a state power whose work is divided and centralized like a factory. The First French Revolution had to develop what the absolute monarchy had begun, centralization, but at the same time the extent, the attributes, and the agents of governmental power. Napoleon completed this state machinery. The legitimate monarchy and the July monarchy added nothing but a greater division of labor, growing to the same extent that the division of labor within bourgeois society created new groups of interests, that is, new material for state administration, MEW 8, p.197f. Incidentally, the relatively strong position of Parliament in the Third Republic from 1871 was not to change this, for the Rousseauian belief on which this constitution was based, that the will of the people should have as direct a relationship as possible with the executive, quickly pushed back towards the personification of rule in accordance with its own dynamics. With the defeat of the Commune, this specifically French absolutist path into the era of bourgeois society outlived its historical expiry date, so to speak, stagnating in the form described to this day. Every common interest was immediately detached from society, set against it as a higher, general interest, snatched from the self-activity of the members of society and made the object of government activity. From the bridge, the schoolhouse, and the communal assets of a village community to the railroads, the national assets, and the National University of France. All the upheavals perfected this machine instead of breaking it. The parties, who alternately struggled for power, regarded the possession of this immense edifice of the state as the chief booty of the victor, MEW 8, page 197. By snatching every common interest of society from the state as a general one and setting it against it as its own, a difference that Marx himself emphasizes in the original text for a reason, Bonapartism is the forerunner of the very different real socialisms of the 20th century, which were to provide a mocking parody of the classless society. State capitalist France represents, to put it bluntly, the link between absolutism and socialism. In fact, absolutism, bourgeoisified and at the same time perpetuated in Bonapartism, clogged the pores of French society. The fact that every social movement could only appear as material for state administration tended to bring social and economic development to a standstill. Urbanization, rural exodus, the rapid development of heavy industry, all developments that pulled Germany out of its economic backwardness were resisted by France. It remained dominated by small farmers at the expense of its industrial development and fell further behind England and Germany from year to year. Marx also emphasized this connection between rurality and bureaucratism as a fundamental trait of Bonapartism, a fundamental trait that can still be found in the EU agricultural constitution, the sole purpose of which is to maintain the specifically French symbiosis of bureaucrat and peasant, and which is also perceptibly inscribed in the French landscape as soon as we pass through. Nowhere else in Western Europe is there such a stark difference between rural backwardness or peasant wasteland, on the one hand, and rural backwardness on the other. Nowhere else in Western Europe is there such a stark difference between rural backwardness or rural wasteland on the one hand and the dominance of the administrative metropolis, i.e. Paris and the associated department of Île-de-France. By its very nature, parcel ownership lends itself to the foundation of an all-powerful and innumerable bureaucracy. It creates a uniform level of relations and of persons over the whole surface of the country. It destroys the aristocratic intermediate levels between the masses and the state power. It thus provokes from all sides the direct intervention of this state power and the interposition of its immediate organs. It finally produces an unoccupied overpopulation, which finds no place either in the country or in the cities and therefore reaches for the offices of state as a kind of respectable charity and provokes the creation of state offices, MEW 8, page 202. In 1947, the geographer J.F. Gravier wrote a book that fiercely denounced this situation, the title of which became a catchphrase, Paris et le désert français, Paris and the French desert. The gross domestic product of the Île-de-France department is almost 10 times as large as any of the following departments. Almost 20% of the 58.5 million French people live in the Greater Paris area. In order to preserve this social constitution, France largely withdrew from the world market until the First World War with the expansion of the Empire Français and entrenched itself and its quite considerable colonial empire behind high protective tariffs in favor of peasant agriculture on the one hand and the establishment of a huge colonial bureaucracy on the other. A policy that was not to change fundamentally either after the defeat in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71 or after the devastating near defeat in the First World War. Population growth stagnated, as did coal and steel production. Only the banking industry flourished due to the extremely high savings rate. France's rentier capitalism was proverbial at the time. In 1945, agriculture still employed more people than industry, which itself had only entered the era of modern mass production in a few exceptional companies. De Gaulle shared the famous brief analysis of his political enemy, Vichy President Marshal Pétain, for the complete defeat of France. Far too little steel, far too few children. And so French statism attempted to modernize its own social basis in its typical way. It was not so much the companies themselves that were to take the reins, but the state as a modernization agency. A planning commission, planification, implemented the so-called Monet Plan, which directed investment in 6 central sectors, including steel and electricity. To ensure that this model of planned economic modernization could really take effect, a considerable proportion of French companies were placed under state control between 1944 to 48. Almost 100% of the banking and insurance sectors, as well as the transport, electricity, and energy sectors in their entirety, not to mention large companies such as Renault and the aircraft manufacturing industry, which were considered key industries. The wave of nationalization did not subside, but reached a new Bonapartist peak in 1981 under François Mitterrand. The entire technical consumer goods industry, including the young computer industry, was now dependent on state subsidies and regulation, a peak which, however, caused the national currency, the franc, to collapse completely. The Bundesbank absorbed this collapse at the time, but demanded a stop to further nationalizations, which is why it was called the monster from Frankfurt. In France, since then, successive governments have struggled to privatize against fierce resistance. However, the big state machine remains a prisoner of its own nimbus, a nimbus that the overwhelming majority of French people believe in almost desperately after centuries of hyperestatism. They see globalization, liberalism, and the world market as the true enemies of post-colonial France, in which the court and the street differ little. Liberalism can be just as devastating as communism, as President Chirac recently said to his people. From the almost unbelievable figure of 19.5% of all employees working in nationalized companies, which was only surpassed in the real SOC, the figure fell to just under 8% in 2002. However, as the quasi-public employment of regular employees persisted under labor law, only the sector of illegal, actually precarious and state-directed employment expanded during this time. France is thus the prototype of a divided labor market. The temptation emanating from France's protest culture is thus similar to that which all the third waves of recent decades have exerted on the just milieu of the Federal Republic of Germany, and which were in turn only costumes of an original German ideology, namely, to use the authoritarian state to keep out the corrosive influence of liberalism and the antagonistic utopia of communism. This is precisely what makes France the dreamland not only of the nation's conscience, Ulrich Wickert. German ideology is simply reflected back by French conditions. Germans in particular have therefore fallen in love with themselves via France, and free of historical burden. the history of hegemonic competition between the two countries, and even more so the fact that in France state surrender marks is considered a republican value, while in Germany it is still somewhat tainted by the odium of Bismarck Hitler, provides a perfect camouflage and excuse at the same time. This alone sheds light on how 4 centuries of hereditary enmity could dissolve so quickly and so completely, while on the other hand anti-Americanism, which is always also anti-liberal resentment, continues to blossom at the same time. This resentment senses very clearly that the West is really divided, Habermas, or rather, has fallen apart. France and the United States actually represent 2 essentially different types of bourgeois society, one with an overly clear history of absolutist origins, the other set apart from it. Even the bourgeois revolutions, the French on the one hand and the American on the other, could hardly have been more different. On the one hand, it exhausted itself in the takeover of the absolutist central state. In other words, it is more of the nature of a broadly conceived coup d'état. On the other hand, it presents itself as a war of liberation against precisely this state machine. In the Declaration of the Bill of Rights in 1776, the American War of Independence brought the Republic into the world as a completely new and unprecedented brainchild of the will of the fighters and the minds of their leaders, which wanted to be one thing above all, completely different from the monarchical state machine, and thus became a true upheaval of the previously existing conditions. A revolution. This does not mean, however, that the French Revolution, just because it had more the character of a coup d'état, was therefore less bloody. On the contrary, while in the USA the militia war of the settlers against the British Crown was accompanied by the establishment of local self-organization structures in the conquered territories, in France the apparatus of the central state that had just been stormed became a redistribution machinery of power and property. The French Revolution entered the terror phase in the year 1 of liberty, i.e. 1793, under the triumvirate of Danton, Robespierre and Marat. With the final abolition of kingship in September 1792, a new calendar was introduced which, among other things, attempted to extend the week to 10 days. The highly profane process of replacing parts of the old high nobility with families from the middle ranks of the civil service and the military and the floor nobility in the leading elites of this state, which, incidentally, maintain quasi-dynastic continuity to this day, including the limited purpose, the takeover of the centralist dirigist state, and the social disinhibitions set in motion in the process are ideologized in the Rousseau cult of the struggle of the natural good against the natural evil. With regard to France's civil servant political class, one speaks of anarches or anarchy. This alludes to the elite École Nationale d'Administration. In his late work, The Old State and the Revolution 1856, Tocqueville therefore already made a very clear-sighted reference to the connection between the terror of virtue and authoritarian continuity, absolutism and revolutionism. For after the terror, the absolute state repeatedly pushes towards restoration in accordance with its own organizational principle. 2 usurpatory empires and 2 legitimist kingdoms are therefore the fruit of the French Revolution until 1871. In contrast, the lifespan of the 2 republics is puny, limited to the period from 1791 to 99 and 1848 to 51. In the USA, on the other hand, the republic has existed uninterruptedly since 1776. A long history in which the circle of the free and equal before the law expanded more and more. 1776, Equality of the Jews 1865, Nationwide Emancipation of Blacks 1921, Introduction of women's suffrage, accompanied by serious conflicts, rebellions and a real civil war 1861-65, but without a guillotine and without a hint of royalism. This essential difference in the installation of bourgeois power and traffic relations still characterizes the social debates and conflicts in both countries to this day. The uprising spectacle, the ritualized riot, as recently staged by the students and trade unions, and the way in which the contested CPE law initiative to abolish the quasi-civil servant status of entry-level employees was proposed and then rejected, are clear signs of the survival of pre-bourgeois forms of rule and legitimation. The all-encompassing power of control of the effectively absolute state and its cameralistic economic order found its expression precisely through the immediate, i.e. unmediated relationship between the king or his court and the plebs. As inviolable as the sovereign's privilege was, it had to be directly popular. Tumult was the form of objection that could not be articulated. It is significant that even today a virulent political carnival can replace the social debate, which is still conducted solely at court, not as a conflict of interest between groups, but as a game of intrigue between individual courtiers. And this does not even insult Sarkozy and de Villepin when they are referred to as courtiers, as the nucleus and original form of the civil service was the absolutist court system of the former feudal nobility. These are precisely the continuities that link post-revolutionary France so closely with pre-revolutionary France. The incumbent president has to synthesize plebs and elite in his person in place of the king or emperor. The infantility, i.e. tumultuous inappropriateness of the protest to its object is the exact counterpart to courtly/authoritarian rule, indeed, the actual addiction to it. A rule in which people do not speak openly but act presumptuously. The situation is quite different in the USA. The state is conceived here as a necessary evil that should be limited to the bare essentials, while local self-government should otherwise prevail. There is undoubtedly an inherent reactionary aspect to this, which granted excessive protection to local peculiarities such as slavery, which once caused the debate on the abolition of slavery throughout the Union to continue for decades. The basis of the legal system, however, remains the individual and not the group or community, etc., so that ultimately the central state does intervene when the freedom and equality of individuals is permanently endangered or not given at all, as in the Civil War or almost a century later, in 1957, when federal troops forced the admission of black students to Central High School in the capital of the state of Arkansas, Little Rock. In fear of and distrust of the absolutist state and its concomitants, the U.S. political system, beyond the apparent similarity to that of France due to the strong position of the president, is characterized by the highest possible degree of mediated rule, an enormously finely balanced system of checks and balances between and within the powers, the social interest groups, the levels of politics, and the mode of determining the mandate holders was installed and kept in balance, in contrast to the highly centralized through government à la France. The ideological fronts are knitted in a different way to suit the old Europeans. A Christian Republican president is relying on the votes of Latinos, with whom he had already won the former Democratic stronghold of Texas as governor, thus continuing the Lincoln tradition, allying himself with liberals and entrepreneurs and being opposed by the democratic-minded trade unions and a WASP ideology lobby in his own camp. In order to get what the president is concerned about through the legalization of illegal employment and the naturalization of those living illegally in the USA anyway, Bush will have to tear his course as the checks and balances currently demand. A hysterical riot campaign for or against is almost impossible, because the opponents also use the means of lobbying and participation. This is why protest movements in the USA often seem so strangely, almost alienatingly civilized, because they do not want to frighten autocrats in the Élysée Palace, but want to gain political influence in a bourgeois public sphere and a system of mediation. A system that in no way offers the possibility in this respect, quite unlike France, of reconciling tasteless criticism of Germany with what is German. Conversely, it is very easy to gauge how powerful German ideology is by how resentfully the USA is spoken about and judged. Or, to put it even more simply, whether Jürgen Habermas is on the label but Gregor Strasser is inside. Chirac promised to preserve the status quo, Macron wants to smash it, but the starting conditions for his project of a new center are extremely poor, because in France, that center is not a Volksgemeinschaft of decent people sworn to obedience and export. When Emmanuel Macron used fecal language in the magazine Le Parisien to emphasize his contempt for the unvaccinated, he did so in the style of a schoolyard bully who is a little ashamed of his enjoyment of bullying. He is not there to vilify the French, murder les Français. He himself scolds the administration all day long. It is only with the unvaccinated that he feels a great desire to pester them, les non-vaccines, J. Trace envy de les murder, because they pester him and society. The modal ambiguity inherent in the word a murder is characteristic of the resentment it articulates. Because you piss me off, I piss you off. Because I think you're stupid, I'm stupid to you. The fact that Macron also denied that the unvaccinated were citoyens, matched the rhetorical derailment. The statesman who denies civil rights to the unruly part of the sovereign sees himself relieved of the duty to speak to them like a responsible person. He no longer needs to formulate arguments, but is allowed to act like the infantiles he declares his opponents to be, doing something because you feel like it is no more a sufficient justification for going berserk in politics than it is in kindergarten. Only Eric Zemmour, who is running against Macron in the presidential elections in April 2022 and is already considered a right-wing populist, placed Macron's expatriation of the unvaccinated in the context of his migration policy and tweeted, "For 5 years, Macron has carefully avoided annoying the scum, the gangs, the jihadist apprentices, the lawless immigrants, the Antifa. Cowardly to the strong, cruel to the weak. What is wrong and indeed populist about Zemmour's statement is that he indiscriminately cites all opponents of his agenda as accomplices to Macron's policies. It is true that the crisis of citizenship, which has been accelerated by the European migration policy supported by Macron since 2015, and the devaluation of citizenship rights in favor of health rights documented by vaccination passports, which has been taking place in most Western countries for the past year, are symptoms of the disintegration of the nation-state. And above all, it is true that the gutter language that Macron uses when talking about the new non-citizens, while maintaining a linguistically sensitive composure towards everyday Islam, indicates a chumminess with the strong and thus an affinity between the mob and the elite that can only be detrimental to a republican state. When Emmanuel Macron thanked his supporters on the Champ de Mars in front of the Eiffel Tower after his victory over Marine Le Pen in the French presidential elections, he did so with the words, "From now on, I am no longer the candidate of one camp, but the president of all." He told the 41.5% of voters who had voted for Le Pen that he wanted to do more to address the social difficulties that had led them to vote for him and assured them, "No one will be left behind." It had sounded different as recently as January 2021, when Macron described the unvaccinated French as non-citizens in an interview with the newspaper Le Parisien and declared his intention to get on their nerves to the bitter end. Interpreted pessimistically, the contradiction between these statements would suggest that the unvaccinated do not belong to everyone for Macron. Interpreted confidently, it could be assumed that the president has retracted his rhetorical denaturalization of part of the electorate under pressure from his right-wing conservative rivals. In fact, Le Pen, who probably owes her clear defeat not least to her self-reinforced image as a friend of Putin, tends to represent the disappointed petty bourgeoisie within right-wing conservatism that Macron addressed in his speech. Her rival within the right, Eric Zemmour, who was far behind in the elections and ran for the Reconquête party, was not mentioned at all in Macron's speech. Yet he deserved more interest precisely because of the heterogeneous milieu he represents. Although he shares Le Pen's closeness to Putin, which was probably also the reason for his defeat, he differs from her. For one thing, unlike Le Pen, Zemmour's voters are in the upper middle-class districts of the cities rather than the countryside, as well as in the former industrial centers of the north. For another, in recent months he has been more outspoken than Le Pen about the anti-Semitism and anti-republicanism of the young Muslim immigrant generation, the consequences of which affect not only the middle classes, but also the inhabitants of the suburbs in particular. A few weeks before the first round of the election, Zemmour had reported an attack on a Jew in the Parisian banlieue of Bobigny a month and a half earlier, which the media had not reported, and had been accused of being a demagogue by political opponents. On February 17, 2022, 31-year-old computer scientist Jeremy Cohen, whose mobility was impaired by a disability, was severely beaten by around 15 young men in Bobigny. While fleeing from his attackers, he was killed by a streetcar that he had been unable to avoid. A kippah that Cohen may have been wearing was found near the scene of the crime. Whether this was the case is still unclear, as is the question of whether the perpetrators belonged to a group of predominantly Muslim men who were dealing drugs near the scene of the crime. As the police classified Cohen's death as an accident, two of Cohen's brothers questioned the neighborhood and came across a video in which a local resident had documented the violence. Cohen's father contacted Zemmour, who posted the video online without the consent of Cohen's family. Although Zemmour's actions certainly disregarded the Cohen's privacy, it remains to be explained that he was criticized during the election campaign less for this media policy than for allegedly threatening to overtake Le Pen's Rassemblement National (RN) on the right. In an interview with the Austrian newspaper Standard, French political scientist Thomas Vitiello even claimed that Zemmour's extremism had helped Le Pen to shed her previously radical image and conceded, in general, she has shied away from big appearances, traveling the country instead and relying on local grassroots mobilization. Such depictions obscure how Zemmour differs from Le Pen. While Marine Le Pen, in contrast to her father Jean-Marie, tried to give the successor party to the Front National a more modern image in terms of gender politics, Zemmour's dictum that a war of extermination against the white heterosexual man is taking place in the West is more in line with Donald Trump's rhetoric than with the RN. Conversely, although Zemmour is also an entertainer as a journalist for Le Quotidien de Paris and Le Figaro and a permanent guest on television, his upper-class habitus and his educational affinity make him more suited to the ranks of conservative French politicians since Charles de Gaulle than to Trump, who has always been proud of his bad manners. Zemmour, who set out his views in the book La France et pas dit son dernier mot, which was published last year, and who tends to speak in public discussions in a manner that is fit for print, corresponds in gesture and diction to the French image of the soigné statesman, who sees himself more as a descendant of the monarch than as a tribune of the people. Zemmour's habitual bourgeoisie is probably one reason why he is now seen as the most dangerous extremist in the entire party spectrum by the Republican Party (LR), which was still courting him as a right-wing conservative alternative to Le Pen in 2019. Zemmour's pro-Russian statements have since been taken more seriously by Republicans and socialists alike than the Front National's cronyism with Putin's regime. Zemmour's statement that it would be better to bomb the Brussels immigrant neighborhood of Molenbeek to combat Islamism than Raqqa in Syria is interpreted as an expression of racism, although he justified his polemic by warning against the colonization of French cities by a policy of Islamic superiority enforced in everyday life, which is particularly threatening for migrants. His assertion that the Vichy regime tried to protect French Jews as opposed to Jewish immigrants is taken as proof of his fascist convictions instead of criticizing them historically, which would require him to be able to distinguish the history of fascism in France from that of Italian fascism as well as National Socialism. And when Zemmour emphasizes French Jews who see themselves as Republican in a positive light compared to the ever-increasing number of Jews emigrating to Israel, he is reproached most loudly not by Republicans, but by anti-Zionist leftists as a sign of his hostility towards Israel. In order to criticize Eric Zemmour's positions, one would have to refer to his biographical experience. He comes from a family of Algerian Jews who came to France in 1952 and, in accordance with the Décret Crémieux of 1870, had French citizenship like all Jews in Algeria. In 1954, 2 years after Zemmour's parents emigrated, the Algerian War began. In 1962, when the colony became an independent state with the Avion Accords, Zemmour was 4 years old. Both his view of Algeria and Muslim migration to France and his attitude towards French Jewry are shaped by the experience of anti-Semitism and anti-republicanism of the younger generation of Muslim immigrants, who use the colonial experience of their parents' and grandparents' generation to legitimize their own anti-French and anti-Jewish resentment. When Zemmour presents himself as an upright right-winger in the face of a republic shattered by leftists and liberals and denounces the feminism that undermines familial authority, this sounds similar to Jean-Marie Le Pen's corresponding tirades, but is tactically aimed at defending those republican institutions and authorities that Le Pen and the Front National wanted to destroy in the name of not Western, but actually white supremacy. The Front National, which Marine Le Pen has purged of its personnel without breaking with its traditions, was a party of former colonialists whose honor was offended, as the antithesis of left-wing anti-imperialism that was as racist as it was anti-Western. Zemmour's nationalism, on the other hand, stems from a fetishization of the Republic that Jean-Marie Le Pen and his fellow campaigners detested as an artificial product of the destruction of the real France. As a nationalist Frenchman and Algerian Jew, Zemmour remains just as alien to the anti-national France represented by Emmanuel Macron as he is to the right-wing extremists of the Front National, for whom people like him have always been a thorn in their side. In the controversies surrounding him, conflicts resurfaced in a recurring manner that were exemplified by Albert Camus in the 1950s, who, as the son of a French-Spanish settler family born in Algeria in 1871 and a defender of republicanism influenced by anarcho-syndicalism, supported neither the Algerian liberation movement nor the nostalgics of colonialism, but demanded civil equality for the Algerian population in a French Algeria, and thus made himself unpopular with both the left and the right. This peculiarity of Zemmour's right-wingness cannot be understood without reflecting on how the history of the French parties is linked to the history of colonialism. Perhaps the repression of this part of French history is more responsible for Zemmour's poor performance in the election than the words used to justify the rejection of his person. In any case, the fact that he came a distant fourth behind Macron, Le Pen and Jean-Luc Mélenchon testifies to how little majority support there is in France for the combination of Jewish and Algerian affiliation, conservatism and emigration experience that he represents with his person, least of all among those who ask about their place of speech and self-positioning at every opportunity. His rigid coronavirus policy has weakened Emmanuel Macron domestically. However, he has been able to benefit from the Ukraine crisis so far. Why he will not succeed in transforming French civil society along German lines anytime soon. 6 months before the start of the coronavirus crisis, on August 27, 2019, President Emmanuel Macron gave a speech to diplomats at the French ambassadors' conference at the Élysée Palace. In it, he announced a rapprochement between France and Russia. As Western Europe has increasingly become the scene of conflicts between Russia and the United States since the end of the Cold War, such a rapprochement would strengthen the European Union in relation to both America and Russia. In his speech, Macron drew on France's self-image as the vanguard of a European republicanism, which he recommended as a reliable response to Vladimir Putin's grand Russian claim to power in comparison to American foreign policy, which tends towards isolationism. He justified the policy of rapprochement with the need to keep the Russian Federation, strengthened by the West's weakening, under control by means of a European foreign policy. We are pursuing this goal through a continuous dialogue with President Putin, and of course one of the decisive prerequisites for making progress in this direction is our ability to make progress in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. For the past 5 years, Russia has played a significant role in all major conflicts. The country has taken an exceptional place because the US, Britain and France have been weak. Russia has asserted all its interests in foreign policy. It is back in Syria, in Libya, in Africa. And that is why we must succeed, through an ambitious dialogue on the basis of conditions we have set, in offering this country a strategic perspective. Even after the strengthening of the Russian military presence on the border with Ukraine since summer 2021, which prepared the invasion last February, Macron was able to sell his policy of demanding dialogue as a third way between appeasement and bellicosity, and thus make his party La République En Marche, LRM, weakened by the authoritarian coronavirus policy of recent years, more popular again. At the beginning of March, shortly after the Russian attack, he spoke to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin on the phone to try unsuccessfully to reach a negotiated peace. In mid-March, he had a new variant of the nuclear-capable ASMPA medium-range missile tested with the aim of maintaining the operational credibility of the armed forces. However, he has not yet called for NATO to intervene in Ukraine in a military manner, nor has German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Accordingly, the brusqueness with which Zelensky appealed to the German government in his speech to the German Bundestag on March 17 to take the much-proclaimed lessons of German history seriously in the Ukraine conflict echoed the demanding friendliness he has cultivated towards the French president since the failed EU-Russia summit in June 2021, which Macron deemed a mediation success. Nevertheless, the relationship between foreign policy and domestic policy has a different character in France than in Germany in light of the Ukraine crisis. In Germany, the ruling Social Democrats in particular are so closely linked to the Russian president through Gerhard Schroeder that the hasty distancing from Schroeder's male-friendly bond with Putin and the pathos of freedom with which blue and yellow flags are staged as an expression of solidarity appear not only ambivalent, but also untrustworthy. Especially since a domestic weakening of the government, as Macron is trying to compensate for with his engagement in Ukraine, was not observed in Germany before February 2022. The French coronavirus policy, which was at times stricter than in Germany, had strengthened the opposition parties, the majority of which opposed Macron's policy measures, to such an extent that his victory in the presidential elections on April 10 still seemed questionable at the beginning of this year. In Germany, the strictness of the government's coronavirus policy has done no harm to date, as the country has long differed from France in its adherence to rigid hygiene and testing rules. On the contrary, the majority of the population wants to voluntarily adhere to many hygiene rules after they have been lifted. The most significant difference between France and Germany, however, is the existence of a civil society that deserves its name because it does not simply popularize government positions through civil society. This was recently demonstrated when a statement by around 40 French writers, philosophers, actors and artists against the anti-public and anti-discussion policy of Macronism appeared in Liberation on March 15. The text, which was also shared 10,000 times under the hashtag Pas de Depistamendat, took Macron's previous refusal to engage in public debates with his challengers as an opportunity to settle accounts with his neo-Freudian habitus and the domestic political devastation of recent years. It says, the reality after 5 years of Macronism looks like this: the healthcare system is shattered, the judiciary is corrupted, the school system is ruined, civil liberties are in ruins. But the police are all-powerful and the possibilities of digital surveillance have taken on Orwellian dimensions. The fact that Macron's corona policy is interpreted in the statement as a continuation of the dismantling of the healthcare system and work on a digital control society did not lead to mass self-corrections by the signatories, in contrast to the obsessive demarcation against conspiracy theorists in this country. Even when presidential candidate Eric Zemmour, who is often regarded as a right-wing extremist by Macron's supporters, referred positively to the hashtag, the first signatories did not retract their statements. This group is itself no less heterogeneous than its supporters. It includes the writer Annie Ernaux, who defended the Yellow Vest demonstrations in 2018, the actress Adele Haenel, who became known for her anti-sexist protest at the César Award ceremony for Roman Polanski, and the philosopher Barbara Stiegler, one of the most outspoken critics of French coronavirus policy, who published an appeal in Libération in November 2020 for the immediate reopening of universities and the restoration of face-to-face teaching. By bringing together signatories with contradictory political positions, the declaration reflected a public sphere that, in contrast to what is called diversity in Germany, can be called truly pluralistic. With the founding of LRM in 2016, Macron promoted a disintegration of the French party system, which partly made up for what had been happening in Germany since the 1990s in the course of the erosion of the mainstream parties in favor of civil society pressure groups, which have since been increasingly brazenly influencing the parties. The fact that anyone who subscribed to the party program could become a member of the newly founded LRM, and that membership did not exclude membership of another party, was a symptom of Macron's transformation from party political patronage to a commitment to a particular cause. The balance between the antagonistically related blocs of socialists and conservatives, which had determined the parliamentary dispute in France until then, was based on the predominance of clientele parties, for whom the commitment to the economic interests of the electorate and a pragmatism contained by political tradition were more important than moralizing activism and the citizens in their dual role as citoyens and bourgeois, as political subjects with conflicting economic objectives. The new German party model, which is the model for Macron's collective movement, overlooks antagonisms of interests as long as everyone agrees to the general moral consensus that neutralizes the clash of interests and the clash of opinions that reflects it. By attacking this postmodern variant of the divide et impera principle and uniting in opposition to Macronism despite their differences of opinion and interests, the signatories of the Liberation Declaration reminded us of the existence of a public sphere that turns against the state-approved civil society by criticizing it, as a sovereign that is not absorbed by the state. This difference between France and Germany speaks to the veracity of the Manifest Conspirationist, a pamphlet against the corona measures published anonymously earlier this year and attributed to members of the anarchist Invisible Committee, which contains the idea that the warnings of the government and civil society against conspiracy theories indicate ex negativo that the state agencies regard any association of individuals that eludes institutionalized party boundaries as a potential conspiracy. In this sense, the authors write, a conspiracy in Old French is simply a gathering, a crowd, a meeting, or a dinner party. Wherever people breathe the same air and share the same spirit, a conspiracy is formed. That these terms have been charged with a sinister meaning only testifies to the heavy weight of the state that lies in our vocabulary and, consequently, in our view of the world. End quote. The consensus ideology of the LFM, which Macron promotes as a contemporary form of liberalism, is in fact anti-liberal in that it opposes the idea that the more the state tolerates within its borders what is not absorbed into it, and the more individuals are empowered to associate in the mode of common thought and action with people with whom they otherwise have little in common, the freer a society is. Such conspiratorial association is the opposite of consensus democracy, which is based on the denunciation of dissenters rather than the free association of those who are different. Even if Macron wins in April, his election victory will not be a victory over the civic spirit in which the memory of such conspiracies still lives on in France. The struggles he faces, precisely because they can organize themselves socially and articulate themselves politically, may also hold out the prospect that the dissatisfied will have other options in the next presidential elections than to vote invalidly again or to have to choose between a Marine Le Pen, who carries Vichy France and its counter-Enlightenment tradition as a legacy, and a Jean-Luc Mélenchon, who will always remain a notoriously anti-Zionist old apparatchik. Contrary to what German and French friends of open borders would have you believe, the impending disaster in Europe is not inevitable. France could very well establish a union with other states that is free from German blackmail. Of course, this does not mean the desperately stupid idea of a European Southern Rail, which also refers to an ominous Latinity. It would be a Europe with a functioning border regime, controlled capital markets, and re-extended state services of general interest, built on the basis of a competition that could be agreed between the states and their subjects without the license to plunder. Demanding something from the state on seemingly only economic terrain is not tantamount to calling for the strong man and thus attempting to reduce capitalism by the allegedly guilty financial capital and its agents, although this danger certainly exists in depoliticized times. The demand that the state should regain more control over the capital operating on its territory, including the establishment of a central clearinghouse to cover trade deficits or surpluses as the basis of a European social policy from a wage labor perspective, was never voiced by the speakers of the Yellow Vests. However, it was in the air as an inevitable consequence of the struggles and was imposed with an absolute taboo without any discussion by those who would have been involved. Instead, out of pure idealism, the representatives of the intelligentsia acted ever more doggedly as the anti-state propaganda department of an all-powerful global player, capital. The message of the Yellow Vests is unusual. Only the union of wage laborers from non-ideological sectors can at least partially satisfy the interests of the majority population, and is at the same time the only guarantee for a society in which all French people can be equal regardless of gender, origin, age, etc., without being at the mercy of morally or ethnically based identity terror by the agencies of the post-national state and its left-wing and Islamist auxiliaries. In the process of civilization, the enforcement of the general equivalent and with it the economy based on wage labor were the condition for the comparison and cooperation of producers released from the constraints of the moral economy and thus for the establishment of society in general. No polemic against wage labor can refute its power to create civilization and the possibility of cooperation in the normality that is necessarily limited by the capital relation and yet still has to be fought for. All talk about the imperative abolition of work, this undoubtedly repressive comparison by capital, Joachim Brun, is disgraced at the latest when on one side of the barricade, wage workers raise the systemic question and on the other, the intelligentsia celebrates the logic of capital's exploitation as a trick of history on the way to a classless and borderless world society. The Yellow Vests did not fight for state support for juggling troops and precarious workers in film and theater, as French cultural workers did in 2003 to general applause, and certainly not for the human right to be on the state drip for life for cultural or any revolutionary reasons. While the critique of work has only been ideologically in vogue among the intelligentsia since the 1970s, when it became clear that the Fordist model would have its day, it has already triumphed in the closed Islamic milieu and has established a counter-society based on a mixture of welfare, moral economy, and robbery. These are forms of circulation that have absolutely nothing to do with free wage labor, but instead refer in a distorted form to pre-capitalist conditions of total personal dependency. This explains why French people of foreign origin were present at the beginning of the protests, but the activists from the banlieues were not, or only to the extent that an opportunity for looting was recognized. The same applies to the intelligentsia. The emphasis on wage labor as the actual socializing force that forces cooperation among workers and thus also keeps open the possibility of a struggle for a society beyond commodity production, albeit one that has been suspended for a long time, is countered by the constantly propagated praise of self-determined activity beyond work, which initially emanated from radical leftists but has since been adopted by the propagandists of wellness philosophy. In self-determined dependence, which does not provide for a conventional employment contract or colleagues, the separation of wage labor time and reproduction time disappears, and with it the possibility of joining forces with others in one's own economic interest. Worse still, this also means that the opportunity to stand up for oneself and possibly even act as a critic disappears. The world after work and after the nation, which is heralding itself and for which not only Jungle World can warm to, would, once implemented, be one of never-ending horror and destruction, because it can no longer provide any relief or comfort on its own. From the late 1970s until the student movement of 1986, social movements played a very minor role in France. The women's movement had dissolved into the state apparatus following the left-wing government of 1981, while the labor movement initially saw itself represented by its parties in power at the beginning of the 1980s. Mitterrand led a left-wing discourse with which he won many sympathies in the early years. This did not prevent his government from waging a traditional colonial war against the FLNKS independence movement in New Caledonia. It was during this period at the latest that the 68 heirs integrated themselves into the previously criticized society, accepted its state and became economic liberals. For the French socialists, in contrast to the CPF, the Federal Republic of Germany was seen as a model for economic policy success. A strong currency and cooperative trade unions were to become the guiding principle of socialist policy for the coming years. The economic ideal of the communists lost its appeal in the face of this seemingly social democratic and modernist perspective. In 1981, Mitterrand's first Prime Minister Pierre Marois attempted to revive France's ailing economy by boosting purchasing power. By increasing the minimum wage (SMIC), introducing the 39-hour week and extending annual leave to 5 weeks for all French people, the aim was to boost domestic production and combat unemployment. Domestic production grew only slightly, but the foreign trade deficit grew considerably. In 1983, the left-wing government then froze salaries and gradually abolished state price controls, from baguettes to petrol. A large part of the working population, the so-called peuple de gauche, people of the left, initially assumed that their parties were in power and that their interests were therefore naturally represented. The communist railroad minister Charles Feiderman was certainly one reason why the otherwise very militant railroad workers did not resist the rationalization measures introduced at the SNCF for a long time. It was not until 1985 that there were individual strikes again. The 1986 elections had brought the right back into power. The government quickly tightened immigration laws and repression, especially against foreigners. The election of the right-wing hardliner Chirac as president finally seemed to prove that the population no longer wanted to remember 1986, when the last major student movement formed under Prime Minister Chirac. As mayor of Paris, Chirac had also made a name for himself as someone who had pushed the poor out of the city center and into the suburbs and increased police presence and repression in the capital. But dissatisfaction with the new political regime came quickly, and with it the strikes, solidarity, and now certainly disappointment and exhaustion. The most significant strike movement in France since 1968 defended social rights that had been fought for against the imperative of capitalist efficiency. The government announced increases in contributions to the Sécurité sociale, health, pension, and family benefits. The government itself had incurred considerable debts to the social security system, which were not to be repaid. In addition, a railroad and telecommunications reform and privatizations were announced as part of a general reform of the Sécurité sociale, public service. The social protection of the Sécurité sociale is not only a concrete achievement, but also has a collective meaning and symbolizes one of the last living products of a history of social struggles. The concept of public service and thus the SECU originated with Léon Duguet, 1859–1928, who saw it as the basis and justification of the state. This idea has nothing in common with bourgeois civil society, but with a class society that achieves change in the world through class struggle. The popularity of the public service today has long since ceased to match its effectiveness. The conflict of '95 was not at all concerned with the functioning of these services. Their rational administration is taken for granted. The services publics represent a symbolic alternative to the omnipotence of the market, a small planned economy in the midst of increasingly harsh capitalism. The strike movement of December '95 had also become popular because the SECU and the services publics represented the last collective values of the workers' movement in a society characterized by individualization. The public sector workers who essentially supported the strike are the last to represent the type of Fordist worker. They have a fixed employment contract and benefit from social facilities such as creches, vacation villages, cheaper shopping, lower social security contributions, etc. The public service still escapes economic competition to a certain extent and reinforces the feeling that improvements can be achieved within the system. The Juppé plan was also rejected because it called into question the existing system of social reproduction through the public service. The strike in winter '95 was the first movement in Europe to consciously oppose the Maastricht conditions. Making France Maastricht compliant meant turning the public service completely upside down. Since the mid-1970s, every new government has tried to push through privatization and increased productivity in this area. Each time it had to put the plans back in the drawer, as it was always confronted with a social power against which it could do nothing, apart from minimal changes that did not call into question the basic principle of services. This time, however, the problem did not remain an internal French problem between the state and workers, but took on a European dimension. Working conditions of this kind have no place in Maastricht Europe. The strikers were not so much against the idea of Europe, the term social Europe was frequently used, but against a Europe of markets that only creates precarious working conditions. The anti-Maastricht aspect of the conflict was more or less only introduced from above, as Juppé justified his plan by saying that he had to get the public finances in order for the common euro currency. Public debt is to be reduced from 5% to 3% of gross national product by 1997. The actual causes of the deficit lie in the policy of the Frankfurt, the artificial stabilization of the currency against the Deutschmark through high interest rates. The reaction to Juppé's austerity plans was immediate. If Europe means that we should have a worse life, then we are against it. However, this did not go as far as a general strike. Those working in the private sector only joined in rudimentarily for fear of jeopardizing their jobs. The 95 strike started under different conditions than in 1986. The students from Nanterre showed solidarity with the successfully striking cleaning staff at their university, who had campaigned for higher wages. The government's announcement to make Social Security more expensive for large sections of the population then caused the strike to spread slowly. The government simply refused to pay its debts to the Sécurité Sociale, which was $230 billion in debt. The announcement of the restructuring plan was the straw that broke the camel's back. The movement consisted of a large number of new strikes. The strikers' stance was extremely defensive, as they demanded the preservation of the status quo in terms of Social Security and, in the broadest sense, working conditions in the public sector. The demands are complete reversal of the planned Social Security reform, preservation of pension status for railroad and metro workers, increase in the minimum wage SMIC. Force ouvrière FO demanded a sixth week of vacation and some wage increases. For 28 years, Social Security has been financed and administered by the FO trade union, while the unemployment fund is in the hands of the Social Democratic CFDT trade union. This is based on a demand for social democracy formulated in 1945, which was also raised by some trade unions in this strike. Social democracy is associated with the demand to introduce co-management in the most important state institutions and administrative units. The strike movement bundled social discontent and quickly exceeded the framework set by the trade union headquarters. In 1986, the strikers demanded the withdrawal of a draft law that would have worsened study conditions. High tuition fees and job cuts at the universities were under discussion. The strike of 95, on the other hand, was not just demanding the withdrawal of a specific project, but was a mixture of many individual strikes and an attitude of enough is enough against the general deterioration in living conditions. In France, the inflation rate was already higher than in the FRG before '89. There was no clear economic cut as in the Federal Republic since 1989, but a slow but steady erosion of the standard of living fought for at the end of the 1960s. Improvements in living and working conditions were always fought for, never given from above. A strike that is generally directed against the reduction of social benefits and for job security quickly takes on a political dimension, which is nothing special for France. The political dimension consists mostly in the replacement of political personnel, rarely in radicalization such as in 1968. In the case of the railroad workers, the 60s and 70s were the heyday of the so-called wildcat unions and wildcat strikes. Coordinations have been dominating strikes for a decade now. They emerge during a conflict and coordinate the individual disputes. The idea dates back to 1968, refers to council democracy, and was particularly popular with railroad workers, 1978 and 1986, nurses and postal workers. The coordinations are usually founded by trade unionists at grassroots level who, under the banner of the unity of the workers' movement, claim not to want to be politically captured by any party in power. This is about unity of action, in which the unorganized and trade unionists should act together, and not about the institutionalization of an apparatus. The fragmentation into many trade unions involves different trade union concepts. The two trade union centers CGT, Confédération Générale du Travail, and FO, Force ouvrière, represent the two largest left-wing parties, the CPF and the PS, in terms of their political stance and, to some extent, their personnel. The CFDT, also a social democratic trade union, is oriented towards German social democracy and its unified trade union, the DGB. The organizations advocating co-determination in the workplace, such as the CGC, Confédération Générale des Cadres, and the CFDT, Confédération Française Démocratique du Travail, too, are the first to sign an agreement in negotiations, while the CGT often resorts to militant disputes, except when it is in government. In France, a company agreement becomes legally binding once it has been signed by a single union, even a minority union. Even if the French trade unions lose members, their function of representing the strikers and their interests remains intact. There is no works council in French companies, but there are union-oriented chairmen and chairwomen. This winter, the trade unions were hardly the transmission belts of the political parties to which they aligned themselves. The influence they exerted is explained more by the political lack of influence of the parties on the movement. They are the only left-wing forces that still exist after the decline of left-wing activism at the end of the 1970s. To a certain extent, they legitimize and profile traditional left-wing positions when they join the movement. Although the role of the trade unions has been important for mobilization, they no longer represent any great power themselves, as only 9% are unionized, which is the lowest level of organization among industrialized countries. The CGT has lost a third of its members in the last 15 years. The situation was no better for the other two major trade unions. As a result, the CFDT has increasingly become a point of contact for the state and capital. General Secretary Nicole Notat quickly showed solidarity with the Juppé plan and dreams of a trade union movement like the one in Germany. For a long time, being the industrialized country with the lowest level of unionization was an argument for France's strength as a business location. There are more trade unionists in the public sector than in the private sector. It is also the bastion of the political left. For different reasons, CGT and FO played the most important role in the last strike in terms of mobilization and organizational background, alongside the SUD Union, a left-wing Trotskyist spin-off of the CFDT. FO, which is otherwise rather moderate, took the lead in the movement because the administration of the health insurance funds is to be taken away from it. However, the CGT as a whole refrained from issuing a general call to strike. It left it up to its local members. The CGT saw no political perspective in the strike that would enable the French Communist Party to participate in power, which is why it had not called for a left-wing government. In 1995, the unions initially ignored persistent discontent at grassroots level. However, the CGT and FO then initiated the strikes at the SNCF and RATP Metro. The lack of a strong social democratic tradition contributes to the fact that in the neighboring country, mediation is forced through action in social conflicts. In a country with a communist tradition, conflicts always play a greater role than in countries where social democracy dominates the labor movement, such as Germany or Sweden. The French socialists founded the SFIO, Section Française de l'Internationale Ouvrière, in 1905, uniting several socialist movements and groups. The SFIO saw itself as a party of class struggle and revolution. It demanded the immediate implementation of reforms and was willing to integrate itself into France's representative democracy. At the Tours Congress in 1920, the Socialist Party split. 3,200 delegates wanted to join the three. International 1,000 remained with the SFIO. In 1936, the Socialists under Léon Blum had the strongest parliamentary group, but the real beneficiary of the Popular Front and anti-fascism remained the CPF, while the SFIO barely appeared in the anti-fascist struggle. After the Second World War, the Socialists were more a party of professional politicians who liked to form coalitions with centrist parties than a militant workers' party. In 1971, there was a change of leadership at the Épinay Congress. The old name was abandoned and Mitterrand, previously not known as a man of the left, became its general secretary. Before the war, the CPF and SFIO rivaled for leadership of the workers' movement. In the post-war period, the CPF gained political hegemony over the workers, although, like the socialists, it saw itself as the party of the whole French people. The division of the workers' movement into two major parties was resolved in the post-war period in favor of the communists. There is no institutionalized green table in France. Workers and their representatives are not consulted on decisions. A reform or a project is presented to the public by the state or by the business side. As a result, wage earners are not directly involved in pulling a common boat out of the mud. Only when they become active on behalf of their interests and reject decisions made by the state or companies are they inclined to negotiate. The form in which negotiations then take place depends on the conflict in question. At the end of December 1995, a social summit was held, which the strikers had called for in order to overturn the reform. Juppé individually received representatives from 8 different trade unions and discussed with them all the other demands of the strike except the Social Security restructuring plan. The results were modest for both sides. Juppé had achieved nothing and the movement was over. Sometimes there are no negotiations at all. The pressure of a conflict led some company managements to announce wage increases or to withdraw planned measures. Whereas in Germany the strike is a threat at the negotiating table, in France it takes a strike to get to the negotiating table or to achieve results. In a figurative sense, the strike takes on the role of a mediator. Trade unions can only be used to a limited extent as an intermediary for channeling sentiment. They traditionally see their role vis-a-vis employers and the state not at the green table but in the enforcement of their demands. Juppé's first offer of discussion in the National Assembly on May 12, 1995 was an expected reaction to the increasingly strong strike movement. The militancy of the 4,000 miners at Freiming-Merlbach, who occupied parts of the production sites, built barricades and fought with the police, is just as much a part of the game of mediation through conflict as the agreement reached years ago between the unions at the electricity, EDF, and Gaz de France plants never to cut off power at the same time during strikes. As little as there are fixed rules for mediation in France, the outcome of a conflict is also not standardized. The balance of power between the conflicting parties alone determines the outcome and the new situation that follows. This also applies to the settlement of the consequences of a strike, which is almost always negotiated at the end of mediation forced by conflict. In this process, a document is signed by the employers and the trade unions that stipulates how the lost working hours are to be dealt with. Depending on the balance of power, the state or capital demand unpaid overtime. As the employer, the state sometimes reimburses the strikers for the loss of earnings. There are also forms of self-help. The attack on Social Security was seen as a breach of the Republican Pact between state and citizens, according to whose ideal the state imposes economic obligations and must guarantee social rights in return. Citizens believe they are entitled to universal health care, e.g. hospitals, and equal treatment, which, in case of doubt, should be fought for through the exercise of political rights. The defense of public services is therefore not only seen as a matter of course by those who work there. It is a tradition in France for certain social groups. In 1986 it was the students, in 1995 the public sector employees, to take to the streets on behalf of the rest. Public sector workers have less precarious working conditions than those in the private sector. The insulting of the strikers as privileged suggests that those who use such terms consider precarious working conditions without social security to be the desirable normality. In any case, the attempts at defamation did not succeed. The strike movement of November/December 95 was supported by a broad wave of solidarity, according to surveys, 62% of the population. As strikers do not receive any loss of earnings from the trade unions, support of all kinds is needed. Self-help, appropriation and support went hand in hand in this conflict. The miners in the north levied a toll of 10 FF on the highway, which was granted to them quite easily. The University Hospital of Kremlin-Bicêtre provided free medical care, the Electricity Company of Brest gave electricity at a lower night tariff, and in Finistère it was even free for 100,000 residents. The CGT called on households whose electricity had been cut off because they could not pay their bills to report to the picket lines to have their electricity restored. These actions contributed significantly to the popularity of the strike. In Marseille, craftsmen and shopkeepers showed solidarity with the strikers. The homeless often demonstrated with the so-called privileged. Part of the reason for the strikers' broader base was that their demands were directed against the general deterioration of the situation. The seemingly disreputable solidarity of small business owners is on a different level. It is due to the realization that if everyone is poor, no one will buy from them. Acts of sabotage have been committed in various nuclear power stations, Blyeyes and others. Table salt was dumped into the secondary circuit so that electricity production had to be reduced. Such actions show that in those days there was a widespread realization that there could only be a collective way out of the crisis situation. Those who did not want to show solidarity were the chain dogs of the bourgeoisie, i.e. most French intellectuals, who eagerly backed Juppé and only wanted to discover something outdated and archaic in the strike. The slave language of social reform and the supposed privileges that the strike movement was preparing to defend were taken at face value. André Glucksmann, who had distinguished himself in recent years above all through his brutal anti-communism, triumphalistically described the strike as the last of its kind. Only Pierre Bourdieu did not join in the conformist canon of his colleagues, but instead addressed the striking rail workers with encouragement after the large demonstration on December 12 and called for an international of critical intellectuals and social movements. However, he sings the praises of the German trade unions, which he would like to link with the French labor movement. His reference to the DGB has less to do with its content and self-image than with its organizational capacity, which Bourdieu admired. But for the time being, the sociologist is still busy searching for critical intellectuals. What is regularly misunderstood in the FRG is the contrast between the form of spontaneous militant demonstrations, which become increasingly uncontrolled in the course of a conflict, and their limited content. In this country, militancy is always misunderstood as radicalism, even when it comes to the enforcement of trade union demands such as job retention or wage increases. The almost always radical form of the disputes in France does not necessarily correspond to a radical content. This was also the case with the demands in the winter of 1995, pas touché à la SCCU.
Unité et grève générale pour le retrait du plan Juppé.
For a front syndical uniter ire.
Dehors le gouvernement Juppé. Juppé, t'es foutu, les pétasses sont dans la rue. Non à la privatisation. Contre patronat et gouvernement, tous unis nous vaincrons.
Etc. Etc. A confusion of violence with uncontrolled behavior, which in France tends to be used tactically by the official side, i.e., politicians, journalists, trade union bureaucrats for denunciation, is generally made in the FRG. On the left, militancy is inferred to have radical content. The German press reminded the French state of its monopoly on the use of force and called on it to restore order. The strike was exposed as a threat to the community and denounced accordingly. The suitability of the French Republic for the Maastricht Treaty was at stake. The German press schooled and extolled its German model for the whole of Europe. Discourse theorists are certainly taking great pleasure in this conflict. The plundering of social security by the French state is called reform. The strikers are accused of defending their privileges, not their rights. Such word creations, which are recognizably used in ideological disputes in France, are taken at face value here. The restriction of social security is called a departure into the future by Die Zeit, August 12, 1995. In general, the worst reporting does not take place in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, FAZ, as expected, but in the weeklies Die Zeit and Der Spiegel. Die Zeit hails the German nationalization of the labor movement as the non-plus-ultra and comments on the French strike as a conservative defense of privileges and particular interests. Friedrich Steiger gives encouraging advice on December 29, 1995. If such summits, the social summit of government and trade union representatives, also take place in less emotionally charged times in future and become routine, this would be a great step forward for the underdeveloped French culture of dialogue and negotiation. Zeit scribblers have also long since realized that this revolt of the privileged is hopeless, as reforms are simply unavoidable. Der Spiegel was pleased about the pragmatic content of the strike and the lack of a political alternative in contrast to 1968. But this time there is no unifying political idea behind the outrage. End quote. The French belief in the state was responsible for the fact that rational strike negotiations were extremely difficult. The expert Cohn-Bendit was once again allowed to give the French bad advice on co-responsibility and social dialogue in the same magazine. He regrets that there is no alliance for work there and accuses the strike of surfing France into the abyss. The FAZ's reporting remained partisan and reactionary in the political section, while the feuilleton allowed itself to be carried away by some postmodern euphoric statements. Wit and nonviolence were praised, even though a few pages earlier the French media were accused of manipulating opinion. Although the French press initially praised the Juppé plan, it reported on the solidarity of the French in this conflict. The Frankfurter Rundschau summed up the position of the German press. Participation in the euro currency depends on the outcome of the strike against the reform. End quote. In fact, Brussels demanded a year ago that the French railroads present a structural plan. Balladur postponed it in order to win the election, but he did not succeed. Now the structural plan is back on the agenda. Brussels is also demanding the privatization of France Telecom. Half of the French already voted against it in the Maastricht referendum. At the time, the CPF ran an anti-Maastricht campaign and called for a no vote. The slightly nationalistic undertone disappeared in the course of the strike in the winter of '95, which had nothing against Europe but a lot against the Maastricht conditions. All in all, the West German press from the Quiet Alliance for Labor Germany acted as a teacher, seeing the strike as a corporatist reflex, because the French state was not only being asked to refrain from deregulation, but also to maintain the status quo. The General Secretary of the CFDT, who voted for a more corporatist solution, with Germany as a model, was congratulated on her responsible stance. Nicole Notat is striving for co-determination and co-responsibility in the workplace and hopes to transform the CFDT into something similar to IG Metall. The practical solidarity of the French population with the strikers remained completely incomprehensible to the German commentators. Hence the suspicion of opinion manipulation in the French press, which largely insisted on the solidarity of the non-striking population even when the strike lasted a long time. The German press, on the other hand, could generally only commiserate with the French. Quote, the French suffered. Train stations were closed. There was no metro in Paris. Buses were gradually gathering dust in the depots. Almost no mail was delivered anywhere, gas and electricity supplies collapsed. Hospitals were working emergency shifts. Many banks closed their counters. End of quote. The FAZ lamented the homeless, who would have an even harder time as a result of the strike. The assessment of the strike in the French press was of considerable importance for the entire course of the strike. Due to the weakness of the organized labor movement, the positive public reception was all the more important. The strikes were addressed directly to the public. Great attention was paid to public relations. The strikers primarily turned to the media and only then to the state authorities. Criticism of the inadequacy of the state's actions and their illegality was also cemented more broadly via the media. Solidarity in this country was very limited. The German Trade Union Confederation (DGB) timidly expressed solidarity, but only criticized the manner of the cuts to the social safety net, not the cuts in general. Junge Welt. In an IGM resolution, the Opel plant in Eisenach called on its French colleagues to hold out and to be non-violent. The management of Opel AG refused to pay the working hours lost as a result of the strike in the neighboring country. However, the displeasure was directed at the French colleagues, not at the company's own management. Many of the Opel workers were afraid of short-time work due to the threat of truck transportation being blocked. Of the 1,900 employees, around 50% are organized in the IGM, of which only 34 were present at the general meeting that passed the above-mentioned resolution. The strike in France in November/December 95 moved between militant action and demands to the state in the wake of Republican traditions. It is widespread in France to regard the French Republic as a political representative of equality and justice in the tradition of the French Revolution. This understanding is politically charged in contrast to the patriarchal conception of the German welfare state. The fact that such disputes over social issues are taking place in late capitalist France and that the class struggle seems to have long been overcome in Germany is linked to the ideology of the revolution and the associated French self-image as citoyen and bourgeois. The recent strike is also an expression of an understanding of popular sovereignty that goes beyond participation in elections and is seen as a guarantor of equality and justice. The decisive basis of this popular sovereignty remains that the bourgeois social order is accepted as a given, despite all its imperfections. The fact that the demand for equality or equal treatment in late capitalism has a utopian quality, even though it was made 200 years ago in revolutionary terms, does not change this. The philosophy of the French Revolution teaches that individuals have rights that no one, not even society, can take away from them. Rousseau's Contrat social loses its validity when inequalities arise, because this violates the principles of natural law. Robespierre's ceterum censeo in the National Convention was that those who are too preoccupied with their own interests do not deserve to represent the people. They must be deposed in the interests of the nation. Robespierre declared the Third Estate to be the common will, Abbé Sieyès identified it with the nation, Marat identified the people and the proletariat, i.e. the Fourth Estate, as one. In this tradition, the class struggle as a relationship between citizen and state became a constructive component of the French nation. Bourgeois society as a social context of individuals through capital created the citizen and defined him through his productive work for himself and the state. The state, in turn, is obliged to the productive citizen. The positive relationship to productive labor, which characterized the entire labor movement, remains the basis of the class consciousness still alive in France. During the strike, the mediation of the economic bourgeois with the political citoyen was realized. The workers reclaimed their political rights and thus demanded social justice. The state, in turn, increases its demands on the productive individual during the crisis. In this case, it demands acceptance of a general deterioration in living conditions. It threatens that if the population does not meet these demands, it will lose its claims on the state. The defensive character of the strike and its imprisonment in French class consciousness was also a victim of attempts to extend it further. The Trotskyists, LCR, LOPCI, tried to extend the strike to a general strike, which they did not succeed in doing despite their considerable influence. Autonomists and other dissatisfied people practiced street fighting, which was successfully separated from the large demonstrations by the trade union security services. Different milieus of strikers, public meetings in residential areas and at the workplace allowed for selective and sometimes uncontrolled actions. However, the movement was too fixated on continuing and extending the strike to private companies to be able to draw any further strength from it. At the beginning of January, there were still some local strikes for the payment of lost wages at the SNCF and the PTT, Post and Telecom. In Sotteville, a strict refusal on the part of the administration to pay the lost working days led to a strike and a 2-day factory occupation. Small concessions were made, such as on the railroad workers' pension scheme. The demand for a pay rise, a 6th week's vacation, and the abolition of the Social Security restructuring were not one. The strike movement of Winter 95 defended the status quo. The tendency of the strike was to maintain the existing order. It was the government, not the movement, that demanded a change in social reproduction. The strike attracted a great deal of international attention due to its connection with the EU. In the public debate, it suddenly became clear that further integration could fail not only because of monetary policy criteria, unfulfilled economic and financial stability criteria, and EC referendums, but also because of resistance to new regulation. In France, the ideology of location and an attitude of this far and no further clashed. Not only was the German model of institutionalized social compromise received there as progressive, but in Germany itself, the calm on the social front was seen with broad approval as superiority. French intellectuals and German commentators gave a foretaste of how resistance to Germanization was denounced as a rebellion against reason and civilization. The fact that a strike against the Maastricht conditions took place in France was neither to be expected nor was it a coincidence. The completely non-existent structures of a militant labor movement in Germany have not yet been completely dissolved in France. The fact that this dissolution à l'anglaise forms a perspective of Maastricht Europe is not yet accepted in France. The strike movement of Winter '95 came about spontaneously. Nobody expected it. What can certainly be expected are further attacks on the social safety net in general and the public sector in particular. If anything, the plans have only been postponed. The signs are that a movement based on the same limited foundations could be repeated at any time. At the beginning of December 2018, French government spokesperson Griveaux said of Laurent Wauquiez, the leader of the opposition Republicans, that he was the candidate of people who smoke cigarettes and drive diesel. Wauquiez had previously called for a gesture of calm from President Macron, as the nationwide protests by the Gilets jaunes, the so-called Yellow Vests, had reached their peak. A good 3 months earlier, Emmanuel Macron had accused the French of being unruly Gauls because they showed so little understanding for his reform policy. On camera, he advised a 25-year-old unemployed gardener to be flexible enough to switch to the precarious hotel and catering industry, because then he would only have to cross the street and find work immediately. The news magazine Kozel asked at the time whether Macron and his people would really be well advised to play progressive against nationalist, Le Figaro. The French, who have regularly donned their yellow vests since November 17, 2018, were certainly not fooled. After all, they are used to being despised as backward country bumpkins. The German novelist Hella Lustiger, who lives in Paris, formulated this contempt in a prototypical way. The daughter of Holocaust survivor and historian of the Jewish resistance, Arno Lustiger, expresses her displeasure at diesel drivers, country dwellers and smokers through a fictional reporter from Paris who ends up in the countryside on a criminal case. This is how it reads in Die Should der Anderen. He had only been here for 3 days and this area with its eternal monotony was beginning to get on his nerves. This city seemed to have sunk into a dull brooding. It was the same in all regions that had made the transition from an agrarian to an industrial society. This was the French paradox. It was precisely where heavy industry had settled in the previous century, in the historic areas of mining, metal, and textile industries, that the greatest misery prevailed. They had expanded major transportation routes, built a comprehensive railroad network, founded technical colleges, created and introduced machines, but they had never been able to keep up with the times and introduce the necessary changes. All that remained after the Trente Glorieuses was the aftermath. What remained was gloom and unemployment. End of quote. In Germany, this is being celebrated as a novel of contemporary French society, Deutschlandfunk, as a social novel about contemporary France, FAZ, as a portrait of contemporary French society, Süddeutsche, and even as a crime novel that explains the world, ARD. The reference to Katzenjammer is significant, as it is a linguistic accusation of not having kept a sense of proportion in the past and having simply gone too far in the good times. And anyone who doesn't cure their hangover by subjecting themselves to various forms of urbanity, including precarious employment and rents far above the pain threshold, is ultimately to blame for having to vegetate in gloom and unemployment. Consequently, the title of the novel was not chosen by chance. Lustiger considers shifting the blame onto others and thus rejecting it to be a central, if not the central moment of the French worldview. In the book, it is up to an investigating inspector to accuse the less entrepreneurial mob. Quote, if they're not calculating how much overtime they've worked and how many vacation days they can bag, it's only because they're thinking about whether they've raked in enough points to retire early. Have you ever seen any other people suffering so chronically? You won't find medical assistants, printers, teachers, judges, policemen in this country, only professionals in suffering. End of quote. In Germany, people are made of different stuff and don't always just look after themselves, but for everyone and everything else. Lustiger praises, the really big questions are asked here. The relationship between people and nature. It's a question that comes up again and again here, and it's not only asked in terms of civil society but also culturally. End quote. Not so the French in yellow vests, whose opposition to Macron's eco-tax represents nothing less than a threat to civilization in Lustiger's eyes. I don't want to be alarmist, but you can see such a lack of civilization. They are dissatisfied with everything and only want to destroy. End quote. But what they destroy above all is their own sense of guilt, which is supposed to consist of believing that they are actually to blame for their own misery due to personal deficits, that everyone is making it but themselves. Weeks after the last Lustiger interview, Deutschlandfunk Radio reported on a single mother from Champlon in northern France, a small community with around 2,700 inhabitants about an hour's drive from Paris, who took part in a yellow vest campaign at the local traffic circle. When asked about her motives for taking part in the protests and the time leading up to them, the woman in her mid-30s said, quote, "Before, I was embarrassed to talk about it. You feel guilty, you think, the others can manage somehow. Maybe I need to work more or in a different job. But I work 30 hours a week in a doctor's surgery and at the weekend I clean and wait in a restaurant. Now I've realized that we're not just a part of the population. Almost all of France is affected. It's unbelievable how many French people have the same problems." End quote. These are problems that are obviously not least experienced by French women. Almost half of those who took to the streets regularly and without a leader at the turn of the year were women, an unusually high proportion. The fact that it was a movement outside the usual political and trade union fields, initiated spontaneously via the internet by 5 men and 3 women aged between 27 and 37, all neutral internet users with no militant profile and no affinity to risk groups, but with a shared passion for cars. The Secret Service SCRT also found out in its confidential report on the yellow vests after several weeks of protest, whereby the term risk group, which is actually used primarily in medical terms, meant that the initiators were above any usual suspicion of extremism, and the cynical phrase passion for the car alluded to how much all those involved equally emphasized their dependence on it in everyday life. FAZ 24. 12.2019. Of the 8 men and women in question, the Wikipedia entry on the Yellow Vest movement highlights 4 people who were particularly important for the course of the protests. Among them is 33-year-old Priscilla Ljubica, the author of a petition against the increase in diesel and petrol prices originally planned for 2019 and suspended under pressure from the Yellow Vests, which was posted online in May 2018 and had been signed by over 1 million people as of fall 2018. To the chagrin of many anti-racists and anti-fascists, Ljubica, as the daughter of immigrants, has a naturally very dark skin pigmentation, which did not disadvantage her anywhere within the Yellow Vest movement, but prompted the notorious Guardian to state that Ljubica was an unexpected pioneer for a populist movement. As a kind of emissary, the petty bourgeois Ljubica, together with the angry provincial worker Eric Drouet, accepted an invitation to a meeting with Environment Minister François de Rugy at the end of November. Truck driver Drouet, who is often referred to by the media as the leader of the Yellow Vests against his will, was the one who called on people to demonstrate in yellow vests at traffic circles and traffic junctions against the planned increase in diesel and petrol prices during the protests on November 17 via Facebook video from the cab of his truck. 31-year-old Ingrid Levavasseur, who lives near Rouen in Normandy and admits to having voted for Macron, was often seen with the tricolour in her hand during the height of the protests. The back of her yellow vest is emblazoned with the slogans, "Nurse who gets €1,250 a month while shareholders stuff their pockets," "Macron, the king, takes on the nobles while the people dream with their mouths open," and "Unruly proud Gaul," the latter a direct reference to Macron's complaint about unruly Gauls. The 4th member of the group is 51-year-old Jacqueline Mourad. Together with Priscilla Ljubica, she shares the precarious everyday life of a self-employed small businesswoman in a professional field that in Germany is almost automatically associated with a complete loss of reality. Ljubica runs a store and online store for organic and natural cosmetics in Savigny-le-Temple, around 30 kilometers from the center of Paris, while Mourad, who lives in the provincial town of Ploermel in Brittany, keeps her head above water as a hypnotherapist and regularly has to earn some extra money by playing the accordion. Mourad, a divorced mother of 3, is regarded as France's first yellow vest, Augsburger Allgemeine. She became famous for a Facebook video that acted as the programmatic spark for the Yellow Vest movement, a video in which she says, among other things, "Hello everyone. I'm making a little video today with an outcry. I would like to say two short words to Mr. Macron and his government. When will it end, the hunt for motorists that you have set up since you have been in power? I've made a little list of what we've had to put up with since you've been in power. We are fed up. The increase in fuel prices, €1.50, but nobody complains. Why? Because we don't have enough money to take to the streets. We have to work so that we can pay the taxes they kindly send us at the end of the year, and then the hunt for diesel vehicles, it continues. 10 years ago they made us all buy diesel cars, saying they were more environmentally friendly. That wasn't you personally, but it doesn't matter because you're tormenting us with it today. And now? All our diesel vehicles bother you. Is that why you want us to change them? That's not why I have the money to change my car. The next thing is the toll booth outside every big city. What planet do you live on? Do you think the French still have the means to pay a toll every time they enter a major city? What will that lead to? We simply won't drive into the big cities and the city centers will become wastelands. Quite simply, we will no longer drive in. Just as we no longer shop in supermarkets because they only sell garbage, we will only shop online. And then the CO2 balance will be higher at the end of the year. Do you ever think about the nonsense you do? But the absolute crowning glory today is that you need an insurance card for your bike. Because you no longer know how to get your hands on coal, you invent the compulsory insurance card for bicycles. All this, as you would have us believe, so that bicycles can be found when stolen. It doesn't matter if the bike costs €200. If it costs more, it's insured anyway. What are you doing with the French people's money? I would like Jean-Jacques Bourdin, with all the respect I have for him, to invite a member of the public onto his show once a week to tell him exactly what they think of politics. I think we would be in for a surprise. I'm sure that at least 80% of the people who hear me agree with me. So either air this video to show that we're all fed up with your bullshit, or let everyone make their own video to show that we're fed up with being persecuted incessantly for our carts. We don't all live in the city. I drive 25,000 kilometers a year because I have no choice but to take my car, air pollution or not. Speaking of pollution, you never talk about the air pollution from airplanes. I understand that there is a lobby behind it. Honestly, where is France going, Mr. Macron? Where are we going? Certainly not where you promised to take us. End quote. While the desire for an unglamorous low earner to regularly appear on Jean-Jacques Bourdin's Friday evening talk show Rien n'est impossible may be naive, and the whole attitude expressed in the video may seem strange in the age of Facebook and Instagram, the central theme of Murad's comments is as concrete as it is justified: the fear of losing mobility and thus of being left behind for good. Murad is by no means free of personalizing anti-political resentments and projections, which can almost be considered typical of the authoritarian character. And so her assertion in a later video that a large part of the drug trade is controlled by the CIA should not simply be dismissed as the typical expression of a cross-class anti-Americanism that is at least as pronounced in France as it is in Germany. Part of the truth about the authoritarian character syndrome is that the line between stereotype and experience is objectively blurred, which in turn means that Murad's subjective personalizing projection does not automatically make her an out-and-out anti-Semite in a yellow vest whose entire personal existence is determined by a failure of reflection and pathological projection. Apparently, the video said something that drove 300,000 people, many of whom told the press that they had never protested publicly before, onto the streets on November 17 and encouraged the setting up of around 2,000 roadblocks evenly spread across the country. With 42% of the protests taking place in places with a population of between 5,000 and 20,000 and cities, with a population of over 100,000 having by far the lowest level of protest activity with a share of just 4%. According to the socialist think tank Foundation Jean Jowers, the number of participants fell by 2/3 to around 100,000 just 1 week later, on November 24, and has since fallen from week to week. It fits the picture that it was only on the second Saturday of the protest that the violence escalated, particularly in Paris, culminating in devastation on the Champs-Élysées and at the Arc de Triomphe. Because it was only from this point onwards that the usual suspects from the banlieues and the usual mobilized people from the left and right were likely to have been present in sufficient numbers to take part in their riot rituals, in which the police then also took part with no less brutality. Perhaps it was because Bernhard Schmid, France expert at Jungle World, could hardly recognize anything radical in his eyes after the first spontaneous yellow vest Saturday, but only a yellow crossfront, in which plenty of profile neurotics and politicizing nutcases were the protagonists of mobilization videos. It was only logical for him to accuse Jacqueline Murad and Priscilla Ladosky in all seriousness in a weekly newspaper that at least considers itself left-wing that they were only focusing on their professional difficulties and that Murad was in any case only complaining that the announced increase in fuel prices was making it more difficult for her to reach customers, adding in climate-friendly terms that this price increase was intended to promote the phasing out of diesel traffic, which is particularly harmful to the environment. In addition to the absence of sufficient genuine revolutionary militancy and violence, a left-wing prosperity chauvinist like Schmid, who was finally able to announce in the issue of December 12, 2018 that more and more progressive forces are now getting involved in the protests, must have disliked the demonstrations of November 17 as manifestations of primarily locals. In contrast, how much more progressive was the last time in spring 2016, when young student artistic i.e. somehow left-wing people turned against the planned labor market reforms of the Holland/Valls government, especially in Paris, as a movement that goes through the night, Nuit debout. The Yellow Vests were unable to keep up with this and had to demonstrate in a very bourgeois manner on Saturday, because pulling all-nighters and then going to work afterwards don't mix particularly well. In contrast to the Nuit debout movement, whose representatives referred to Occupy, Stefan Hessel's outrage manifesto and the Spanish indignados and therefore met with broad media approval, including from the then Minister of the Economy Emmanuel Macron, students and cultural workers were almost entirely absent from the Yellow Vest protests. But they were not the only ones who were clearly underrepresented. In addition to trade unionists and the unemployed, the usually protesting civil servants were particularly absent. Who they really were could be known from November 24 at the latest, when Le Parisien published the results of the first sociological surveys. This leaderless movement and its willingness to stay away from institutional bodies such as trade unions and political parties could not be compared to the young urban academics of the Spanish indignados or the Italian five-star movement grouped around its leader Beppe Grillo. Rather, the Yellow Vests are the France of private sector employees, supermarket cashiers, technicians, social assistants who intend to defend the way of life they have chosen for themselves, to live a little apart, quietly, with neighbors who look like them, with gardens and gazebos, and for whom the increase in diesel tax on their car is an attack on their private property. The protest locations could hardly have been better chosen for the counterattack. After all, the traffic circle and the traffic junction represent something like the Achilles heel of deregulated, decentralized lean production, the assembly lines of the global flow of goods and people, which impose a precarious life on those affected by it, without collective wages and permanent employment contracts, as well as the eternal willingness to project-related flexibility in all aspects of deindustrialized everyday life. In France, the EU country with the highest welfare state rate and tax burden, both are no longer the exception, especially in the constantly growing service sector. There is a growing army of people who earn a salary slightly above the minimum wage and can only make ends meet with great difficulty, which includes moving out of the city to the cheaper periphery. It is precisely this layer of new wage earners that a significant proportion of the Yellow Vests come from. The low-wage sector is also growing in France, along with the army of working poor, partly due to the relaxation of protection against dismissal in fall 2017 for small companies with fewer than 50 employees, and the unemployment rate is falling. At the end of 2018, it stood at 8.3%. The protest was not only sparked by the planned eco-tax, but also by all of the plans and the behavior of the French president, who is thoroughly representative of the administrative establishment that has ruled France for centuries and its grand écoles. Macron was not only economy minister in the previous government, but above all a graduate of the École Nationale d'Administration, the administrative college where France's management personnel are trained and then recruited for the highest civil service. The frequently criticized personalization of the protests is due not least to these French specifics. Overall, however, it was Macron's reform policy based on the EU convergence criteria dictated by Germany, a mixture of post-national European apathy and France-first policy, with which he wants to finally make France's still comparatively old regulatory model compatible with Germany that caused the discontent. Since the withdrawal of the eco-tax and the promise to increase the minimum wage by €100 per month through state subsidies, which Macron announced in a televised speech on December 10, 2018, it is clear that the government will once again fail to meet the EU convergence criteria in 2019, which is unlikely to weaken German resistance to any move towards a European transfer union favored by Macron. A 42-point list of demands, which has been circulating as the Yellow Vests Manifesto since the beginning of December, can be considered representative of their political and ideological orientation, although it cannot be verified exactly how it came about in the first place. However random this hodgepodge may appear at first glance, it is ultimately not. There are demands that are so general that anyone could probably sign them: against homelessness, for a solidarity-based pension system and more jobs. Other demands suggest a reflection of bad, everyday experiences with increasing new regulation and read like a general attack precisely because of their reformist rather than revolutionary content. For uniform social insurance, including for tradespeople and small businesses, more permanent employment contracts, limiting rents and building new homes with moderate rents. Returning the gas and electricity supply to public ownership. Against the closure of more railroad lines, post offices, schools and maternity wards, and for the promotion of commercial infrastructure in smaller towns instead of new large shopping centers on the outskirts of large cities, a maximum limit of 25 pupils per school class. The preservation of French industry by banning the relocation of production, the repatriation of rejected asylum seekers, and the implementation of an integration policy based on the motto, "If you want to live in France, you have to become French." For the former critic of multiculturalism turned Macron supporter Pascal Bruckner, who only wanted to identify white men between 30 and 50 among the Yellow Vests, this program was enough to certify that the Yellow Vests were dangerously close to the extreme right. The fact that the 42-point list rejects the UN Migration Pact but calls for the correct treatment of asylum seekers, to whom housing, security, food and education for minors are owed, and that the distance to Marine Le Pen was just as great as to the trade unions and Le Pen's left-wing counterpart Mélenchon was clearly not enough for Bruckner. Macron sympathizer Bernhard Henry Levy, on the other hand, was not the first to declare the Yellow Vests to be brown vests, contrary to what Der Spiegel, February 12, 2018, first reported. Rather, at the beginning of December, shortly before the fourth day of protests, he saw the Yellow Vests as being responsible for the free riders from the left and right. Quote, "If they decide that they can no longer stop the machinery they have set in motion, they must be prepared during the protests to help the police to eliminate the violent brown vests who will mingle with them. For the destroyers of the far right and far left will surely reappear. Nothing would serve their cause better than to distance ourselves, firmly and unequivocally, from all political profiteers who seek to capitalize on their misery." End of quote. The attempt to separate real from fake Yellow Vests was, of course, bound to fail. A movement that includes anyone who wants it attracts profiteers, whether brown, red or green, like light attracts moths. The more the notorious rioters and moonbats made themselves known, the faster the number of participants dwindled and vice versa. The ugliest testimony and sad climax of this development was the well-known attack on Alain Finkielkraut on February 16, 2019 in Paris from a demonstration led by a mummy from Palestine Solidarity who had converted to Islam, who insulted the Jew Finkielkraut as a dirty fucking Zionist and member of a filthy race and called on him to go back to Tel Aviv because France does not belong to Finkielkraut, but to us. Contrary to what the immediate public outrage suggested, this attack on Finkielkraut was not the first. Back in April 2016, during the Nuit Debout protests, he was insulted, spat at and chased away from Place de la République by a mob of several dozen left-wing demonstrators because of his pro-Israel positions. There was no public outcry at the time, although it was clear that the majority of Occupy and Stefan Hessel supporters were anti-Zionists who, although they would never be allowed to talk about a Jewish filthy race, would in their majority consider Alain Finkielkraut to be a dirty fucking Zionist. Finkielkraut, a critic of Macron who supported the Yellow Vest protests, is probably the most realistic in his assessment of the attack on him. The perpetrators were a mixture of people from the banlieues, the extreme left and Soralians, the latter a term for the supporters of the fascist Alain Soral, who, together with his bosom friend, the notorious anti-Semitic comedian Dieudonné, not only called for participation in the Yellow Vest protests, but also took part in them himself. It would surprise him, Finkielkraut told Le Parisien, if they were the original Yellow Vests. He also does not believe that I would have experienced the same insults on the traffic circles. He justified his support for the original Yellow Vest protests by referring to an internal French rift, the one between the Yellow Vests and progressivism, whether represented by Macron or the left. He added, "The forgotten class put on a yellow vest to make themselves visible. I think the basic message of these people is very important. They said to the president, 'Our country is not just a big startup.'" End quote. Well-known Yellow Vest protagonists of the first hour reacted to the anti-Semitic attack with a public statement in which they condemned all forms of racism without any ambiguity, and did not even mention anti-Semitism, but played it down as a form of racism in the spirit of anti-racism. Eric Drouet was particularly prominent in trivializing the attack on Finkielkraut. He announced on YouTube that he had watched the video showing the attack many times and had not heard any anti-Semitic insults. Drouet had previously allowed a user's statement that the Zionist mafia was killing us all to go unchallenged in a Facebook Live. FAZ, February 18, 2019, there were other anti-Semitic outbursts that accompanied the Yellow Vest protests. These included the relatively high-profile incident in the Paris metro, in which 3 Yellow Vests gave the clearly anti-Semitic Kozel salute invented by the comedian Dieudonné and insulted an elderly lady who had identified herself as Jewish and had taken offense at the greeting. Several times, banners were spotted along the streets that read, for example, that Macron is a whore of the Jews or that a line leads from him from the banks via the media to Zion. Even if the claim by Joel Merguis, president of the French Central Council of Jews, that the Kozel salute is a popular sign of recognition among the Yellow Vests is at least a drastic exaggeration, the tendency towards conspiracy theories of an anti-Semitic nature is unmistakable. The claim that the French president is a puppet of the Jews or the accusation that Macron is an anti-French collaborator, alluding to the Vichy era, mostly refer to the biographical fact that Macron also worked as an investment banker for the Rothschild Bank until 2012. According to a joint study by the Foundation Jean Jouwers and the Conspiracy Watch Foundation from early February 2019, the belief in conspiracy was more pronounced among Yellow Vests than the French average, particularly due to their extreme distrust of the mass media. Not only was the percentage of those doubting the Islamist authorship of the attack on the Strasbourg Christmas market on December 11, 2018, in which 5 people died, significantly higher in relation to the population as a whole, 52 to 35%. According to the survey, the number of those who agreed with the theory of a Zionist conspiracy on a global scale was exactly twice as high among the Yellow Vests, 44%, than the population average, 22%. Nevertheless, in response to the attack on Alain Finkielkraut and in the face of his worst critics in Yellow Vests, Macron finally came up with the idea of calling anti-Zionism a modern form of anti-Semitism. He blamed radical Islamism in particular for the unprecedented return of anti-Semitism, thereby admitting something that he had always denied until then. Referring to the main green threat does not, of course, answer the question of how anti-Semitic the Yellow Vests and the concerns expressed in their manifesto are. FAZ correspondent Jurgil Tweg has identified the problem that arises in this assessment, precisely because the Yellow Vests are considered the losers of globalization. Anyone who tries to grasp their victors according to sociological criteria quickly comes close to anti-Jewish clichés. FAZ, February 19, 2019. In other words, anyone who has learned their lesson of a critique of modern anti-Semitism and does not want to appear inconsistent should not shy away from placing Finkielkraut's talk of progressism under relevant suspicion against this backdrop. However, anyone who makes it so easy for themselves is avoiding the critique of postmodern capitalism, because this faces the objective problem that it imposes terms on the critic that are historically contaminated. Be it objections to globalism as an ideology or the consequences of the anti-national dissolution of borders and the disregard for civil rights, they all sound as if they are just variations on the classic anti-Semitic theme of rootless and cosmopolitan, corrosive Judaism. On the other hand, it would be worth reflecting on what has always bothered the enemies of Zionism and what has increasingly driven the anti-Semites since the founding of Israel. The accusation of national disintegration through Zionist aspirations has been linked from the outset with the insinuation that they are dealing with another nation. The Jews appear not only as anti-nationals, but also as nationalists in a foreign cause. Yet modern anti-Semitism, which George Soros, for example, hallucinates as the Jewish prototype of cosmopolitan anti-nationalism, has long since proved to be an obsolete model on a global scale. The fact that the most ardent anti-Zionists display their abysmal hatred of the Jewish nation-state in the form of radical anti-nationalism, anti-racism, anti-fascism, or anti-colonialism should therefore be understood as an expression of postmodern anti-Semitism, whose supporters are less bothered by the Jewish globals than by the Zionist locals. This is the only way to understand why Jews today, not only by the global followers of the Ummah, but always in association with them, are seen less and less as wandering cosmopolitans and barely comprehensible air people, but why the anti-Semite recognizes in them very tangible white racists, colonialists, nationalists, or sovereignists. The Jew Alain Finkielkraut was chased away by the Nut Debaut demonstrators because of his pro-Israeli stance, and the Islamist in a yellow vest called on the dirty fucking Zionist to go back to Tel Aviv, which he wants to raze to the ground with his brothers. The star trio of Yellow Vest supporters are unlikely to care much about such considerations. Didier Eribon, Geoffroy de Lagasnerie and Edouard Louis are now said not only to be among the most influential French left-wing intellectuals, but also to have entered into a powerful intellectual complicity as an inseparable group of friends, a kind of community of life and destiny, who also like to publicly flirt with their gayness. A trio that would love to see the Yellow Vests on a progressive course. We already knew from Eribon that he would appropriate the Yellow Vest movement in line with his convergence of struggles, the minority patchwork of all identities declared to be progressive, which he praises everywhere as the new concept of social class. In an interview with the FAS in September 2018, he reiterated in his book Return to Reims that he did not want to create any opposition between the interests of the working class and those of feminism, anti-racism, the LGBT movement and ecology, and that he dreamed of a new international left that would take the United Nations and UNESCO as its model. Life partner Geoffroy de Lagasnerie expressly agrees with Eribon. The great pitfall of critical thinking is the phantasm of homogeneity, that is, the wishful thinking that we live in a coherent world and that there is a logical connection between the phenomena of economic, political, and cultural order. End quote. De Lagasnerie, who supports the anti-Zionist Mélenchon, fell for the completely insane equation of two completely opposing movements, only to affirm that only those who set cars on fire and loot stores can claim the attribute of being revolutionary. I believe that the banlieue protests of 2005 fulfilled an avant-garde function for the Yellow Vests. They also adopted their methods, the politics of torching. End quote. This is the only reason why the Yellow Vests are in principle a revolutionary movement. Edouard Louis, who is considered a student of Eribon's and who particularly appreciates the fact that his mentor's Reims book allows you to define yourself as homosexual and as belonging to the working class at the same time, stood out the most. His autobiographical volume Who Killed My Father, which is now also available in German, was immediately described by the FAZ as the emblematic book of the hour. Its content does not differ significantly from a declaration of love to the Yellow Vests that was printed in Die Zeit, in which he writes in an authentic mixture of social kitsch and romanticism of misery. For a few days now I have been trying to write a text about the Yellow Vests for the Yellow Vests. I can't manage it. Because in a way it affects me personally. When I saw the first pictures of the Yellow Vests, I felt a shock that is hard to describe. The photos accompanying the many articles showed bodies that almost always remain invisible in the media and public space. Suffering bodies. Bodies ravaged by fatigue and work, by hunger, by the constant humiliation of those in power, marked by spatial and social exclusion. I looked into emaciated faces, saw bent, broken people, looked at exhausted hands. The bodies of the people you see in these photos resemble those of my father, my brother, my aunt. They resemble the bodies of my family and the people from the village where I grew up. From these people, whose health is ruined by misery and poverty, I heard again and again throughout my childhood, nobody counts on us. Nobody talks about us. That's why I feel personally affected. For me it was like this, anyone who insulted a Yellow Vest was insulting my father. End quote. The collective ugliness and the pathological, even downright zombie-like quality that he attributes to the people in Yellow Vests, as if they were the lawless, maltreated and starving inmates of a labor camp, stems solely from the arbitrariness of the viewer. This self-pitying cult of victimization, born out of the unmodern spirit of postmodern self-victimization and ruthless towards others, is so transparent in its perfidy that Louis immediately became the darling of the literary salons, Taz, and was awarded a guest professorship at the Peter Sondy Institute for General and Comparative Literature in Berlin. The ideologue Louis, who peddles the phrase literature must fight, for all those who cannot fight themselves, obviously knows what he is doing when, in the spirit of Eribon's convergence of struggles, he declares the Yellow Vests to be victims of all-pervading class racism, and thus not just an exacerbation of so-called classism, of discrimination on the basis of class, but rather the final subordination of the critique of the political economy to the victim narrative of the permanently offended rioters from the banlieues. In other words, he wants to rob the Yellow Vests of the very thing that, despite all the criticism of them, must be emphasized as positive, that they do not define themselves by race, religion, gender, or sexual orientation, but see themselves, beyond the clientelist trade unions, above all as wage workers whose reformist demands, in contrast to the chatter of revolutionary pyromaniacs, can make late capitalism uncomfortable today. To clear up any deliberate misunderstandings in advance, the following is about capitalism, not the association of free people. The aim is to discuss the preconditions for a revolution that would help to realize the dream of a cause that, according to Marx, all people have, and not what form of collective self-realization beyond the compulsion to work could supposedly undermine capitalism from within in the here and now. The dream of which Marx spoke in 1843 is that of a life without fear and hardship, of a life of self-will and prosperity, sensuality and happiness. Tortured and humiliated masses, who have been largely deprived of their humanity, and who vacillate between numb acceptance of what is being done to them and unbridled hatred of those supposedly personally responsible, cannot realize the dream in any other way than as a nightmare when they are driven to armed revolt by unscrupulous leaders. The avant-garde that Marx envisioned was of a different kind. It is the subject of these reflections to recall the preconditions for any revolutionary beginning. The failure of the revolution is inextricably linked to a misunderstanding of capitalism. Marx fought against it because the capitalist promise of freedom did not deliver in practice what it proclaimed. The enormous technical and scientific innovations were just as useless for the majority as the radicalism with which the capitalist mode of production ensured the abolition of natural personal rule and socialization. Nevertheless, an advocate of free trade was always closer to him than a propagandist of the closed commercial state. He always had high regard for great economic enterprises, and he appreciated campaigns for freedom that stemmed more from capitalist expansionism than pure altruism. His support for the northern states in the American Civil War and his esteem for Abraham Lincoln speak for themselves. Marx hated capitalism for the fact that it immediately transformed people freed from feudal or tribalistic coercion into small-minded, greedy, and paranoid Robinson natures, sometimes plunging them into even greater misery than that in which they had been forced to remain over the past millennia. Nevertheless, he saw all the prerequisites for something better than capitalism developing exclusively in a world shaped by its laws. For him, the object of criticism was not any tribal associations and their shamanic customs, which he considered to be beyond criticism, but the republic, which had to be overcome just as much as the citizen, who is condemned to subordinate his entire behavior to a rationality committed to economic calculation. A revolutionary would have to be committed to the social expression of the capitalist mode of production presented in the republic and the citizen against its reactionary enemies, and yet rebel against its inhuman consequences. He would have to be an organizer and agitator of the uprising, and at the same time oppose any romantic collectivism or cult of community. And it would have to resist any reconciliation with the agency of bundled individual interests whose raison d'etre is to mold market subjects into allegiance, the state. The ideologists and movements that, in the supposed succession of Karl Marx, have systematically transformed the dream of a cause into an anti-capitalist fantasy of destruction, have come alarmingly close to their goal today, and in the middle of Europe, even if they no longer organize themselves as a classical communist movement. Forbidden under the pragmatic Junker Bismarck, their historical avant-garde managed to transform itself into an absolutely reliable and indispensable pillar of society within just 24 years as the Social Democratic Party of Germany under the totalitarian despot Wilhelm II. This party bears the main blame for the First World War because it fought against everything that would have been its task to save from liberal capitalism and the Hohenzollern regime. Following the example of German social democracy, the revolutionary leaders of almost all nations and peoples fashioned a caste of people out of the fighting, i.e. emergency alliance called the working class, who should be proud of the fact that their lot was endless, mindless drudgery that wore away their strength and spirit. Instead of fighting for the abolition of work and recognizing liberation, as Marx himself did, in the self-dissolution of the proletariat, they translated the Protestant work ethic of the individual capitalist into the vision of state-administered compulsory work for all. Presenting prematurely aged proletarian hands as attributes of human dignity, celebrating lifelong membership of a steelworks as a fulfilled life, and fomenting a social mistrust of all those who do not earn their living with the work of their hands. This legacy of the revolutionary administrators is praised all the more shrilly in times when manual labor plays an ever smaller role. Instead of seeing wage labor and, moreover, all work exclusively as a necessary evil that is needed to survive, because the alternative would be either immediate misery or indirect misery in the form of state alimentation, in recent years work has been placed ever more blatantly at the center of an ontological worldview as a way of life, the creation of meaning as a non-alienated relationship between work material, worker, and work product. In the accompanying praise of self-determined work, the private worker, who appears necessarily abstract in Marx's work, no longer appears at all, or is viewed with suspicion. The fact that he has to prove himself in a competitive society, and often enough wants to do so, appears solely as an expression of unscrupulousness or so-called elbow mentality. If someone who lives and works under capitalist conditions, in which individual market competition is still or once again a constitutive principle, feels at ease in all seriousness and even declaredly so, he must be regarded in the prevailing European discourse as a lunatic or a pig, or even as a particularly manipulated victim of inhuman conditions played off against his own interests. Once again, the following will not be about the association of free people, but about the prerequisites for a liberation that deserves its name and does not have to serve as a cover address for unleashed anti-civilizational destructive rage. It is absolutely essential that the immediate goal is that conditions in which Ahmadinejad passes as a good man must be prevented at all costs. The following report on a small capitalist country and its enemies, therefore only serves to answer one question. Is it easier there than in Germany or France to make a living as a self-confident individual and therefore one day be able to appear as a critic of the political economy? There is a European country in which the unemployment rate has fallen from over 12% to 4.8% in just over 12 years and, according to all forecasts, will continue to fall. A country in which gross incomes have nevertheless risen by an average of 1.7% annually over the last 10 years, while the average in the 15-old, and therefore the only EU countries suitable for comparison, is 0.8%, and in Germany is even stagnating at 0.1%. In a country where people receive unemployment benefit for up to 4 years and are generally paid 90% of their last net income, the population is encouraged by the government and business representatives not to invest their money in any Riester funds to top up their old age benefits because everyone, including low earners, is provided for, and the very poor have a legal entitlement to a national pension that is far higher than the basic income support paid out by the Social Security offices. Here. No, this is by no means a ruin of social democratic economic policy maneuvered to the brink of national bankruptcy by late Keynesian Hasperders. Rather, this country has succeeded in having a previously considerable state deficit over the last 10 years or so. And although there has been no tax increase for 4 years, the state generated additional tax revenue of 4.4% in 2005 alone compared to the previous year. This has its price. In the small country with almost full employment, protection against dismissal has been virtually abolished and bosses can fire whoever they want without giving reasons, with short notice periods and without severance payments. The employer's share of Social Security contributions is minimal by European standards, and the state levies one of the highest consumption taxes on the continent. At the same time, a rigid state unemployment administration has been established there, which forces the unemployed into training and job creation schemes under the permanent threat of any form of support being withdrawn without replacement, and ensures that those who have not found work themselves have to accept almost any job offer presented to them by the authorities. Guess what? We are talking about Denmark, a traditionally social democratic country, where the social democratic prime minister who started the Danish miracle in 1994 is called Rasmussen, as is his conservative successor, who has continued it for the last 4 years. Compare the Danish situation with that of Germany, France, or Italy, the former pace-setters and role models of the EU, plagued by extremely high youth unemployment, a crippled economy, and immense national debt. In the Big Three, the generation over 45 is in charge. The majority of them have more or less permanent contracts in the metalworking and chemical industries, banks and insurance companies, high-tech and energy companies, or with the state. For them, protection against dismissal that goes beyond the statutory provisions is often negotiated as part of the collective agreement. Their wages increase automatically with their length of service. They can take early retirement or partial retirement and are often entitled to additional company pensions. The price for this is paid by younger employees, who find it increasingly difficult to find work, but also by older employees who, if they end up on the street in the event of a company closure, are left with virtually no chance. As a result of the above-mentioned benefits and the high tax burden per employee due to Social Security contributions, but also because of the very high trade taxes compared to the north of Europe, the pressure to rationalize has grown so much in the companies that new hires have hardly been made for years at the wage rates that actually apply. What cannot be outsourced and automated as in mass production is organized through temporary employment agencies or outsourced companies, bypassing the collective agreement. Young people then do the same work for often less than half the net pay of their colleagues who are part of the core workforce. Their share of total working hours is to be reduced as far as possible, as is the case at VW, by means of short-time working and early retirement models, whereby the horrendous non-wage labor costs are passed on to the public purse. Officially, of course, the company pay scale continues to apply, and the German model, which finances the social security system proportionately from earned income, is considered untouchable. In practice, however, it has long since proven to be illogical. Rising unemployment figures and a growing average age lead to an increase in labor costs via non-wage labor costs, which is countered by the strategy described above. The trade unions are happy to follow this path because it secures the privileges of their members who are in paid employment. However, the more entire generations are no longer employed to any significant extent and companies reduce their labor costs through all kinds of early retirement, the greater the financing requirements of the Social Security funds, which in turn leads to an increase in non-wage labor costs and so on. In Marxist terms, the German model ensures that through state regulation, labor has been transformed from variable capital into fixed capital with a constant value, and is treated in the same way, as an unavoidable cost factor that can always be reduced through savings, such as energy consumption or building rent. The Danish solution addresses precisely this vicious circle. The social security funds are financed from tax revenues, on consumption and not on production, and are thus completely decoupled from wages. This drastically reduces non-wage labor costs and increases the employment propensity of entrepreneurs, which in turn is promoted by forced mobility among employees. Compensating for the abolished protection against dismissal with a materially very comfortable security system is what is known as flexicurity. Flexicurity stands for the idea of combining more flexibility on the labor market and in employment relationships with Social Security. This is certainly not paradise on earth, but it is certainly preferable to the German alternative of either decades of employment or Hartz IV. The three large welfare states in the EU are thus confronted with constantly rising costs for the unemployed, pensioners, and the sick, while tax revenues are falling, and yet they fiercely cling to a system that excludes more and more people from at least modest participation in the primary labor market. At the same time, the second labor market in Germany is unable to meet demand with its steadily decreasing ABM positions, and not even with employment measures in which a so-called additional expense allowance (MAE) of 1.50 euros per hour is paid in addition to unemployment benefit too. In Berlin, for example, most of the long-term unemployed see the offer of an ABM job as a stroke of luck, and people are crowding into the job centers desperately fighting to get their MAE job extended for at least a second year. The insinuation that MAE jobs are unloved forced labor is often simply propaganda. One of the reasons why it is often popular forced labor is that the 180 euros that you earn on top of the 345 euros from ALG2 enables many people to participate in life at least a little. The Danish model is not successful because the welfare state has been abolished, on the contrary. The social security systems are regulated by the state and work better than in Germany, for example. Pensions are secure because they are seen entirely as a state responsibility and are largely financed from tax revenues. Those unable to work receive support that is generally higher than the average rate in Germany, and the unemployed are not overburdened and regulated with ever more senseless measures, as is the case in Germany, but are instead targeted with sensible, albeit in cases of doubt repressively enforced, measures to get them into work, which puts them in a better financial position than when they were receiving unemployment benefit. Even if these are often state-subsidized jobs, many of which are terminated when the subsidy runs out, they are jobs and not alimonies associated with all sorts of personal humiliations. In Denmark, people are now used to a working life that does not take place in a maximum of 3 places, the last of which is supposed to guarantee permanent employment for life. Not only are Danes often made redundant, they also quit far more often than in Germany in order to improve their situation. Because the state does not regulate the economy, but has deregulated the labor market and tax system, it is able to protect not only those who really fall out of the labor market because they are completely or temporarily unable to work for health reasons from poverty, but also, unlike in Germany, the unemployed and pensioners. In Denmark, the focus is on individual competition among entrepreneurs as well as among employees, and at the same time on preventing the impoverishment of those who can no longer keep up. In Germany, individual competition, especially between employees, but also among business founders, is highly restricted and, as far as the former are concerned, tabooed. Setting up a company is expensive and requires considerable non-specialist know-how in terms of taxes, duties, and other bureaucratic services, which the state enforces under threat of draconian penalties. A narrow system of certificates relevant to recruitment and CVs demanded not least by the Works Council involved in the recruitment process instead of actual qualifications helps the core workforce, which tenaciously defends its unassailability, to cut itself off from the labor market. However, company agreements and collective agreements guarantee extensive job security for those who have arrived. Those who might be able to do the job far more effectively are not given a chance. It is obvious that employers have little desire to increase their fixed cost share by hiring permanent employees for life. And this is what looking for work in Germany looks like. It's no good jumping from internship to internship and filling up your application folders with ever-new certificates of competence when you know that no one ever reads the contents of those masses of brown A4 envelopes that the letter carrier drops daily into the letterboxes of the apartments where they have been put together by sour labor, especially in the neighborhoods favored by younger people. It's not good to have to go to the job center after a long period of study or arduous vocational training and persistent efforts. It is incredibly humiliating to stand in the queue there, to be given a stupid job application training course by overworked case managers, or to fight your way to the mercy of being allowed to do a difficult but perhaps useful course in web design. Of course, you envy your student friend who has managed to get a job in the secretarial department of a real estate company that is subject to Social Security contributions and who is better off than before, and not just because of her wallet. You would love to be the lucky person who is overqualified, but can at least go to work for real money. Because the money from the job center, and even worse, the occasional 100 from your mother, which at least allows you to go out sometimes, burns in your hand like any handout because you can't refuse it. We are not talking about the best of all worlds here, but about different models of capitalist economy and bourgeois statehood. Incidentally, compared to the rest of Europe, only the Danes and to a lesser extent, the Swedes, Dutch and British claim to be very satisfied with their lives and have no fear of the future. And who wouldn't prefer to live where, unlike in this country, you don't have to offer your own labor like sour beer? Where, at least after work, you can devote yourself to the critique of the political economy or a dance, for example, even if you are a little exhausted, but at least not half eaten up psychologically by poverty and exclusion from the primary labor market. And what about job security? The parents' generation should actually serve as a warning that if you have to go to work, you should avoid doing it in one place for the rest of your life. It is certainly not conducive to personal happiness, or at least the need for variety and recognition, to see one's life flow almost without change, but regulated and safe in the same place of work, where every Monday you move the slider on the calendar to the next calendar week and realize that this year is almost over again. So what's wrong with deregulation along Danish lines? In Germany, two almost equally unsympathetic camps are responsible for labor issues. Although they can't stand each other, they always find a common language when they start talking about the administration of the unemployed. There are the leftists, from the trade unions to the SPD, large sections of the Greens, the Left Party, and a radical left-wing spectrum that was already demanding a living wage when the trade unions were still backing full employment, and is still not satisfied today, when its demand has been realized in exemplary fashion in the form of ALG2. And then there are German liberals and value conservatives who constantly appeal to the personal responsibility of the unemployed and at the same time, like their political opponents, plunge them into ever deeper dependence on the job centers and their sub-agencies. What both have in common is the fear of a cold, unrestrained capitalism that pulls everything into its anarchic vortex. Both dream of a regulated market economy with cheerful workers and solid companies for whom product quality is everything, and the market is a mistrustful intermediary. Both are opposed to the idea of the overly flexible worker who could compete with his colleagues and lose loyalty to his company. Both are capable of little more than administering misery by fervently bullying the miserable. The country's liberals and conservatives may occasionally be more unkind in their words about the unemployed than their political rivals, but they have otherwise left them to the left, not only in terms of ministerial responsibility, but also at the level of public debate. Because only the left can combine the German longing for the social people's state with a congratulatory wish that transcends national borders, which suddenly makes the whole hearts for misery appear peaceful and understanding of the people. Andrea Knoll from the Peace Research Group at the University of Kassel presents the German view of the Danish situation below. She recognizes a particularly perfidious system of coercion at work in Denmark, which is responsible for a kind of collective madness to which new scapegoats are constantly falling victim. Under the title Stop the Thief, she first writes about the cartoon controversy. After the publication of the cartoons, 11 Islamic ambassadors had traveled to Denmark to discuss the escalating situation with the Danish government and to demand that the cartoons be banned. Prime Minister Rasmussen simply refused to receive them. The leaders of 27 Islamic groups in Denmark presented a petition with 17,000 signatures in which devout Muslims expressed their outrage and called on their government to help de-escalate the situation. It was only 4 months later that the controversy escalated, from North Africa to South Asia, with the well-known inexcusable attacks on Danish and other Western embassies and buildings. End quote. This monstrosity, in which the Islamic murderers appear prudent and the government protecting press freedom appears as an arsonist, is followed by a paragraph about the allegedly threatening racism in Denmark, to which such crimes as the Muhammad cartoons can ultimately be attributed. What does this have to do with labor market policy? Andrea Knoll and many Germans like her know. Quote, back in the 1990s, still under the Social Democrats, Denmark pursued a tough social policy course, at first glance a successful course. End quote. But only at first glance, citizens are paying the price in the form of extreme social insecurity. The Danish model is then portrayed under the subheading Danish labor market policy, deregulation and forced labor, in a way that it is not. Anyone who becomes unemployed in Denmark is entitled to unemployment benefit for 1 year. During this time, the unemployed person is forced to accept any job offered, no matter how hard or poorly paid, otherwise they risk losing their benefits completely. End of quote. One sentence, two lies and a deliberate omission. 1. Unlike in all European countries, the period of entitlement to unemployment benefit amounting to 90% of the last net income is up to 4 years. 2. In Denmark, you can receive unemployment benefit for up to 1 year without running the risk of having to take on a job that is not the same as the one you originally learned. 3. After this year, sometimes already during the year, you are forced into further vocational training measures, but while continuing to receive unemployment benefit. Quote, in this way, a deregulated labor market with mini-jobs and short-term employment has developed in Denmark. Statistically, 1 in 4 able-bodied Danes becomes unemployed once a year. End quote. Because short and mini both mean something small, mini-jobs, which only exist exceptionally in Denmark, suddenly appear as a characteristic of the Danish model. Knoll fails to mention that unemployed Danes who meet the requirements cannot fall into the Hartz IV hole that threatens all Germans because they receive a high unemployment benefit. It also fails to mention that the long-term unemployment rate in Denmark is just 1%, whereas in Germany it is almost 10 times as high. Only a vanishingly small proportion of this 1.1% will ever have to accept social assistance, because the long-term unemployed in particular receive particularly intensive coaching, and almost all of them return to work before the end of their period of unemployment benefit. Statistically speaking, every Dane who is able to work becomes unemployed once a year, announced Knoll, breathless with indignation. How can you go one better? By reaching into German state anti-fascist ideology, according to which, as is well known, unemployment was to blame for Hitler coming to power in 1933. Andrea Knoll writes, how long can a person's psyche hold out? In any case, it doesn't make them more tolerant. Anyone who is pushed down the social ladder so quickly certainly perceives migrant workers as competitors, for jobs, for social rights. Unfortunately, most Danes have not yet come up with the idea of blaming the government rather than the foreigners for their own precarious situation. End quote. Now it's out, the magic word with which the apologists of a system of poverty administration that calls itself a welfare state prevent any discussion of the Danish model from the outset. Unlike the army of German unemployed and interns, the message is that the situation of Danish workers is precarious. Whatever this discourse-guiding word actually means, and those who constantly use it are by no means in agreement, it must mean something sinister, threatening to existence. Some would only talk about precarization with regard to the plight of young people in France, Italy and Germany, who have to make their way from internships to trial employment and fee-based jobs with minimal income and back to internships. Others consider a low-wage system without protection against dismissal, with only minimal unemployment benefits and without state-guaranteed social security systems to be precarious. The left-wing majority, however, is already certain that the Danish model, which provides relative prosperity and full employment but simply does not guarantee a job for life, is an example of precarization. Be that as it may, precarization is a word of ominous meaning, denoting neoliberal, completely deregulated conditions in which there is nothing to hold on to and in which everyone is everyone else's wolf. This majority would probably be able to agree on the following general definition. Precarity is part of a new form of rule that is based on the establishment of a general state of insecurity that has become permanent and has the aim of forcing workers to submit to and accept their exploitation. End quote. With the precarization critical left, the majority of Germans would also agree with this manifestation of the new form of rule denounced in the same manifesto. Quote, Competition for work goes hand in hand with competition for work, which, however, is also just another form of competition for work, work that must sometimes be protected at all costs against the blackmail of the threat of dismissal. This competition, which is sometimes just as rude as that between companies, leads to a veritable battle of all against all, which destroys all values of solidarity and humanity, but sometimes also to wordless violence. End of quote. This goes down like butter, and not only with core employees in Germany, whose solidarity is either expressed in the petty jibes and nastiness known as bullying, or in jealously guarding that the new colleague does not attract unpleasant attention with the usual routine-changing suggestions. This is how the pan-European intellectual luminary Pierre Bourdieu spoke at a European meeting against precariousness in Grenoble in December 1997 to trade union, party and association officials who will never be blackmailed with the threat of dismissal, and to a majority of younger, precarious workers in the room who will never be embarrassed by having to compete with others in an employment relationship subject to social security contributions. Incidentally, the intriguing power struggles fought among voluntary protesters for the few association jobs can be observed in places where the state is being paid out of pocket for the upkeep of social centers and the like. According to Bourdieu, the new form of rule not only prevents those affected by it from mobilizing themselves, it also triggers a general fear that is systematically exploited in the context of precarization strategies, as in the case of the much-cited flexibility, which we know is as politically as economically motivated. End quote. It is political rule that is responsible for all this. There is already an unspoken desire here to stop talking about capitalism and to make the economic motivations of a blind and impersonal system, which imposes its laws on governments under threat of bankruptcy, appear to be a conspiracy of unscrupulous bosses and bought politicians that undermines solidarity between people. There is no talk of the mute compulsion of circumstances. They are accepted as God-given, and they pretend to hold bad people responsible for their hardships and to use political means to ensure that no one else escapes the increasingly rigid grip of the state's administration of misery. Bourdieu describes with oppressive clarity what the new competition-free society could look like after the victory over precarization. On first reading, one gets the impression that Bourdieu may have been the victim of a multiple personality disorder, as he spoke through several agents of social protest. First there was Pierre from Hamas. Quote, "A political struggle can be waged against this political order. And, like charitable or militant charitable movements, it can initially set itself the goal of encouraging the victims of exploitation, all those who are currently or potentially precarious, to fight together against the destructive forces of precarity by helping them to live, to persevere, to maintain an upright gait and dignity, to resist decomposition and the deterioration of their self-image, to resist alienation." End quote. He was joined by a veritable Franconian-style value critic who, as Pierre Kurz, railed against the work fetish. The political struggle can, however, attempt to wrest workers from the logic of earlier struggles with their demand for work or better wages, because this logic is solely and exclusively focused on work and thus allows exploitation, or flexploitation, so to speak. End of quote. But it is already Oscar Bourdieu's turn, the national and democratic Keynesian. This could be replaced by a redistribution of work, e.g. through a massive reduction in weekly working hours at European level. End of quote. But who is the following revolutionary? Quote, "Such a revolution would have to begin with the renunciation of the exclusively calculating and individualistic view, which reduces the acting human being to a calculating being who is only concerned with solving problems of a purely economic nature in the narrowest sense of the word." End of quote. Abbé Pierre or Pierre Rincé? After this furioso, he becomes quite ordinary again. In order for the economic system to function, workers must bring in their own conditions of production and reproduction, but also the conditions for the functioning of the economic system itself, starting with their belief in the company, in work, in the necessity of work, etc. End quote. No, Pierre Bourdieu and the other critics of precarization do not suffer from multiple personality splits, a very controversial clinical picture anyway, in which persons appear as representatives of the battered ego, who contradict each other, are at odds with each other and do not actually belong under one roof. It is different with critics of precarization. The extermination charity of Hamas, the insane projects of anti-capitalist collectives toiling away without money or wages, as propagated by the cousins, some working time reduction ideologues, who of course only declare themselves responsible for the European area, and to top it all off, the commitment to a location collective that renounces all individualism and therefore finally creates value again through honest work, all of this belongs together. The promise is work without pay, caritas instead of a guaranteed entitlement to basic security, closed customs, borders, Volksgemeinschaft. What is demanded is unconditional belief in the success of this revolution of a truly continental European nature, i.e. Hartz IV supplemented by the total state. This vision of a secure, decommissioned and solidary community of equals is the nightmare of a cause that, after the betrayal of Marx, only evokes revolution worldwide as an anti-capitalist and statist apocalypse. The disaster began with social democracy in the trenches of 1914, continued in the production battles and the parallel mass slaughter of traitors in the SU of the first five-year plans, and culminated in the triumph of German labor and ideology in National Socialism, which not only succeeded in overcoming calculating and individualistic views, but also in their physical disposal, including in Auschwitz. The spell was not broken even after 1945. Initially, the Stalinist evil was taken up with great leaps forward, 1957 FF. Or a cultural revolution, 1966 FF. In China, only to finally awaken National Socialism to new anti-colonial life in Kampuchea, 1977 FF. By exterminating all those suspected of individualism who could be recognized by their spectacles. In all these efforts for dignity and militant charity in the anti-Zionist final struggle of the peoples, the respective Andrea Knowles and Pierre Bourdieu were always present. Anti-precarization movements that yearned for the establishment of just rule, which would finally eradicate the civilizing aspects of capitalism and bring about a capitalism without competitors, a state without citizens and a society without individuals. In order to create something better than capitalism, we would first have to agree on what we want from it. Certainly, economic calculation has always characterized the citizen, and has turned him into a private individual who is a caricature of any notion of privacy. Even in the case of economic success, the flexible worker is undeniably an unattractive adapter, who always and completely puts his manpower as well as his so-called social competence and his dialect or skills acquired in his free time on the market and constantly strives to adapt to current requirements. A distorted image of the world citizen who develops his talents and abilities in all directions. The individual who is made up of such characteristics and competes with others is, in case of doubt, unscrupulous in the pursuit of his goals and only exceptionally, and even then often in the stage of personality decline associated with failure, develops unmistakable personal traits. Competition is also anything but a sporting contest with deserving winners and losers who fairly admit their defeat, no matter how important their achievements are, but rather, at the latest in the crisis, the merciless instance of selection, the distinction between those who are still given life cards and the others who go away empty-handed. This seems to be the extent of the agreement between opponents of precarization and critics of the political economy. Apparently, economic calculation is unknown in countries in which state organs replenished empty state coffers by raiding merchant caravans or by ruinous tax levies, in societies in which the preferred trade was in plundered goods or in which, thanks to the grace of nature, crude oil gushes forth without the people themselves doing a single thing to extract it, because others, namely capitalists from abroad and foreign workers without rights, do it for them. Those committed to this principle were either expropriated in a completely unpredictable manner and often murdered, or they resigned themselves to their fate and degenerated into producers or traders who were independent of the state. The economic calculation in such countries and societies defies rationality. Not only economic but also state decisions cannot be predetermined because they do not follow any objective laws. Rationality is replaced by the subjective arbitrariness of the ruler or the objective arbitrariness of the state machinery. The result is general apathy and submission to fate, combined with periodic outbreaks of violence of an insane nature. In contrast to all known non-capitalist or even decidedly anti-capitalist orders, where the calculating and individualistic view prevails and man appears as a calculating being, there is a minimum of security for the individual against possible assaults by the state or the followers of militant caritas. The same applies to flexibility. As miserable as it can be to move after work and have to give up friends and neighbors, how infinitely more narrow-minded are those who stay at home on principle, because they still see the meaning of life at home even when the soil is miserable and paid work is not, or no longer, available. And the competition? And who would ever have got a step further intellectually, practically, athletically, or professionally as an employee, self-employed person, artist, friend, or lover if they had not always measured themselves against others, copied their advantages and avoided their mistakes, i.e. competed with them? instead of recognizing in economic calculation, flexibility, and competition the qualities that are not only capable of preventing bad things from happening, but also point to the possibility of a better arrangement of the world, they are openly threatened with the repetition of old horrors. This is done by misusing the old fighting concept of solidarity. Without reference to a goal, solidarity is either an empty phrase or already something contrary to the concept, the authoritarian community of equals. Solidarity does not spring from the clouded minds of German socialists, but from the level of competition to which it remains committed. It is the emergency alliance of free workers in competition with each other on the labor market, who, completely fixated on their individual advancement, joined forces out of economic calculation in order to strengthen their bargaining power as sellers of goods vis-a-vis the entrepreneurs buying their labor power. The alliances of necessity and struggle, for example during strikes, were necessarily authoritarian, but temporary and committed to a common goal, more money, shorter working hours, that was individual to each person. The alliance that was once envisioned as a revolutionary class and which, for a time of need, would be infinitely diverse and which would largely give up its particularity for a short time in order to finally be the egoists after a successful victory, who do not need to compete with others for reasons better than economic calculation. Those who oppose precarization, on the other hand, are almost never concerned with the freedom and necessity of finally realizing the dream of a cause. They are usually unworthy anti-capitalists who do not want to break out of the actual factual relationships between people, but on the contrary seek to cement these relationships in order to exorcise them of their human surplus. They want ethical work carried out by believing, in the past one would have said fanatically believing communities of workers, the product of which is then hawked by way of a naturally fair exchange. They want to retain commodity production, but deny the liberal aspect of capitalism, which makes it so superior to all alternative economic forms, as presumptuous. The apologists of a new world, such as Pierre Bourdieu or Andrea Knoll, are concerned about justice in order to defend the worst excesses of the French and German welfare state against the young, against migrants, against the old. The fact that Bourdieu and company of all people present the Danes and other friends of deregulation as the ones actually responsible for the disaster shows one thing very clearly. Their ugly revolution project called Solidarity can only be saved in alliance with the most active critics of interest bondage. Even if it is cyclical and therefore increasingly heard again during the coronavirus crisis, the discussion about an unconditional basic income (UBI) has been a perennial topic since the introduction of Hartz IV at the latest. Even if we have long been aware of the alliance and mutual stimulation of the late capitalist mode of production and left-wing identity politics, of the shabby left-wing contribution to the creation of the new spirit of capitalism, Boltanski, Chiapello, it must nevertheless come as a surprise that this alliance has not only been setting the tone in terms of cultural and economic policy for years, but has also long been an alliance of UBI advocates made up of apologists and self-declared left-wing critics of neoliberalism in a decidedly socio-political field. It ranges from the founder of the drugstore chain DM, the entrepreneur Götz Werner, to the former chairwoman of the Left Party Claudia Kipping. Both see UBI as just liberal and emancipatory. In 2005, in direct reaction to Hartz IV, Götz Werner placed a major advertising campaign entitled A Reason for the Future, the basic income in all national daily newspapers. The advertisement praised the UBI as an instrument that would make everyone free from basic existential worries and open up the possibility of being able to shape work as a free citizen, as a mutual service in social security, dignity, and according to one's own choice. On Claudia Kipping's website you can read, "For many years I have been enthusiastic about the idea of an unconditional basic income. The UBI is an income that everyone is entitled to. It should secure livelihoods and enable social participation, represent an individual legal entitlement and be guaranteed without a means test and without any obligation to pay anything in return. All supporters of a UBI want to fundamentally change the welfare state and advocate the consolidation, abolition or replacement of previous tax-financed social transfers. They repeatedly like to emphasize the reduction in administrative costs, including the associated savings in social budgets. The main accusation is that against the backdrop of digitalization and deindustrialization, broken employment biographies, and forced flexibilization, the current German welfare model is anachronistically centered around gainful employment as a measure of need and support. On the one hand, the UBI is not understood as a kind of Hartz IV without sanctions, means testing, and integration agreements. On the other hand, all advocates of full employment in society have been identified as opponents and diehards, as there is a consensus that unemployment, i.e., The wage labor that measures it according to conventional social insurance-based standards can no longer decrease but only increase under changed social production conditions, meaning that many more jobs will be lost than new ones created. There is also a consensus among UBI advocates that the much-noticed 2-year Finnish UBI experiment does not provide any information about the success or failure of the UBI. The randomly selected 2,000 unemployed people received their monthly state allowance of €560 for 2 years, 2017 and 2018, regardless of whether or not they were in paid employment during this time. However, the aim was not to subject a social utopia to a practical test, but rather to test under which conditions, instead of unconditionally, the willingness to return to or take up gainful employment for the first time would increase. The idea of the UBI is also not justified if one falls for the propaganda of the red-red-green Berlin Senate, which has declared its recently introduced Solidarity Basic Income for 1,000 Hartz IV recipients for an unlimited period to be a variant of the UBI. Despite voluntary participation, this is also clearly a fraudulent labeling, as the critic of the UBI, economist and philosopher Birger Pridet, calls the Berlin undertaking, in comparison to the basic idea of abandoning the focus on wage labor, which is consensual among UBI advocates. This is because the condition for granting the Solidarity Basic Income is the acceptance of 100% Senate and therefore tax-financed employment subject to social insurance contributions on the second labor market with the aim of reintegration into the first labor market. Analogous to the existing €1 job criteria that no regular employment relationships may be displaced, the main condition for this is a demonstrable additional benefit for Berliners, as officially stated by the Senate, a social cost-benefit thinking not beyond wage labor, but through it, and thus what the UBI advocates do not want. The Berlin case is different to that of the solidarity-based citizens' income, which was first proposed in 2006 by the then Thuringian Minister-President Dieter Althaus with the significant involvement of the prominent UBI activist Thomas Strabhar, ambassador of the initiative Neue Soziale Marktwirtschaft, New Social Market Economy Initiative, which considers itself to be a liberal initiative. At its core, this proposal contains all the points that seem to unite the UBI advocates. It should be paid out to everyone, regardless of whether they are unemployed or not, unable to work or retired, and thus without sanctions, regardless of whether the respective recipient wants to work at all. Neoliberals and Marxists side by side in the fight against the welfare state. That's how far the confusion has gone. The extremes are merging, was the immediate dismissive verdict on the proposal of his party colleague Althaus from former Labor and Social Affairs Minister Norbert Blum, whose fairy tale of "the pensions are secure" at the time probably made a not inconsiderable contribution to the popularization of the UBI idea across all ideological boundaries. Nevertheless, Blum was right that both camps are actively cultivating illusions of consensus, suggesting that the same idea finds support across political and social camps, as the former Green social politician and critic of UBI, Daniel Kreutz, put it. However, Katja Kipping's negative reaction to the Althaus proposal made it clear that the UBI community is by no means united, and not just when it comes to the amount of the UBI to be paid out by the state each month. Kipping emphatically emphasizes that, unlike the Althaus idea, the concepts she advocates are embedded in an emancipatory and transformational socio-political concept, while other ideas, however, would not pursue this fundamental approach. Are the differences that great? Götz Werner's advertising campaign from 2005, for example, states, "A transparent tax system can support the unconditional basic income. The basis is the gradual reorganization of our tax system in the direction of consumption taxes. The advantages: those who consume less also pay less tax, those who consume more pay higher taxes and more. Citizens no longer have to fill in a tax return. They pay where they consume, End quote. Werner's UBI model, which enjoys immense popularity among UBI advocates and is therefore by no means a fringe crazy idea, is not just about abolishing wealth tax. All income taxation, including wage tax, which currently generates by far the largest share of tax revenue, is to be replaced by a consumption tax, which Werner likes to call a consumption tax and which is comparable to today's VAT, except that it is to become the central financing instrument of the public sector. According to Werner, this consumption tax, which would also be levied on all services and make a social transfer such as child benefits superfluous, as the UBI would also be paid to children via their parents on an age-graded basis, would amount to around 50%, an estimate that many consider to be clearly too low. Many, such as the Bundestag Scientific Service, see it more realistically at 100%. To justify this high consumption tax, Werner likes to argue that all tax and ancillary wage costs are already included in the current pricing of goods and are therefore passed on to the purchaser. These would then be eliminated and thus reduce the net price of goods, on which the blatantly high consumption tax would then be levied. On the other hand, there is little or nothing to be heard from him about the regulations for health insurance and the build-up of pension entitlements under UBI conditions, which is explainable insofar as this blank space is not a trifle, but should be at the center of all considerations. Instead, Werner likes to play arithmetic games of the following kind, which cannot be described as anything other than a cynic's oath of disclosure. With the UBI, says Werner, work on people will finally become affordable. Because I no longer have to pay the nurse €3,000, but only €1,500. End quote. His idea of a UBI follows a logic of top-ups and wage dumping, which culminates in the sentence that the FAZ elicited from Werner for a special publication on the topic of new work, the future of work at the latest when an army of click workers, i.e. people without permanent employment, realize projects due to digitalization, basic financing will be needed for every citizen. As if he were longing for the end of full employment and permanent collectively agreed employment contracts, as if he had just been waiting for the age of precarious living to finally dawn, Werner even hails digitalization as a kairos of liberation elsewhere. Quote, "The development of productivity has long since overtaken the development of needs. We have saturated markets and we need fewer and fewer people to produce this excess of goods. Now is the moment when we can free ourselves from the compulsion to work." End quote. Because it obviously can't happen fast enough for him that large parts of the population in this country are becoming superfluous, Werner only logically celebrates deindustrialization by relocating more and more production facilities abroad as a kind of Samaritan act of capital. And not without branding those who don't want to take anything away from a clickworker's life in the middle of Germany as eternal envy-mongers. Quote, "By outsourcing jobs in the production sector, we give other people an income. You only experience this negatively if you see it as being limited to Germany or the state. If something is produced somewhere else, people are better off there. We have to look for other goals in our work." End of quote. However, Werner is not alone with this two-world theory. The fact that we live in an information and knowledge society and can therefore finally work differently because other people produce for us is seen as great progress, even deep into left-wing circles, and is affirmed as a kind of natural law of global cosmopolitanism. What is really special, however, is the cynical picture of capitalist economics that Werner paints, as if it were a charitable event of generous living and responsible taking. His propaganda falls short of any basic economics course, in which one still learns that capitalism is about brutal market assertion and aggressive profit-making, which the state of capital has to make possible. Economy is based, according to Werner, on a constant exchange process of services rendered for each other, i.e. on a comprehensive mutual service, and consequently, economics is an organic mutual service. This nonsense, which could be described as romantic pro-capitalism, can only be explained by Werner against the background of his anthroposophical attitude in the tradition of Rudolf Steiner, which he shares with the Swiss Basic Income Initiative, which has already twice unsuccessfully initiated a much-noticed referendum on the introduction of a UBI. Steiner had already formulated his main social law of reciprocity on the basis of his theory of the threefold structure of the social organism, consisting of spiritual, legal, and economic life. The salvation of a group of people working together is all the greater the less the individual claims the proceeds of his achievements for himself, i.e. the more he gives away of these proceeds to his co-workers, and the more his own needs are satisfied not from his achievements but from the achievements of others. End quote. This requires not only the unegoistic worker, but also the fact that working for one's fellow human beings and earning a certain income are two completely separate things. Steiner's challenge to human egoism is also central to Werner's UBI concept. According to him, the UBI should serve as the instrument that decisively decouples social wage labor and that for fellow human beings work. For this there is then merely a certain amount of state alimentation, as Werner's example of the nurse shows. The inner anthroposophical criticism of Werner's idea does not only begin where it is accused of being far too little non-egoistic and therefore boils down to unconditional self-realization instead of selflessness. What's more, as the criticism untruthfully states, Werner's idea of a UBI would confuse the social tripartite structure with the state drip. We do not know what Claudia Kipping thinks of Rudolf Steiner. She is full of praise for Götz Werner, at least, because he has done an incredible amount to spread the idea that there is no compulsion to work, that there are other activities that are just as valuable. On the other hand, not a critical word can be heard from her about Werner's worldview and its ideological foundation, whose individualistic misanthropy has nothing to do with the human capacity for individual dedication or giving oneself up for a cause, but aims to transform the individual particular interest into a self-denying internalized pseudo-universal collective interest in the fight against the human ego. It is no coincidence that one is reminded of the real socialist idea of the new man, for whom self-sacrificing, selfless work is the only maxim of life, except that in Werner's utopia, capitalist property and production relations provide the basis for this. What Kipping does not like about Werner's UBI idea is his financing model, which would not result in redistribution from top to bottom, especially as left-wing basic income supporters do not want to replace the existing social security system with the basic income, but rather supplement it. Furthermore, for Kipping, the UBI is not just a democracy lump sum that is intended to provide the basis for politically engaged citizens. For her, it is a transformation project without a guarantee that capitalism will be overcome. The main difference to Werner's ideas is that income taxation should not be replaced by a consumption tax, but should be significantly stronger. At the leadership level of the Left Party, the advocates of the UBI around Kipping are in a minority position. The situation is different at the much vaunted base of the party. According to the Bundesarbeitsgemeinschaft-Grundeinkommen in UND bei der Partei Die Linke, SAG, a 2016 survey showed that 68% of party members were in favor of a UBI, which the BAG commented on in a brochure it published to explain its concept with the words, "We are therefore on the right track." According to the brochure, the aim of the right path is the restructuring of the existing employment-centered social security system and the transformation of society into a civilization that has overcome capitalist and patriarchal power relations. End quote. The assertion that people continue to live under objectively patriarchal conditions under the social production relationship of capital is also a perennial propagandistic favorite of Claudia Kipping's. It reveals what a disturbed relationship to the critique of political economy Kipping and company maintain, because both Marx's depiction of primitive accumulation and even more so his concept of the doubly free wage laborer are inherent in the fact that the patriarchal idol of the rule of men over women necessarily ends with their social establishment through capitalist rule. This historical caesura is not only expressed in the Communist Manifesto with the famous statement that the bourgeoisie, where it has come to power, has destroyed all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. Elsewhere it says, modern industry has transformed the small workshop of the patriarchal master into the great factory of the industrial capitalist. End quote. And as if Marx and Engels were talking about capitalism in the 21st century, they also say, the less manual labor requires skill and strength, i.e. the more modern industry develops, the more men's work will be replaced by that of women. End quote. From the latter, it should not be read primarily that Marx and Engels were makers of their time by attributing less dexterity and strength to women, but that capital does not envisage the eternal prison of the reproductive sphere for women, because the division into production and reproduction has already definitively knocked patriarchy off its pedestal. In other words, anyone who talks about the dual socialization of women can no longer logically speak of patriarchal relations. However, the concept drawn up by the BAG in 2013 appears so profane in the light of the high global historical aspirations that more than a faint suspicion creeps in that it is actually a very constructive realpolitik modernization proposal that fulfills the objective purpose of bringing capitalist society up to the level of its productive development and its production conditions in socio-political terms. The BAG concept envisages financing the UBI via a monthly UBI levy of 33.5%. added to all primary incomes, as wage tax as well as insurance contributions for health, long-term care, pension and unemployment insurance, which are to be paid equally by employers and employees, are also retained. This results in a gross burden of 50 to 70% on salaries and wages, which are only to be paid according to collective agreements or the statutory minimum wage. Both the existing contribution-financed pension model and the existing financing of unemployment benefits will be retained in principle. The UBI, as well as BAföG child benefit, is to replace so-called basic security benefits such as Hartz IV or social assistance, which are subject to contributions, while housing benefit will continue to be paid according to regional needs, and all those who only have the UBI will be covered by statutory health and long-term care insurance free of charge. In addition, publicly subsidized jobs are to be created that can be developed and filled voluntarily by job seekers. As you can see, there can be no talk of a concept that seeks to overcome the exploitation of value. What remains is the project of transforming not capitalism, but the welfare state into one in which the granting of social benefits is released from any obligations towards it. No longer a social law principle of demanding, nor one of promoting against the will of the individual concerned. This withdrawal of the welfare state not only from coercion, but also from responsibility for the unconditional alimentation of citizens, is the price to be paid for achieving the gradual overcoming of people's dependence on market exploitation, as the bag concept states. The internal connection between increasing precarization, to which the UBI is supposed to be a social response according to the BGA, the falling demand for labor at a price that allows it to be reproduced, and the associated real danger of being left behind in society for good is either not even seen or is apparently perceived as insignificant. This is all the more surprising given that the BGA is well aware that manual rather than manual labor forms the backbone of the post-industrial society that has long been in the making. The BGA concept states that social production increasingly involves the living and formalized knowledge of people. The BGA only seems to take note of the fact that the immense pressure to be flexible and the compulsion for lifelong learning are inherent in this mode of production, i.e., that the danger of no longer being able to keep up, losing one's marketability and thus becoming socially superfluous, is increasingly becoming a problem. To the extent that the BGA believes it can make a sociopolitical virtue out of this new capitalist need, simply stop living in such a gainful employment-centered and market exploitation-independent way, the UBI makes it possible after all, and everything will be, if not good, then much better. So the left-wing UBI idea turns out to be what it objectively is under capital conditions, an attempt to provide a socio-political foundation for the final establishment of the clique worker society, regardless of collective bargaining and minimum wage demands. When, for example, Claudia Kipping rejects full employment and untruthfully claims that the fatal aspect of the demand for full employment lies in its proximity to the neoliberal full employment policy of demanding and promoting, Socialismus October 2005, she only proves that the left-wing concept of neoliberalism misses the point. Apparently, people are unable to grasp the fact that people like Götz Werner and all those who celebrate new work and startups have long since set the course for society. In other words, the welfare state's direct demand and support, which Hartz IV still stands for, has long been an obsolete model from the point of view of capital demand, and is increasingly being replaced by decentralized market direct demand and support, which, like new work as a whole, undermines the separation of the spheres of production and reproduction, demands highly mobile work and flexible leisure time, and pursues the total cult of projects, teams, and networks. New work thus offers everything that justifies Nancy Fraser's concept of progressive neoliberalism, and fits much better with the idea of a UBI that promotes flexibility and mobility than with a flexibility and mobility break such as Hartz IV, which is still far too firmly rooted in industrial society. Not only not resisting the lure of the clique worker society, but also actively working towards the UBI idea has a long tradition. The post-operaists Antonio Negri and Michael Hart, who have hailed so-called immaterial work, serve both Claudia Kipping and the bag explicitly as cues. Of course, Negri/Hart are also advocates of an unconditional basic income. In their 2002 book Empire, which was celebrated by legions of leftists at the time and was even hailed by Slavoj Zizek as the Communist Manifesto of the 21st century, it is correctly stated that immaterial labor, i.e. non-physical intellectual labor, has driven the postmodernization of the global economy. From the domination of industry to the dominant position of services and information. Instead of criticizing this new form of domination, however, it is understood in the bad tradition of Marxist teleology and avant-garde expectation as the appearance of liberation. Because with it, the dialectic of inside and outside has come to an end. The new forms of labor power are faced with the task of producing the human anew. This task would be accomplished above all by the new and increasing immaterial forms of effective and intellectual labor. This would be accomplished in the community that constituted these forms. It forms the counter-empire, the multitude, which fights within the empire, which no longer allows an outside. This cheap revolutionary romanticism becomes all the more incomprehensible when you realize that Negri/Hart are actually correct in stating that postmodernization or informatization is producing a new way of becoming human. However, this new human being as an ensemble of postmodern conditions, which demands the internalization of all hard and soft skills of immaterial work, is not a problem for them, but a solution. As if Negri/Hart only wanted to prove that for them too commodity and thought form a unity, the multitude is then also presented in a highly consequent way exclusively as a network, in the form in which late capitalist immaterial commodity production mainly takes place in the present. With this in mind, Claudia Kipping's following lines speak plainly. For the development of an entrepreneurship of the common and the establishment of cooperative social networks, accompanying reform steps such as an unconditional basic income are of course needed. Kipping's instrumental relationship to the UBI has little to do with left-wing charity, but much to do with the UBI as a financing model for networking multitude activists in the anti-empire struggle. In her book Wer Fluktet schon Freiwillig from 2015, the narcissistic subject form of late capitalism, the infamous Generation Y, which would be better called Generation Self-Optimization, is identified as the possible resistant collective subject of future liberation. The Fordist work ethic has often already given way to an interest in individual quality of life, Kipping happily states in this context, without apparently wasting a single thought on whether there might be something to Marx's statement that it is not consciousness that determines existence. In other words, that the interest in individual quality of life could have arisen not from the minds, but from the post-Fordist conditions of forced insight into the necessity of adapting even the instinctual life to the changing mode of production, and that with the departure from the Fordist work ethic, the working and living conditions that are little or not at all precarious are also up for grabs, which the self-optimization generation with its penchant for pseudo-individuality no longer considers worth defending in the first place. In the 21st century, this idea no longer seems to occur to the leader of a party that considers itself to be staunchly left-wing. It is not for nothing that she whispers that technological development will drive us to a point where the quantitative increase could turn into a qualitative leap. In all seriousness, she says, 3D printers and internet exchange platforms are only the harbingers of a possible future in which private work actually contributes to a general prosperity that is not based on authoritarian standardization, but on social diversity. Nevertheless, Kipping seems to have a faint inkling that flat hierarchies and decentralized self-organization are no longer forms of organization that stand exclusively for resistance, freedom, and counterculture, i.e., that the modern corporate philosophy, which has replaced the outdated Fordist work ethic, has long since made social diversity instead of authoritarian standardization the basis of all contemporary management, when she comes to the conclusion that can only be called crazy. The fact that the social networks of the common today stand within the existing economic framework and often lead a niche existence for the time being does not contradict their emancipatory potential in any way. On the contrary, they remind us of the transition from feudalism to capitalism. End quote. Because she doesn't do it underneath, 3D printers and internet exchanges must necessarily be the harbingers of overcoming capitalism. She notices all the less that her revolutionary rhetoric only serves the apotheosis of late capitalism. And so it must also necessarily miss the fact that the UBI is not in reality a literal state advance payment for the time after capitalism, but rather the bill that the welfare state of capital has to pay if it wants to continue to fulfill its objective task as the ideal total capitalist. To ascribe an emancipatory potential to self-exploitative startup cliques in which terms such as end of working day, break and vacation become foreign words when the diverse team relentlessly exerts coercion under threat of exclusion or when the project assignment for the social network friends demands it, thus confusing the digital revolution with the social revolution. You have to come up with that first. Even if Kipping, see Negri/Hart, cannot apply for a patent on such dangerous nonsense. To legitimize the UBI, people like to refer to Hannah Arendt's gloomy prognosis, which she made at the end of the 1950s, when, in her words, the spread of automation, still in its early stages, was beginning its triumphal march. What lies ahead of us is the prospect of a working society that has run out of work, i.e., the only activity it still knows how to do. What could be more disastrous? End quote. It is in the nature of things that Arendt could only imagine the working man under automated production conditions as a blunted version of a Fordist button pusher a la Chaplin's Modern Times, as can be found today in a number of emerging countries or in countries that are on the way there, but hardly in the countries in which the post-industrial society has long been a reality and for which the UBI is supposed to be made. Even if Arendt's prognosis applied to a different capitalist, let's call it here, modern mode of production, the UBI advocates are right when they refer to Arendt in that in a society that runs out of paid work, an army of superfluous workers is created for whom Marx's concept of an industrial reserve army has not been coined. In this respect, the UBI also has the character of a mercy killing for all those who are forever weeded out of paid work by capital, which also means that it has nothing to do with the happiness without merit defended by Max Horkheimer against envy, but all the more to do with the term gift to a punished recipient found on Wikipedia under the keyword mercy killing. Supporters of a UBI do not want to face up to the fact that this bread of mercy does not mean the end of the administered world, but rather modernizes it in the way that Horkheimer, not without a pinch of irony, described it towards the end of his life as a great functioning society in which the individual can live without material worries, but no longer has any meaning, as a negative utopia. In order to avoid the accusation of being nothing more than voluntary administrators of misery, they use the trick of expanding the concept of work infinitely by constantly claiming that the current society is centered on gainful employment, in which other activities are not treated equally. If the UBI advocates had their way, with the introduction of the UBI there would basically be hardly any human activity that does not meet the criterion of work, under which wage labor would then be subsumed as just one of many socially recognized forms of work, and thus the divisions between leisure and work, between public and private that were once enforced by it would also become obsolete as a distinctly Fordist relic from the times of the demand for full employment kipping. Only marginally is this about the higher pay and appreciation of the nursing and healthcare professions, which has long since begun but is still a long way off. At the heart of this is a concept of work that no longer recognizes a first, second, or third labor market, because somehow everything is to be equated with the labor market, or at least to such an extent that there is hardly anything meaningless and everything, even the most eccentric hobby, is filled with social meaning. Even the last remnants of privacy and intimacy are to be transformed into the equivalent form of the commodity of labor, so that being a mother or father can be declared a quasi-profession just like the social status of husband or partner. In a word, everyone from birth to death should be socially recognized containers of labor power and nothing else. With reference to Hannah Arendt's gloomy prognosis, one could say that the prospect of a working society that has run out of work is being met here with a flight forward to the only activity that society has ever understood itself to be, and should only understand itself to be in the future. The shibboleth for the desired total working society is care work, which according to Wikipedia refers to activities of caring and looking after, the social improvement of which would still be welcome from the feminist point of view of the so-called double socialization of many women. Basically, everything has been said about the almost limitless and arbitrary definition of care work in the sense of UBI activists, such as the busy Ronald Blaschke, who have literally hijacked the once feminist term for their own purposes. You can also read on Wikipedia that even friendly help and self-care can be part of care work, i.e. activities that were previously always assumed not to fall under work. The statements made by Philip Kovs, co-founder of the Berlin-based association Berger Initiative Bedingungsloses Grundeinkommen and co-editor of the Suhrkamp anthology on UBI, are representative of this attempt to exorcise civic-mindedness and common sense. He explains his actions as wanting to finally put an end to the eternal alienation from work and the fact that our awareness of work has come to a standstill on the assembly line. It is therefore a matter of making work whole again in our consciousness and instead of fetishizing it, individualizing it. These thoughts culminate in the announcement of what will happen once the UBI is a reality. Quote, finding meaning in work becomes the central motive. I don't want to be free from work, I want to be free in my work. That is the freedom of the future. End quote. One can only mourn the days when criticism of alienation and the work fetish was not accompanied by the threat of taking the creation of meaning and the work fetish to extremes in the name of individuality and freedom, but by opposing them with idleness and a right to laziness. Since there are probably no UBI advocates who do not consider themselves to be particularly cosmopolitan, and accordingly none who will allow any doubt that Germany is a country of immigration, the relevant protagonists are faced with a particular problem that cannot go unmentioned. For it is not only the particularly anti-national left-wing UBI faction that is confronted with something that is more than just a flaw in the UBI system. If one realizes that the claimed unconditionality of the basic income is linked to the condition of a functioning nation-state and therefore to the sole entitlement through citizenship or an equivalent legal title, then this literal limit of unconditionality is no trifle. The particularly consequent UBI activist and sociology professor Sasha Lieberman, for example, co-founder of the Basic Income Instead of Full Employment Initiative, has long avoided the adjective unconditional. Quote, not because I want to link the basic income entitlement to benefits on the labor market, but because there must always be at least one condition for the basic income entitlement at national level. End quote. Lieberman is then also certain that the UBI would represent an enormous incentive for immigration, which would call into question the financing of the entire UBI idea in the long term. Critics of a UBI such as sociologist Ann Castle, who is convinced that the UBI is the opposite of what a rapidly growing immigration society needs and that, in her opinion, there is hardly a more harmful program of social disintegration, have little or nothing to counter its proponents at this point apart from the usual civil society phrases against the right, and one can assume why, assuming, for the sake of argument, that UBI activists want to continue to hold on to a society that still deserves its name. It should also be secretly clear to them that there is every indication that an immigration society and the UBI are categorically mutually exclusive. But despite all the objections to the UBI, it could ultimately be said that the coronavirus crisis shows just how useful it would nevertheless be. In a crisis like this, where so many people could lose their livelihoods, perhaps we should think about introducing an unconditional basic income, says one random Facebook post, for example, which could hardly sum up the nature of the UBI any better. After all, it is made for the social crisis, for the perpetuation of the crisis mode as the normal and permanent state, which its apologists hail as the brave new world of knowledge, information, or networks, and in which the unconditional basic income represents the next stage of social decay. More and more people are convinced that they receive their income in return for activities that are objectively meaningful and fulfill them. They would only describe what they do as work in a very ironic way. They are above that. Others, on the other hand, are serious about a meaningful life, which they can only recognize beyond any form of work and which they confidently claim to lead. Those who are left behind lack the imagination and creativity to escape the impositions of the 40-hour week with its monotonous 5 working days and repetitive, meaningless drudgery. Many wage laborers find it unpleasant that they hang out with their peers at the fun pool or in Mallorca, which in any case does nothing to enrich their personality. Such reservations have been known since 1918 and are always voiced more loudly when, as is the case today, very many from the labor front with their big cars and not-so-big homes are materially dependent on the meaning-seeking academics. However, the fact that the raw materialist could also be a potentially right-wing extremist and anti-Semitic perpetrator by his very nature, which is rooted in work, is a sinister suspicion that overcomes some as a premonition that turns into a shrill warning and, for others, condenses into a critical objection to the inseparable link between the so-called work mania and the stigmatization of the alleged representatives of exchange value by use value fetishists that urges their destruction. Stadtluft macht frei, City Air Sets You Free, was the title of the Bavarian State Exhibition for 2020, which ran until April 2, 2019. On this day, the Bavarian Ministry of Art announced that the exhibition planned in the towns of Friedberg and Aichach would be renamed Stadtbefreit Wittelsbacher Grunderstadt, City Liberated Wittelsbach Founding Towns. This decision was preceded by the public intervention of the president of the Jewish community of Munich and Upper Bavaria, Charlotte Knobloch, who had criticized the linguistic proximity of the originally planned title to the inhuman Nazi slogan Arbeit macht frei, which is why it should be changed very quickly without much ado. Because that poisons people, poisons young people, and has a very bad aftertaste. End quote. The expression hurts everyone who had anything to do with it. Even after the renaming, it was important to Richard Loibl, the disgraced director of the Haus der Bayerischen Geschichte, who was responsible for the exhibition with his state authority, to emphasize that the slogan Stadtluft macht frei, City Air Makes You Free, described the considerably extended freedom rights of citizens in the medieval cities compared to the rural population. It is a legal principle that stems from an enlightened liberal tradition and comes from a philosophy that is opposed to National Socialism. The poison that Ms. Knobloch had tasted in the equation of two slogans lies not only in the related diction, but also in the content, because the case of City Air was also about emphasizing work as a vehicle for the liberation of the individual. It is certainly cynical to write Arbeit macht frei on a camp gate, behind which immediate annihilation was and was to be the inevitable fate for some and annihilation for others after exhausting their last efforts. However, the cynicism does not lie in the message itself, but in the promise it made to the prisoners that they would be released into freedom after completing their forced labor and would not be forced into the gas chambers. If it were also the case that work, since it appeared as wage labor, established a coercive social relationship that necessarily led to the extermination of the Jews, who were hallucinated as the opposite race, then Ms. Knobloch would be right in her suspicions. With her, and based on her as an authority, those who opened and have since managed a special section in the critique of political economy that goes back to Marx should then also see themselves prominently confirmed. The critique of labor. The saying, "city air makes you free," refers to rural refugees who, for the first time in the cities of the late Middle Ages, felt they had more air to live on as doubly free wage laborers than under the conditions of feudalism. It took another 5 centuries to get from city air to liberating work. One click on Wikipedia is all it takes to find the primary source. Quote, "It is not faith that makes one blessed, not faith in selfish clerical and aristocratic purposes, but work that makes one blessed, because work makes one free. That is not Protestant or Catholic or German or Christian Catholic, not liberal or servile, that is the universal human law and the basic condition of all life and striving, all happiness and all bliss." End of quote. This was written in a brochure published in 1847 by the young Hegelian Vormars journalist Heinrich Beda, who later came to prominence as a denouncer of Karl Marx. The liberation from personal dependencies through the contractually regulated exchange relationship between worker and capitalist is made unrecognizable here in favor of an ontology of work that is suitable for propagating a contradiction-free Volksgemeinschaft of creative workers from all social classes. But as clearly as it can be shown that the Betas of the 19th century were ideologically influential, it would be dishonest to ignore the fact that the sense of community demanded by those who performed the lion's share of socially necessary work did not meet with a positive response. It is true that they were so biased that their lot of having to work long and hard every day made them fall for the absurd idea that their work was a value in itself. Unlike the community founders, however, they insisted that their toil had nothing in common with the activities of citizens, let alone journalists, which is why they selfishly represented their workers' interests against the rest of the nation. For whatever evidence the workers' movement provided that the fulfillment of their demands would benefit a harmonious community, it was never able to dispel the suspicion that they were putting their interests above those of the nation. As early as 1881, a German obscurantist named what was rushing through the minds of the many Heinrich Betas, and not just the German workers. In Morgenrot, Thoughts on Moral Prejudice, Friedrich Nietzsche wrote, "The eulogists of labor. In the glorification of work, in the tireless talk of the blessing of work, I see the same ulterior motive as in the praise of charitable impersonal acts, that of fear of everything individual. Basically, one feels now at the sight of work, one always means that hard labor from morning till night, that such work is the best police, that it keeps everyone in check and knows how to strongly hinder the development of reason, covetousness, the desire for independence. For it consumes an extraordinary amount of nervous energy and withdraws it from thinking, brooding, dreaming, worrying, loving and hating. It always has a small goal in view and provides easy and regular satisfaction. Thus a society in which people work hard all the time will have more security. And security is now worshipped as the supreme deity. And now, horror! The worker in particular has become dangerous. It is teeming with dangerous individuals. And behind them the danger of dangers, the individual." End of quote. What a paradox. The individual, one would think, only asserts himself in freedom, and freedom is the absence of coercion. In this respect, wage labor cannot possibly make you free, as it takes up the most active hours of the day and does so under external control. However, this sweeping statement says nothing about different forms of dependency, and therefore also different dispositions of time. Wage labor, because it constantly demands, disciplines and subjects one to an external purpose, is so meaningless and thus unsuitable for creating an individual that personal impulses can only arise after it and sometimes even against it. The precisely defined working hours, Sundays and public vacations and vacation establish a sharp separation between work and leisure time. This caesura is still a caesura when it is taken into account that the physical and psychological harm of heteronomy often leaves you in your free time for a long time and sometimes not at all. The division of time of the wage laborer differs fundamentally from that of the holistic human being, which exists in 2 variants. In the old form, it is the peasant farmer who is immediately subject to the personal rule of the feudal lord, who always led a collective existence set by God and nature in the rhythm of the seasons and numerous church holidays, from getting up to going to bed, which he initially did not experience as a constraint that curtailed his self-development due to a lack of alternatives. Strangely related to him is the new type of holistic human being, who already pretends to lead a life beyond work to some extent and yet becomes totally dependent on the system that is so hostile and supposedly defined by the fetish of work. For it is precisely this system that makes his activities and hedonistic way of life, which are praised as meaningful, possible in the first place, and at the same time makes it impossible for him to become an individual. The holistic individual has always been much closer to the liberal state, which the wage laborer urgently needs in the form of the courts and executive bodies as a guardian of compliance with the individual and collective contracts he has concluded with the capitalists. Although he regularly gives meaning to his life and actions in a very elitist way, he naturally expects his state-guaranteed livelihood as the operator of a marketing agency for anti-fascist and climate protection purposes or, even more consequent, as a recipient of an unconditional basic income who is a proponent of radical criticism. As threatening as he may appear in his gestures, he remains a supplicant. Unlike in Nietzsche's time, today it is no longer a question of suppressing rebellious desires by propagating meaningless rhetoric to maintain order. The thinking, brooding, dreaming, worrying, loving, hating that used to be suppressed by work is now loudly propagated as a private offer of meaning beyond work that promotes the common good. There can no longer be any talk of a publicly propagated fetishization of work, as the recent ruling by the Constitutional Court shows, which calls into question the restriction and partial lifting of the notorious sanctions imposed by job centers on customers who have failed to meet their obligations to cooperate. Even before this ruling, coercive measures to reintegrate people into the labor market or to maintain their ability and willingness to work were rapidly reduced by the job centers. What remains is the wage laborer who is less interested in the meaning of his professional activity and believes he can adequately satisfy his needs with the money he earns himself. As a citizen in the post-bourgeois era, he goes through life with the self-confidence that he owes nothing to anyone, i.e. that he has left his property to himself, and can therefore meet his fellow human beings with his head held high. In contrast, the person who receives without ever having given from their parents or from the welfare state, which is modeled on them in many respects, is bent over backwards. You remain at the mercy of your parents, even if they don't seem to demand anything in return, just as you were as a child, when you actually wanted to be, or at least should be, free enough to reshape your relationship with them as an adult, which necessarily includes economic independence. Even if the sanction-free job center of the future hardly ever nags you and ends up renaming itself the agency for granting the unconditional basic income, it will always remain the authority of public mercy that establishes a total relationship of dependency that not only haunts you into your dreams with the accusation that you have failed, but also binds you to the state's purpose. Anyone who is involved in projects today, or who is only on a voluntary basis, is almost always involved in refugee aid, anti-fascism, climate protection, or gender discourse and either finds buyers for their offerings or can be found in large numbers as a volunteer HAG at the Climate Fridays. Today, neither visual art nor theater can do without boat refugees, no concert without a portion of fish fillet with fine cream, and no empowerment of children and young people without the constant threat of the ecological collapse of the world. The moral charge of every life movement along the guidelines of the state and its agencies of meaning is, according to Heinrich Beta, the universal human law and the basic condition of all life and striving, all happiness and all bliss. Loosely based on Nietzsche, the praise of charitable, impersonal, i.e. completely altruistic actions is at the top of the list. The alimony recipient remains unfree every minute of the day, and the more boomingly he praises his fate as a state of freedom in which he is responsible only to himself, the more obvious it becomes that the mixture of poverty and the limitless availability of time does not help him to achieve a higher state. Anyone who, for example, goes on the dole after studying the humanities, as the rebels against work gloss over their alimentación, as if it were merely a matter of ticking a few boxes on the application form, will either quietly leave the flag at some point and go into paid work, or be more mocked than ridiculed as an oddball. As an oddball who usually lacks amiability because the plague of maintaining one's own personality causes him to revolve conspicuously around himself. It remains to be seen who becomes crooked and ugly first, the one marked by mindless wage labor or the one receiving alimony. It is probably obvious that the wage laborer is more likely to retain remnants of sociability, and perhaps even become an amiable oddball with the hobby he pursues in his free time. The critics of work make the capital mistake of countering their often correctly formulated objection to the dullness associated with wage labor and the tendency for personality to disappear in line with production and its conditions with positively determined remnants of individuality, which are not only to be thought of, but are actually to be had even before the general liberation to which they supposedly refer. These are residuals of individuality, which are then not coincidentally named with the most hackneyed phrases from modern job offers and the respective company philosophy behind them, among which the development of very personal creativity must never be missing. Certainly, a society free from the fears of life and unnecessary constraints could be realized against an order which, as a capitalist one, maintains a senseless and consequently destructive production, which even more insanely reduces the factor V incessantly towards zero, and at the same time maintains ever stranger drudgery on a massive scale, especially in the service sector. And yet it is essential to fundamentally distrust the respective revolutionary waves of protest, especially when they are not articulated within the sphere of labor, but radically against it as an allegedly overdue outcry from the experience of half a century. Anyone who assigns a concrete agent to these rebellions, be it protesting students and now even school children or refugees as heirs of the struggling peoples, subjects the critique of commodity-producing society to a completely voluntaristic theory of revolution, which must necessarily turn into life reform. How little system-breaking quality they themselves attribute to their activities is demonstrated by the fact that the wage laborer, who is insensitive to the message and still sits at the levers not of power but of production and distribution, is always the focus of supposedly critical interest. For the indignant, he becomes the spoilsport and ultimately the personified expression of an undesirable development that disrupts the community. Any insistence on reforms within the working society is thus delegitimized as essentially selfish harm, as it lacks a quality that transcends the system of bondage and coercion. The critique of work does not stop at the not at all inaccurate accusation against the producers and with them the army of service providers that they are keeping up with the system that enslaves them. It implicitly, and when it comes to the crass even explicitly, attests to the unteachable that they are not only to blame for their own biased state, which is why they have themselves to blame for everything else, but that with their stubborn adherence to the exploitation of their labor power, they are falling into the arms of those who want something completely different. Stefan Grigget, the eager labor critic, formulates the age-old warning against the selfishness of workers as follows: so the class struggle is also no longer a heroic and system-transforming affair. The bad social labor relations cannot be abolished by the consequent pursuit of interests, since they constitute these interests themselves. In other words, wage workers as wage workers want more wages, not general emancipation. The will and the interests that are articulated here are not those of unconditional subjects, but of social character masks, of personifications of social relations. End quote. For decades, it has been argued against wage laborers that, absorbed by the regime of alienated work, they become so much a part of the process that all longings for a different life are killed off in them, which is why they are unable to do anything other than consume distractions in their free time that are coordinated with the pace of work. In this oppressive scenario, two things come together that can certainly be seen separately: the general theoretically based finding social character masks instead of unconditional individuals, and its concrete manifestation here and now. The tendency based on the capital relationship and the not-so-contradictory reality are quickly thrown together, with fatal consequences for the respective wearer of the character mask. For the latter is obviously unable to do what every critic takes for granted, namely to place himself as a thinking person outside the socialization that shapes him and to reason about its abolition. It remains unproven whether the compulsion to work, which encompasses the whole person and today requires less physical strength and endurance and instead places soft skills in the foreground, has really already led to the complete harmony between wage laborer and private person, or will even be able to do so. Escapades and attempts to break out, not least in the form of psychological deviation, including schizoid illness, show that it is not that simple. The feeling consciousness would be too big a word of being unfree and unhappy, the sense of the futility of daily functioning, the often enough obsessive balancing of life to date with its calculations for the future, which do not produce a pleasing result and in extreme cases lead to suicide, indicate that all leisure activities are not enough to reconcile the individual with their fate. Unimpressed by this, those who, thanks to greater leisure, at least in their youth wanted to theoretically and critically oppose misfortune, are far more ruthless in their approach to the average workers employed in production, administration and distribution than their peers, who often enough achieve a better income with more variety in and leisure after work. The prejudices that have long lingered in resentment against the wage laborer, who as the actual producer could once have pulled the lever, seconded by the knowledge of the employees of 2019, schooled in Krakauer's clever little book from 1929, have long since become merely a side effect of a much more fundamental turning away and reckoning. An equally dogmatic and voluntaristic critique that gets on the nerves of the worker with the better man has always been the moral justification for the shameless grab for the loot that the deregulated state promises to a mostly modest extent to those who quite creatively propagate the general emancipation from work. Today, when the ideological stench that hangs over Berlin like a cloud of smog is glorified as the liberating air of the city, work in the form of ordinary wage labor at least frees you up enough to be a critic or possibly even an artist after work. It frees you to even show solidarity in objective relationships with your colleagues, and above all it frees you from the unpleasant mixture of precarious jobs and openly unsupportive in-groups that you need without ever being able to rely on them. It also enables the self-confident rejection of attributes that are supposed to characterize the creative rebel like her sausage hair characterizes Captain Racket. This equally hedonistic and ascetic vegetation is supported by mockery of the bourgeois, of whom one usually only knows that they go to work regularly. Herbert Marcuse was quite right to contradict the questionable self-confidence of workers, who believe that they have left their material possessions to themselves and owe nothing to anyone, when he called for the negation of the need to earn a living. In his 1967 lecture, The End of Utopia, he, who not coincidentally became the crown witness of the hedonistic revolt and its personnel of holistic insurgents against the regime of labor and the workers, had already written a critique of false needs into the proletarians' common book, who were so unreceptive to the idea of liberation 50 years ago, which in reality was not directed at them at all, but at a substitute subject who supposedly already understood something about the right needs. In the third volume of Capital, Marx had left it at including needs as a factor determining the value of labor power. The value of labor power depends not only on physical needs, but also on historically developed social needs, which become second nature. Marcuse went far beyond this by attributing to the historically developed social needs as actually existing what are basically only the conditions to be presupposed in each individual for the success of liberation. Because social wealth, the dwindling need for human labor in production due to automation, had progressed so far that the liberated society was no longer a utopia, but could also be realized in material terms, he attributed it to the historically developed social needs, which, although not yet broadly present, could be awakened. At first this sounds quite negative and without a concrete subject. The new needs, which would really be the determinate negation of the existing needs, first show themselves as the negation of the needs that support the current system of domination and the values that support them. For example, the negation of the need for the struggle for existence, this is supposedly something necessary, and all those ideas or fantasies that speak of the possible abolition of the struggle for existence thus contradict the supposed natural and social conditions of human existence, the negation of the need to earn a living, negation of the need for a wasteful, destructive productivity that is inseparable from destruction, negation of the vital need for mendacious repression of instinct. End quote. In the ensuing discussion, Marcuse openly expressed what is not mentioned in the lecture, but is laid out, thus establishing the rebel subject endowed with the consecration of critical theory, which has founded a Red Army faction, a Green Party, a peace movement, an environmental movement, and could at some point also carve out a labor-critical rebellion. Quote, I see the tendency towards these new needs at the two poles of existing society, namely in the most highly developed parts of the world and, on the other hand, in the parts of the Third World that are fighting for liberation. This is a repetition of a phenomenon already clearly expressed in Marx's theory, namely that those who are free from the dubious blessings of the capitalist system are the same people who develop the needs that can sustain a free society. End quote. This mockery of the doubly free wage laborer in Marx, through its concretization in the North Vietnamese people enslaved by Stalinist anti-imperialists, who were forced into a so-called liberation struggle without any connection to wage labor, provides the backdrop 50 years later in completely meaningless times for welcoming Germany and its refugees, who die in dying seas as part of threatened nature. The needs of the tricontinent logically find their counterpart in the critics of labor in the First World, that inimitably pushy breed of people who have been setting an example to their fellow human beings in word and deed for over 50 years now. Quote, you don't need to impose the need for peace on the Vietnamese, for example, who are fighting for liberation, they have it. They also have the need to defend their lives against aggression. These are needs that at this level, at this opposite pole of the existing society, are really natural needs in the strictest sense, spontaneous needs. And on the other side, in the most highly developed society, there are those groups, minority groups, who can afford the new needs or who have them, even if they cannot afford them, simply because they would otherwise suffocate physiologically. This brings me back to the beatnik and hippie movements. What we have here is, after all, an interesting phenomenon, namely simply the refusal to participate in the blessings of an affluent society. That is also one of the qualitative changes in need. End of quote. And it continues with a volte-face against the wage laborers, as a Grigot, who has of course written it off, could not formulate it worse. This is no longer the need for better television sets, for better cars, for some kind of comfort, it is rather the negation of this need. We want nothing to do with all this filth. So there is potential at both poles. End of quote. Marcuse's exuberance also went hand in hand with a development he had long recognized, the outcome of which he could not foresee. Quote, the progressive reduction of physical labor in the production process, in the material production process, which is increasingly being replaced by mental nerve work, concentrates socially necessary work in the class of technicians, scientists, engineers, etc. Possible liberation from alienated labor. As you can see, these are of course only tendencies, but tendencies that are rooted in the development and continued existence of capitalist society. If capitalism does not succeed in exploiting these new possibilities of the productive forces of labor and their organization, the productivity of labor will fall below the level demanded by the rate of profit. And if capitalism follows this demand and ruthlessly pushes automation further, it comes up against its inner limit. The sources of surplus value for the maintenance of the exchange society seep away. End quote. As is well known, it is not only a class of technicians, scientists, and engineers who have taken their task energetically into their own hands and, accordingly, the sources of surplus value have not dried up despite the significant decline in demand for physical labor. In 1967, it was still difficult to determine that those rebels who were so vocal in their refusal to participate were not referring to capitalism, but to its outdated form as Fordist production. Their path led them into the ideological sector, which, in addition to the opinion industry in the media and ideology production on campus, also includes the hugely expanded cultural industry, whose subdivision also includes advice and training for seekers of their true needs. But even before the Rust Belt really existed, it was clear who would be the first victim of the reformed exchange society and what to do with them. Marcuse's negations, which amounted to a theory of needs with pedagogical pretensions, were to some extent in line with the hippies' widespread importation of Far Eastern religious substitutes, particularly Buddhism with its ideology of renunciation. Those who are convinced that they have earned their situation in life and expect the same from everyone else are wrong insofar as they unquestioningly adopt a questionable idea of achievement that has its immediate source in the sphere of competition. On the other hand, it is probably also true for a liberated society that elements of competition, albeit without the background of violence, cannot be eliminated from the world if one does not want to endorse a coercive collective that is low in need and at the same time authoritarian in its compliance with the rules. In a better world, one does not deserve what others do not have, because in material terms it would create equality without fear of exclusion from the basics of life, but it would only considerably level out the unequal distribution of happiness, but never completely abolish it. The liberated person would also place his or her property on himself or herself insofar as he or she more or less successfully acquires knowledge or skills in the desired isolation, which he or she wants to show to others and for which he or she desires recognition. What the wage laborer earns is first of all the money he needs to live and which, even if it is little, releases him from the compulsory relationship of caritas. The only thing left to him split between the precarious freedom of leisure time and the necessities of work is the possibility of devoting himself without compulsion to art, for example, which has been strangely often invoked in recent times, or even better, to criticism. Without compulsion here means to do something with one's free time without the self-imposed compulsion of having to constantly prove the negation of work, is supposed to be private in one's own life and manifest the appearance of liberation. Anyone who adopts this compulsion will, in his search for distinctiveness, take all the indications of a possible better world that have come to us from the old bourgeois world, especially those manifested in art, as a positive attribute and at the same time declare this to be an attribute of his personality aimed at distinction. Today, Nietzsche's brilliantly clever thought should mean recognizing the fact that precisely where work seems to shape people as a whole and obliterate any difference between them, in isolation after work and sometimes even in joining together and taking action for more money and less working time, the much vaunted individual can at least still shine through, and far more so than in the case of those who, as ideologues, once intoned the praise of all real or so-called work as a value constituting society in itself, and who are currently no longer even aware of how much they have become avant-garde in the propagation of the unbounded concept of work in the post-Fordist era. Critique of labor as a deliberately theoretical label cannot do without the forebodings of Charlotte Knobloch, because the final blow, namely the identification of labor with the Holocaust, is urgently needed to lend an inconsistent edifice the aura of unassailability. This happens despite the fact that it has been proven 3 times over that the glorification of work in the Nazi era triggered far less joy among real workers than among Lumpenproletariat, and after 1918, these were particularly the rather neglected figures from the ideological sector due to a lack of demand in an impoverished country, supplemented by those who, for example, lost solvent customers as small traders or had to accept a loss of privileges and income as state employees. The proof that the propagandistic exaggeration of work enriched the Volksgemeinschaft with the proletariat regularly fails. The fact that its parties, trade unions, and self-protection organizations were so easy to smash is only a small indication of its affinity with the Nazis, but rather points to the internal emaciation of an apparatus closely linked to the corporatist welfare state of the Weimar Republic, which, with its works councils, functionaries in the social insurance committees, etc., was unable to deliver what it had promised: more social security, economic advancement, and a say in the workplace. The rapid and final defeat of the labor movement under National Socialism should not be confused with its voluntary affiliation to the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft, which always remained one against the workers with their ineradicable egoism. The wage laborers fell silent in helplessness and bitterness. They lacked the imagination that should have been directed not primarily against labor, but against its institutionalization in the Weimar period, and could have led to political mass strikes and militant resistance to the Nazis. And they lacked empathy with the victims by virtue of their decreed and willingly accepted membership of the master race. Certainly, the anti-Semitism of the Nazis is inconceivable without the distinction between grabbing and creative capital, i.e. the rationalization of the crisis nature of capitalism, which was of course not alien to workers. And yet Moishe Postone's statement about Auschwitz as a factory for the destruction of value is nothing more, but also nothing less, than a metaphor for a possibility of capitalist crisis resolution that was inherent in the system even after the Third Reich and should not be confused with the actual factory and its personnel. The critique of value can expound, and Moishe Post one has done so in an exemplary manner, how anti-Semitism as an objective form of thought springs from the fetishistic characters of capitalist socialization and can determine the impulse to annihilate the Jews hallucinated as the opposite race, which is necessarily inherent in this form of thought, but therefore by no means necessarily follows from it in all circumstances. Anti-Semitism is an objective, necessarily eliminatory ideology in itself, and as such is not specific to Germany. The extermination of the Jews, the mass murder carried out industrially by Germans, is therefore a consequence of anti-Semitism, insofar as what was laid out in it was also carried out in practice, and it is not because this practical unleashing of what was always already decided in itself presupposes a specific aggregate state of capitalist socialization, which can be described as a German particularity in the sense of the particularization of a general. Auschwitz marks the point at which the anti-Semitic everyday effect, not a German specificity, turns into the anti-Semitism of Reason Hitler, into the work of annihilation, which was the sole responsibility of the Germans. The Alliance for Jobs launched by the chairman of IG Metall, Claus Weselsky, is in the trade union tradition of putting the German worker at the service of the nation. From the failure of this alliance, for which not the trade unions but the federal government is responsible, they do not conclude that this course must be corrected. No, they intensify it. They underpin this alliance by establishing a new national labor consensus under changed economic conditions: statist, racist, and anti-American. A brief historical review: the so-called revisionism of the social democratic labor movement led to the truce of the First World War. The General Commission of the Trade Unions under Karl Legion decided on it, for the good of the nation, in defense of the fatherland. The trade unions were actively involved in the law on the Patriotic Relief Service of 1916, which was passed to mobilize the inner front and force armaments production, a law that was decisive for all subsequent labor service plans. With this step, the trade unions had succeeded in overcoming their decades of ostracism under Wilhelminianism, their alleged fatherlandlessness. They were recognized on 2 key points. In times of need, they were not on the side of the revolution of resistance, but of the nation of war. Their central concern was not wages, which were regulated by the state during the First World War, but national work, not the worker, but the national workers' state. Their patriotic reliability and resistance to revolutionary tendencies in November 1918 was rewarded in the Stinnes Legion Agreement in October 1918. The Central Labor Union ZAG, consisting of equal numbers of employers and trade unions, was to regulate economic and social issues in the post-war period and institutionally absorb the pressure from the street. The results were a new collective bargaining law, the first Works Council law, and the state arbitration system, models for all subsequent legal integration of the trade unions into the state. From a trade union perspective, this was the breakthrough for their role in shaping the state, a reform success. From a left-wing perspective, it was the unsurprising end of the role of trade unions as the primary wage regulator. This role was now embedded in a higher one. The trade unions became state-supporting. The experiences of the ZAG found their way into the trade union social democratic concepts of the Weimar Republic. Whether economic democracy with economic and regional councils with equal representation or organized capitalism to cushion crises that were considered unavoidable, the decisive factor was the statist orientation. The goal of socialism had become state socialism, which in realpolitik amounted to state capitalism. Such concepts were increasingly developed during the crisis of the Weimar Republic. Until 1929, trade union participation in the organization of national labor was democratically regulated, with the negotiation of wages, social benefits, and the strict ritual of strikes applied as necessary. During the crisis, people remembered their emergency aid function from the First World War. The trade union leader Fritz Tarnow often spoke of an emergency program in the style of the war economy from 1930 onwards. The necessity to reduce labor costs, which was accepted in principle, left less and less room for the usual compromises. On the part of the state, it was suspended by the three presidential cabinets. The first, under Brüning, suspended collective bargaining law with the emergency decrees of January 1931 and introduced one-man arbitration of labor disputes. The democratic dictate was sweetened for the trade unions by contractually agreeing the results achieved with them. They thanked him by tolerating Brüning. The Cabinet of National Concentration of the German nationalist von Papen put an end to this on June 1, 1932. His emergency decrees of September 1932 allowed the reduction of the previously valid collectively agreed wages under formulated conditions, without giving the trade unions a legal opportunity to intervene. The trade unions were disempowered at state level. Anyone expecting a militant radicalization of the trade unions was disappointed. There was a radicalization, but a national one. During the crisis, the trade unions transformed themselves once again from the custodians of the German workers' labor power to the custodians of German labor. Parts of the ADGB leadership swung towards nationalist demagogy against the Treaty of Versailles and its war reparations as being responsible for the misery of the German population. Criticism of von Papen's cabinet was conducted from the position of the offended party. There could be no national concentration without the trade unions. This created all the conditions that made contacts between trade unions and National Socialists possible before 1933. Volk, Nation and German Labor, creating labor. Initially, a discussion began within the trade unions about the role of the doctor at the bedside of capitalism, Fritz Tarnow, 1931. It was about job creation. Outside the trade unions, conservatives, economic policy reformers, quasi-pre-Keynesians, and National Socialists were involved in these discussions, while the Social Democrats as a party were left out. The ADGB was the first to translate this debate into an immediate program in January 1932, job creation as a national program, public works in road construction, small-scale housing construction, contracts for the Reichsbahn and Reichspost, settlement work, agricultural improvement measures, flood protection, 2 billion Reichsmark to provide 1 million jobs for 1 year. To be financed from additional tax revenues, savings in unemployment and welfare benefits, and a job creation bond. The trade union program was a departure from previous essentials such as a reduction in working hours, higher wages as a domestic economic engine, purchasing power theory, and led to conflicts with social democratic economic politicians. It was said that the aim was no longer to treat the symptoms of the unemployment crisis, but to stimulate productive economic activity. The ADGB's adoption of the initially voluntary labor service in the tradition of the Auxiliary Service Act of 1916 also increased the possibility of contact with the national camp. The labor service project was fed by three sources: the German nationals concerned about the youth's fitness for military service, who wanted to use it to undermine the Versailles restrictions, the youth movement, Bundist reform educators and social disciplinarians, and the wage reduction motive during the crisis, which led to the introduction of voluntary labor service under Brüning. Its pedagogical and disciplinary power, and the socio-pedagogical formative forces of work, were praised by the advocates who prevailed in the ADGB. We value the moral value of work too highly to fail to recognize that this form of work can also be a blessing. End quote. Even the fact that the idea of service replaced the wage principle was positively emphasized by the trade unions. The National Socialists were the first party to introduce an ABM program in the Reichstag. Gregor Strasser presented it 4 months after the ADGB program and did not hide the fact that it was similar in many respects to that of the ADGB. Strasser polemicized against an economic order that thinks only in terms of money, profit, and dividends and has forgotten to think about work and performance. The great anti-capitalist longing that runs through our people is the protest against a degenerate economy. This could also have been said by a trade unionist. The references to today's situation are unmistakable. The immediate work program and the slogan bread and work contributed significantly to the great electoral success of the NSDAP in July 1932. Job creation as a socialist revolution against the rule of capital was how Goebbels described it in Our Will and Path. In the period that followed, there were unofficial contacts between German nationalists in the ADGB and National Socialists. At the end of 1932, the new Reich Chancellor General Schleicher tried to form a cross-front, across the parties, with contacts to both ADGB leaders and Nazis, contact person, Gregor Strasser. Hitler thwarted this, as he was sure of his national majority without the trade unions and the support of Reich President Hindenburg. The ideological similarities that made such trade union contacts with the National Socialists possible were part of the fascization in the final phase of the Weimar Republic. A social fascist current emerged in the trade unions. In this respect, the trade unions' reference to work paved the way for fascism, National Socialism, but was nevertheless distinct from the National Socialists. The trade union leaders, who were ready for authoritarian consequences and the self-disempowerment of the labor movement, lacked the totalitarian consistency of the Nazis, the complete subordination to the state. This became clear in the actions of the ADGB during the adaptation and submission phase from the end of 1932. In the written declaration of capitulation, a personal letter to Hitler, the trade union leadership wrote that the ADB wanted to place its self-governing organization of labor in the service of the new state and acknowledged that its own freedom of movement must find its limits in the higher law of the state as the representative of the entire Volksgemeinschaft, April 1933. After 1945, the trade union understanding of the state from before 1933 was integrated democratically and under Works Constitution law and made a significant contribution to securing the social consensus of the Federal Republic. To put it bluntly, the idea of the Volksgemeinschaft was continued at the individual company level as a company community, and the labor front continued to exist as a community of all workers in the form of unified trade unions instead of competing directional trade unions. In this respect, the DGB is the democratic successor to the DAF. The trade union collaboration in the Economic Council set up by the Allies under Ludwig Erhard after the Second World War and in the concerted action of collective bargaining parties, associations and the state, which the SPD economics minister Karl Schiller brought into being in 1967 at the time of the Grand Coalition and the first major post-war recession, built on the tradition of the ZAG. Such a historical outline shows that politics may be subject to constant change, but that certain currents are relatively constant and that this constancy can be recognized in certain historical situations on a modernized basis. The interesting question is therefore where the trade union's commitment to national labor can be found in the current economic upheavals and whether and how they are trying to compensate for the erosion of the legitimacy of state administrators, which comes across as party disenchantment, among other things. The German model worked excellently until the 1990s. Since then, however, the massive reduction of labor costs and the various departments of wages has been on the agenda. And for the first time, the trade unions are once again having to fight for their status as the self-governing organization of the workforce. The situation at the time of Brüning from 1930 onwards is not comparable, but structurally similar. They accept the state's forced access to wage components, but they do not want to allow this to happen without their participation. That is why they offer their alliance for work. In this respect, the 1996 dispute over the continued payment of wages was a lesson. The trade unions accused the federal chancellor, who was supposed to act as moderator and mediator, state, in the alliance for work, of having failed as such. The chancellor in turn went it alone without the trade unions and had the sick pay changed by law. What followed was a small popular uprising that did not even primarily have material goals, as the trade unions accepted, as decided in dozens of collective agreements, the equivalent of cuts such as the non-inclusion of bonuses in sick pay and the reduction of other wage components. The hierarchy of cuts is clear. 1. Bonuses. 2. Christmas bonus. 3. Vacation pay. The core of the mobilization was based on idealistic goals, the mobilization of the offended not by their oppression, but by the insult to their honor. After all, they were accused by the federal government and employers' associations of being lazy and gaining advantages by not working, of not giving their all for the good of the company. A German worker does not take this lying down. He stands up and says, "Take almost everything from me except my work and my honor based on it." With this mobilization, the trade unions have demonstrated their power and wanted to prove that cuts cannot be made without them, but must be discussed with them. The federal government had made a mistake in its efforts to reduce all components of wages by sweeping aside those who were to be the bearers of its new course. However, the dispute over the continued payment of wages and the alliance for work was only the prelude to a new mobilization of workers by the trade unions, which was intended to demonstrate unmistakably the claim to shape German competitiveness. The anti-fascist trade union lesson from the final phase of the Weimar Republic is not anti-fascism, but the avoidance of a rupture in the economic change that they want to help shape. The unpleasant side effects of National Socialism were to be avoided. The trade unionist has nothing to say about German labor. That is why IG Metall boss Zwickel, at the same time as the CSU in Wildbad Kreuth, did not leave them alone with one of their heartfelt concerns and demanded in January of this year that we must come to agreed quotas within the framework of an immigration law in order to defuse the social explosive charge. And in March, the IG Bergbau trade union had the miners take to the barricades and demonstrate against the subsidy cuts in Bonn under the slogan "We are the people." IG Bau mobilized in the German capital under the slogan "Cheap wages make you unemployed." Their actions were directed against non-German low-wage workers and unscrupulous gangs of traffickers, the foreigners as job killers for German construction workers. They, in turn, stormed the housing containers of foreign construction workers. However, the climax of the formation of a new German workers' consensus was the dispute surrounding the merger of the Krupp and Thyssen steel groups in March/April 1997. Krupp wanted to acquire a majority stake in Thyssen hostilely, i.e. not by mutual agreement between the two company boards, merge the companies and turn them into an even more effective multi on the world market. A remarkable outcry went through the country. German management was exaggerating its patriotism, it was betraying workers and society. The argumentation figures make it clear in which direction the anti-capitalism of the masses should under no circumstances turn, against the creative German capital. Hostile takeovers are not German but American. Klaus Weselsky popularly said, "We are not in Las Vegas because there the bandits are one-armed." Thyssen Works Council member Bongen demanded, "Anyone who wants American conditions should emigrate." IG Metall reserved the right to focus on American capitalism versus German capitalism and financial capital versus industrial capital. Zwickel again said, IG Metall will oppose with full force the attempt by major German banks to use American methods to create facts in German industry. End quote. So IG Metall called the workers to demonstrate in front of Deutsche Bank's headquarters in Frankfurt. Zwickel railed, "We are fed up with being ruled by the anonymous financial power of the banks. Casino capitalism has become a danger to the general public." Despite all the criticism of the bosses of the steel companies, Works Council member Dieter Kroll drew the line in the current conflict. The main opponents are not to be found in the boardrooms, the main enemies are the banks. The NRW Minister of Economic Affairs Clement, who spoke of the decline of corporate culture, was echoed. Unlike in England and the USA, banks in Germany have to deal with a culture of the social market economy, which relies on consensus and cooperation and an emancipated workforce. This is the German model that prevailed at the last minute at Thyssen and Krupp. What is this German that is so worth preserving? As a result of the disputes, Krupp and Thyssen have merged their steel divisions to form the future German Rüstel AG, the third largest steel group in Europe and fifth largest in the world, and one of the most important automotive suppliers. Further negotiations are to lead to even more mergers, at the end of which a German global group is to emerge. What will happen to the workers? 8,000 workers will initially be made redundant, half of them through early retirement. Thyssen boss Vogel, who has always endeavored to maintain a close relationship with the employees, managed to successfully use the anger of the employees as a weapon in the management power struggle between Krupp and Thyssen, as the FAZ wrote. An unusual strike by workers for their boss, one of the most powerful managers in the Federal Republic of Germany. The mobilization against Americanization and casino capitalism thus had two successes: the strengthening of a German industrial group against its American competitors, among others, and in the slipstream of the mobilization for productive industrial capital against anonymous parasitic finance capital. A renewed rationalization push with the militant participation of workers and trade unions. That is the German. Synonymous with everything bad is shareholder value, which Daimler boss Schrempf used to justify his rabid push for the operational implementation of the new Continued Wage Payment Act in the fall of 1996. The result was an outcry. When IG Metall called him a Rambo, Schrempf backed down and spoke of increasing company value as a corporate objective, which means nothing else but sounds more German. With his concession that we must not simply transfer Anglo-American business practices to European industry, he managed to reassure the trade unions. The key words shareholder value and Anglo-American practices had been used. In 1994, Wolfgang Reitzler from the BMW Board of Management described the concept of shareholder value management, known as value management in Germany, by saying that employers had to increasingly hand over entrepreneurial functions to employees. The ideal is for the working person to be devoted solely to the purpose of the company. People must merge into a value-creating community and internalize this in their self-image. The defense of the German corporate culture as a community of people and companies has found its way into a media campaign against the Americanization of the economy. For several months now, the German magazine Der Spiegel has been running dramatic cover stories expressing concern about the loss of national public spirit. In its issue of 17.3/97, it accuses the new managers of being Americanized and infected by shareholder value. The new bosses talk like stock market traders, their central thought parameter is the return on investment, their entire attention is focused on the world market. Many only associate their home country of Germany with memories of their childhood and resentment about the high wages and complicated approval procedures. They want to be global players, not patriarchs. They have all borrowed their philosophy from the U.S. management schools. In this school of thought, the employee is above all a cost factor. In American companies, therefore, only the naked profit motive prevails, whereas German companies were dominated by the positive patriarch, who not only rules alone but also looks after his family. The fact that it was not exploitation but patriarchal care that created the leading international position of West German capital, that the horrendous profits of German corporations stem from care and not from the pursuit of profit, is the message, the demarcation legend for national self-confidence. The mayor of Hamburg, Mr. Vosterow, summed up the admonition to German managers not to neglect the productive power of German workers in their corporate strategies. I am certainly in favor of corporate profits, but not for the sake of profits, but in the service of the community on whose stability companies are also dependent. In Germany, we have always been proud of our corporate culture, but this has always included a commitment to national responsibility. I think it is very important for the winners of globalization to remember that not everything can follow business logic. I advocate that business leaders should once again feel more committed to the common good. And that something develops that I call economic patriotism. End of quote. National responsibility, economic patriotism, common good. Social fascism could be carved out of this wood. Vosterow, who likes to copy Hader in Hamburg so that voters drifting to the right will vote for him, and Schroeder are pushing the new right-wing course of social democracy. Their nationalist advances against the euro and their racist and demagogic campaign to combat crime are clearly intended to document their determination to guarantee stability under their rule. Schroeder has included Tony Blair's stakeholder society in his vocabulary as a sharing society. He justifies his new form of stakeholder society as follows: the ability to interest people in the success of the company and to get them to engage with it will ultimately determine the weal and woe of the company. End of quote. There is nothing new about this idea, only the word creation seems new, although Ludwig Erhard already used the concept of participation when he propagated his wealth creation in the hands of employees. So there is still a task for the trade unions as administrators of the workforce. The voices that have already pronounced them dead in a similar way to the British and American ones are likely to be misleading because German trade unions are German, and Volksgemeinschaft integration is nothing foreign to them. In this respect, the appearances of social democratic politicians at the trade union protests in the spring, including Schroeder in front of the construction workers' mob, were not simply reminiscences of the old labor movement or their Gisso days, but could be part of a new social alliance for Germany as a business location. Schroeder was able to study his concept of keeping the management's back free and involving the trade unions in return at VW, where he sits on the supervisory board. The VW model of reducing working hours is based on integration, unlike Daimler's push for continued payment of wages. It is probably also an indirect criticism of Daimler when VW personnel manager Hartz emphasizes his company's success in reducing the sickness rate, We need a new attitude towards our own workplace. Everyone can contribute to making their workplace more economical. One possibility is health behavior. The European Health League at VW demonstrates that a health level of 97% can be achieved in large companies with a high proportion of industrial employees. End of quote. In the sharing society, the worker does not become ill as this would harm himself. The mistake made by the Kohl government in the continued payment of wages, Schroeder writes to the business leaders, was to try to reduce the sickness rate without involving the employees. It is more successful to say to the working people, if you are ill, you are no better off than if you are working. But you don't have to fear that repairing the washing machine is already an economic catastrophe. End quote. So everyone shares in the company's profits. Value creation community, the company community as a Volksgemeinschaft, is intended to justify the national project enterprise Germany in the conquest of the world market. And the trade unions have signaled, not without us. Where else in the world, asks the Frankfurter Rundschau on the occasion of the so-called Employment Summit on April 9, 1997, do trade unions not recklessly abandon the consensus society and its obligations in times of increasing confrontation and lack of solidarity? A person unfamiliar with German conditions could only answer this question as follows: actually nowhere, for reasons of formal logic. With whom apart from its own members should a pressure group, such as a trade union in the traditional sense, show solidarity, and why should it subject itself to a consensus obligation? However, a look at the founding declaration of the DGB from 1949 helps to explain this paradox. There, the Trade Union Federation does not commit itself to getting the maximum for its contributors, but rather to an economy that ensures the full employment of all those willing to work, the most appropriate use of all economic productive forces, and the coverage of economically important needs. The organizational goal of the DGB is therefore social justice through the appropriate participation of all working people in the overall economic yield. The constant repetition of the magic word national economy and the meaningful emphasis placed on it clearly indicate that this is something quite different from a misguided translation of the English term political economics. The national economy, as defined in 1857 by Wilhelm Roscher, Schmaller's spiritual mentor, and thus the Verein für Sozialpolitik, is, like the state, law, and language, an essential aspect of the development of the people, hence the character, cultural level, etc., of the people is expressed in it. However, it was not the successful capitalist, but the contemporary mercantilism, Sombart, of the Prussian state that formed the cultural level of the German people. Roscher's fellow campaigner Karl Knies therefore became even clearer in 1883. The goal of state-organized national life is a more comprehensive and therefore also a higher one than is given in the promise of the greatest possible production and consumption of economic goods. National economy therefore means an alternative concept to liberal individualist capitalism, which is mired in the disdainful materialism against which German economics has been campaigning since the days of List and Adam Müller of individual enrichment. The German economist explains its counterproductivity, which is revealed in the cyclical devaluation crisis, by the disorganized fragmentation and unseemly egoism of the sphere of circulation, which undermines the inherently useful regularity of production that serves general prosperity. Since the supratemporal objectivity of production is beyond question, only one conclusion remains as to the cause of the capitalist malaise. But since it is impossible to explain from circulation itself the transformation of money into capital, the formation of surplus value, commercial capital appears impossible as soon as equivalents are exchanged, and can therefore only be deduced from the double overreaching of the buying and selling producers of commodities by the merchant who parasitically interposed himself between them. MEW 23, 178. Only at first glance does the parallelism between corporative ideas of order and the most modern monetary policy, which runs through the German ideology of the national economy from Müller's call in 1811 for a new Middle Ages in combination with a paper money replaced by the gold standard, through the unity of DAF and productive credit creation to the Alliance for Labor seem strange. The economic restoration of the seemingly original all-round usefulness of the exchange of equivalents, which once produced the independent bourgeois individual, can now only be directed against the latter. Under the fetish of the pure use-value character of production, these parasitic merchant individuals must also give way in circulation to the organic totality of the state organizing its people as a workforce in order to prevent, or at least control, the conversion of the money equivalent into money-making money. By defining money as the will of the state, Muller, and thus decoupling it from the gold trade and requiring only trust in the will of the state as cover, it should take on the character of a purely proportional, politically controllable distribution key of the total social product, DGB, total economic yield. To put it crudely, freeing creative capital from grabbing capital. Consequently, the authoritarian people's state is the promised land of German anti-capitalism, Hock, in which the social imperialist Verein für Sozialpolitik in the narrowest sense of the word, from which the later Ho-Laden formula of the unity of economic and social policy was coined, the conservative socialism of Mollendorf and Sombart, who, together with social democrats, developed the concept of the common economy, which is still a foundation of the DGB today, and the social democratic labor movement converged. Keynes was also aware of this, which he expressed in the preface to the German edition of General Theory in 1936. I may perhaps expect to meet with less resistance from German readers than from English ones, since the theory of employment and production as a whole can be much more easily adapted to the conditions of a total state than the theory of the production and distribution of a given output produced under conditions of free competition and a large measure of laissez-faire. End of quote. For the first time since 1933, the People's State is now refusing full employment for all those willing to work in 5 million numbers and just as scandalously is moving away from the appropriate participation of working people in the national economic yield. In the spring of 1997, German trade unions audibly reminded the state, the obviously increasingly oblivious guardian of the social compatibility of the equivalence form, of its every trade union leader's favorite word, economic responsibility. The economy must not be the measure of all things, paraphrased DGB boss Schult at the Berlin Employment Summit Karl Knies, but the economy must serve the people. As Norbert Blum did not disagree, Schult was able to congratulate himself on the fact that Germany had clearly rejected any ideology of the free market, of pure capitalism, and had committed itself to the welfare state as a political and social culture that has served us well in Germany for 50 years. The fact that this German culture is much older than the coy 50 years that Schultz stated was just as clear from the March actions of the mining and metalworking trade unions as it was from the Berlin social sermons. We deliver honest work and are not parasites on the nation. We are very proud, said a miner standing vigil in the mining town of Kamp-Lintfort. But the ideology of the free market seems increasingly unwilling to reward this honesty, as a ton of Chinese imported coal simply costs a quarter of a ton of German coal, and in Great Britain in 1992, the per capita annual output was 2,300 tons compared to 992 tons in Germany. Even strike breaking is only worthwhile to a limited extent. The People's State paid DM $9 billion for the mining industry's unwavering honesty in 1996. These subsidies were to be reduced to DM $3.5 billion by 2005. Like I.G. Bergbaugh, the superintendent of the district of Una Bus could only recognize malicious, inhuman cynicism in this plan. It must be made clear, we will not have the wool pulled over our eyes. WAZ, December 3, 97. In addition to the usual new German protest folklore of bridge occupations and road blockades, motto in Cayman, German coal at any time guarantee and security. The alleged parasites of the nation were also targeted, who, according to the Saarland IG Bergbaugh district chairman Zibbel, were leading the coal government around by the nose. Finally, the Thomas Deller House was blocked for a day, including self-anchoring. However, the economic soul did not really want to boil. Despite the frequently invoked threat to regional identity, the fight for subsidies seemed rather inhibited. In the land of public benefit before self-interest, the argument of the necessary sacrifice for the community or the location was a catching one, and almost more importantly, the FDP was only a pale substitute in the role of the parasitic merchant. 2 weeks later, Deutsche Bank took over this role perfectly. The planned unfriendly takeover of Thyssen AG by the smaller Krupp AG for the purpose of dismantling, perhaps even with sale to Japanese buyers, and rationalization of the former, with the support of Deutsche Bank, which is, however, represented on the supervisory board of both companies, outraged the German people's sense of economic ethics. Deutsche Bank's dealers are making society sick, chanted thousands of metalworkers in front of the bank's administration tower. Selfish and on top of that, un-German profit interests are at work here, or, as Der Spiegel calls it, American dealing with companies. If you want American conditions, you should emigrate, said Thyssen Works Council Chairman Bonge. with such terse platitudes as that the banks only thought about returns instead of jobs, only about rising share prices instead of the welfare of company workforces, and that these share prices also had the cheek to rise at the same rate as unemployment, he was able to provoke outrage in himself and his listeners alike. In front of this auditorium, both the old economist Karl Knies with his insistence on a higher goal of state-organized national life than the mere increase in returns, and Gregor Strasser with his 1932 demand for a right of supervision and intervention by the state and a reporting obligation of the banks to the state, would certainly have been warmly applauded. Unfriendly takeovers by Anglo-American investment banking, such intrigue is not befitting of a bank that calls itself Deutsche, and whose former boss Herrhausen had always spoken out against cowboy capitalism. The social democratic trade union opponents of such a cultural change can be sure of the highest level of support. Where capital does not serve work and investment, it must be taxed, Marx quoted the Pope at the Berlin Employment Summit. If not downright diabolical, Reinhard Marx, suffragan bishop of Paderborn, at least found it strange that the gross national product is rising and the public purse is becoming increasingly impoverished. Obviously, this critique of political economy, borrowed from the 1891 social encyclical De Rerum Novarum, spoke much more to the heart of TV chairman May, who was sitting next to Marx, smiling animatedly and regarded as left-wing, than that of a certain other Marx, from whom the ideological forerunners of the later Volkswirtschaft had already suffered. The same social question of how the amoral state of disproportion between the level of employment or wages on the one hand and productivity or profit on the other can come about. The same social question of how the amoral state of disproportion between the level of employment or wages on the one hand and productivity or profit on the other can come about, which moves today's trade union leaders and church leaders, was already preoccupying the bourgeois men of right proportion, Marx Karl. In the middle of the last century, above all Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who today is only remembered by self-government ideologues as Gesell's predecessor, although it was he who founded the first bank for the common economy as necessarily failed practical proof of the suitability of his solution to the above-mentioned question. In every respect, Proudhon can be seen as the prototypical solver of the social question. He explained its apparent contradictoriness in the same way as the Erfurt Declaration or Bernanos country priest in the novel of the same name, which has cult status among left-wing Catholics, namely with the simple idea that labor is not a mere commodity under the law of supply and demand, that one cannot speculate with wages, with people's lives, as one can with grain, sugar, or coffee. Bernanos. Because labor creates every product, Proudhon believed, it cannot itself be a product whose value as a commodity is determined by the average labor time required to produce and maintain it. Rather, labor was identical with money, so that it was worth exactly what it produced per unit of time. However, since the wage, according to Proudhon, the price of labor, obviously does not correspond to its productivity by far, society lacks the right proportion, the law of which he boasted to have discovered. This obvious difference, which also drives the trade unions and their brave suffragan bishops to the barricades, can only have come about through individual disproportionate enrichment, so to speak, which, and here Proudhon agrees with the Frankfurt IG Metall demonstrators, is covered up by the cynicism of English political economy. Its treatment of the universal remedy labor as a commodity whose value, like that of hats for example, falls when the productivity of the labor used to produce it rises on average in society, caused and still causes all philanthropists, whom Marx rightly identified in 1847 in The Misery of Philosophy as representatives of the last shrinking stage of bourgeois consciousness, to howl with indignation. But, to place the production costs of hats and the maintenance costs of human beings in one and the same row is to turn people into hats. But don't shout too much about cynicism. The cynicism lies in the thing and not in the words which designate the thing. MEW 483. On the relationship between productivity, the falling value of the commodity labor power and surplus or extra profit, cf. ESP. MEW 25, 221 to 251, and MEW 23, 331 to 341. The value of commodities stands in inverse proportion to the productive power of labor. Likewise, because it is determined by commodity values, the value of labor power. The relative surplus value, on the other hand, is in direct proportion to the productive power of labor. It is therefore the immanent drive and the constant tendency of capital to increase the productive power of labor in order to increase the value of the commodity, and, by increasing the value of the commodity, to increase the value of the worker himself. The assumption of a proportionality between wages, productivity, and profit, which was to fall on the most fertile ground imaginable in Germany under the trademark of the unabridged labor yield, was like the hydra that grows several new heads for every one that is cut off. Proudhon's link between the increase of national wealth and the improvement in the condition of even the most unfortunate classes survives in every social studies book, despite Marx. In English society, therefore, in 70 years, between 1770 and 1840, the labor yield has gained a surplus of 2,700% in productivity. According to Mr. Proudhon, the question should be put as follows: why was not the English laborer of 1840 27 times richer than he was in 1770? And even in 1847, the main objection of the social studies book rubricated under social question was well known, the empirically imagined reference to the increased standard of living of workers under capitalism, against which Marx's objection, which rests on the word average, but perhaps the economists, when they spoke of improvement, meant to speak of the millions of workers who had to perish in the East Indies in order that the 1.5 million employed in the same industry in England might be given 3 years' prosperity for every 10. What might have passed for a laughable Biedermeier illusion before the age of the welfare state was anything but ridiculous under Prussian-German conditions. The full return on labor, or fair wages, or appropriate participation in the overall economic revenue, which the People's State as the unity of individuals in a moral whole, Lassalle, was supposed to guarantee the proletarian who had become a citizen, demanded two things, which only National Socialism would finally turn into a raison d'etat. On the one hand, to make the illusion of proportionality permanent through the planned realization of surplus profit, whereby, in retrospect, the productivity boost of German industry as a war economy weighed much more heavily than the attempted robbery that was the immediate target. On the other hand, the materialization of that counter-principle that always threatens proportionality. Cf. MEW 25-248. Insofar as the labor of the more advanced country is utilized here as labor of higher specific weight, the rate of profit rises, in that the labor that is not paid as qualitatively higher is sold as such. With the gigantic differences in productivity that prevail in the 20th century, the weightier labor is also paid higher, naturally many times below the rate of the productivity advantage. The same relation can take place against a country to which goods are sent and from which goods are obtained. Namely, that it gives more objectified labor in kind than it receives, and that it receives the goods more cheaply than it could produce them itself. Just like the manufacturer who uses a new invention before generalizing it, sells it more cheaply than his competitors and yet sells above the individual value of his commodity. He thus realizes a surplus profit. End quote. The consequence of holding oneself harmless against a troublemaker in the exchange of equivalents is so little accidental that even Proudhon drew it. The Jew has a temperament opposed to production. He is neither a farmer nor a tradesman, not even a real merchant. He is always a fraudulent and parasitic mediator who, in business as in philosophy, goes about his work by means of foul fabrication, fraudulent imitation, and horseplay. He knows only the rise and fall of prices, the risks of transportation, the uncertainty of the harvest, and the contingencies of supply and demand. His economic policy is completely negative. End quote. As long as the welfare state remains functional as a surplus state free of crises, i.e., as long as the fall in the average rate of profit is only a minor tangible tendency, Proudhon's reflex also remains largely in the darkness of Regular's table talk and tomes on economic ethics. It emerges in the crisis in which almost no one is willing to talk about the value of the commodity of labor, but many want to call bankers, politicians, and tax evaders to account. This original social democratic effect, which goes under the collective term no to neoliberalism, corresponds to the conservative effect against organized crime and its uncontrolled money flows and parasitic masterminds. Neoliberalism reveals so much about the economic and organized crime, about the social secret of the welfare state, about the nature of surplus profit and the gang-like nature of its distribution, that they must be collectively cursed, and not only ideologically. In 1997, the Knakenhunting IG Bergbaugh demonstrated in practice how they intend to protect the German economy. When there is a mood of doom in Germany, the mobilization for the liberation strike is always implied. In exceptional cases, this is led by the Nazis, who were allowed to show the nation the way when it came to the flood of asylum seekers, but usually it is all of us against the Nazis, as in the uprising of the decent for a better image of Germany abroad, or for all of us our Chancellor, when he accused factory owners willing to emigrate of a lack of patriotism. Immediate constructive action against an invoked threat is the rule, just as in Germany the counter-revolution unfolds its forces instead of the revolution. When a sign of hope is needed in times of need, there is an opportunity for everyone to participate, be it the national avant-garde, the citizens, or the state leadership. Ever since the end of the German consensus model has been negotiated as the end of the welfare state, the German mood of doom has been both panicked and melancholy. In its apocalyptic invocations, the We Are the People movement was still basically in agreement with the constructive forces that have dominated the national debate since September about the urgent need to preserve the welfare state as the center of German culture. However, as the deadline for the introduction of ALG2 approaches, the excitement about Hartz IV and the protests against the government have died down because people seem to realize that it is not the welfare state that is being dismantled, but merely the conditions of participation that are being redefined. People seem to sense that now that fewer and fewer state benefits are being tied to more and more obligations to participate, the working majority of those on benefits are being given the opportunity to play a full part and can also see themselves as an active part of a national awakening of people who are needed. Such compulsory state offers have just as much a tradition in Germany as the fact that the majority see such offers, instead of perceiving them as an extortionate imposition, as an opportunity to contribute as citizens. It is therefore no coincidence that where the loudest cries of We Are the People were heard, the realization that Hartz IV is not a mockery of the people by the state, but rather the integration of all fellow citizens into a community of destiny, was the quickest to prevail. In the state elections in Brandenburg and Saxony on September 19, 2004, the predicted slaps in the face for Hartz supporters failed to materialize. Instead, the elections became the first plebiscitary approval of the Hartz course, particularly due to the new government mandate for the SPD in Brandenburg. After an SPD election campaign in which ruthless openness was used to convince the electorate of voluntary rather than forced renunciation, the people of Brandenburg confirmed the federal government's Hartz line. Of all people, those who are said to still live in a little GDR shielded from the harsh reality of the Federal Republic have apparently understood that, contrary to the widespread talk that the horrors of market immediacy, liberalism, and the end of state support are imminent, the Hartz concepts stand for intensified state immediacy. The crisis offered hope for a new quality of life, the Brandenburgers must have thought, and they were not alone in this. When existential issues are placed at the center of life, many people who are immediately affected by them hope that a more serious approach to what is really important will finally become the subject of public negotiations. Others, who think professionally in broader contexts than the unemployed from Brandenburg, believe that the crisis could hold the long-buried potential for social renewal. Quote, "We are fed up with living in a society where corruption is no longer the exception and where too much revolves around making money. There are more important things in the life of the individual as well as in the life of the nation," Marion Donhoff et al., while Das Land sich ändern muss, EIN Manifest, p. 16f. This was the sound of national misgivings shortly after reunification, as they tried to make political capital out of the decline they had conjured up for a social jolt. They continued, even 14 and 15-year-olds are now involved in brutal attacks on asylum seekers' homes. Those young bandits who want to draw attention to themselves through provocation basically want to prove themselves. Why don't we give them the opportunity to do so? A compulsory year of community service, giving them the opportunity to do something meaningful and to prove themselves in solidarity, would be more satisfying for them in the long run. End quote. People from Donhoff's generation still know from their youth that destructive forces can always be seen as an expression of a coming constructive change. This is not to say, however, that the crisis should be treated as an inherent expression of capitalism and solved by abolishing it with communist intentions. It is true that they also have nothing to do with capitalism and would like to abolish it, but on its own basis. As then, they see the crisis today as an occasion and starting point for a preventive empowerment to eliminate threats, also for the desired normal state afterwards. If they have their way, and they do to a large extent, the crisis will be used as a catalyst for a community ideology that increases the pressure on the individual and at the same time accelerates the crisis dynamics. Liberalism, which is viewed with suspicion in Germany as an expression of a lack of commitment and responsibility, not only appears to be unsuitable as a solution to the crisis in the face of the national emergency, but is also rejected as the real threat to the social core and therefore to the community, precisely when the signs point towards a new beginning. Liberalistic action out of selfish interest, which corresponds to selfish inaction when there is no prospect of personal advantage, is countered by meaningful action as a school of morality and a genuine alternative to isolation contrary to the community. Consequently, it is not work that serves the satisfaction of individual needs or the simple reproduction of capital that appears as meaningful action, but work that benefits the crisis community represented by the state. This crisis community is a popular result of the Bismarckian welfare state, which always develops its crisis dynamics outside of prosperity, as full employment is a prerequisite for its functioning in order to finance its expenditure with the Social Security contributions levied on wages. If these revenues fall, as they do in every crisis, the crisis intensifies and the state comes to the fore as a crisis manager far removed from the market in order to guarantee what people want and also need, to be committed to the common good. In a welfare state with almost full employment, the share of work for the community of solidarity is deducted from wages and used according to state-defined criteria. In view of the much-vaunted crisis in the working society and the shrinking wages from which the social contribution is deducted, the notorious low tide in the welfare funds has taken on threatening proportions. To plug the holes, more and more tax revenue is being channeled directly into the social pots. This empowers the state to increasingly assert itself as the sole sovereign over the use and intended purpose of social spending, which has considerable consequences not only for those receiving support, but also for those paying contributions, into whose pockets the state is reaching beyond the previously sacrosanct principle of parity. A brief review may illustrate the extent to which the principle of parity between employee and employer contributions, which was still important when social insurance was introduced, has recently been superseded by state regulation. For example, compulsory contributions for employers and employees were introduced for unemployment benefits in 1923 and for unemployment insurance in 1927. Parity was intended to guarantee a cross-class interest in maintaining or restoring the ability to work of the sick or unemployed. The state alone was responsible for setting the level of contributions and ensuring that they were paid. The reduction in non-wage labor costs has broken with this tradition, and the symbolism associated with it is becoming increasingly meaningless. This has significantly changed the corporate side of the German model, a possibility that has always been inherent to it as a crisis option. In place of the social partnership-based cooperation between labor and capital, the state, contrary to the talk of its withdrawal, is coming to the fore more than ever as an actor. In the process, for example, those young people who, as failed new entrants to the labor market, must already be counted among the army of the superfluous are being targeted by the demanding state. The Donhof et al. Call from the early 90s therefore did not go completely unheard. 4 years later, people from the left-wing camp picked up the ball that the grande dame of German journalism had only seemingly played offside. Matthias Greffrath, a left-wing publicist who sees a decisive root of European identity in the welfare state, called for the introduction of a third dimension of education between school and work, citizen work, just as Sibylle Tönnies, the rediscoverer of the Volksgemeinschaft, had done shortly before him. After all, young people enjoy physical work in the fresh air and in groups. This is something completely different to what everyday life in the elbow society has to offer. Greffrath knows that a Darwinian distribution struggle is raging for the halfway interesting positions in this society. A huge multicultural subproletariat is emerging at the bottom. End quote. Instead of involving young people in this competition, they should be integrated into an ideologically sugar-coated system of incentives and coercion. Quote, a general compulsory service will currently have no chance before the Constitutional Court, but it is not necessary to force. The need for meaningful work is great, the number of unemployed and wandering young people is increasing. Why doesn't the state make young people an offer that is so compellingly reasonable that the administration can justifiably say, no money without work, which is so attractive that young people find it difficult to say no? End quote. Thus, long before the current debate on the integration of immigrants arose, young people with an immigrant background in particular were to be put on national probation. Quote, a year of interesting work for the community instead of bumming around in the army or outside. Unless you want to subsidize millions of people for social and emotional wasteland in the long term. End of quote. With the Hartz laws, these swan songs to the youth have been supplemented by the hope for them. In view of the shortage of training places which it has not been able to avert, the state wants to enforce that all young people take up a job, regardless of their personal benefit, be it a park internship, an integration measure, or a €1 job. If they refuse to do so, the support is cut off completely. However, because the obligation to work without pay is rightly associated with forced labor, i.e. with the Nazis, reference was made years ago to the nature of the state from which these services are demanded today. Quote, This state of ours, which is much better than we old 68 heirs believed, is supposed to organize this, Greffrath, Zeit, August 16, 96. Together with the competition between the owners of labor power, the welfare state also restricts their power of disposal over their property. This means the disposal of their own labor power as well as that of a significant part of their labor income. The welfare state, which cultivates its good image during periods of prosperity and derives legitimacy from this, must first prove itself in times of crisis. However, when the institutions of the welfare state are needed most, its promise to provide security is modified. Then it is no longer a question of guaranteeing a certain level of reproduction, but of organizing a defensive front against the forces that are held responsible for the misery. Social welfare in particular is subject to fiscal austerity programs because it is financed entirely from tax revenues, even though it is the least important social security system in macroeconomic terms. It accounts for just 4% of expenditure on Social Security, Federal Statistical Office 2003. In contrast, the institution of social assistance has become increasingly important as a state intervention instrument due to its regulatory relationship to the overall wage structure, wage gap requirement, for the supply and demand of labor. One prerequisite for this interaction is the closer connection between social assistance and unemployment. When the Federal Social Assistance Act (BSHG) was passed in 1961-62 and the Employment Promotion Act a few years later, 1969, the connection between unemployment and the need for social assistance was hardly recognizable. Due to full employment, there was hardly any work welfare in the 60s and 70s. In the course of the 1980s, however, unemployment became the most common single cause, accounting for a good third of cases of social welfare dependency. This development became important for saving resources as well as for labor market policy. An example for later practice was an employment program launched in the early 1980s by the then Berlin Senator for Social Affairs Ulf Fink, which included community service and additional work for which the recipients of assistance were paid an additional allowance of DM 1 to 2 per hour. Initially, it was mainly asylum seekers who were obliged to do community service work, such as shoveling snow in the winter of 1981-82. However, the public presentation of the hated asylum seekers as forced laborers only briefly concealed the actual aim of removing all welfare recipients who were unwilling to work from the benefits system and integrating those willing to work into the active, municipally organized labor market under the motto "Help to Work." Since then, municipal social policy in Germany has no longer meant welfare, but increasingly workfare. In 1993, the Employment Promotion Act obliged employment offices to cooperate with local social welfare agencies and at the same time included a corresponding provision in the BSHG. With the election of the Red/Green coalition in the fall of 1998, responsibility for social welfare policy within the federal government was consequently transferred from the Ministry of the Interior to the Federal Ministry of Labor. Since a corresponding amendment to the BSHG on August 1, 1996, social assistance can not only be reduced, but must be reduced if socially useful work is refused. On the occasion of this law, an opening article by Sibylle Tönnies began a discussion that lasted several issues under the title Labor Service Blessing or Punishment in Die Zeit, from which we have already quoted above. In one of her articles, Ms. Tönnies criticized the fact that the law was merely intended to create work opportunities wherever possible, and instead called for general compulsory service. In discussing the labor service, she expressly wanted to find the thread that was dropped in 1933. In contrast to the Weimar Republic's voluntary labor service (FAD), however, a general compulsory service for men and women was called for at the time, as there was the dilemma of all voluntary services. They appeal to those who are already highly motivated, not the 99% majority. Otherwise, the whole thing would amount to elitist exclusivity. The Voluntary Labor Service (FAD), which was introduced in the final years of the Weimar Republic, was the state's response to unemployment, which ideologically and in part also practically referred to a privately organized predecessor, the so-called labor camp movement. From 1925, the Bundesjugend, which saw itself as a self-organized youth elite for the abolition of the Republic, ran voluntary work camps that were intended to act as training grounds for the young team of the German people. In these group events with up to 180 people, equipped with camp rules and a well-structured timetable, workers, farmers and students were to experience a practiced Volksgemeinschaft during a stay lasting several weeks through work, sport, lectures and communal entertainment. The labor camp movement was also attended by those fit for military service, who saw labor service as a substitute for the general military service denied to Germans. In continuation of the national service created during the First World War, the warrior and military associations propagated the work camp as a new opportunity for the physical and moral training of German youth. For the time being, compulsory labor service is still an idea, a pipe dream, and if it comes, will only be realized gradually and in the future. If all the signs are not deceptive, we are growing into a time that once again wants to affirm the common good. Because it was about more than just offering a concept for solving the crisis, it was demanded that there must be work camps as a way of life even if unemployment should no longer be the immediate cause of camp work. In 1931, the Reich government appointed an expert commission on the unemployment question, which was named the Bronze Commission after the former Reich Minister of Labor. It was given the task of making recommendations on the fundamental questions of combating unemployment and its consequences. The Bronze Commission suggested the establishment of a voluntary labor service, which was based on the labor camp movement. In June 1931, the Reichsanstalt für Arbeitsvermittlung und Arbeitslosenversicherung was entrusted with the promotion of voluntary labor service by an emergency decree. In the implementing regulations for the FAD dated August 11, 1932, its basic principle is formulated as follows. People who volunteer, especially the unemployed, perform charitable, additional work that is associated with educational measures without establishing an employment relationship. The FAD thus represents a measure of value-creating unemployment assistance. End quote. A job creation scheme more comparable to today's ABM was already referred to as productive unemployment welfare, and was introduced as early as October 1919. Recipients of unemployment benefit or crisis support who were excluded from unemployment assistance introduced in 1926 had to carry out compulsory work independent of normal employment relationships, which could also take place in a workhouse as a compulsory and service relationship. Labor court actions against compulsory labor at the end of the Weimar Republic were unsuccessful. The state labor courts and the Reich Labor Court took the view that the welfare unemployed were primarily in a relationship of force under public law and therefore had no legal status comparable to that of free-wage laborers. As with forced arbitration in other areas, the state-organized FAD, like compulsory labor, stood for an authoritarian orientation of the world of work through the seemingly inevitable nationalization of Weimar corporatism during the crisis. This process was anything but the abolition or misappropriation of the Weimar social constitution, but the logical consequence of the consensual welfare state. In the East Elbe regions, there could no longer be any formal talk of voluntary work, as many municipalities there made welfare benefits dependent on compulsory work, for which there was only a symbolic discount. The voluntary nature of labor service, which was formally maintained in the majority of the country, was considerably relativized in view of the material benefits such as additional food and longer receipt of unemployment benefits linked to it, with an extremely low level of support overall. Various institutions exerted pressure on the unemployed not to refuse to register for FAD, particularly from the point of view of work therapy. Public job creation was, with the exception of the Reichsbahn, which was provided with additional funds for this, only provided for within the framework of the FAD. The sponsors of the labor service were sports clubs, churches, municipalities, political associations, and workers' associations. After the emergency decree for voluntary labor service, the trade unions also accepted the FAD, which they had previously rejected as an instrument for wage suppression, and actively participated in its implementation. While the labor camp movement had run around 25 labor camps with around 2,000 camp participants between 1925 and the end of 1931, by January 1933 there were already more than 500,000 young people in labor service camps. Instead of being for an elite of the highly motivated, the camps were now for everyone. In May 1933, a circular from the Reich Commissioner for Job Creation, Friedrich Syrup, who had already been the Reich Commissioner for the labor service during the Weimar period, stated that one of the main tasks of the state labor service was to realize the idea of Volksgemeinschaft by bringing together members of all professional classes, manual and intellectual workers, in joint service with pick and shovel. Because Volksgemeinschaft without exclusivity does not work even if it has nothing but forced labor and potato soup on offer, Syrup signed a decree excluding Jews from the FAD and, in 1938, a decree prescribing forced employment for Jews without reintegration into the labor market. Although the legislation in accordance with the Hartz Commission's guidelines and the associated expansion of compulsory employment does not have immediate links to the FAD, it does have links to the goal of managing the workforce by the state without wanting to reduce wage unemployment. The first sentence of the final report of the Hartz Commission of August 16, 2002, which was commissioned by Chancellor Schroeder with the projection of concepts for the abolition of unemployment benefits, already refers to this. It reads, "In the face of rapid economic, technological, and structural change, no state can afford to leave the skills and abilities of its population unused." End quote. Instead of help to work and the aim of reemployment on the primary labor market, the maintenance of regional infrastructure becomes the object of the extended duty of service with ALG2. This is based on the local authority's interest in using unemployed people living in its area to maintain its tasks as a cheap alternative to freelance municipal workers. The welfare state in Germany rests on two foundations, which not only have different sponsors, local authorities and the state, but also different functions, material security and social services. Its control media are law and money. Both can be used to deal with a large number of cases, if the specific individual case is generously disregarded. It is true that the law establishes an individual entitlement to care for the elderly, for example, to which all elderly people in need of care are entitled. However, when money becomes scarce, the individual and his or her needs increasingly disappear behind handouts and measures to which everyone is entitled, especially those that are extremely tightly calculated in terms of time. Educational and therapeutic processes cannot be adequately controlled by law because the desired success can only be achieved, if at all, through personal commitment, specific professional competence, and engagement. Law and money can only provide the prerequisites. The systematic inclusion of local authorities in the unemployment administration system is increasingly intertwining social services with the central mobilization of service providers in order to compensate for the shortage of funds. This is accompanied by a redefinition of social services, which, insofar as the central government provides funds, are defined as part of the social infrastructure. In the crisis, individual entitlement is countered by a collective limitation of entitlement, which the individual, encouraged by state incentives, is supposed to compensate for by means of private provision. In the run-up to Hartz IV, so-called welfare markets have already been set up in which private operators offer social and health services that they provide in the public interest and which were previously the responsibility of the state. The welfare market relies on being able to compensate for reduced state funding through unpaid engagement. If the providers do not succeed or do not succeed sufficiently in keeping permanent employees in line with their social conscience and giving them additional responsibility and unpaid working hours for the individual care of clients, a new opportunity is now opening up to call on voluntary, unemployed or trainee workers, citing the unaffordability of emotional warmth. Many of the new €1 jobs are tailored to this welfare market. As the price of labor falls, it is not only the appreciation of the individual and the means used to maintain it that declines. What is touted as self-responsibility in the context of Hartz is not the self-confident activity of the citizen who, through his work, can not only keep immediate want at bay, but also acquire an increase in luxury and prosperity. Rather, it is about establishing forms of communally bound subsistence, and thus the dependence of the individual on state and civic benevolence. The withdrawal of social security associated with Hartz corresponds to a degradation of individual value and substitutability for the reproduction of the community of solidarity. The dispossessed are thus subject to the additional compulsion to increase their value in ideal terms. Already in the Weimar Republic, FAD and compulsory work meant an erosion of the right to work, with the result that the fear of poverty was joined by the new fear of sinking into the lawless class of the unemployed, who were thus available for community obligations. Even in the middle classes, Hartz now fuels the fear of unemployment, social decline and the loss of civic independence, which dissolves into duty and coercion. Of course, such a development is not without an educational effect on the rest of society. The competition for the jobs that enable reproduction at a secure level sometimes really transforms the successful job defenders into unscrupulous careerists, pushers and bullies. Sometimes they are labeled with these vocabulary in order to one day be led by the dismissers of idealistic popular justice into a relationship of social dependency on the state like the unemployed under the aegis of Hartz. A heightened sense of mistrust is always called for when optimism is demanded against naysayers. It was discussed at a conference on Orders in Crisis. On the political cultural history of Germany 1900 to 1933, it was stated that the fundamental orientation of the political cultural discourse in the Weimar Republic was not pessimistic, but optimistic, only to then remark with a view to today. The darkest future of the Holocaust, however, has made us forget that the Weimar Republic was a time of experimentation. End quote. Compulsory service is a tangible result of a new impartiality in overcoming the memory of the Holocaust, which comes across as overcoming a mental block. Today it is even claimed that Hartz leads to more freedom. After all, Hartz frees Germans from a historically burdened state obedience, as was constantly being said during the election campaigns in Brandenburg and Saxony. At the time, Gott's ally sneered in the SZ, "If you want to understand the destructive success of National Socialism, you should take a look at the visible side of the policy of extermination, the modern state of complacency kept warm by social policy." End quote. He turns the Germans who exploited their Jewish neighbors into cozy bigwigs of Hitler's welfare state grace, instead of recognizing in them the constantly serving comrades of the people who already knew at the time what Countess Dönhoff so congenially put in a nutshell in 1992, namely that there were more important things in the life of the individual as well as in the life of the nation, than always thinking only of personal advantage. The German left is constitutionally incapable of criticizing the German welfare state as a welfare state. At most, it criticizes some grievances, but not the thing itself. On the contrary, even those leftists who attack the welfare state as a means of domination defend the welfare state as the greatest and most important achievement of the labor movement and social democracy. In the welfare state, the left celebrates the state it likes to advocate, the state of all the people instead of that of capital. The idea of the good, social, progressive state expresses the affinity for the state that has always connected the left with other anti-liberal forces. Even the Social Democrats agreed with Bismarck on one thing: it was not the revolution that had to be driven out of the workers, for which he did not have much of a taste even then, but rather the crisis of capitalism and thus the potential that otherwise threatened to explode it. In this sense, Bismarck was just as anti-capitalist as the Social Democrats and their clientele. As all social groups determine themselves via the state and their relationship to it, the state moves into the position of the general addressee of claims, from which the conscious determination and regulation of social processes is expected. It is the state from which not only the subaltern classes hope to tame capitalism. The New Left had made the pacification of the welfare state, which was and is particularly pronounced in the post-fascist Federal Republic, a topic under the heading of the welfare state illusion, but always assumed that the class antagonism, although shut down, was in truth only hidden. Theory building was therefore guided by the question of how the class struggle could be brought back into consciousness. In the discussion at the time about the welfare state illusion, it was implicitly expressed that the workers would not overcome the state as long as it did not withdraw itself. According to this theory, growing prosperity would also lead to growing disenfranchisement of those provided for by the welfare state. By withdrawing the functions of the state from society, the state would increasingly cease to act as an intermediary between wage labor and capital. This would also remove the basis of the illusion that it is the state that is responsible for improving the situation of workers within capitalism. Only when this happened would there be the possibility of change from below instead of from above. To this day, such ideas about the welfare state and its abolition dominate the debate. It is claimed that the withdrawal of the state has reached a critical point. It has now reached the point that with a new surge in the internationalization of capital, the material basis of the class compromise of the post-war epoch has dwindled and its main addressee, the state, has had to increasingly rid itself of a mediating national function. These Würz auf the Zeitung für sozialistische Betriebs- und Gewerkschaftsarbeit Express 92003. This proclaims nothing other than the supposedly imminent end of the German model. And the Chancellor is said to be responsible for this. He recently used the term German way to describe his policies, only to abandon it again with his Agenda 2010, according to the accusation presented in moralistic falsetto. It is probably a futile effort to accuse such people of being incapable of analyzing what the German way means and that their criticism of social cuts serves the worst nationalist resentments, because they probably do not understand the accusation at all. The fact that the welfare state is something that we Germans, or alternatively, we Europeans, can be proud of, and that those who want to reduce or dismantle it should therefore be regarded as traitors to the fatherland, is expressed by such left-wingers with complete innocence and a clear conscience. With such affirmative criticism, they not only make it clear that they themselves are an integral part and protagonist of these very German conditions. The patriotic slogans of the left in particular express the fact that the welfare state, which is not being abolished but whose structure and function are currently being redefined, openly acknowledges and self-confidently appropriates the declaration of the enemy implicit in it, and thus its delimiting, aggressive facet. The legitimization of the state by the welfare state is converging with that of the nation-state, from which it has never been clearly differentiated anyway. The welfare state was the answer to the evils of capitalism, reads, for example, an article on the SPD Party conference in November 2003, in which the members of the SPD's Basic Values Commission Michael Müller, Wolfgang Thierse and Hermann Schwengel set off a whole firework display of National Socialist rhetoric in the SZ of November 12, 2003. With the aim of identifying the evil plunderers of social funds outside the borders of the world economic wonderland. They see the welfare state as a bulwark against the predatory global economy and neoliberalism. Quote, the privatization and commercialization of the world associated with globalization spreads the negative aspects, while the social virtues remain locked up nationally. The great idea of social democracy must be embedded in a qualified growth, innovation, and sustainability strategy. At the same time, the way must be paved for a social democratic party in Europe that not only seeks to distinguish itself from conservative America by criticizing military unilateralism, as it did during the Iraq War, but also demonstrates this positively in economic and social policy. The Anglo-Saxon economic constitution cannot be imposed on the world. Europe can play a central role in the renewal and expansion of social democracy. It is therefore not enough for the SPD as a defensive force for the protection of the little people to pounce on injustices in reform projects. It must also seek a regulatory confrontation. End quote. The aim is to end the paralyzing dispute between the market and the state. In doing so, private activities and public goals should interlock. The fact that the dispute between reformers and preservers of the welfare state is just a waste of time, that both are concerned with what Thierse et al. Call social virtues was made clear by Economics Minister Clement when he announced on November 1, the country needs patriots. On the same day, an attack demonstration was held in Berlin under the slogan against social cuts, at which the organizers accused the German government of carrying out the biggest attacks on living and working conditions and rights since the Second World War. Clement continued, we will have to fight for our prosperity. Because there are more and more regions in the world that are competing with us for the top positions. We must always compete for first to third place in business, science, and technology. Otherwise, we will not be able to maintain our quality of life. End quote. There is an appeal to heroism, to fulfillment of duty, sacrifice, dedication, and thus agitation against individual needs that are not satisfied by the common national competition. Mobilizing the Volksgemeinschaft means nothing other than positioning it against an enemy who is held responsible for the sacrifice that is seen as inevitable. The left-wingers like Thierse and co. are quite open about who this enemy is and are in complete agreement with attack on this crucial point, the evil Anglo-Americans. The Federal Republic as a model of social capitalism derives its raison d'etre from embodying the alternative to socialism and liberalism, and thus the new Germany professes to have remained the old Germany of the Third Way. The fact that the welfare state and the German way cannot be separated from each other was also recently noticed by Die Zeit. It noted in its efforts to tackle the social vested interests. Quote, when Gerhard Schroeder rejected the American Iraq policy during the election campaign with this formula of the German way, the ideological alarm immediately sounded. The Sonderweg alarm. This was promptly followed by a denial from the then SPD Secretary General Muntefering. Schroeder had only meant our social market economy by the German way. Well, that was a white lie. But it met with general agreement. The German way is something social. Strange rhetoric. According to it, the neoliberal unleashing of the market powers is just as related to the warlike attitude as social peace is to peace policy. End quote. In fact, social policy as a form of state intervention, as a social policy that no longer leaves social events to their own devices but shapes them, is a policy that is directed both inwards and outwards. Social peace and external peace policy are mutually dependent, insofar as internal social pacification is a prerequisite for the foreign policy mission and peace policy in turn is the condition for the success of internal social policy. The ideal that social policy follows is a logically impossible one, crisis-free and conflict-free capitalism. To come closer to this ideal means to cover up the crises and conflicts that are necessary with the existence of capitalist socialization on the part of the state in order to open up the general conflict, in order to turn the now united forces against those who have been identified as the alleged perpetrators of crisis and conflict. Contrary to popular belief, this peace is therefore not an intrinsically sympathetic ideal, but refers to the peace of the graveyard. The starting point for welfare state intervention is therefore the abhorrence of all antagonisms. The assertion and open articulation of irreconcilable particular interests is frowned upon in this country. This ideal is so integral to the German self-image that it is naturally also taken as an international regulatory ideal. The ideal of social peace, therefore, implies a declaration of hostility towards those who allegedly violate this ideal. The liberal bourgeoisie, England and its Manchester capitalism, the USA, the Jews. State social policy virtually constitutes society as a collective of persecutors of everything bourgeois, be it the perfidious Albion or the Jewish evil spirit. At the same time, this war is declared in an overblown and surreptitious manner. It is not a conflict that is fought and then ended, but a mission, an existential battle that must be fought through to self-destruction and in whose name everything is permitted. The advancement of this declaration of enmity to the point of annihilation is thus always already decided in the logic of the welfare state, without it having to manifest itself immediately or everywhere. In Germany, the conditions were laid for the macabre consequences to be drawn from the premises. Internally, the German welfare state implied a specific structure of social forces from the very beginning. The alliance of the conservative revolutionary Bismarck with the statist Lassalle against the bourgeoisie and the liberalism he represented. The deliberalization of the middle classes and bourgeois society was the goal of this unholy alliance and the condition for the middle classes to at least participate in power. The German welfare state linked participation in the social system for the proletariat to productivity and bourgeois participation in rule to the arrangement with the lower classes. The early social reformers saw the integration of all social classes into the state as a prerequisite for a powerful foreign policy. In contrast to England, where social reform was aimed at the marginalized groups living in poverty, in Germany it was initially aimed at those sections of the industrial workforce in particular who were capable of articulation and organization. Until 1918, the national power state was the self-evident and identity-forming frame of reference for social policy. However, significant changes had taken place since 1916, the same year in which the Army Command had a census of Jews carried out. In the middle of the World War, when the law on National Relief Service was passed with the Social Democrats, the labor movement became the leading force for social integration. Bourgeois social reform was replaced by wartime socialism. Parallel to the abdication of the Kaiser in November 1918, trade unions and employers' associations formed the Central Working Community ZAG, agreed in the Stinnes-Legion Agreement to regulate demobilization, maintain economic life, and secure the livelihood of the workforce on a parity basis. In this spirit, a 1920 law assigned a dual role to the works councils. They were to both represent the interests of the employees vis-a-vis the employers and work with the employers to achieve the company's objectives. This development was articulated on both the bourgeois and proletarian sides in concepts that proclaimed the overcoming of liberalism in favor of a factory, company, work, or Volksgemeinschaft. The vanishing point of all these concepts was a corporate peace order. Proletarian and bourgeois hostility to capitalism merged to form a national class alliance. The German liberal Theodor Heuss, for example, formulated this as a strategic post-war option in a book published in 1919. For Germany, it would be important between Entente imperialism and the Bolshevik propaganda of ideas to build a state with German order, which is constructed in such a way that it does not send out the terror of contagion, but rather the advertising idea. This would require Germany to achieve some kind of lasting synthesis between the onslaught of dull, unguided socialist aspirations and the viability of the state economy. This would be more dangerous for France, because it could happen that the people they thought they were enslaving, the proletariat, would have greater political and economic rights than the victors. To this end, social law must be developed, more richly, more completely than ever before in history. For the individual, the welfare state means insurance against the vicissitudes of the capitalist conjuncture, a gain in the feeling of security that goes hand in hand with the loss of the capacity for conflict and the centering of all claims and expectations on the state. If the individual subject's fear of suffering social death is reduced by welfare state provision, the fear of political failure increases. It is often claimed in this country that the welfare state in Germany guarantees the preservation of constitutional democracy. Yet the opposite is just as possible. The welfare state binds its citizens socially and politically not to the constitutional state, but to the existing state. The leveling of contradictions in the welfare state is followed by a shift of interests in the subject. In the instrumental image of society, the pursuit of self-interest is not abandoned, but reinterpreted. Maintaining the system appears as a private interest. Whether loyalty was due to the emperor, president, leader, or chancellor, it was given to the respective existing Germany. The attachment to the ultimate necessities of the state, said the General Secretary of the Society for Social Reform Wunderlich in January 1933, had made social policy independent in its principles from the changes and form of state policy. Under Agenda 2010, the basic orientation of Germany's social system was changed, away from a focus on social and consumer status towards a focus on generalizing resident status. Whereas the focus used to be on maintaining an achieved social status, as reflected in the previous separation of the poor and working population and the distinction between workers, employees, and the self-employed, the unity of the social and territorial principle is now being elevated to the defining criterion of the welfare state. Social policy should no longer serve to prevent class struggle, ensure social peace and the self-assurance of social classes, but rather to bind everyone to the state, country, and location. This is not a change of direction due to the currently empty social security coffers. Rather, this turnaround follows an overarching development of the health and social security systems, in which the principle of the people's state unfolds and is realized. Bismarck once installed a system of class compromise that wanted to integrate, but recognized that it was certainly difficult to reconcile particular, i.e., class interests that were to be brought to compromise. This integration of the working class, symbolized in the Social Security contributions based on wage levels, which have been paid jointly by workers and companies since the Bismarckian reforms, lost its object after its successful implementation. Incidentally, it was the anti-plutocratic Nazi state as the organizer of German labor that decreed equal contributions to the insurance scheme. Since the Führer's decree of 1943, health insurance contributions were split equally between the company and the employee. In the Weimar Republic, the companies only contributed 25%, which also secured the representatives of the insured a majority in the so-called self-governing bodies and made them a driving force behind the expansion of the welfare state. This is why today the proportion of employer payments is not simply being reduced, but the overall contribution rate is to be lowered. The fact that half of the costs are paid in each case is a result of the end of the class struggle and its celebration in the company and Volksgemeinschaft. This principle, continued in the social partnership of the FRG, promised one thing above all else, as it did during the war and the Golden Years: expansion. Today, what the Nazis still enforce by decree is the subject of a public debate free of domination. It is precisely this difference that reflects the perfect fusion of citizen and state that the Nazis set in motion. The public consensus, which settles down without domineering intervention, forces the individual to integrate and, if the situation is right, to agree to its gentle disposal. At most, the how and when are up for negotiation. The healthcare system turns against the individual at an indeterminable point and becomes a death industry. Although the word industry is misleading, the consensus also enables the delegation of controlled death to grassroots initiatives to the same extent that the particularistic democracy of associations is replaced by one of generalized public opinion. Such initiatives, which mobilize ethically for the common good, have long since set the tone as NGOs or citizens' associations even beyond the healthcare system when it comes to negotiating who is allowed to do what and when, such as a member of the Central Council of Jews in Germany in 2003, or who may be considered fit for the future when appointing the new IG Metall leadership. For social insurance schemes, this development means a change in their basic principles. Status protection is being replaced by basic security, and the duty of solidarity of dependent employees is being replaced by mandatory national solidarity. Although the scope and structure of this is still being negotiated, it is becoming apparent that the dependence of Social Security contributions on wage costs will be reduced in the future. This orientation has become questionable in view of the simultaneous economic expansion and permanent crisis on the labor market. The social costs at the respective location are being paid less and less through the wages included in the price of the goods, but increasingly through direct collection from the insured and through state tax revenue. Even if the nominal percentage of Social Security contributions remains the same, the declining wage ratio, as a proportion of production costs, means that companies are spending less. Only apparently, for example through the increase in company pension schemes, is the parity-based collection of contributions maintained. These voluntary cover-linked reserves, quite wrongly called company pensions, stand for the transformation of wages into capital components as part of company collective bargaining policy. They are fed by funds that are exempt from taxes and Social Security contributions for this purpose. Like state compensation payments, they are intended to counteract the cuts in statutory pensions. Even before the latest healthcare reform resolutions in July 2003, the parity-based contribution revenue in the healthcare system was discontinued in favor of sole financing by the insured parties for the long-term care insurance introduced in 1995. Although the parity-based collection of contributions nominally applies here, a public holiday was abolished so that companies can recoup their costs. Even with the mini-jobs introduced on April 1st, for which a 25% flat rate for taxes and Social Security contributions is payable, the employees bear these alone if, as is often the case, the employer imposes this. The aim of reducing the company's share of social costs is to improve the competitive position of the economy in Germany. If there are no trade unions to defend the real wage with the associated non-wage labor costs, i.e. the company's share of the unpaid contributions to the compulsory insurance schemes, the structure of social insurance is left to a political process of consensus building. Its National Socialist internal orientation is linked to a declaration of war on the outside, in such a way that the reorientation of the welfare state is declared to be an existential struggle of social capitalism against neoliberal competitive societies, and thus a dispute over the shaping of the future of the world. The design flaw of the German welfare state is the fact that it is largely financed by the labor factor. First of all, there is a simple material reason for this. The scarcity of social funds indicates the resounding success of capital in organizing work. Since corporate rationalization has made lifelong gainful employment an exception, the income of the Social Security funds has become a problem. It is therefore not the development of expenditure that is causing the permanent financing problems of the health insurance funds. Since around 1980, the share of health expenditure or statutory health insurance expenditure in Germany's gross national product has remained almost constant. There has never been the much-vaunted cost explosion. The increase in contribution rates is rather due to the fact that the financing basis, the income of dependent employees, is stagnating or shrinking relative to gross domestic product due to high unemployment and a cautious wage policy. The share of wages in national income fell from 74% to 65% between 1975 and 2001, while health insurance contributions rose from 10.5% to 14% in the same period. The redundancy of labor also devalues the owner of the labor force. With the permanent loss of wage labor, he also loses his ability to make claims. Conversely, the granting of support is always more directly linked to a claim on the worker and their labor. The unemployed cannot contribute to the community of solidarity, and this is precisely what they are blamed for. The conclusion from this, a general duty of service could, however, consolidate the community of solidarity among citizens anew today, because in the long run, one cannot be an individualistic liberal and a social citizen protected by solidarity at the same time. Commune 4/03, page 52. There are various suggestions as to what the financing mode of growing state responsibility could look like, such as the following. If the shrinking volume of work and the income earned from dependent work is no longer the yardstick for the growing prosperity of our society, how can we measure the level of social services we can afford in Germany? By consumption, for example. It is not as fleeting and light-footed across the border as capital and labor. And it has been taxed far less here than in most EU countries, Berliner Republic, 3/03 page 77. And indeed, consumption taxation for Social Security contributions is on the increase. Since 1998, 1 percentage point of VAT and almost all of the revenue from the 5 stages of the eco-tax has already been included in pension insurance. The increase in tobacco tax that has just been decided is also intended to benefit healthcare expenditure. The devaluation and resulting loss of importance of the factor of labor, whose quality as German workmanship was a core element of the German model, is bringing about far-reaching changes to Germany's self-image. Quote, "There is much to suggest that the Golden Age was a non-recurring period of exceptional conditions. However, this means that the breeding ground on which the philosophy of social justice could flourish is disappearing." Neue Gesellschaft/Frankfurter Heft, June 2003, page 24. Another SPD newspaper calls for a socio-political Godesberg, Berliner Republik, 3/03, page 42, as if it were a matter of exorcising the SPD's social policy of socialist ideas of justice. Quote, "The SPD must continue to look after those who have fallen out and are stranded, because this corresponds to the core of its historically grown self-image. But the underclass is certainly no longer a class of the future, an agent of social liberation. In the new disorganized underclass quarters of the Republic, the SPD only represents the victims, the lost, the discarded, the marginalized, who are no longer even needed for economic exploitation. They are not suitable as motors for future projects and powerful economic reforms. The more the SPD takes on these groups as the traditionalists postulate, the more defensive, marginalized, and caricatural the party itself appears, like the socially conservative Political Enforcement Committee of the Workers' Welfare Association. That may be honorable, but it is not capable of winning a majority. Berliner Republik, 3/03, page 56. The previous fairness was that 30 million employees not only co-finance their own health costs, but also those of 40 million other insured persons, family members, pensioners, the unemployed, welfare recipients. On the face of it, it is astonishing that as the philosophy of social justice wanes, public negotiations are being held on a citizens' insurance scheme that would be compulsory for all. Precisely because it would cover everyone and represent a change in the system, it could be the vehicle for further restructuring. Whether or not a citizens' insurance scheme independent of employment status, which according to Schroeder is still immature, comes into being, it will play a role in the reform negotiations in the near future, because it is seen as a realignment of social justice instead of the social cutbacks for which it actually stands. Regardless of whether the citizens' insurance scheme would be designed as a per capita flat rate that is independent of income or would include all income above and beyond wages, it would create a basic or basic insurance scheme which, by including all residents, would also bring with it the equality of an equally general reduction in benefits. The current catalog of benefits provided by the health insurance funds would be thinned down to a basic catalog of benefits. Supplementary insurance would then be necessary to guarantee appropriate treatment. The citizens' insurance scheme would be a further departure from the already flawed principle of health care on the basis of a declaration of need towards an entitlement restriction. This principle has already been abolished for a considerable part of care since 1995 through the flat rate payment of doctors' fees, and even more so through nursing care insurance based on flat rates. Basic medical insurance would entail a further hierarchization of demand not only on the basis of purchasing power, but also on the basis of national esteem. In future, Social Security will no longer be organized according to the principles of equality but of solidarity. Neue Gesellschaft/Frankfurter Heft, June 2003, page 26. And solidarity is linked to answering the question of who is capable of solidarity in the first place. It is about an orientation towards a me for you instead of a we for you solidarity. Whether through low care rates, drug budgeting, de-individualized treatment plans, or general social criteria, everyone knows that medical treatment has long been rationed. However, this takes place in front of a facade of general equal treatment. A healthcare policy that has been aimed at limiting expenditure for at least 25 years has already left its mark. In 1999, 27.4% of those insured with a large substitute health insurance fund stated that they had been denied outpatient treatment in the previous quarter, half of them with explicit reference to budgets. Premature discharges, refusal to admit patients, and postponements of operations are also known. In an online survey of 548 doctors conducted by the news service Fakars.de in 2002, 68.6% stated that they treated private and statutory health insurance patients differently. 72.8% admitted to prescribing different medication to private patients. Differences are also made when prescribing remedies and aids, 62.8%. In terms of service, 75.8% made differences. Rationing is largely at the discretion of doctors, as far as it is related to the case. In view of its tacit extension, however, doctors are calling for an explicit social consensus on this. In a press release dated June 13, 2003, Georg Dietrich Hoppe, president of the German Medical Association, demanded, "There is no doubt that there is already a secret and often unconscious rationing of health services. This must be made transparent." So far, an open treatment of this topic has been prevented due to reminiscences of National Socialism, which will not change any time soon. On the contrary, every ambition is being placed on being better than the Nazis and of course also than the neo-Nazis, who once again took the lead in the Assis clap and recently found effective ideological imitators in the Junge Union. Old people consume at our expense. Shortly before this, there were calls for the rationing of health insurance benefits. 85-year-olds no longer needed artificial hip joints. While any thought of euthanasia is regularly rejected at German medical conferences, it is also pointed out that the consensus on this has long been crumbling. For example, the vice president of the German Medical Association, Auermann, reported that 70% of the German population and 48% of doctors believe that active euthanasia should be permitted. However, the discussion about euthanasia is no longer limited to the terminally ill. In 1998, the president of the German Medical Association, Mr. Wilmer, was awarded the title Unword of the Year for his comments on socially acceptable early death. When Prof. Joachim Wiemeyer, then advisor to the German Bishops' Conference, and Professor Friedrich Breyer, member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Federal Ministry of Economics, caused outrage in a report on June 2 of this year because they proposed age rationing of health insurance benefits from the age of 75 for vital but expensive medical services such as heart operations or dialysis. Bundestag President Thierse was shocked that there was no outcry from the people in our country. It was not enough for him that the German Bishops' Conference distanced itself from its advisor. The German Medical Association spoke of euthanasia under different auspices and railed against the economization mania of the healthcare system, or the Marburger Bund said that this was hard to beat in terms of contempt for humanity. Breyer defended his position in the SZ with the attitude of a taboo breaker who is only saying what should be seen as a consequence of increased self-responsibility. Quote, "That is self-selection at best. Every person is ultimately left to make their own decision. Much worse is the kind of selection that is already taking place, according to criteria that nobody questions and nobody can foresee. I think the age limit is much more justifiable in a liberal constitutional state than selection by doctors, which has long been part of everyday life. I find it hypocritical when my vision of the future is described as lacking in solidarity against this background." End of quote. The sympathy for an order that prescribes the common practice of rationing as a set of rules for doctors is a consequence of the old principle of the German welfare state of granting benefits according to legally standardized entitlement bases and not according to individually determined purposes. A fixed list of permissible treatments absolutely restricts medical decisions to individual rescue attempts. Health treatment is not a social income like unemployment or social assistance, but the granting or non-granting of life options. Moreover, the level of health care cannot be standardized like the shopping basket. Public health care that is supposed to satisfy demands without a fully comprehensive mentality, JU Chairman Misfelder, therefore faces a conflict of legitimacy. Neither the state, which is responsible for the distribution of health-related goods, nor the payers and providers, who are responsible for ensuring care, therefore want to be identifiable as responsible. The reforms that have just been passed are increasingly exacerbating the problems of the more burdened insured, thus preparing the ground for a can't-go-on mood and the call for decisions. An excess of safety thinking is seen as an obstacle to progress in the risk society, which fits in with the negotiation of justice as a generational problem. The useless eater is no longer seen only in the social parasite, but also in the demanding, possibly childless, soon-to-be senior citizen. The elderly are probably rightly suspected of being less risk-averse and also more expensive, but it is not surprising that health costs rise, especially shortly before death. A study by Gmunder Ersatzgas, similar figures are quoted for statutory health insurance, found that 20% of those insured claimed 90% of health insurance expenditure for themselves. Only 2.5% of members were responsible for almost half of the costs. High users in the healthcare system, i.e. precisely those for whom it was made, are now being identified as the troublemakers in the system. Quote, "How much health can and will society afford?" The outrage with which citizens, including young people, have reacted to the proposal to introduce an age limit for medical services is the starting point. Society is prepared to make sacrifices if things are fair. As long as there is no social and ethical debate, any reform will remain piecemeal. SZ 18/19.6.03. The one sacrifice to be made is the additional payment, the other is consent to restrictions. In contrast to euthanasia under Nazi fascism, the consent of those affected is expected today. The euthanasia debate is intended to reinforce the insight into the supposed necessity that the risk of unaffordable treatment is part and parcel of solidarity in the risk society. However, in addition to supplementary insurance, the officially recommended individual option for escaping the panic that arises in the face of such prospects is to maintain one's own body through a health-conscious lifestyle. Health policy is a control element for one of the most important sectors of the economy, as it accounts for more than a tenth of the national product and employs a higher proportion of the workforce than the car industry. Manufacturers of medical products export more than half of their production. Large-scale medical facilities are also prime location factors. All of this is a motive for a policy of high purchasing power demand, i.e. not for an interest in reducing medical care. In this respect, raising money with the help of the professional representatives of doctors or pharmacists is also seen as a service to the community. Furthermore, patients, doctors, politicians, and industry representatives all agree, health is not a commodity that can be bought cheaply. CEO of the pharmaceutical company Anna Schweikart, TSP July 8, 2003. A good health industry location must also be solvent. Schweikart rewards efforts in this regard with loyalty. After all, we are not traitors to our country. End of quote. Another economically relevant aspect of social policy is expressed in the creation and standardization of needs. The doctor, as the person authorized to decide on incapacity for work, asserts norms of what is understood by health as normal metabolism. It was only after an understanding of illness as a deviation from the norm became established that a healthcare industry was able to emerge to address this deviation. The curative offers are originally capitalist products. With the introduction of health insurance, the economization of the medical profession also began. In 1899, a committee of the Prussian Medical Association stated, by far the largest proportion of the members of the health and accident insurance funds who are now receiving medical treatment have hardly ever consulted a doctor in the past without suffering permanent damage to their health as a result. End quote. Until the First World War, doctors prevailed in competition on the free medical market by acting as agents of medical progress brought about by the pharmaceutical industry and medical technology. This happened regardless of individual ability, but was due to a high degree of organization, which helped to politicize medical interests by claiming to stand up for the common good and against medical malpractice. France used to be home to science-oriented medicine, which was dedicated to researching natural defects, while in Germany, which was catching up, holistic medicine was predominant, which was against what could be researched and learned, which focused on the whole person and thus linked illness to individual lifestyles. However, if illness is the result of a wrongly led life or a lack of grace, the search for a healthy life is tantamount to the search for the right life. Illness is then the revenge of the higher power of nature on the individual who has lived unhealthily, while conversely, health-conscious behavior means right living in harmony with nature. Accordingly, there is no area of society for which this criterion of right living could not serve as a guideline. Theologically based morality is thus replaced by health as nature's choice of grace that can be personally influenced. In the 20th century, health as a value played a similar role to morality in the previous century. Biologism, which was exclusively dedicated to remedying natural defects, corresponded to a more proletarian relationship to the body, in which the work performed left its mark on the physical appearance, and was also self-consciously displayed. This attitude has been replaced by an alternative, holistic, and psychosomatically oriented understanding of health. Here, all manifestations of body and mind, whether pleasure or work, are subject to the criterion of health. Holism means nothing other than the total, unrestrained disciplining of one's own body, regardless of whether it is exercised independently or as a result of external pressure. Health is no longer seen as a prerequisite for a good life, but as its purpose, which means nothing other than an obligation to be healthy. The fact that violations of this, such as adventure tours, bungee jumping, or tattoos, are also recognized as an expression of experiencing limits and coping with the risks involved only confirms this finding. How real life is taking the place of former social democratic equality efforts is also evident in the new significance of health prevention programs. In May, a Forum for Prevention and Health Promotion encompassing all players in health policy was set up in Berlin by the Minister of Health to help further develop prevention from the health policy debate as a task for society as a whole. According to a ministry representative, the aim is to create a social movement as a driver of prevention, which will focus in particular on social hotspots, which are seen as obstacles on the path to the right life. Those who become ill are those who have too little money to live health consciously. Health education instead of material relief against increasing poverty and unemployment sums up this focus. In view of curative medicine, which comes to an end with chronic illnesses, in view of genetic risk assessments and health education that begins at birth, health is no longer understood as the absence of illness. The scientific branch of medicine is also gaining more and more preventative functions through prognostics. For example, in prenatal diagnostics, the norm of the right to a healthy child has long since prevailed. The knowledge of gene-dependent dispositions for diseases then contrasts a risk of non-treatment with a risk of treatment, between which a decision must be made without individual reference. Health propaganda and the debate on norms and ethics merge seamlessly. Instead of participation in medical progress, a critical distance from medical omnipotence and apparatus medicine becomes the accepted guiding principle. The fear that has always been inscribed in medical treatment releases images that range from that of the SS doctor experimenting on people to the popular image of a medical machine that only needs the body for utilization as a pretext for its functioning. In them, the image of the omnipotent Leviathan appears as a horror vision that helps to legitimize the exclusion of medical treatment as a humane act. At the same time, however, uncritical mistrust of the pharmaceutical industry is growing, which, unlike the funeral industry, would have no objection to the realization of the dream of eternal youth. Market saturation is alien to medicine because the supply of medical services is as limitless as the demand for them is insatiable. Because the market does not regulate medical treatment of its own accord, it must be imposed by a consensus on the right way to live and die, a project that socialists in particular can warm to, as Gerlef Gleis makes clear in the Sozialistische Zeitung, SAS April 25, 2001. Quote, "But anyone who uncritically submits to the prevailing ideal of beauty, the cult of youth and the delusion of self-fulfillment, who has succumbed to the illusions of immortality and an existence free of suffering, nourished by visions of genetic engineering ready for any intervention in genetic material, will hardly be able to die serenely." End quote. Those who have aspirations and hopes will not die serenely. Just as the public propagates serene dying, gliding over, i.e. an ideal of death in which life becomes a preparation for death, the SAS socialist demands that old people should be realistic. They should consent or at least submit instead of resisting the imposition of death. The wrong life with the cult of youth and the delusion of self-realization seems to prevent people from dying properly. It is at this point that the rationing of medical care reaches its ultimate consequence, because it does not always have an immediate and direct effect on survival, but on the quality of life in the face of increasing disabilities and impediments. By making life even more miserable for the individual, the willingness to consent to the end is encouraged, as the elderly are declared to be already dying. Death is then merely the conclusion of this process. Even the idea of death as salvation still seems almost humane, as it still conveys the idea of agony and dying as a hardship. But here too, peace and tranquility are promised as a consequence of death. But as long as some kind of esoteric meaning is forced upon the fact and process of dying in such an obscene way, there will be no humane dying. Redemption from life as suffering, for all the blessings of pain therapy, is not death as the victory of suffering, but the abolition of conditions in which such a victory of suffering before death is possible, i.e. revolution. Illnesses not only indicate the failure to meet the demands of health, but also the failure to function without symptoms, and death at the right time also stands for this. The prevailing idea of what is an appropriate death is propagated as a norm, which is no longer decreed, but which each individual should voluntarily enforce on themselves. Self-determination is the key word for the norm of the right death into which the right life passes. This is the case, for example, with the German Society for Humane Dying, which advocated self-determination as follows in its statement on Human Rights Day on December 10, 2000. Quote, "It is possible that in 50 or 100 years' time later generations will ask, how could you have allowed the human right to a self-determined own death to be trampled underfoot for so long? Every animal, however, is already granted mercy killing today." End of quote. Patients should be able to achieve the self-determination that they were denied before death when it comes to terminating treatment. The individual fear of pain, of loss of consciousness and insanity, of loss of dignity, of being at the mercy of what is commonly referred to as apparatus medicine, makes patients sympathize with advanced consent to death. Naturally, this fear is stoked to the best of one's ability in order to impress upon the individual that they should act in a self-determined manner while there is still time. A living will should be filled out while the person is not yet incapable of making a decision, i.e. in a state in which they are still making decisions about their own death based on standardized ideas. In this way, the idea of dignity of the healthy person and their standard of hygiene is already decreed for themselves as the future sick or terminally ill person. Yet the individual should be strengthened in his knowledge that even in the process of dying, dignity cannot be lost. Instead, the prospective patient is promised respect and dignity in hospices that claim to remove the taboo on death, but in reality organize nothing other than an orderly and strictly regulated death. In Switzerland, assisted dying has already become an institution. There, the medical professional organizations initially did not want to take any measures leading to death. However, after lay organizations called exit or suicide assistance became active, more and more doctors agreed to therapeutic killing. A guideline published in June by the Swiss Academy of Medical Sciences obliges all doctors working in hospitals, nursing homes and hospices and recommends that nursing staff and psychologists actively participate in preparations for assisted suicide. The staff of a long-term care institution should not be involved in the preparation and execution of euthanasia out of consideration for the other residents. In the directive, such interventions are no longer even justified on the grounds of patient welfare, but are instead urged on the basis of demographics. The directive also directly addresses the fact that the wish to die could be brought about in the first place by inappropriate care and treatment. Such openness in deriving euthanasia from the state of the care and treatment system is not yet common in Germany, and means the explicit rededication of the healthcare system as a death factory. The conditions in nursing homes are often already such that any way out of them must seem right to patients. Some hospices only accept patients into their care facilities if they undertake not to allow any more delaying medical interventions. An escape from the lack of care is then only possible with consent to death. Although this is not yet the case in Germany, the course has been set. The health reform brings to the surface the dual nature of welfare state care. It treats the people subject to it as objects that can either be endured or killed, depending on the situation. To the same extent that the old-style preventive people's state is disappearing, it is also being completed, through the work of an esoteric social pedagogical lobby, which has long since anticipated state orders in a grassroots democratic manner, thus freeing the state from the onerous task of killing through private initiative. In Germany, preserving the system therefore does not mean preserving the political order, but the social order. However, this does not simply mean making demands on the state, but also a reprivatization of the responsibility for the reproduction of society as a whole, especially when the crisis goes viral. The transfer of competences from the state to the individual lies in the logic of internalization. The boundary between consent and coercion becomes fluid, the paradox of rule without masters is made real. This is the basis for the state slimming down, as it is called everywhere. It does not become weaker as a result, but broadens its base. National Socialism is the prime example of both the authoritarian need and the logic of internalization. The Germans opted for a state with enough power to be able to provide the protection expected by the subject and to destroy the enemies of social peace with an equally caring effort. And by relying on the individual's personal responsibility to preserve and defend the social whole, the National Socialist state engaged in an outsourcing of the state, with which it considerably broadened its power base. After 1945, the legitimacy of the nation-state was fully translated into that of the welfare state. After the Germans, instead of expanding their living space, had to move closer together, foreign policy was denatured for the time being. The social question, on the other hand, was all the more important, a good opportunity to pursue old concepts on a new, seemingly unsuspicious basis. The anti-capitalism that dominated the country at the time and also shaped the CDU's much-vaunted Elaine program was the old folkish one. CDU chairman Kaiser believed in the future of common property and economic management. He wanted the reorganization to be supported by the will to community by all circles of the people. This expressed the knowledge that in Germany the community would lead to a competitive advantage over national rivals, at that time still victorious powers and insolent neighbors. As early as 1949, the FRG spent a larger proportion of its national income on social benefits, initially declared as war reparations, than any other comparable country. But it was not only from Adenauer's point of view that a national response to real socialism had to be given with the help of social policy. On the one hand, to make its own population socially resistant to communist infiltration, and on the other, offensively, to keep the Federal Republic attractive for the population of the GDR. This magnet theory was advocated by all major political forces. Most recently, the birth of the newest Germany also took place with the help of massive social interventions in the new federal states. There, the theory that social welfare would promote democratic conditions based on the rule of law was refuted in practice. This is shown, for example, by a survey commissioned by the state of Thuringia. According to this survey, just under 23% of Thuringians are right-wing extremists. Just under a fifth consider a dictatorship in the national interest to be the better form of government under certain circumstances. The social subsidization of the former GDR areas and today's social cuts are linked like premise and conclusion, but nobody wants to be reminded of this. The massive costs for infrastructure and social transfers not only led to a considerable increase in debt and the plundering of unemployment, pension, and health insurance funds. The EU was also heavily involved in financing the annexation. Although the number of recipients of social income had already been rising since the 1970s, German unification is the problem horizon for Schroeder's Agenda 2010. On top of this, massive subsidies have to be spent on areas that have extremely below-average export potential and will remain so. At the same time, this weakens those locations that are successful on the world market. As a result, however, the transfer within Germany is also faltering, and an automatic amortization of the expenses for the former GDR is moving even further into the distance. Now, however, the annexation has brought considerable foreign policy gains, and for this reason alone Germans are satisfied, because the costs also bring a national return. The popular but cheap contrast between armaments and social spending is just a diversionary tactic. In 89/90ths, people were only too happy to believe that the increase would pay for itself, but now that everything essential in this respect has been accomplished, the belated bill is being presented. Anyone who will soon have less can complain about it to their brothers and sisters. This means that the days when the FRG's social systems could just as easily have been described as Cold War spending are irrevocably over. The FRG is no longer the frontline state of the West, competing with the Eastern Bloc to solve the social question and create social justice. The level of social provision in the former Eastern Bloc countries has also fallen as a result of the collapse of the CMEA. This development makes the question of social security virulent again, with the difference, however, that the issue is no longer posed against the background of systemic competition, but on the ground of the capital relationship itself. In this constellation, Germany is becoming increasingly attractive worldwide as an alternative social system, now not as an alternative to real socialism, but as a bulwark against liberal Anglo-Saxon capitalism. In the context of the EU, Germany and France in particular like to see the welfare state as a continental European achievement to be defended against predatory capitalism. The anti-Israel and anti-US foreign policy and the social policy of the Franco-German path form an immediate unit. This Franco-German fraternization has been anticipated for 10 years by left-wing intellectuals on both sides of the Rhine. Pierre Bourdieu and his German adepts should be mentioned here first and foremost. They have anticipated fraternization at government level just as much as they have provided the anti-globalizers with the cues. The anti-globalizers have become the way German anti-fascists raised them. Their common and foremost task is the struggle against war, fascism, and social dismantling, attack. In this common formula, every term is interchangeable with every other. War not only stands for the swastika, but is tellingly also translated as social war or indeed social division. Fascism is violence, whether military or social, and social dismantling means arms financing and social Darwinism. The fact that the welfare state does not stand for anything anti-fascist and is not even neutral towards fascist ideology is hard to explain to left-wing German ideologues. Quote, "Those who are cutting welfare today are not only reducing the resources and benefits for millions of those affected, but also the basis of democracy. They disregard an important lesson from Germany's disastrous past, that democracy needs a firm social foundation." Antifa, Magazine für antifaschistische Politik und Kultur, August/September 2003. Such statements are not only as blurred as they are false, they can no longer be assigned to any political direction. People stand up against social cuts, mass unemployment, and war participation. For social justice and peace. Even before attack could have said the same thing more beautifully, an Alliance for Thuringia used this slogan to advertise a demonstration in Erfurt on October 18, 2003. The demonstration was registered by the German party and speakers from the Free National Resistance and the NPD were announced. In this vicious parole equality, not only are leftists and Nazis becoming indistinguishable, the old labor movement and the new anti-globalization movement are also growing together programmatically and organizationally, with the latter taking the ideological lead. This is why in the current attack-driven welfare state campaign, every spark of particular interest is finally disappearing in favor of the resentment-laden advocacy of the big picture, and the anti-Semitic personalization of the crisis is re-emerging as usual. Attack thus also has traits of a civil society NSDAP. As a non-established mass movement, it populistically absorbs the old social democratic apparatuses. In its history, the German welfare state has managed to immobilize class antagonism, with the consequence that the conflict articulates itself as tough, disgruntled meanness or as a mad rampage. Welfare state intervention does not leave the conditions from which it originates untouched. If the status social welfare is cut back as it is today, then it is not any class struggle impulses that resurface, but rather a social energies that either, the more hopeless it is, appeal to the state all the more desperately to become a welfare state again as it once was, or that capitulate to pursuing the enemies of social peace just as responsibly as they do their own welfare provision. Anyone who believes that they can tie into a class conflict, however mediated, has a strange idea of historical processes. Finally, the possible warning that fascism could be on the horizon if social cuts continue is peculiarly dazzling. The assertion that social hardship is a reason to slide into fascism is a protective claim. It explains nothing about the current situation, but indirectly provides an exculpatory explanation for the fact that it was because of social hardship that Hitler came to power in 1933 and understands today's welfare state not as a contradictory continuation of fascism, but as its unmediated antithesis, indeed as a kind of inner anti-fascist protective wall. This is one of the foundations of state anti-fascism. With never again fascism, they legitimize everything they owe to fascism. Conjuring up conditions like those under National Socialism, when Michel gets excited he can become terrible, means flirting with revolution, the German Revolution. It is not social cuts as an expression of the gathering of strength that threatens the constitutional state, but the power of the people lies in the threat of revolution as blackmail against a leadership committed to anti-fascism, which could be frightened by the German Revolution. In fact, the warning against fascism is the threat of fascism. In Germany, what comes across as a threat of insurrection becomes a threat of orientation towards the time when unemployment was eliminated under National Socialism. Almost every child in Germany knows that the Americans are not only covering the world with wars, but also with freezing cold. Roland Emmerich's eco-opus The Day After Tomorrow only provided these German certainties with the vivid images of a shock-frozen Statue of Liberty in front of the commercial metropolis of New York, submerged in masses of snow. In the film, the blame for this lies with a not particularly fictionalized president who is both too stingy with public spending and puts the selfish interests of domestic industry above the well-being of the ecosystem, one that can easily be deciphered as an endangered social system. In any case, with Agenda 2010 and in particular the recent adoption of Hartz IV, the granting of unemployment benefits only in the amount and according to the entitlement provisions of the previous social assistance, the Germans seem to be facing an American-style climate catastrophe, caused by a chancellor who was re-elected solely because he was so irresistibly anti-American. The German Professional Association for Social Work, DBSH, therefore warns, Germany is getting colder. The federal government is saying goodbye to a community based on the principle of the welfare state. The DBSH fears American conditions in which the focus is no longer on integration, but on the exclusion of socially disadvantaged sections of the population. End quote. Brunhild Bald, for example, chairwoman of the Federal Association of Protestant Workers, BVEA, also believes that the mere labeling of future benefit cuts with the adjective American will send chills down the spines of her clients. Are we threatened by American conditions? She asks and immediately adds her definition, which is also that of the overwhelming majority of Germans of such conditions. The reforms are subject to the yardstick of usefulness and advantage. But what is good for people is in danger of being lost sight of. This is a lack of socio-ethical thinking. And when these popular parties, which move as sluggishly as tankers of interest groups, also seek consensus with each other, the interests of the poor and weak are the last to be considered. People become human material. End of quote. Former Social Democrat Schreiner puts it more succinctly, people with decades of employment history are to be pushed into poverty. This threatens American conditions with millions of working poor. End quote. But anyone who thinks that, according to the dictates of logic, the addressees of these warnings, the majority of the professional protagonists of the Hartz reforms in the political apparatuses of the Federal Republic, would have any sympathy for what the critics of globalization call neoliberalism, is mistaken, for they too fear the cold that threatens to come across the Atlantic when they speak in this context, understandably not often directly of Agenda 2010. For example, SPD Parliamentary Group Deputy Leader Ludwig Stiegler sees the existing decoupling of managers' salaries from the number of training places, for example, as tearing down American conditions, while party leader Muntefering shivers at proposals to relax the existing protection against dismissal. These are things from the world of cold capitalism. The leader of the Blue Helmets faction, which has now followed in the footsteps of the Steel Helmet faction in the CDU, Saarland's Minister-President Müller seconds, "We don't want American conditions in Germany," and sees himself in agreement with the federal government, whose spokesman Steg emphasizes, in any case, this federal government has no intention of introducing conditions in the world of work that could generally be described as American conditions. End quote. Anti-Americans pursuing the Americanization of the German social constitution? A veritable riddle that the headscarf propagandists from the left-wing movement already faced during the last election campaign, and not only them. Quote, "Why does Schroeder rage against American conditions and at the same time support the Hartz reform, which creates American conditions on the labor market?" End quote. The Friends of Islam fascism immediately have the well-known answer ready. The state, including its social democratic personnel, only needs to be freed from the hands of the antisocial economic bosses, then their Americanism can also be banished. But if capitalism is not merely a conspiracy of the bosses against the state and society, i.e., if the indebtedness of state budgets is not the result of theft by managers and politicians, then another assumption suggests itself. Namely, the idea that German ideology outlasts the decline of the German model, that, in other words, Germany's economic liberalization could only be sold with traditional anti-liberal propaganda, meaning that the more American the German social system became, the more anti-American the political pronouncements turned out to be in a kind of ideological compensation. A thesis that initially seems to have some merit, especially if one considers the meaning that the cipher America has always had in Germany, because it actually means Judah, or as a historical dictionary of buzzwords rather guilelessly put it as early as 1906, the American man without ideals will also be the man of the future in old Europe. Today one can already describe the Jew in a certain sense as the representative of Americanism in our country. Judaization actually means Americanization. End quote. The fact that the figure of the liberal Jew, today called American, is increasingly appearing as an antagonistic principle of German-style statist capitalism, the counter-sovereign, as Manfred Dahlmann has aptly described it, actually indicates that the German hope of crisis-free accumulation is gone. In this respect, the agenda, or rather its public reception, certainly indicates a break in the Germans' illusions, for the certainty that the economic miracle had been earned as a subterranean consequence of the final solution, that the Führer's KDF promises post-mortem had come true after all, that in a continuum experienced in this way since 1933, the fluttering exchange relationship had been fixed by a bureaucratic production state, was evaporating. The idea that the Germans generally attach to America, namely that some could only become rich by making others poor, also reveals an even more deeply rooted atavism, both historical and psychological. On the one hand, the rhyme that the Germans make of the political economy has not progressed beyond the view of an agrarian society with its static volume of production. On the other, they display a frightening social character that can only understand what another person has more of as something that has been taken away from them. These projections have very little to do with actual American conditions, just as little as Hartz-IV. The ideologues in government offices do not have an instrumental relationship to the anti-Americanism that they are fueling and do not practice any kind of reluctant priestly deception on the German people. Government spokesman Steg can be taken quite seriously when he emphasizes that the German government wants anything but American conditions on the labor market. Schroeder and co. are quite right to claim Hartz-IV as an originally German, even originally social democratic crisis solution strategy, i.e. one that relies on the state's ability to act, the mantra of the current government, at the expense of the individual's ability to act. This can only astonish those who actually understand the German model as a permanent and not temporary more or less comfortable alimentation of those who have been sorted out by a totally cartelized labor market. On the contrary, the German model has always been the nationalization of the crisis, whether those sorted out ended up in the Reich Labor Service or in long-term studies, whether they depended on the less regulated unemployment benefit or the brutally controlled needs test a la Hartz-IV. Of course, enormously different circumstances for those affected, always depended on the deficit, tax revenue and export opportunities, but the state immediacy in which those affected were kept was never up for discussion. Hartz-IV remains in the continuity of the social people's state of social democracy and its erstwhile pseudo-opponent, the Prussian bureaucracy. Agenda 2010, in particular its centerpiece Hartz-IV, i.e. the transition from social assistance based on an insurance benefit that was once provided and therefore varied according to the individual, i.e. camouflaged in this sense, to flat-rate social assistance based on the average minimum, i.e. open social assistance, is, as I said, a break in the illusions that Germans have held for decades with regard to their people's state, but precisely not a break in the continuity of the statist. Forced management of the workforce. This also means that American conditions have never prevailed and will be even less open than ever to those affected in this country in the future. Yes, they are open. The social situation in Germany and the USA is no different in that there are working poor there, whereas here the phenomenon is unknown or has suddenly come to this country as a result of Hartz-IV. Both the actual everyday working life in pseudo-freelance employment a la call center, employment relationships of this kind are well on the way to outnumbering permanent employment under collective agreements, as well as the drinking poor that can be found everywhere, especially in the green areas of East Germany, have long denied that the social conditions of the former Rhineland capitalism still exist here and could therefore be defended. The fundamental contrast is rather that there is only one labor market in the USA, which accordingly has a gigantic income spread from almost nothing wages to top earnings, but does not leave the working poor to the state, but to the market. In other words, that there is a chance, however small it may be in individual cases, of actually getting rid of this status, just as one can fall down the ladder unexpectedly, almost from whatever height. The pressure exerted by public, not central government programs such as the one that has become proverbial as a horror model in the U.S. state of Wisconsin ensures inclusion in this one labor market, but in the case of Eternal Germany, Horkheimer, Hartz legislation ensures inclusion in an almost inescapable state sector, which has nothing to offer, and is not supposed to offer anything else. Apart from being subsidized by the authorities in combination with non-profit work, a state sector deliberately alongside the sector of guaranteed employment, into which it will continue to be extremely difficult to enter. The Hartz laws are therefore actually aimed at a German social model, even paradigmatic for Europe in a broader sense, which sees itself and sets itself in competition with the American system. In contrast to the latter, which places the individual at the mercy of the market, but where the individual, with all the attendant horrors, remains a self-committed individual, the German model is based on solidarity. This means, first of all, that it is not the market situation that enforces the restriction of entitlements, but the state as custodian of the community that sets this as a requirement. The counterpart to cold Anglo-Saxon egoism is, as they once said, the moral state. Today it is called the socio-politically active state. Its dominance is demanded by all those involved in an agitated dispute. Schroeder, Psirsk, the PDS, the NPD, and, as a combination of both, the Wahl-Alternative Arbeit and Soziale Gerechtigkeit. The federal chancellor and Verdi boss in particular are presented as antipodes, but in principle they agree on what solidarity means, the continuation of what the term divided labor market inaccurately describes. Instead of market, it would be more accurate to speak of a dichotomy of two differently regulated working worlds. Trade unions and social democracy are thus enforcing a closed-store principle of the worst kind. Hardly anyone who did not get into the public sector and the large companies co-managed by the trade unions at the right time, i.e. decades ago, can still get there today. This is the solidarity that the trade unions hold dear, one that quite obviously has a lower age limit. In the public horror propaganda, the focus is consequent on victims who are close to retirement age. Yet Hartz IV is bluntly aimed at the under-25s, who are not granted any special arrangements. The fundamental crisis solution strategy of dichotomous working worlds, which Germany already applied in early National Socialism when full employment was no longer available under corporatist conditions, and which was reintroduced in a considerably more comfortable form at the end of the 1960s, naturally does not appear in the public debate. To ensure that these corporatist conditions could formally continue to exist on the one hand and still pay off through an intensification of work, a state immediate Reich labor service was once kept at hand. Its existence was sufficient for the hint with the fence post, so that the industrial workers voluntarily, i.e. in solidarity, did not use the continuing instruments of the works constitution, because for soup and a few Reichsmark one did not want to swing the spade for the fatherland after all. For those who still refused, there were far fewer of them than the class struggle historiography of the 1970s suggested. There was of course still the Gestapo, which is clearly no longer needed today, the interplay of exemplary company agreements which are being concluded everywhere this summer, and the introduction of Hartz IV works without the slightest threat of terror and without the forced synthesis of employers and trade unions. After all, sealing off the corporatist world of company constitutions from the potential workforce fixed by nationalization, which in Germany can therefore no longer be described as an industrial reserve army, but is as creepy as it is aptly called basic unemployment, is virtually the condition of existence for state-supporting German trade unions. Of course, their scope for action has deteriorated due to the lack of full employment under collective agreements, but their fundamental role in the social partnership, which had replaced the DAF and the company community, survives every new peak in unemployment precisely because of this isolation. Admittedly no longer as in Klunker's time, when the handing in of the discarded at the Stingel, i.e. the Federal Employment Agency, still corresponded with state employment programs of the greatest magnitude, and an enormous education reform, which placed future unemployed people in initially almost endless training courses, with the combination of BAföG and a part-time job of a far more attractive, but nevertheless mere preliminary form of Hartz IV, the combination of social welfare and forced labor, nor as in Kohl's time, when neither the number of unemployed was so high nor their lot so terrible that one would have wanted to sacrifice one's band break to the location or swiftly study business informatics. But the scope for trade union action is still such that the legal interventions in the collective bargaining system that were called for not so long ago have proved to be obsolete. Another difference that is often overlooked in the debate about low wages. In the US, the public sector helps out if the regular job earns below a certain minimum. In Germany, those entrusted to the public sector are occasionally allowed to earn a little extra. The state does not need to act as it would be prepared to do in an emergency. This is why the Tagesspiegel, July 24, 2004, noted with satisfaction, "The social partnership is working. The employees accept that things don't always go upwards." The Daimler employees see themselves as the spearhead of the labor movement. They have lived up to this role. They have not allowed any interference in the collective agreements, have not bowed to any pressure, only to reality. End quote. This reality consists of the fact that with the horror stories about unemployment, the threat of moving jobs out of the region, in this case to Bremen and South Africa, and workers into Hartz IV conditions is enough to achieve substantial concessions. So it is best to let the mute compulsion of German conditions take effect. In Schroeder's diction, to return to this culture of togetherness, that is my wish. His understanding is that people should not publicly insult each other and above all not blackmail each other. Working hours were extended together at Siemens without wage compensation and finally also at Daimler Chrysler. Group management, works councils and IG Metall agreed to save €500 million a year in wages in the high-wage state of Baden-Württemberg through unpaid surplus work, cancelled breaks and the waiver of already agreed wage increases. In return, the 162,000 domestic group employees were promised protection against compulsory redundancies until 2012, making it clear at the same time that a fluctuation in the workforce was not to be expected, but that the activating effect of Hartz IV on the long-term unemployed could not reasonably consist of an application to Daimler-Benz. Gerhard Schroeder then spoke of a victory for common sense, and unsurprisingly, the head of the IG Metall trade union and ostensible opponent of Hartz IV, Jürgen Peters, even described the process as a good solution for Germany as a business location. In fact, the calculated effects of the labor market reforms, which are basically not reforms at all, but rather codify the state of state unemployment administration that has existed since the end of the 1960s and at the same time make it more effective, have created clearer contours of what Uli Krug attempted to describe as a regional competitive state. Gerhard Scheidt gave this transformation of post-Nazism the formula, integration of disintegration. On the basis of a centrally state-controlled pooling and management of the discarded labor force, fierce competition erupts between the respective regional social partnership cartels, the summer tug-of-war between the political personnel and also the respective works councils of the Daimler Chrysler sites in Bremen and Baden-Württemberg over the planned relocation of production or its prevention seemed like a foretaste of things to come. What initially appears to be disintegrative for the central state order and its supporters, the people's parties and unified trade unions, welds together the regional economic communities, if you like, into true communities of destiny, just as the workforce, which remains in mere potentiality, remains fixed by the state by means of the Hartz reforms. The workforce, which is currently being utilized, is tied all the more firmly to its location and, not least for better or worse, to the existing local social partnership cartel. Here, too, a more glaring contrast to the United States is hardly conceivable. What here takes the form of competition between collectives, there takes the form of enormous individual mobility enforced by the market, of course. Here the secondary archaism of local patriotism, there the market-originated uprooting, for Marx the historical pledge of future liberation of the individual. However, there is at best a controlled competition between the regional communities of destiny. The resources they bring to bear are in turn regulated by the central state via subsidies, infrastructure measures, and tax revenue distribution. This regulation no longer serves to create equal living conditions, but rather to keep the competition of the regional collectives alive, precisely controlled. The debate about the end of the watering can principle in the promotion of the East goes precisely in this direction, but bound to the whole by the fact that they have to deal with the central state and can only gain influence and advantages through it. The future regional competitive state of Germany, which in this respect, together with Italy, certainly has a pioneering role in Europe, appears as a modernized Germany AG, which combines targeted outsourcing with the internal competition of the departments. In other words, it strives to increase regional competition and national location loyalty at the same time. Anyone who believes that, at least at this point, the resumption of the fascist features of crisis management that were traditional in Germany would come to an end, where the previously seemingly monolithic formed society would be transformed into a competition between regional collectives arched over by the central state, is succumbing to one of the most widespread misconceptions concerning National Socialism. Italian fascism, unlike German radical fascism, was based on a unified state bureaucracy in which the powers of its departments were clearly regulated and which was not dominated by the fascist party, but ruled through it, a prehistory that ensures that there is no regionalized Italian AG in this form, but rather the openly fought conflict between prosperous regions and the central state bureaucracy insisting on the leveling of living conditions. The German Führer state, on the other hand, gained its terrible effectiveness from the direct transformation of market competition into competition between state immediate rackets. It created a kind of bureaucratic state of nature in which not even administrative regulations necessarily applied. The army, secret service, SAS, administrative bodies and party branches fought a fierce battle which, in case of doubt, was only mediatized in the Führer's order, but remained focused on him as a unifying principle of arbitrariness. This battle of the state rackets as the engine of insane state effectiveness is as much a model for the German form of regionalization as the Reich Labor Service is for the German form of unemployment administration. The deepening crisis clearly shows what seemed to have faded into the background for several decades. National Socialism was the result of permanent crisis sentiment and preventive crisis resolution on the part of the Germans, insofar as the two post-war Germanys continued to move on the ground of the facts created by National Socialism without comprehension and each in its own way, instead of consequent westernization, adhered to the program of people's state reconciliation of capital and labor. It is neither coincidence nor overly willful malice on the part of the current political personnel that characteristic traits of Nazi social policy thus reappear quasi-naturally. They don't know it, but they do it. Anything but monolithic, but not other than collective. This is how the continuity of German crisis exorcism could be described in seemingly contradictory terms. Hartz IV, as can be heard everywhere, promotes monetization, the lack of ties within society, at least among those affected by the reforms or at least those at risk. This can hardly be in the continuity of German social history, and is more reminiscent of the ugly side of Anglo-Saxon liberalism, even if in today's Germany it is less due to the immediate relationship to the market than to the immediacy to the state. In any case, it is hard to disagree with Mark Siemens' findings on people after Hartz IV. Quote, "From an economic point of view, it no longer pays for the long-term unemployed and those who may become so to live any other way than for the moment and alone. All money earned in a community of need of parents, children, spouses or partners is deducted from their own entitlement. Marriages, partnerships, large and small families, patchwork relationships of all kinds are therefore put to the test. The family model only pays off if there are small children involved." In summary, Hartz IV promotes the temporal and spatial fragmentation of society. Its goal is the monad. The type of person that Hartz IV favors is the lone fighter who has burned all bridges behind him and continues to do so. End quote. In fact, the way of life desired by the institutions that control people, i.e. the assembled social bureaucracies, is quite right. No longer connected to anything other than the state, but completely dependent on it. The only form of binding, private association not subject to sanctions remains that of the family for the purposes of child rearing. However, Homo Hartz IV does not, as implied, have to do with economic personal responsibility. This is still denied to him. As limited as the concept of personal responsibility is, it is second nature in capitalism anyway, in which the success of action ultimately always depends on an unreasonable curiosity, namely self-acting abstractions. In the German tradition in which Hartz IV undoubtedly stands, the concept of personal responsibility means exactly the opposite of the meaning of the word, exactly the opposite of its liberal connotations. There it means that a person, although currently unemployed, should seek his fortune on his own by skillfully selling his labor, but then also has to cope with the much more likely misfortune on his own. In Germany, on the other hand, the happiness of an unemployed person should be to use their willingness to work for a meaningful activity, for example at Caritas for an expense allowance of €2 per hour. Meaningful is what is meaningful for the community, because, as we know, money alone does not make people happy. The individual use of labor is therefore not left to the discretion of the individual and his or her selfishness, but is instead subject to an essential criterion set by the state. Individual responsibility does not mean, as should be self-evident, something different for each individual, but is the contemporary formula for the compulsory obligation demanded by the collective. But it is not only in this imperative that German continuity reappears. The state itself, that of state immediate mass monetization, is not a new one, but the very old one. As Freud pointed out in Mass Psychology and Ego Analysis, attachmentlessness in the sense that no more self-chosen private associations are entered into or at least measured in relation to the collective are of secondary importance, is the necessary condition for the emergence and success of pathological mass formation. In his analysis of infatuation as an antidote to surrendering to the authoritarian collective, he shows that the individual with a tendency to massification is neither willing nor able to direct his libido towards an object, in this case towards a specific other individual. Instead, it always remains directed towards himself. Since this cannot be sustained in society in this purely self-referential form, it leads to identification with an individual who displays the traits that supposedly characterize oneself in a pure and seemingly uninhibited form. The popular leader who presents or is allowed to present a mere enlargement of one's own self, Siemens Hartz IV. Man is simply the dominant German social character without the varnish that 50 years of national prosperity and superficial Western orientation had laid over him. Where even this varnish was missing, one can observe in everyday life how little the private is actually considered to be. There, where everywhere is a nudist zone, where everyone is immediately on first-name terms, where everyone's hands are constantly shaken, where a block of flats becomes a house community, and where, not least now again, demonstrations are held on Mondays under the slogan "We are the people." It is easy to recognize this social character in Herbert Marcuse's analyses of the enemy, with which he wanted to make clear to the State Department what is German in the early 1940s. The National Socialist state is a state of the masses, but the masses are only masses to the extent that they are made up of atomized individuals. This Führer syndrome has always visibly suited the bottled beer Hanover row house Gerhard, even now that he has been branded Hartz Chancellor. In July 2004, the Emnid Mood Barometer found that, despite the massive criticism of Hartz IV, the majority of voters obviously appreciate Gerhard Schröder's assertiveness and criticize Angela Merkel's and Edmund Stoiber's belligerence. End quote. Because they have been robbed of everything that transcends their individuality into a true community of interests, and nothing remains of them but their bestial and abstract self-interest, which is the same in all people, they are so susceptible to standardization from above and to manipulation. The National Socialist liberation of individuals only preserves the shadow side of individualism. The necessary conclusion that Marcuse drew in 1941 from this analysis of a superficial commitment to the common good, which in fact only bundles the antisocial impulses of the measured narcissism, and thus the only possible program to bring German conditions to the level of criticism at all, and thus to work towards an actual interruption of German continuity, he outlines thus. If the controlled and manipulated people were liberated from their atomized individuality and followed their needs, the desires and abilities that lie beyond the reach of rewarded behavior, they would not unite into masses, but would join together in militant groups that would destroy the illusion of the racial community. This did not happen in the FRG and certainly not in the GDR, nor was it even seriously considered. What the Nazis called racial community was instead just simply relabeled. The illusion has remained the very real thing for Germans. This is why the social question, a term that the status solution to the crisis already carries with it, cannot be asked, even though protest would be urgently needed without evoking the same crisis solution program. What can be affirmed, accepted, or criticized as the dissolution of Fordist working conditions automatically evokes a longing for the original in the secondary Volksgemeinschaft. Consciously or unconsciously, National Socialism is the reference point of democracy. End of quote. It is exasperating. The Hartz IV person outlined by Siemens is also the one who is outraged by Hartz IV. The formulas of protest, insofar as they go beyond general grumbling at all, are exactly those in which the racket competition within the primary Volksgemeinschaft was fought out. The Germans' constant grumbling about individual golden pheasants within the Nazi Party was in fact anything but an indication of non-loyalty, but rather a call for this very party to become even more folksy, to function even more as a vehicle of collective social impulses. Finally, anti-Semitism bundles these impulses and becomes the general denominator of what Adorno calls system-conform idiosyncrasies. As staunchly anti-plutocratic as they are, they seek an arrangement with de facto rule, which consists of the latter in turn unleashing the masses on a merely imagined Jewish world domination. This mechanism is still in force. Anti-plutocratism has the bigwigs in its sights in precisely that Nazi optic, which in reality only urges them to be rewarded with the release storm on the Jewish quarters. The staging of the Mannesmann trial, like the weeks-long Bild campaign, they really deserve that. Speak a clear language. Only the Jewish quarter is no longer there and Israel is out of reach. But at least it becomes, with almost nightmarish certainty, an anti-Hart's valve in journalistic form. Not only the Sacred Heart socialist Blum, former Minister of Labor, gave his reasons for appearing at an attack/DGB demonstration 2 days later under the headline, "Why I Am Fighting Sharon, Rheinischer Merkur," on January 1, 2004. Nor was it Hartz IV that made the headlines of the newspapers on October 7, 2004, the day after its final adoption, but evil Israel. FR writes, Uncourt condemns Israel's barrier. Tez writes, The Hague, the wall must go. SC writes, Israel's barrier breaks international law, and Jungewelt writes, only the USA is helping to build the wall. It really is despairing. If only it were to happen that instead of the usual masses of militant groups who wanted to destroy the illusion of the racial community, as Marcuse had hoped, people would love to join them. What a wonderful idea it would be to witness a demonstration at which Hartz IV, in its German social democratic continuity, would be denounced not with but against Verdi. Or if a group of young unemployed people were to demand the abolition of the civil service and the end of the generational isolation of the first labor market. But unfortunately there is just as little evidence of this as there is of the UN General Assembly condemning Arab hatred of Jews just once. The fact that in many East German newspapers there is no such conspicuous compensation of Hartz IV by Israel baiting is probably not a sign of a better attitude. It can be assumed that such agitation no longer provides any particular emotional compensation in the East, where rabid, folkish anti-Zionism has always come as a free gift from the somewhat poorer, but all the more total supervision and supply state, unlike in the superficially westernized FRG. Crisis. By the fall of 2008, this term had lost much of the dark allure it had possessed in the first few years after the collapse of real existing socialism. The fear that had gripped the non-fiction reading class, that the sinecures or at least securities guaranteed by the People's State could soon be gone in the West too, subsided when it became clear that this time it would primarily affect the hopeless young people of the suburbs and the zone. Robert Kurz's crisis eschatology, which had made it into the Spiegel charts, faded into obscurity the more readers realized that they had mistaken the permanent ailing of the German model for the end of the world, and that the erosion of this model could very well be prolonged, at least as long as flourishing exports will compensate for the weak domestic purchasing power, which is due to the increasingly comprehensive exclusion of entire segments of the population. This is a chronic weakness in purchasing power, which cannot be countered with wage increases precisely because it results primarily from the immense dead costs that lie on net wages, with the inevitable consequence of millions of people being excluded from regular employment. This very specific crisis of the German and also the French model, the crisis of an elitist model of crisis prevention, plays just as little a role in the Marxist crisis debates that have now flared up again as it did in the last crisis cycle. The German ideology of all-encompassing state regulation by the labor front or collective bargaining parties, keyword self-administration of pension, health and social insurance schemes, is sacrosanct, especially among those who now want to score political points with the crisis, so that even fundamental critics do not think of addressing this regulation when they talk about crisis. The old left-wing German disease of becoming principled where the difference matters, and conversely wanting to differentiate where the principle is concerned, is also rampant here. Instead of taking analytical account of the special circumstances, which Marx never tired of pointing out in Capital, we immediately went to extremes. Then as now, the melting substance of value or the final blockade of exploitation continue to make us dream of medium to long-term prospects of overcoming them. In order to maintain this illusion, we must not look too closely, and instead of analyzing the permanent crisis and its escalations of the racket state of permanent crisis prevention, we prefer to rant about an ecologically greened crisis of humanity, as a certain Julian Beerworth did for Croesus. A system crisis in this sense could therefore certainly be described as a fundamental crisis. Not only in the field of economics but far beyond that, social institutions and ideas would be affected by it. The way out of this crisis would then not be a carefully planned form of politics, with which the whole thing could then be organized a little more efficiently and a little more socially. Instead, humanity is faced with the choice between emancipation and barbarism. In this sense, the systemic crisis also harbors the danger of mutating into an even more profound crisis of humanity. End of quote. The fact that the choice between emancipation and barbarism in the form of the people's state has long since been decided, and that any resulting idea of overcoming the crisis will necessarily be as panicked as it is authoritarian does not come into focus where the crucial fact is denied that what is sold as emancipation holds even worse barbarism in store. And that borders on the reprehensible, because the desire that the crisis is actualizing is not one for change. Rather, it is the desire for harmony, for clear order, and the final abolition of freedom, or rather its still existing surrogates, which are therefore as necessary as the air we breathe. The authoritarian longing for the abolition of crisis, on the other hand, is a fundamentally eliminatory desire. This desire ultimately seeks its fulfillment only within the framework of an apparatus of crisis prevention that is going mad in itself. The permanence of the crisis of the authoritarian state is precisely the opposite of the cyclical crisis of the high bourgeois era. If this cyclical crisis disturbed a liberal individual who believed in the free play of forces and the resulting common good, the permanent crisis has the collective of anti-liberal state worshippers searching for the troublemakers. They are looking for the spirit that always denies and want to render it harmless. This is the basic trait of crisis awareness, which should neither be used nor even demanded or promoted, but rather be the subject of criticism. And not only in Venezuela, where we can clearly see that the crisis of the authoritarian state ultimately always leads to the devastation of synagogues, and that the Jews must ultimately, that is, when the conceptual shells such as speculator, grasshopper, imperialist have become transparent, still embody the antagonist of the people's state, whether they like it or not. This necessary connection between the actually existing crisis consciousness and anti-Semitism does not seem to be comprehensible to the uninfluential left-wing radicals, who under normal circumstances hardly ever bring their hard-won knowledge to the public, even if the crisis does not deny it completely but only plays it down. Every tirade against the locusts and every hymn of praise for state intervention always leads the revolutionaries on the siding to expect the miraculous resurrection of the revolutionary proletariat, or at least the appearance of a suitable successor. These left-wing radicals are still hoping for the crisis in the same way that many Germans once hoped for the Führer's miracle weapons, with a mixture of vindictiveness against a world that does not want to be modeled on their own ideas and the credo quia absurdum that an apocalyptic purification could take hold of the masses and sweep them up in their wake. You can sense the tense anticipation and hectic activity when you read how a major demonstration is being prepared under the slogan "We won't pay for your crisis." According to Jungle World on January 22, 2009, a social struggles group initiated by the Alliance of Trade Unions, ATTAC, the Interventionist Left and various other groups is getting the ball rolling. The big demonstration with the aforementioned moronic motto was supposed to take place on March 28. The intervention window will not be open for much longer, which is why a crisis definition that can be communicated to the media is needed quickly, the organizers said. The somewhat smarter ones among those hoping to get back into the political business with the crisis are coming up with the overaccumulation thesis, while the more honest ones are focusing on the third way and creative capital, i.e. moderate capitalism with fair wages. Of course, those on the overproduction front are smarter and have paid more attention to the capital course. However, this also makes them less realistic than their moderate opponents. The friends of a rigid and inhibited capitalism may produce German ideology of distinction, but the stupidity it expresses has its rightful place in a stupid reality. After all, we are no longer dealing with capitalism, which was once boundless and overstepped every boundary, and which had its historical justification precisely when this boundlessness could have prepared the ground for an association of free people. But where only capital itself still represents its own limit and has remained in this state since around 1870, capital has become the real commonwealth instead of a social relationship, i.e. the de facto social nature. The friends of the right measure have at least affirmatively noted this politically arbitrary and socially stationary character of late capitalism. With this slogan, they reveal that they have a very practical idea of the way in which wages, or rather tariffs, are determined since the increasingly fixed character of capital replaced the law of value, mind you, not its value character, with the primacy of politics and thus gave the crisis a completely different meaning. But it is precisely this that is ignored by those who have stuck their noses into capital, but tend to forget that this work is a critique of political economy. And just as the road to ruin is usually paved with good intentions, so it is with Marx quotes in a Con Island text on the final crisis, which is used as an example. the authors quickly come to the conclusion that microelectronics is finally the productive force that sets the final limit to capitalism. A theory of crisis appropriate to today's conditions, we read there, has to focus on the melting away of the substance of value as a result of microelectronic rationalization processes. We have Marx as a witness to the resulting collapse. He himself said that, as soon as labor in its immediate form has ceased to be the great source of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be the measure and therefore exchange value, the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the masses has ceased to be the condition of general wealth. Thus production resting on exchange value collapses. Those who have not heard the last shot should not speak of doomsday, one would like to say with such a short-sighted Marxian recourse. For it is impossible in principle to draw immediate political conclusions from the value form, an undertaking that is almost as nonsensical as trying to read the future from entrails. Furthermore, this crude expectation of crisis ignores significant special circumstances, as Marx always calls them, such as the fact that the expansion of the value share of constant capital in recent decades has been compensated for by its unimagined wealthification. This is because the now more effective mechatronic production process is also relatively cheaper than the former mechanical one. The fact that an exorbitantly growing transportation system has now ensured that regional and even more so global differences in living standards and production costs have been and are being used to reduce the costs of maintaining the collective of the superfluous, which we can all consider ourselves to be without illusion, and will continue to do so, also remains unreflected. In other words, there has also been a cheapening of the maintenance costs of variable capital. Both are powerful factors that counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. But these are not my main objections, because they also say nothing about the most important aspect of the crisis, the epochal change that capitalism underwent during the transition from the bourgeois to the statist phase. This transition describes the transformation of the crisis as an initially cyclical objection to the law of value, as the despotic governor of historical reason, into a permanent state of political irrationality of potentially murderous proportions. You can see this for yourself every day, especially in Eastern Germany, but the crisis theorist thinks he can reassure himself with Marx and quotes from Capital. The capital relationship thus collapses due to internal contradictions. The true barrier to capitalist production is capital itself, is this, that capital and its self-exploitation appear as the starting point and end point, as the motive and purpose of production. However, this point in time at which capital and its self-exploitation are purpose and motive alpha and omega is by no means the moment of the final collapse, but rather the definition that has been valid for late capitalism for almost 140 years. Because at a certain point capital can no longer tolerate the crisis as an objection of reason, can no longer do so economically, and at the same time no longer has to politically, at the moment when we enter the era of the interventionist state, which is not the highest aspiration of the labor movement for nothing, capital emancipates itself from itself and becomes tautological to the point of organized anti-capitalism, value which has constituted itself into a real commonwealth at the price of itself, i.e. the function of abstract mediation and equalization beyond individual arbitrariness, tautologically sets as its use value everything that benefits its posthumous self-preservation. Capitalism preserves itself posthumously, i.e. after its logical death, and that means is something other than what it was before, albeit still with money and law. It may not have suspended its contradictions, but it has had an enlightening effect. Capital no longer appears as a fragmentary struggle of individuals, but as a real commonwealth and thus as a comprehensive, seemingly objective principle of regulation, embodied in the institutions of the people's state. Crisis phenomena can now only be sabotage, and occasionally shrinking margins tickle the desire to hunt down the saboteurs, who resemble caricatures of the liberal era of capitalism for a reason. Only a modern-style German welfare state could thus lapse into the idea of a final solution. 2 world wars and a Shoah later, it should be self-evident to recognize this change in the function of crisis. But as we have seen, it is not. Some have reinterpreted the corresponding insight to mean that the end of liberal capitalism would mean authoritarian harmony. Critical theory rather points out that the crises have lost their character as an objection of reason. In 1873, Marx still hoped for the crisis in the preface to Capital, that the coming founding crisis would, through the all-round nature of its setting, as well as the intensity of its effect, teach dialectics even to the lucky ones of the new Holy Prussian German Empire. A vain hope even then. Since then, the crisis has overtaken rulers, and the ruled, like drought or other natural phenomena, overcame the ancients, but with the difference that, unlike those times, they really do occur without any necessity, but also provoke panicky incantations and banishing rituals. The flourishing of esotericism throughout the 20th century is probably due to this kind of self-emasculation. It is the necessary side effect of what is often referred to as de-ideologization. It sets in precisely where capital, as in Marx's previously cited prognosis, has cashed in on any overarching purpose and set itself as the end and goal, or, to put it philosophically, where the particular becomes total, the untrue becomes the whole, or, more simply, the imbecile becomes the unquestionable. The continued existence of capital beyond its logical death deprives labor of any transcending meaning. It is just as superfluous as politically organized capital as a real community and just as compelling. Port aptly noted, in the modern job creation and crisis management programs, through which the capitalist economy emancipates itself from the law of value, which would destroy it, labor is reduced to its trivial use value. The arbitrariness of those in power who order it turns it into slave labor. Crisis is no longer the moment at which one could recognize that another unintended purpose could be inherent in capital, namely the development of generic forces that come into conflict with the limitations of their capital form of existence. Rather, crisis is the permanent state of capital when it has unfolded into a system of seemingly objective self-purposefulness. Its internal logical contradictions are by no means resolved, but they degenerate, as I said, into a kind of natural process whose attempts at taming take place in an equally naturally rampant bureaucratic state of nature. It was this state of nature, towards which the crisis prevention state with its sheer boundless bureaucratization inevitably developed, to which Horkheimer's reflections on the authoritarian state were directed. It is therefore not the abolition of the crisis by the state, as some critics reproachfully assumed, that is the subject of critical theory, but rather its perpetuation by the state of rackets. Crisis theory would therefore have to be fundamentally a critique of the state, namely a critique of a very specific state, that of the social mandate, that of balancing interest groups, a critique of the particularly well-meaning state, the state of permanent crisis prevention because it is the counter-sovereign as Manfred Dahlmann has described it, or with the same intention Gerhard Scheidt as the modern behemoth. Max Horkheimer described this counter-sovereign as the authoritarian state, which regulates the development of the productive forces as far as possible and segregates the owners of labor power, who have sunk from being the providers of the ruling classes to being the objects of the ruling cliques. Horkheimer defines this state, which emerges from the dark alliance of Bismarck and Lassalle, as well as from the continuity from Robespierre to Louis Bonaparte, as follows: the state remains absurd. Admittedly, the shackling of the productive forces is now understood as a condition of domination and exercised with consciousness. The fact that it differentiates economically between the classes of the ruled, be it between commoners and skilled workers or the sexes or the races, is part of the catechism of the authoritarian art of governing. In essence, this dubious art consists of transferring what the market once more or less blindly took care of into the political calculations of a state that, far removed from Max Weber's idea of a Prussian-style puritanical and rigid enforcement apparatus, instead pursues the integration of and balancing between interest groups, at least insofar as it depends on their support, and whose functionaries and clientele it must therefore provide for. Bismarck himself gave the extremely instructive justification for the introduction of statutory health insurance in 1883, which, however, could only really develop its nature when it became an apparatus of clique care by the state for primarily trade union, but also other association functionaries, especially after the First World War in the course of so-called self-administration. In retrospect, Bismarck said, "My idea was to win over the working classes, or should I say bribe them, to regard the state as a social institution that exists for their sake and wants to provide for their welfare. Those who are excluded from these working classes pay the bill." Today, the segregating nature of crisis prevention in the racket state is more evident than at any time since 1945, through the exclusion of those who did not enter the gross, not net, high-wage machinery in time, or by foregoing their youth and agonizing job castings, internships. The absurd contradiction of financing the cash register systems through so-called non-wage labor costs is progressing dynamically and inexorably. The fewer such jobs that can still be financed, the more expensive the remaining ones become. The more expensive they become, the fewer there are as a result, the more expensive the remaining ones become, and so on and so forth. This vicious circle is therefore unstoppable, not because advertising materials are dwindling, but because the current form of posthumous self-preservation of capitalism relies precisely on the cooperation of semi-governmental rackets such as trade unions and employers' associations. These in turn finance themselves and their apparatuses precisely through the system in which state-enforced contributions flow into the self-administration of the health insurance funds. The consequences are clearly visible and affect, at least indirectly, almost everyone. Over the years, the volume of flexible temporary and agency work has increased in regions that are still prospering in terms of exports, and thus the only labor force that is actually still i.e. variable. The number of economically stillborn young people in the regions left behind, young people who never get the chance to free themselves from the alimentación of the state, family and ethnic rackets, and who either get stuck in the stage second and third labor market and or sink straight into the ghetto and uncle economy, has risen perhaps even more steeply. In some districts of the now deindustrialized Berlin, every second person under the age of 30 is condemned to such a zombie existence. But this is not a topic for crisis theory, even though everyday life is determined by this form of crisis management. All research into youth sociology in recent years has shown that two completely divergent tendencies dominate. There are the bores, i.e. the better-off part of the up-and-coming generation, who are so bland because they are desperately struggling to achieve quasi-public employment according to old German employment contract law, and to this end stumble from one club to the next course and into internships during the vacations. On the other hand, there are the forgotten ones, who are only able to reenact the everyday life of grammar school pupils in TV casting dreams and otherwise simply fall out of the accepted world and literally fall into neglect in the heart of darkness, but even in their gangs still imitate the recipes of those in power without realizing it. For it is also cliques that set this absurd, highly crisis-ridden system of crisis prevention in motion and that prey on it. Cliques are the genuine organizational form of the bureaucratic state of nature. They correspond roughly to the packs of the first nature and stand in marked contrast to the individual in the emerging phase of capitalism. It is no coincidence that Horkheimer saw the clique as the central sociological term for today's society, a term that essentially corresponds to the racket used earlier. Elsewhere in his later writings, he also explained why, because the system of organized capitalism, which is precisely about no longer subordinating oneself to the objective regulative of exchange between individuals in order to no longer have to realize one's profit, but rather to be able to organizate, because this system thus reproduces the feudal structures of territorial control, access restriction, violence, and customary law on a new scale. Modern associations differ from the traditional Camorra in their means, but not in their structures. The economic process brought about the concentration of power in the hands of monopolies, today in a number of rackets in the various industrial, professional, and political strata, Horkheimer states dryly. In today's German crisis management, which is organized in a system of funds, primarily in the Pension and Social Security Fund, these rackets are hidden behind the inconspicuous word self-administration. For a long time, elected representatives of the insured, mainly trade unionists, have been managing the approximately 200 billion euros in pension contributions each year, as the German pension insurance homepage reveals. They govern their pension insurance provider, it continues. In the meantime, almost a third of the tax money flows into this apparatus, just so that the racket structures, which are legitimized solely by wage contribution financing, do not have to be touched. It is no different with the Federal Employment Agency. 98,000 employees manage a budget volume of 43.7 billion euros in 2007. The administrative board and administrative committees are primarily staffed by trade unionists and secondarily by representatives of employers' associations. It is therefore quite clear why the catastrophic system of contribution financing is not publicly questioned, and certainly not from the left. But the fact that the critics are so uninterested in how it is sealing itself off from the labor market with tooth and claw is remarkable. Of all Western countries, France has the highest youth unemployment and Germany the highest for low-skilled workers. To live under these totally cartelized conditions, but at the same time to completely ignore them and on top of that, to pretend that we are not on the terrain of political economy, but in the field of pure arithmetic operations without disturbing boundary conditions, is as misguided as it is cowardly. The crisis as we are experiencing it is a crisis of crisis prevention. The rackets that this system has produced should be attacked, and they are of course doing their utmost to conceal and defend their role, counting as a matter of course on the anti-Semitic effect of the masses, to whom a few locusts are held up. What is particularly exasperating, however, is that even and especially the victims of this system are not practicing any practical criticism of the state, starting with the so-called self-governing bodies of the pension and social security systems, which are responsible for millions of people thrown onto the human garbage heap. Instead, quite a few of them bleat all Judd must die in German city centers, and if they do, vote for their own slaughterers like stupid calves, social democracy and the left party. The losers, on the other hand, who see themselves as Aryan, immediately back those who once again at least hint at the transition from crisis prevention to elimination. The young Austrian voters have probably left few questions unanswered in this respect. First and foremost, this is the crisis that has already lasted 140 years, that those who fear it so much can only imagine and want one alternative, between social democratic crisis prevention or radical fascist crisis elimination. There is no third alternative in Germany. The fact that Real Saz I Lassalle's Free People's State in its purest form was able to claim the most famous sentence from the German ideology for itself, according to which communism is the real movement that will abolish the current society, is the result of a deliberate misunderstanding. For Marx's confidence in the real movement was not based on the protectionist state, but on its opposite, the world market, globalism if you will. Communism is not for us a state to be produced, an ideal to which reality will have to conform. We call communism the real movement that will abolish the present state. The conditions of this movement arise from the present condition. Incidentally, the mass of mere workers' mass labor power cut off from capital or from some narrow-minded satisfaction, and therefore also the no longer temporary loss of this labor itself as a secure source of livelihood through competition presupposes the world market, MEW 335F. In stark contrast to those who would later call themselves Marxists, Marx believed that the preponderance of the state was a temporary childhood disease of liberalism on the eve of the bourgeois revolution in Prussian Germany. Marx in the original quote, "Through the emancipation of private property from the Commonwealth, the state has become a special existence beside and apart from bourgeois society. But it is nothing more than the form of organization which the bourgeois necessarily give themselves both externally and internally for the mutual guarantee of their property and their interests. The independence of the state only exists nowadays in those countries where the estates have not completely developed into classes, where the estates that have been abolished in the more advanced countries still play a role and a mixture exists, in which therefore no part of the population can bring itself to rule over the others. This is particularly the case in Germany. The most perfect example of the modern state is North America, MEW 362. But everything that Marx aptly characterized in this sense as the material substrate of the German ideology, which he described here using the example of the fantasies of a Bruno Bauer, Max Stirner or Karl Grun, could also serve to characterize the German Sonderweg that has actually been embarked upon, as well as a characterization of what the current apologists of old Europe are still proud of. Marx writes, "During the epoch of absolute monarchy, which occurred here in its most crippled, half-patriarchal form, the special sphere, to which the administration of public interests fell by the division of labor, acquired an abnormal independence, which was carried still further in the modern bureaucracy. The state thus constituted itself into an apparently independent power and has retained this position, which was only temporary in other countries, a transitional stage in Germany to this day. This position explains both the honest civil service consciousness that never existed elsewhere and all the illusions about the state that circulate in Germany." MEW 3, 178. Marx's theory of revolution, like the entire critique of philosophy, i.e. the expectation that the contradiction in the existing is identical with the contradiction against this existing, presupposes that no one could seriously set out to transform these illusions about the state into an actual state program. But that is exactly what was to happen. In Marx's eyes, liberalism was simply more advanced with regard to the famous double freedom of the individual, to be free from all constraints that prevent its development, but also free from all means of putting this possible development into practice. This obvious advancedness is the trait of reality, the real movement that Marx believed he could muster against the statists. In order to achieve personal validity, the proletarians must abolish their own previous condition of existence, which is at the same time that of society as a whole, namely labor. They therefore also find themselves in direct opposition to the form in which the individuals of society have hitherto given themselves an overall expression, to the state, and must overthrow the state in order to assert their personality. MEW 377. Against this background of revolutionary theory and philosophical criticism, Marx accuses the statists of his time, the German socialists, of being doctrinaire and not orienting themselves towards the real movement, the movement that the revolutionary bourgeoisie had set in motion, namely to enable human action with world trade, which, however, could only be completed by the equally revolutionary proletariat. That the party of the proletariat, on the other hand, would make itself the vanguard of the real movement against reality, that it would actually accept Fichte's closed commercial state of 1800 and the distinction based on it in Liszt's national system, 1841, between a political economy, in which German statehood would come into its own, and the reprehensible cosmopolitan economy, under the guise of which England was robbing the world, especially Germany. Marx did not want to and could not believe that England would actually attempt to rob the world, especially Germany, in practice, despite or because of the proven imbecility and baseness of the undertaking. Social democratism, which was ultimately saturated with Lassalle's Prussophile ideas, and about which he spoke in private with hardly more kindness than about Liszt or the Prussian king, seemed to him to be an immature aberration of the workers' movement, not its essence, which it actually represented. Friedrich List was just as victorious over Karl Marx as the Bauers, Stirners and Grunz, the ideologues of German socialism, who had been run into the ground by Marx. They won because the people's state that was set in motion became a reality in 1933, when mass mobilization and the Prussian state were combined. That, ultimately, the movement that practically criticized bourgeois liberalism would not be an Enlightenment movement but a counter-Enlightenment one, not a communist but a fascist one, that the people's state of Louis Bonaparte would one day become the manifestation of future people's state solutions to the social question, that social movements would not be directed against the future Bonapartes, that finally the state, be it the reformed traditional one or the revolutionary self-established one, was to become the authoritarian protector against the dishonest form of existence of finance capital, and that the justified criticism of the liberal illusion was thus perverted into anti-Semitic resentment. Marx could not have foreseen all this, nor the fact that because of the aforementioned development, German socialism, the German ideology, would find enthusiastic adepts all over the world. For Marx rightly saw German ideology at the height of the bourgeois epoch as a relic from the political animal kingdom of Prussian Germany, a social despotism of which he writes to Ruge in a variation of Aristotle, that the Prussian, in his capacity as a small German prototype, is indeed a sociable but completely apolitical animal, which still practices childbearing as recruitment service to the state, uncomplainingly accepts the enslavement of the family by the state and that of the individual by the bayonets. In Marx's eyes, the state of Prussian Germany, in which the classes were never able to emancipate themselves from the state, was actually still an almost prehistoric state. That is why he came to the conclusion: the existence of suffering humanity which thinks and of thinking humanity which is oppressed must necessarily become inedible and indigestible for the animal world of Philistinism. He thus stood in sharpest contrast to the Social Democrats, who did not see Prussia as the opposite, but as the forerunner of socialism. In this Lenin was not a bit different from Bernstein, Bebel, or Kautsky. Marx certainly could not have imagined that the German ideology would celebrate its joyous beginnings in much more exoteric garb than that of the social democratic Bolshevik functionaries, that the very narrow-mindedness that was so obviously behind bourgeois development, which had inscribed itself in this ideology, putting the people's spirit incorporated in the state in place of class consciousness, predestined it to channel anti-bourgeois resentment to this day. To illustrate this, there is no need to refer to forgotten masterminds such as Bauer or Grun, because Gregor Strasser, Mao Zedong, and all the other ideologues of the Third Reich and the Third World had long since followed in their footsteps. The latter became the fountain of youth from which the movement that gave itself the attribute New Left drew in the 1960s. It was given the task of working out the folkish culturalist foundation of statism in all its hideousness. Marx had already noted this implication of the latest form of German ideology in the old one and criticized it in a way that is as relevant today as it was 160 years ago. We have seen again in this essay I. Hermann Semig's Communism, Socialism, Humanism of 1845. What a narrow-minded national outlook underlies the pretended universalism and cosmopolitanism of the Germans. This airy realm of dreams, the realm of the essence of man, the Germans hold up to the other nations with tremendous self-confidence as the completion and purpose of all world history. In every field they regard their reveries as the final judgment on the deeds of the other nations, and because everywhere they are only onlookers and afterthoughts, they believe they are called to sit in judgment on the whole world, and to let all of history reach its final conclusion in Germany. We have already seen several times that this pompous and exuberant national arrogance corresponds to a very petty, miserable, and workmanlike practice. If national bigotry is disgusting everywhere, it is especially disgusting in Germany, because it is held up against the illusion of being above nationality and above all real interests by those nationalities which openly admit their national bigotry and their reliance on real interests, MEW 3 457F. The thought that exhausts itself in the world, i.e. the absolute subject, is the basis of the dream realms of all German ideologists. This German science, Marx, is indeed a reflection of backwardness, but at the same time it is also a potential attack on reality. This doctrinaire teaching is based on a behavioral pattern of absolute ruthlessness against the objections of reason and self-preservation and a lack of concern for the consequences of one's own actions. The world as the will and imagination of the German ideologue. A state of mind that still forms the basis of every German way and every model Germany, as recently relaunched by Generation 68 in the SPD. At the same time, social democracy has thus distanced itself most clearly in its history from the country whose conditions Marx and Engels had often called for, most recently in his critique of the Gotha program, instead of the idiotic free people's state as a minimum goal, the United States of America. The fact that the aversion to the rootless and superficial North Americans, already pre-formulated in the same Semig essay in 1845, was also the basic ideological trait of the New Left, which in turn was so enthusiastic about the unleashed essay state of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, fits into the picture. The New Left thus proved to be the executor and radicalizer of social democratism in one. The classic SPD mission had come to its logical but also financial end with the quasi-publicization of skilled workers and small salaried employees at the end of the 1960s and beginning of the 1970s. However, this also marked the end of classic emancipation statism, and the contradiction between emancipation and the budget inherent in its concept came to the fore. Until then, this emancipation statism had formed the core of what people had been used to describing as progressive until 1973, the year of the so-called oil crisis, state compensation measures against actual social disadvantages. The subsequent crisis statism increasingly took on its present form, which is becoming more and more clearly recognizable in the age of Hartz-IV, the form of an actual generational struggle in which both sides are organized in gangs, some in the GW, others in the gang. At the beginning of the permanent crisis in the budgets of the People's State, the young bureaucracy of 68 had once again made use of a vastly expanded emancipation budget very prominently in education and social services, which ensured double-digit annual job growth rates in the public sector. These newly created duodecade universities and social projects became the reception centers for those who were no longer to be accepted in the long term and who thus became mere administrative material for the same bureaucracy of 68. While the type of academic cab driver that emerged from this pseudo-education and pseudo-supervision was still an almost picturesque phenomenon in the better case, and subproletarian temporary workers in the worse, who even managed to make ends meet to some extent in the old Predisch 89 FRG, the situation in the corresponding neighborhoods, be it in Berlin-Neukölln or Halle-Neustadt, became more dramatic with each new cohort from 1990 at the latest. Their residents, especially the young ones, have no chance on the cartelized job market, and on top of that, because they come from the socialist school, be it the 68 West or FDJ East brand, they often have hardly the most basic skills. This admittedly brief description of the situation is likely to reveal points of attack for anti-German criticism in the coming years. A prominent role will be played here by the phenomenon that the left-wing bureaucracy can still harness the precarious and unemployed for its purposes because they are stupid and German enough to demonstrate for the preservation of the welfare state in its current state of all things. Where this absurd alliance might become fragile under the impact of the devastating reality, the left-wing bureaucrats and their errand boys in the left-wing circles, who believe themselves to be class-conscious, rely on the pulling power of the more immaterial traits of the German ideology, old European cultural arrogance, anti-liberalism, anti-Americanism, and the invocation of archaic community and family economy, incidentally also in practical social work in the middle of Berlin's inner city. All the old shit, as Marx so aptly describes the pre-bourgeois state of mind in the Feuerbach chapter of German ideology. What follows from this? First of all, that one can in good conscience dispense with any hint of loyalty to anything that calls itself left-wing today. Indeed, one must do so if one wants to be able and willing to actually call those who cultivate what is German by name without restraint. At the same time, this defines an essential task, to help break the spell that the elitist promise exerts in Germany, also and especially on its losers. In other words, to agitate for precarious and unemployed people to first of all reflect on their own interests and realize that the state trade unions of the FRG are just as much their enemies as the friendly Social Democrats in Potsdam who want to extract €20 more Hartz IV for their electorate, an electorate that the same Philistines employ in their state-owned employment companies for €1. And to campaign at all costs against the fact that civil servant sociology professors are allowed to use social democratic prose to promote the pink labor service in the social sector and, on top of that, act as a kind of leader of the unemployed. What we will also have to get used to in principle is the fact that things are likely to be quite prosaic in the near future. Because the real movement of conditions is no longer at our side, the real movement is rather the one we have to stop. For the time being, therefore, betting on the growth of revolutionary aspirations has given way to hoping for a reasonable election result in the USA. It goes without saying that having to rely on the pragmatic neoconservative Bush instead of long-haired and bearded guerrillas when it comes to overthrowing at least the worst butcher regimes is a serious sacrifice for one's own subcultural revolutionary self-image. If the left, as it presents itself today after 200 years of German ideology, is the enemy, to whom should criticism be addressed? Certainly not to a bourgeois public, which does not exist as such in Germany. Criticism is always directed at the enemy, so the real hostility to the system in Germany must be set against the apparent and presumed hostility of the nationalized left. This is directed against a merely imaginary liberalization and westernization desirable developments that have had at most a rudimentary effect here in Germany, while what is German, a system of capitalist anti-capitalism, collectivist asociality, racket rule disguised as a welfare state, should be confronted with relentless criticism. For Marx's demand from pre-March times to turn Germans into human beings, at least in the bourgeois sense, has remained unfulfilled. Without the criticism of the then contemporary preachers of socialism, the church fathers of German ideology, which was practiced in the name of this demand, Capital could probably never have been written. There is no doubt that in Chapter 8, Marx describes the appalling employment conditions of children, young people, women and men in the first half of the 19th century. Marx himself calls the chapter The Working Day a historical sketch at the end. The question here is whether this characterizes Chapter 8. Is it really just a historical sketch that can be taken note of with mild horror or severe moral indignation? But then it could be put aside with a certain degree of comfort, because the conditions under which people had to work in England have improved considerably in Central Europe. Today, 150 years after the capital, there may be wretched working conditions for brickmakers in Pakistan, for agricultural day laborers in South America who are kept like slaves, for children and young people on West African cocoa plantations, for Bengali workers on the World Cup construction sites in Qatar, for textile workers in Bangladesh, and last but not least, for migrant workers in China, not to mention the karoshi, death by overwork, that still occurs in Japan today. But in the end, these are all isolated cases, regrettable, yes, but surmountable if not now then in a few years with appropriate PR from committed NGOs. And yet in this historical sketch are the disgusting depictions of bread forgery in London around 1840. The Bible-believing Englishman knew that man, if not by choice of grace capitalist or landlord or sinecurist, is called to eat his bread by the sweat of his brow, but he did not know that in his bread he must eat daily a certain quantity of human sweat, impregnated with boil-draining cobweb, cockroach corpses and putrid German yeast, apart from alum, sandstone and other pleasant mineral ingredients. Hardly more disgusting than the cases of rotten meat that crop up at regular intervals. Whether it's rotten meat, liquid ice cream scandals, milk adulteration, or pharmaceutical fraud, a certain similarity to the bread adulteration of that time is obviously undeniable. The following still applies. Health police regulations only apply to the extent that they are monitored and violations are sanctioned. Marx lists how long it took for applicable laws to be implemented, including through the tireless efforts of factory inspectors. Without the threat of sanctions, factory laws generally remained a dead letter. Today, modern food chemistry means that substitutes and additives are commonplace to a completely different extent, and possible health consequences, perhaps late effects, are first individualized and then imposed on the social systems. In this respect, nothing new in the West. But abstracting from whether such conditions have been overcome historically, hygienically, in terms of the rule of law, the health police, or even just regionally, what is systematically discussed in Chapter 8? Or what is the systematic significance of a historical, i.e. non-systematic, chapter in Das Kapital? A common interpretation of the chapter is, because there are no natural limits to the working day, capital extends the working day beyond all measure in order to appropriate as much surplus value as possible. Such an extension of the working day, in which all changes in the production process are disregarded, is called the production of absolute surplus value. However, once the limit has been reached beyond which exploitation can no longer be increased, capital turns to a new method of producing surplus value, that of relative surplus value. This interpretation has for itself that the immoderation, as it already appears in the abstract formula of capital G to W to G prime, is taken into account, but cannot be realized with the production of absolute surplus value, so it must be realized in another way. The working day cannot be extended beyond 24 hours, nor could ever more population groups, children, young people, women, be forced into production, since the population of a given country is also limited. If, therefore, the production of surplus value is to continue or even be increased, then a variant of surplus value production must be invoked that has no limits to these boundaries: the production of relative surplus value by means of the unlimited increase in the productive power of labor.
This interpretation can be found in Christian Iber, Grundzüge der Marxischen Kapitalismustheorie.
Quote, with a standard working day fixed by law and enforced by the state, capital proceeds to overcome the barrier of exploitation with new methods of surplus value production. End quote. In Michael Heinrich's Marx Handbook, published by Quant in the historicizing sense already echoed by Iber, Marx describes increasing surplus value by extending working hours as the production of absolute surplus value. In the 19th century, this form of increasing surplus value initially led to an enormous lengthening of the working day, which ruined the health of workers. The subsequent struggles over the length of the working day eventually led to a legal limitation of the working day. End quote. And Andreas Arndt states, under the conditions mentioned, the increase in the mass of surplus value therefore encounters barriers everywhere, in contradiction to the concept of capital to exploit itself excessively. However, these preconditions are only given as long as capital subsumes labor as it finds it, i.e., does not revolutionize the production process itself, formal subsumption of labor under capital. This in fact corresponds to its historical process. Once the absolute limits to the increase in the mass of surplus value have been reached, in fact, social limits are already set beforehand by the class struggle. Obviously, only a reduction in the value of labor power can increase the mass of surplus value. End quote. And even Marx gives reason for such a historicizing understanding of Chapter 8. As soon as the gradually swelling indignation of the working class forced the state to forcibly shorten the working day and first dictate a normal working day to the actual factory, from that moment, that is, when increased production of surplus value was cut off once and for all by lengthening the working day, capital threw itself with all its might and full consciousness on the production of relative surplus value. End quote. It seems as if the historical and the systematic are intertwined to the extent that the capitalist mode of production reaches a historical barrier, which is then overcome by means of the next systematic concept. In this sense, Chapter 8 is in Section 3, entitled The Production of Absolute Surplus Value, before Section 4, entitled The Production of Relative Surplus Value. Section 4, The Production of Relative Surplus Value, begins with Chapter 10, The Concept of Relative Surplus Value. However, this interpretation has a crucial flaw. What is it that makes the extension of the working day possible? Marx again, but now in a different sense. After capital had taken centuries to extend the working day up to its normal maximum limits and then beyond them, up to the limits of the natural day of 12 hours, there was now, since the birth of large-scale industry in the last third of the 18th century, an avalanche-like, violent and excessive precipitation. Every barrier of custom and nature, age and gender, day and night was shattered. Capital celebrated its orgies. End quote. It is the great industry, the machine, the factory, as Marx repeatedly emphasized, that causes the excessive lengthening of the working day. At this point at the latest, the systematic sequence based on historical material begins to falter, because the machine, which becomes a powerful absorber of unpaid surplus work, the machine in the factory, which allows the use of immature and unskilled hands, is precisely one of the decisive methods of producing relative surplus value, together with cooperation and the division of labor. So is the 8th chapter in the wrong section? This is where my reinterpretation should begin. The chapter The Working Day is placed between the 7th chapter, entitled Rate of Surplus Value, and the 9th chapter, entitled Rate and Mass of Surplus Value. The rate of surplus value is a concept that expresses a quantitative ratio, more precisely, the quotient of surplus work and necessary labor under determinations of value, or, as Marx also formulates it, this rate of surplus value can be grasped as the ratio of surplus labor time to necessary labor time, the so-called degree of exploitation. The concept of the degree of exploitation identifies a common feature of the capitalist mode of production, to be further defined conceptually, and pre-bourgeois personal relations of domination. Even in social relations of slavery or serfdom, there is a ratio of surplus work to necessary labor time, because capital did not invent surplus work. This degree of exploitation can be expressed as the rate of surplus value under the conditions of capital. And under the conditions of capital means recognition of equal and free owners whose reproduction is mediated by the exchange of commodities, whereby the majority of owners do not own more than their labor capital. Thus, all rates of surplus value express a degree of exploitation, but not every degree of exploitation expresses a rate of surplus value. This order of concepts must always be taken into account in Marx's claim to determine the specific nature of the capitalist mode of production in comparison to other social organizations of human interaction with nature. Chapter 8 in particular contains material that illustrates the transitional phase from pre-capitalist to unfolded capitalist relations. It is noteworthy that there were periods that were not yet fully capitalist, in which the focus was on extending the daily working time, albeit with moderate success, while under almost fully capitalist conditions the focus was on shortening the working day. And yet, neither the degree of exploitation nor the specific rate of surplus value determines the absolute length of the working day. In short, how long is the working day? Marx begins Chapter 8 with the different arguments of worker and capitalist on the basis of the recognition of commodity exchange. While the worker argues that the absolute length of the working day in accordance with the exchange value of the commodity he offers for sale must guarantee his reproduction, the capitalist argues that he must be able to do as he pleases with the use value of the commodity he acquires. He is interested in the use value, that is why he bought the commodity labor power, he wants to use it, the use value, apply it to the means of production, which also belong to the capitalist. Once he has paid the daily value of the labor power, he also wants to be able to use it for a day, and a day has 24 hours. These opposing interests described by Marx on the basis of the laws of commodity exchange, i.e., they should not be violated, each have the right on their side. Force decides between equal rights. The state authority, which, as a sanctioning power, imposes its limits on the conflict of interests. The different, indeed, opposing interpretations of the fulfillment of the contract are entirely in the spirit of impartial injustice, according to the Hegelian formulation from the philosophy of law. The impartial injustice, when is a contract fulfilled, is the subject of the civil action. According to Hegel, however, impartial injustice merges into fraud and crime, which as a crime is the infinite judgment that negates the law itself. Nevertheless, one step further back, even before Chapter 8, Marx argues in Capital Volume 1 with a quantitatively determined working day. Several times through he assumes a working day of 12 hours, which, according to the initially theoretical premise, is divided into 6 hours of necessary work and 6 hours of surplus work. This assumption alone allows a model solution to the problem of how it is possible for G to become G prime, more money for money, while maintaining the exchange of equivalents. However, this theoretical assumption, in this case 6 hours of surplus work per working day, requires historical justification. First of all, again with the opening sentence of 8.2, capital did not invent surplus work. In all societies that were organized on the basis of domination, workers had to work more for the maintenance, or better, for the well-being of the rulers than was necessary for their own, often meager, reproduction. And yet the surplus work was perhaps excessive, but not excessive. Excessiveness, however, is already set with the initially still abstract concept of capital, G to W to G prime. How can it be realized? And immoderation cannot be realized with the mere production of absolute surplus value if the working day is guaranteed to be less than 24 hours, just as the population of a given society is limited. Just as Andreas Arndt, Michael Heinrich and Marx himself state. 1. Limitation. The required boundlessness cannot be realized because of the limits mentioned. 2. Is Chapter 8 in the section Production of Absolute Surplus Value in the wrong place if it is the machine or the factory that makes it possible and necessary for the working day to be extended? Chapter 8 is not about determining the historical limitations of the absolute production of surplus value. No, the aim of the largely historical 8th chapter is to prove the systematic presupposition of a value of the commodity labor power as historically realized, and it is not historically real through the theorist's setting in the 4th chapter. Without a constant value of the commodity labor power, i.e. now also, without a set normal working day, the production of relative surplus value, i.e. the lowering of the value of the commodity labor power, with at the same time a possible increased standard of living of the workers, cannot be represented, and for this the determinations of the value of the commodity labor power from Chapter 4 are not sufficient. What is presented in Chapter 4 is only for us, for the theorist, for the reader who has embarked on the arduous path of assuming that in a capitalist mode of production equivalence would be exchanged and yet G to W to G prime is possible. This assumes a reader who shares Marx's premise that value is something objective, that value regulates exchange in society as a whole, and that it is not a subjective agreement. What is to be exchanged is worth this to me, are you prepared to pay me this price? For Marx, exchange relations are and must be. Exchange relations are not the result of subjective agreement. And this is also in contrast to Hegel's definition of the contract in his philosophy of right. Thus, in Chapter 8, something decisive is added to the concept of the value of the commodity of labor power according to Chapter 4.3, which no longer allows it to appear solely as a for us. The historical recognition of the reproduction of workers by society, including the capitalists. The workers and their substitutes can maintain, produce, and reproduce themselves, regardless of whether they are workers in the textile industry, the food industry, the metal industry, or whatever. Marx hints at the link between the merely theoretically presupposed determination of the value of the commodity labor power in Chapter 4 and the historically realized value of the commodity labor power in the long footnote on bread counterfeiting at the end of Chapter 4. And this bread counterfeiting mentioned in the footnote is taken up again in the passages on the situation of bakers in London and on the full loaf agitation in Chapter 8, as confirmation of the assertion that it is about the realization of the value of labor power in Chapter 8. Capital therefore seems to be pointed by its own interest to a standard working day. The value of the commodity labor power is realized because equal exploitation of labor power is the first human right of capital. Or, the worker here is nothing more than personified labor time. Or, all people are equal before capital, whether they are cleaners or blacksmiths. The value of the commodity of labor power is realized because the conditions of competition are standardized, because the value of the commodity of labor power stands for the reproduction of the working class, i.e. one generation of workers has the time to provide the next generation. Which was not always the case, as Marx has shown in the historical sketch. The purpose of Chapter 8 is to prove that these systematic conditions have been realized historically. Only on this basis can the value of the commodity labor power, which up to this point has only been assumed as theoretical, now be taken as the recognized value of the commodity labor power by the capital side by means of peculiar coalitions and class struggle between the working class and capital fractions. As soon as the working day has thus been subjectively, by the theorist, and objectively socially recognized by the capital side with a certain size, constant in this respect, and enforced by the state, it can then be conceived as changeable for further analysis in Chapter 10 FF Methods for the production of relative surplus value. However, before the methods for increasing the productive power of labor, which are then methods for the production of relative surplus value, are presented, the concept of the mass of surplus value must be defined. With the terminology used so far, each individual capital strives to increase the mass of surplus value. The applicable mass of labor as a source of value/surplus value is to be increased 5, and yet the 9th chapter, with the term mass of surplus value, is then about to get so far ahead of itself that further analysis threatens to become impossible. Every capitalist and every business student, even if they must never have heard of surplus value and the rate of surplus value, knows that profit is set in relation to the advance if profitability is to be determined. In case of doubt, the workforce is reduced instead of increased. This is the rate of profit briefly mentioned by Marx in Chapter 7. However, the rate of profit pushes towards the general average rate of profit, which must be assumed if it is not to be renounced at all. To comprehend the production of social wealth, these are the decisive formulations in the 3rd volume of Capital. In the 1st volume, however, a general average rate of profit cannot even be discussed. Here it remains with the statement. One will see from Book 3 that the rate of profit is easy to understand as soon as one knows the laws of surplus value. The other way round, one understands nil un nil otra. With the legal standard working day as the result of Chapter 8 and the value of the commodity labor power as a constant quantity, it is clear, even if Marx does not explicitly emphasize it, that the rate of surplus value is socially one. However, the fact that the rate of surplus value is one in society as a whole collides with the individual capitalist's hunt for the greatest possible mass of surplus value as the terminology has been used up to now. According to the terminology used up to this point, the individual capitalist would have to invest in spheres of production with the lowest possible composition, because only there would the mass of surplus value, proportional to the advance, be greatest with a social rate of surplus value. On the basis of the mere production of absolute surplus value, lengthening the working day and increasing the number of workers, the activities of individual capital cannot be represented. That is, without the general uniform rate of surplus value, which presupposes the constant value of the commodity labor power, the concept of the mass of surplus value would be absurd. If the abstract assumption of the production of absolute surplus value can still be limited to the consideration of an immediate production process, the production of relative surplus value already requires a social production based on the division of labor under conditions of competition. This is because the increase in overtime is only possible by shortening the necessary work in the case of a legally regulated standard working day. Necessary labor is an expression of the labor that must be expended in order to produce the value of the food that keeps the worker and his reproductive unit/family alive. However, this value is not, as good as not, reduced in the enterprise in which the individual worker works, but in all the enterprises that directly or indirectly produce the totality of food. This means that the concept of the production of relative surplus value explicitly assumes social production. This means that the consideration of individual capital refers to the consideration of total social capital, and the two up to this point do not appear to be compatible. In the 8th chapter, this is expressed in such a way that the individual capitalist says, "After me the deluge, après moi le deluge," while capital in general has and must have an interest in the preservation of the working class. Capital therefore seems to be pointed by its own interest to a normal working day. I wanted to prove that the 8th chapter can prove the value of the commodity labor power, indeed, the constant value of the commodity labor power, which is necessary for the 9th chapter in order not to fall into irrelevant arithmetic as realized as socially and historically recognized. And this constant value of the commodity of labor power appears, alongside the wage regulations to be developed on the surface as the legal standard working day. With the standard working day enforced by the state, with corresponding wages, the value of the commodity of labor power as an expression of the reproducibility of the working class is real. In the end, after the ups and downs, after concessions and the renewed undermining of concessions already made, relay system and wage cuts, after peculiar coalitions, and as Marx writes in summary, after a half-century civil war, working hours and working conditions are finally enforced, however modestly, which only then made the continued existence of the working class, at whatever miserable level, possible as a whole. In this way, the most indispensable means of production for capital, labor power, is preserved because the bearers of labor power are kept alive. Thus, the concept of the value of the commodity of labor power is socially and historically real. Marx had already defined the minimum limit in Chapter 4. The last limit or minimum limit of the value of labor power is constituted by the value of a mass of commodities, without the daily supply of which the bearer of labor power man cannot renew his life process. In the illustrations of Chapter 8, it is precisely this falling below this minimum limit that is described. This negation, the complete ruination of working men, women, and children, once again allows a parallel to be drawn with Hegel's impartial injustice/fraud/crime. The point here is not to apply Marx's critique of political economy to the template of Hegel's philosophy of right or even that of the great logic. But here the figure negation as a condition of reality is illuminating, here it is decisive. For Hegel, the violence of the intentional violation of the law, the crime is infinite judgment, is required in order to realize the law. The crime is the negation, the punishment is the sublation, second negation, of this first negation, and in this respect the reality of law. If the violation of the law is not punished, the law is not real. If the aim here was to highlight the reality, the validity of the value of the commodity of labor power, beyond the definition of Chapter 4, on the basis of this interpretation of Chapter 8, then this now means, with a view to the Hegelian figure, without negation no reality. The following, in the historical sketch, the value of the commodity of labor power is initially only negative in the sense of absent, it is disregarded, it is negated in the machine-induced excessive exploitation, in the phase in which capital celebrates its orgies at the beginning of the 19th century. The threat of annihilation, the negation of the working population forces society, and that means the society of the capitalists, the enemy brothers, to recognize that so far, in the terminology of capital, the value of the commodity of labor power has not been paid quite apart from all the peculiarities of wages. With the enforcement of the legal standard working day, the means of production indispensable to capital, labor power, is preserved. And it can only be preserved if the carrier is preserved. The workers, I now deliberately avoid the term working class because it does not yet exist as a class, but only abstractly for us, were unable to reproduce themselves before the enforcement of the standard working day due to the excessive greed of capital in the first phase of large-scale industry, and so the nation as a whole was seized at its vital root, as Marx writes. The voices of the philanthropists, of those who demanded equality of competitive conditions, of the free traders, against the supporters of the Corn League, of the factory inspectors who demanded compliance with the statutes that existed only on paper, and yes, of the devastated working population itself, rose up in response. In Engels' pamphlet The English 10-Hour Bill from 1850, which Marx himself mentions at the end of Chapter 8, Engels polemicizes against the philanthropists and expects the class struggle of the working class to arise solely from revolutionary consciousness. Engels thus disregards the importance of the peculiar coalitions for the purpose of promoting the general interests of capital. And this is how the peculiar coalitions came about. A section of the factory owners themselves, who had regulated factory operations in accordance with the Act of 1833, pelted Parliament with memoranda about the immoral competition of the false brothers, for whom greater impudence or more fortunate local circumstances allowed them to break the law. Moreover, however much the individual factory owner might let the old rapaciousness run free, the spokesmen and political leaders of the manufacturing class offered a changed attitude and changed language towards the workers. They had begun the campaign to abolish the corn laws and needed the help of the workers to win. They therefore promised not only the doubling of the loaf of bread, but the adoption of the 10-hour drill under the millennial empire of free trade. If for Hegel it is the crime that belongs to the realization of right, represented in the action of the individual, who is shown and must acknowledge the generality of his action in the punishment, for Marx it is here the historically existing negation/absence of the general determination of the value of the commodity labor power, which is negated by the struggle in peculiar coalitions. If, on the other hand, the introduction of the standard working day were merely the result of the class struggle of the working class, without including the peculiar coalitions, then the existence of the working class would be asserted before the real existence of the working class. Although the working class itself is the result of the mode of production, this in turn is not the natural result of pre-capitalist production. Hence the formulation that the minute determinations of the working day develop gradually out of the conditions, as natural laws of the modern mode of production. If one takes factory legislation as a whole as a more general generic term for the statutory standard working day, the following formulation also fits in this context. Factory legislation, this first conscious and planned reaction of society to the natural form of its production process, is, as we have seen, just as much a necessary product of large-scale industry as cotton yarn, the self-actor and the electric telegraph. End quote. Because Hegel does not recognize owners who possess nothing but their labor power, he comes up with the idea, which seems naive today, that the debtor must be given his tools, means of production, so that he can pay his debts by means of the results of his labor. And yet the significance of negation for reality can be seen in the movement from unbiased injustice to fraud to crime, because for Hegel, crime results in the reality of law, and thus the transition to morality, to the presence of the general in the individual. Here in Marx, the general in the individual human being is only real insofar as the human being under the historically specific conditions of the capitalist mode of production is only the carrier of the commodity of labor power, which has a value. This means that the general is in truth nothing general, but seems to be general the more the mode of production seems natural to people. The misery in the so-called Third World shows what it means for millions of people today not even to be needed by capital as carriers of the commodity of labor power. If, in Hegel's work, the existent general is the determination of reason, which is presented as unfolding in history, with Marx it is a supposed general that only applies under the specific historical determination of the capitalist mode of production. Chapter 24 shows that the capitalist mode of production is characterized by a moment of contingency that cannot be derived from anything else. Without the awareness of which concept has which status and which function at which point, without the awareness of the difference between the development of the concept and empirical appearance, between the mode of representation and understood reality, it is not possible to understand capital and its object. despite the still very abstract basis of capital volume. Up to this point, a few individual remarks on current phenomena. In Germany, France, and the EU as a whole, the retirement age is to be raised further. Marx had already had to use average life expectancy to determine the value of the commodity of labor power. In the USA, studies show that the life expectancy of the lower social classes is falling again. The jobs miracle under Obama shows, similar to the flexibilization of the labor market through Agenda 2010 in this country, that reproduction in the lower wage sector is only possible if 2 or 3 cheap jobs are done. These are all phenomena of working time which, on the basis of the interpretation presented here, are directly related to the determination of the value of the commodity of labor power. It is still a class struggle, either from the bottom up or far more successfully from the top down, which constantly redefines the moral element, i.e., the social standard. And yet this social standard, which is always fought for, only applies under the conditions of recognition of the laws of commodity exchange. A working class that is not self-conscious remains in a trade unionist state of consciousness when it enjoys having wrested concessions from capital that only promote its capitals, and thus its the working classes, perpetuation. Is it known that the special doctrine of wage labor was to be dealt with not in Marx's Capital, but in a book specifically intended for wage labor? This book does not exist. Section 6 on the wages of labor also stands out from the analysis of the immediate production process in the nature of its subject matter. Since the concept of labor wages is a determination of the surface of bourgeois society, its consideration seems to belong more to the study of the overall process of capitalist production. Ambiguities or supposed ambiguities such as these and the central role of the wage as the mediator of the exchange of capital and labor have repeatedly given rise to the study of Marx's theory of wages. As an attempt to further develop Marx's wage theory, the concept of expansive wage policy with the propagation of the political wage became known in the mid-1950s. Its author was Victor Agartz, the leading head of the German Trade Union Confederation at the time. His reflections on Marx's theory of wages and the resulting instructions for the strategy of the trade unions can be the subject of an academic study, firstly because of their claim to general validity and secondly because Agartz saw himself as committed to the theory of the workers' movement in the discussion. The point of departure for his conclusions, which are based on capital, is the relationship between determinations of the surface, competition, and labor wages, and the objective theory of value. It must be shown that the concept of the political wage fails on its own premises and is incompatible with an objective theory of value. Agartz's call for a political wage is directed against a dynamic wage policy. Quote, "It must also be expansive. It must not be content with bringing real wages into line with economic development. It must try to force economic expansion on its own initiative in order to challenge an expansion of production through a conscious increase in purchasing power." In other words, an expansive wage policy is at the same time the most effective means of encouraging companies to become ever more rational, to increase productivity, and thus to underpin wage expansion. End of quote. Elsewhere, Agartz explicitly refers to Rudolf Hilferding, Finance Capital, and Rosa Luxemburg, Accumulation of Capital, with the same statement. As the critique in this essay does not refer to the works mentioned, they are not the subject of this essay. Sentences like these seem far more anachronistic today than any sentence from Capital. Agartz explicitly defines the political wage in equivocal terms. On the one hand, as the demand for a real wage increase. Quote, "With a wage demand, the worker demands nothing other than a further part of the amount of surplus value to which he is entitled and which is withheld from him. Furthermore, every material wage determination must be based solely and exclusively on the internationally achieved optimum results. Any other linking of the wage, whether it is a parallel connection with so-called productivity or measurements, must be rejected. Any linkage with index figures or comparative years of a past period is out of the question." End of quote. On the other hand, the political wage is intended as a means to abolish the mode of production. Quote, "Only those who are willing to recognize the capitalist system are prepared to integrate wage policy into the system based on profit opportunities and profit interests. Conversely, this statement means that a wage policy that accepts the capitalist economic state cannot be a wage policy that is compatible with the decades-long scientific findings of the labor movement. Furthermore, the economic policy of West Germany must therefore have the tendency of permanent wage pressure. In the capitalist economy, there is no wage that can be objectively determined, because there is no class-free value added that could be determined and attributed. The wage is part of income policy and thus of economic policy. That is why the wage is a political wage. The wages cannot be calculated, they can only be fought for." End of quote. Agartz concludes the last quoted essay with a quote from Marx on the purpose of workers' associations in connection with wage struggles. If the associations were really only about what they seem to be about, namely the determination of wages, if the relationship between labor and capital were an eternal one, the trade unions would fail unsuccessfully because of the necessity of things. But the trade unions are the means of replacing the old society by a new one. End quote. Both Agartz's source and his citation are incorrect. Compare MEW 16, page 554. For associations in the original it says trade unions. The original reads, but the trade unions are the means of replacing the old society with a new one. Agatz turns this into the trade unions being the means of uniting the working class, of preparing for its overthrow. Since every wage demand is an attack on surplus value, this makes the political wage seem plausible. Continuous wage pressure gradually diminishes the mass of surplus value to the point where accumulation flagged and threatened the very existence of the mode of production. This consideration can already be found in capital, albeit in negative terms. The increase in the price of labor thus remains confined within limits which not only leave the foundations of the capitalist system untouched, but also secure its reproduction on an increasing scale. MEW 23, page 649. The fact that the presentation of labor wages in capital on the one hand gives rise to Agartz's interpretation, and at the same time contains the means of proving its falsity is to be shown in the following. Quote, on the surface of bourgeois society the wage of the worker appears as the price of labor, a certain quantity of money paid for a certain quantity of labor. MEW 23, page 561. The determination of the price of labor is indifferent to the distinction as to whether this labor is productive or unproductive. Even labor that does not create value and surplus value from the point of view of the immediate production moose, such as that of the circulation agent or video clerk, is paid for with wages. Initially, the purchase or sale of labor is like that of any other commodity. G to W and W to G. Equal value is a condition of the normal course of circulation. However, the concept of the value or price of labor, which showed the commodity labor to be purchasable, is only an irrational expression. MEW 23, page 561. The value or price of labor would be identical with the value or price of the product created by it. It is not compatible with the law of value. In contrast to the quantitative divergence of value and price, here the price of labor would be qualitatively incongruent. The price of labor cannot be reduced to any value. Labor itself is neither a commodity nor does it have a value, it is the substance and the immanent measure of values. MEW 23, page 559. As a concept of substance, it expresses on the one hand the equality of the manifold commodities as the product of human labor. On the other hand, as a concept of relation, it is the measure of the values of the mass of labor contained in different commodities through different quanta of labor. It is not the value of labor, but the value of the commodity labor power that is paid in wages. Its value is less than the product of value it creates. Quote, the form of the wage thus erases every trace of the division of the working day into necessary labor and surplus work, into paid and unpaid labor. All labor appears as paid labor. MEW 23, page 562. The value or price of labor appears to the worker, inevitably but falsely, as the equivalent of all the work he has done, but only replaces the value of the food necessary for his reproduction. It is an inverted form of the value of the labor capital. This appearance distinguishes wage labor from every other historical form of labor. To the slave, all his labor, including the labor for his own reproduction, appears as free labor for the master. For the peasant farmer, the time he has to work on the lord's estate is recognizably separated in space and time from the time he has to work for his own reproduction in his own field. The manifestation of wages is a mystification of the real relationship, the exchange between capital and labor. The relationship between capital and wage labor is inconceivable as an exchange of equivalents. The exchange of equivalents underlying the movement of commodities is an illusion belonging to the sphere of circulation. In the illusory nature of wages, the difference between necessary labor and surplus work as well as between productive and unproductive labor is abolished. The value and use value of labor power, as with any commodity, are in and of themselves incommensurable quantities. Only in the analysis of the individual capital in the immediate production process are the exchange value and use value of labor power commensurable quantities. Often enough, model calculations appear in capital in which a comparison is made on the basis of changing quantities of V and M, or the size of the new value and the part that has to be spent to replace the variable capital advanced. The size of the variable capital corresponds to the exchange value. The size of the new value corresponds to the use of labor power, the length of the value formation process, with constant labor intensity. Beyond the immediate production process, the exchange value and use value of labor power are incommensurable quantities. To give just two examples, the unproductive worker is also paid the value of his labor power through his wage. This equivalent corresponding to his value is itself only the result of productive labor, and is therefore paid out of the total surplus value produced by society as a whole. But in its use he creates neither value nor surplus value. The same applies to the working class family, whose members reproduce themselves from the wages of their breadwinner without working. With this reference to the sum of value produced by society as a whole, the possible objection that price-determined elements, services such as education, etc., are included in the value of labor power is also clarified. For the determination of value, the following first applies. The value of labor power, like that of any other commodity, is determined by the labor time necessary for the production, i.e. also the reproduction, of this specific article, MEW 23, page 184. The quantity of the average social labor objectified in the mass of food determines its value. This value includes not only the food that enables the worker to work every day anew with the same strength, health, and freshness, but also the food necessary for the reproduction of the working class. Thus, the value of labor power also includes what appears to be separate from its immediate reproduction. Against the identity of the commodity labor power with all other commodities, it is distinguished from the general determination of the value of commodities by the fact that the determination of the value of labor power contains a historical and moral element. This also means that it is a national commodity whose value is given for a particular country at a particular period. The historical and moral element is an indifferent part of the determination of the value of labor power. It does not appear separately, but determines as an element the various national labor forces. The introduction of this value-determining element is opposed to the concept of class. Nevertheless, it is forced as a theoretical expression of the asynchronicity in the development of the national working classes and the geographical differences in the determination of the particular form of the necessary foodstuffs. The last limit or minimum limit of the value of labor power is formed by the value of a mass of commodities without whose daily supply the bearer of labor power, man, cannot renew his life process, i.e. by the value of physically indispensable foodstuffs, MEW 23, page 187. If the price of labor power fell to or below this limit, labor power could maintain and develop itself only in a stunted form. The limit is the reproduction of the working class. If the workers are worn out by low pay and the length and intensity of their work as bearers of this wealth, i.e. if they die before they have raised their children as replacements, there is no more reproduction and thus no more reproduction on an extended scale. For reproduction on a given or extended ladder, the condition must be fulfilled that the consumed means of production, i.e. the means of labor, raw materials, are replaced in kind by an equal quantity of new specimens. This also applies to labor. If this physical minimum can only be determined post-mortem, Hoffman concludes with razor-sharp precision that it is only a fiction, even science fiction. There would be no social reproduction. If the price of labor power falls below its given value, but not to that minimum limit, no reproduction of its value takes place without the social reproduction of capital being impaired. Without a reduction in its use, an unchanged length of the working day, the same degree of intensity of labor and the same working life, the normal exchange value is not paid to it. The consequence of the false identification of the exchange value and the physical value of labor is the popular thesis of competitive advantage through social peace. However, since neither the value element corresponding to the physical minimum nor the historical moral element can be quantified, the historical moral element has declined. If the value of labor power is determined by its reproduction or maintenance costs, its size is subject to changes in the extensity and intensity of labor. If more labor is expended, its value increases. This increased expenditure causes an increased income. If this increased expenditure is not proportionally compensated, the voice of the worker rightly rises in polemic against the identification of his commodity with the other commodity rabble, MEW 23, page 248. Against the excessive lengthening of the working day presented in Chapter 8, only its normal duration can be brought into play, because the average period on which the total value of labor power is based, which an average worker can live with a reasonable measure of labor, is itself subject to the compulsion of the exploitation of value, and is thus both a measure and not a measure. Capital does not ask about the lifespan of labor power. What interests it is solely the maximum of labor power that can be made liquid in one working day, MEW 23, page 281. The shortened lifetime due to excessive wear and tear represents the new basis of the total value of labor power. It is not the absolute size of the mass of labor expended, but only the relative size of the surplus work to the necessary labor that is the life instinct of capital. The increase in the absolute production of surplus value is based on the fact that, for a given or constant value of labor power, the mass of labor expended grows through the extension of labor time, and this increased expenditure is not paid for by increased income. In other words, the increased production of absolute surplus value presupposes that no reproduction of the value of labor power takes place. The fact that in Chapter 10 Marx equates the production of absolute surplus value without restriction with the stunted reproduction of labor power falls short of the state of affairs in Chapter 4. The concept of relative surplus value and the methods of its increase can only be inferred on the condition that commodities, including labor power, are bought and sold at their full value. If the productive power of labor increases in the branches of production that produce the means of consumption, the mass of labor necessary to reproduce this value decreases, and with it the value of labor power. Changes in the intensity and extensity of labor result in a proportional change in the value of labor power, while changes in the productive power of labor result in an inversely proportional change in its value. However, the fact that the intensification of labor is only explicitly mentioned in the fourth section on the production of relative surplus value can be explained by the use-value side of labor power. Increased productive power of labor and its growing intensity have a uniform effect on one side, MEW 23, page 552. In their effect on the size of the product quantum, increased intensity and increased productive power of labor are indistinguishable. However, in their effect on the value of labor power, the difference between absolute and relative surplus value becomes perceptible as soon as it is a question of increasing the rate of surplus value at all, MEW 23, page 534. It is perceptible to the bearer of the commodity labor power because its value, in contrast to the production of absolute surplus value, could potentially be paid to him in the case of relative surplus value production. Marx's lapse at this point, that the production of relative surplus value, if the wage is not to fall below the value of labor power, presupposes changes in the productivity or intensity of labor, is excusable, since with the premise of constant wages and value of labor power, the intensity of labor would have to increase in the case of increased productive power and vice versa. In relation to the product quantum, the increased intensity of labor acts as a special method of relative surplus value production. Relative surplus value is produced without an increase in productive power. In relation to the value of labor power, it works like absolute surplus value production. The value of labor power appears twice, as a nominal wage and as a real wage. Its value and the mass of food corresponding to its value can undergo independent movements. 1. If the extensity or intensity of labor increases, the value of labor power grows because a larger mass of food must compensate for the increased output. If the nominal wage is not adjusted, its value remains unchanged in absolute terms, but it falls relative to the mass of labor expended. 2. If the productive power of labor rises, the value of labor power falls because the value of the mass of food falls. Various degrees of the fall of the value paid hitherto by the size of the nominal wage, constant monetary value, to this new value of labor power are conceivable. First, if the nominal wage remained the same, it would represent a larger mass of food. The standard of living would have risen. Secondly, if the nominal wage fell to the new value, the real wage, the mass of food, would not have changed. Thus it follows, thirdly, that the real wage may have risen in spite of a fall in the nominal wage, if the fall to the new value takes place only successively through intermediate movements. The consideration of the peculiarities of different forms of wages presupposes that the value of labor power is paid to it as wages. In the case of hourly wages, this means that the average daily value of labor divided by the number of hours of the average working day is the price of the working hour. If the worker is employed for less than the average number of hours in the working day, his price falls below his value. The capitalist can now extract a certain amount of surplus work from the worker without granting him the labor time necessary for his self-preservation, MEW 23, page 568. If, on the other hand, the duration of the working day is extended, the wage grows, the price of labor remains nominally constant and can nevertheless fall below the value of labor power, whenever the relation between value and price reaches the node at which the wage, which has grown in the same proportion, is no longer sufficient to replace the excessively worn-out labor power. The value of labor power, because its wear and tear, grows with the duration of its function and in faster proportion than the increment of its duration of function, MEW 23, p. 568f. Changes in the length of the working day, whether above or below that of the normal working day, have the consequence that the relation between the normal value of labor power and the normal duration of the working day loses its meaning. Time wages and piecework wages can be transformed into each other as phenomena of the same essential determination. If, in the case of time wages, the wage is determined solely by the duration of labor, in the case of piece wages it is measured by the product quantum, wage per piece. Only because the socially necessary labor time that must be expended to produce a piece is known from practice, does the piece rate offer the capitalists a quite definite measure of the intensity of labor. MEW, page 576. Only under these assumptions is the possibility of trade union struggle conceivable, which would have as its object not only the extensity but also the intensity of labor. However, it is only a measure of the intensity of labor if one branch of production, identical types of use value, furthermore the same productive power of labor, identical machines are assumed. Driven by the low price of labor, it is the personal interest of the worker to work as long as possible. The attempt to maintain or increase the size of his wage by working longer hours turns into the opposite. The more he works, the less wage he receives, because in the last instance he is competing with himself as a member of the working class, MEW 6, page 421. If one man performs the daily work of 1.5 or 2 men, the mass of objectified labor flowing onto the market grows. Assuming a limited market potential, the number of workers employed must be reduced. The intensity of competition, which can only be determined relationally by the ratio of the number of employed workers to the number of unemployed workers, increases. Quote, the competition thus generated among the workers enables the capitalist to push down the price of labor, while the falling price of labor, conversely, enables him to push up labor time still further. MEW 23, page 571. The falling price of labor power and the resulting lengthening of the working day thus potentiate each other. If wages are paid per piece, the subjective interest is to work as intensively as possible. As with increased productive power, the part of the working day necessary for the production of food or its equivalent is shortened with the striking difference that, firstly, no reproduction of the value of labor power takes place, secondly, the worker must work even more intensively and longer, in order to reproduce himself, and thirdly, the normal degree of intensity increased in this way is a reason to reduce the piece rate itself, and so on to the limit of the physical minimum. Seen from the result, the forms of payment of labor power seem to be methods of absolute and relative surplus value production. Although absolute surplus value is produced through the extension of the working day and the intensification of labor, the production of relative surplus value is presupposed on the basis of the theory of value. Relative surplus value is produced through cooperation, division of labor, and large-scale industry. The given state of technical development is thus the precondition for the renewed extension and intensification of labor. Capital ensures that labor is extended and intensified through the method of payment. Although absolute surplus value is produced through the form of payment, the wage is not a method of surplus value production. Since the form of wages cannot be distinguished from the methods of absolute and relative surplus value production in their effect on the mass of surplus value, they have their place in the analysis of the immediate production process. On the one hand, their examination follows immediately after the section entitled The Production of Absolute and Relative Surplus Value. On the other hand, since the wage is a mystifying surface phenomenon, it must be distinguished from each of the methods of surplus value production. Externally, this distinction is taken into account by dedicating a separate section to it. Cooperation, division of labor, and large-scale industry have value equivalence as a precondition. The method of payment in its manifold forms is rather a method of permanently undercutting the given level of value of the commodity labor power. If it is true for the general determination of the value of commodities that it appears in the form of the price and its size is determined by the quantum of the value-creating substance contained in it, labor, the contradiction arises for the determination of the value of the commodity labor power. On the one hand, its value is determined by its production and reproduction. On the other hand, its value size, which determines the size of the price, is itself determined by the size of its price, the price of labor. If the price of labor is below the value of labor power at a given point in time, the value tends to converge with the price. Although the first section of Capital speaks of the possibility of quantitative incongruence between price and value, or the deviation of price from value, this is irrelevant to the first volume of Capital because no reason for this incongruence has been developed. Value and price are assumed not to differ quantitatively. The commodity labor power is traded as a commodity, but is not itself the product of an immediate production process. Therefore, as shown, its value must be determined by the value of the food necessary for its reproduction. Different values/prices of these foodstuffs are the result of different organic compositions of individual capitals in the consumer goods industry. The aim of individual capitalists in this sphere of production is not the production of a commodity of labor power that is as cheap as possible, but of food that is as cheap and saleable as possible. For the commodity labor power, on the other hand, this incongruity is developed in the first volume of Capital, through the methods of its payment, the manifestation of wages. The relative devaluation of labor power through manufacture and mechanization must be distinguished from the incongruity caused by wages. There the use value sinks or languishes as a result of the introduction of female or child labor, the partial elimination of skilled labor, or finally the release of workers and consequently also the exchange value. The analysis of competition is not itself the subject of the first volume of Capital. However, the description of labor wages cannot do without the concept of competition. On the one hand, competition is explicitly mentioned, as it enables the capitalist to push down the price of labor. On the other hand, it is excluded, as the simple transformation of the laws of Chapter 15 on the change of magnitude of the price of labor power and surplus value into the exoteric form of the wage of labor also provides the laws of its movement. As the executor of economic laws, competition must be essentially distinguished from them. It has been shown that the price of labor can be lowered below the value of labor power through competition and the methods of payment, and that the inequality of the price of living labor and the value of dead labor is the precondition of the law of value, of capital in general. Competition determines the value of labor power and at the same time cannot determine it without abolishing the theory of value. This contradiction can be resolved. Logically and temporally, the value of labor power is prior to its variation through competition. For a long time, the price level in all countries with a highly monopolistically organized economy has been moving upwards. At the same time, the value of goods must be regarded as continuing to fall as a result of the enormous increase in labor productivity automation. Under these circumstances, the tendency of prices has obviously become completely detached from the movement of values as Marx conceived it. Under these circumstances, the value of labor power must also sink to a mere conceptual auxiliary term. If the concept of the value of the commodity labor power were degraded to a concept that is helpful but not necessary, the difference between necessary labor and surplus work or the difference between the value of labor power and its function as a creator of value would disappear. The origin of surplus value would remain mysterious. The transformation of the laws developed in the 15th chapter of the first volume of Capital into laws of the movement of labor wages thus only provides the material of the wage struggle that takes place under conditions of competition. If the price of labor power falls below its value, whether through simple wage suppression, zero rounds, cuts in bad weather pay, etc., or through changes in the extensity, intensity, or productive power of labor, the degree of the fall depends on the relative weight which the pressure of capital from one side, the resistance of the workers from the other, throws into the balance. MEW 23. Page 545. The idea that the value of labor power can be determined by the wage, on the other hand, is incompatible with the theory of value. The concept of value would be completely obliterated. Insofar as the wage as the price of labor varies the given value of labor power, the representation of the wage in capital gives rise in one respect to the Agartzian consequence of the political wage. According to Marx, the struggle for an increase in wages takes place only as the aftermath of previous changes in the volume of production, the productive power of labor, the value of money, the duration or intensity of the labor pressed out, the fluctuation of market prices, depending on the fluctuations of demand and supply and corresponding to the various phases of the industrial cycle. MEW 16, page 146. Relying on the moment of determinability of the wage and the value of labor power, Agartz reverses this logical and temporal sequence and demands the highest possible wage. If the trade unions succeed in pursuing a policy of constant wage pressure, their effect on the accumulation of social capital must be considered. Initially, only two variants seem conceivable: either the size of accumulation is dependent on the size of the wage or vice versa. The fact that the size of the wage determines the accumulation of social capital and ultimately also its existence must underlie Agarth's conception of the expansive wage policy with the double meaning of the political wage. First variant, it is generally true that a wage increase lowers the rate of profit. Since profit and surplus value are one and the same for average capital, a wage increase directly lowers the rate of surplus value. In determining the size of accumulation, therefore, all the circumstances that determine the mass of surplus value are involved. 1. On the one hand, the degree of exploitation of labor power. The forcible reduction of the wages of labor below this value, however, plays too important a part in the practical movement not to detain us for a moment. It transforms, in fact, within certain limits, the necessary consumption fund of the worker into an accumulation fund of capital. MEW 23, page 626. On the other hand, the exploitation of labor power, through the extension and intensification of labor, the massive surplus value grows in absolute terms. The accumulation fund expands, in the first case, because the size of the variable part of capital decreases in value without any change in its use value. The rate of surplus value increases. In the second case, when the increased wear and tear is proportionally compensated, the rate of surplus value does not change, and is nevertheless of advantage to the individual capital. There are three reasons for the capitalist's absolute interest in increased exploitation. First, the constant capital must grow only disproportionately in spite of an increased labor mass. If, instead of a larger number of workers, a smaller number works longer or more intensively, there is no change in the part of constant capital that has to be advanced in labor objects. The part of capital advanced in the means of labor, on the other hand, need not increase proportionately with an increasing mass of labor. Despite relatively faster wear and tear, fewer hands require fewer means of labor. Secondly, a smaller part of the constant capital is subject to the possibility of moral wear and tear. Thirdly, no further training or apprenticeship costs are incurred. If these are not compensated for by a corresponding equivalent wage in the case of increased exploitation, the degree of exploitation, the rate of surplus value also increases. The quantity of variable capital is therefore, on the one hand, the sum of value with which the capitalist buys labor power through the wage, and on the other hand, it is merely an index of labor. That is, wages and variable capital diverge into nominal and real wages on the side of the worker's reproduction and into capital to be expended and index of labor on the side of the accumulation of capital. Only the latter relation, value of V and V as index of labor, determines the magnitude of surplus value, the substance of accumulation, MEW 23, page 630. 2. The degree of productivity of social labor. If the productive power of labor increases, the rate of surplus value and thus its mass can increase. Without increased exploitation, the same variable capital becomes the index of more labor. The real wage could rise. However, it never rises in proportion to the productivity of labor. If, according to Agarth's intention, the wage were to rise permanently in this way, relative surplus value could neither be produced nor would the accelerated accumulation of capital continue. The law of capitalist accumulation, mystified into a law of nature, thus in fact only expresses the fact that its nature excludes any such decrease in the degree of exploitation of labor or any such increase in the price of labor that could seriously endanger the continuous reproduction of the capital relation and its reproduction on an ever-expanding scale. MEW 23. Page 649. It should be noted that a nominal/real wage increase would only have an influence on accumulation if, on the one hand, the exploitation of labor power did not grow or, on the other hand, the real wage rose proportionately or even faster than the productive power. These are the conditions for the success of the political wage. The problems arising from the fulfillment of these conditions will be discussed later. Second variant. Although not as a separate section, the concept of competition and the wage is mentioned again in the 23rd chapter on the general law of capitalist accumulation. Indifferent to the distinction between simple and accelerated accumulation, the following applies. If capital accumulated in such a way that the constant capital part required a variable capital part that had grown, regardless of whether in equal or unequal proportion, i.e. more workers than before for its application, the demand for labor would increase and with it the intensity of competition would decrease. With simple accumulation, the demand for labor could even rise above its supply. The wage size would grow. The price of labor would rise at the expense of surplus value. The continuous retransformation of surplus value into capital would only take place to a lesser extent. Quote, accumulation decreases. But with its decrease, the cause of its decrease disappears, namely the disproportion between capital and exploitable labor. The mechanism of the capitalist production process thus itself removes the obstacles which it temporarily creates. The price of labor falls again to a level corresponding to the exploitation needs of capital, whether this is below, above, or equal to the level that was considered normal before the increase in wages occurred. It is these absolute movements in the accumulation of capital that are reflected as relative movements in the mass of exploitable labor power and therefore appear to be due to the movement of the latter. To use a mathematical expression, the size of accumulation is the independent variable, the size of wages the dependent variable, not vice versa. MEW 23, page 648. This disproportion between capital and labor at the end of chapter 23.1 expresses the lack of reaching the given size of the working population. This shortcoming forces the transition to the methods described in chapter 23.2, which determine the size of accumulation independently of the size of the population and the price of labor, concentration and centralization of capital. Cf. MEW 4, page 176. In England, the strikes have regularly been the cause of the invention and application of new machines. The machines were, it may be said, the weapon used by the capitalists to put down the revolt of the skillful workers. End quote. This is only true insofar as strikes, or, in a Garth sense, expansive wage policy is the reason for the introduction of machinery whose technology is already developed. If V rises, the capitalist will, if technically possible, have machines do the work of the workers as soon as the price of the machine is below that of the workers. If the price of labor in other countries is lower than that of the machine to be imported due to higher labor costs, capital will relocate. If Agartz describes the expansive wage policy as at the same time the most effective means of urging companies to continuously increase their rationality, to raise productivity and thus to underpin wage expansion, he disregards firstly the possibility of relocation, secondly the moment of contingency in the development of the results of general labor, and thirdly the fact that increased productivity results in a relative decrease, i.e. the release of workers. The demand for labor is not determined by the size of total capital, but only by the size of its variable capital component. If this decreases relative to the size of total capital due to changes in its technical composition, workers are made redundant. They form the Industrial Reserve Army, which supplies the necessary exploitable human material for the changing utilization needs of capital in two ways, in terms of numbers and regardless of their numbers. The following applies. By and large, the general movements of labor wages are exclusively regulated by the expansion and contraction of the Industrial Reserve Army, which correspond to the periodic changes of the industrial cycle. They are therefore not determined by the movement of the absolute number of the working population, but by the changing ratio in which the working class is divided into the active and reserve armies. MEW 23, page 666. Both variants, the determinability of accumulation by the wage and vice versa, are found in capital. Each of the variants is wrong in itself. If Agartz asserts the determinability of accumulation via the determinability of the wage through the trade union wage struggle, he fails to realize that, firstly, the wage cannot be identified with variable capital, and secondly, the wage itself is negotiated under conditions of competition, the degree of which lies beyond the influence of the trade unions. Conversely, to attribute to capital the power to determine the class struggle would complete the despotism of capital. Agartz calls for the political wage, which is also a means of increasing the real wage. Quote, every material wage determination must be based solely and exclusively on the optimum results achieved internationally. Agartz, Expansive Wage Policy, page 115. It is obvious that different wage levels prevail internationally. Quote, in comparing national wages, therefore, all the factors determining the change in the value of labor power must be considered: the price and extent of the natural and historically developed first necessities of life, the costs of educating the worker, the role of female and child labor, the productivity of labor, its extensive and intensive magnitude. MEW 23, page 583. Nominally, the difference through exchange rates is commensurable. However, if we are talking about material wage determination, we can only be talking about the real wage. Determining the extent of the difference in real wages, on the other hand, poses some difficulties. Tertium comparationes would be the ratio of the mass of food to the mass of labor expended. But even the determination of the ratios fails. The masses of food would only be comparable if the same types of use value were included in the range of necessary foodstuffs in two countries being compared. Quote, this approach is quite satisfactory if the actual budgets in the cases to be compared are not too different. Where, however, the budgets vary considerably in all directions, strange and contradictory results may be obtained, depending on whether one or other of the different budgets is used. End quote. Even the difference between black bread and white bread is beyond comparison, not to mention the fact that, depending on climatic differences, certain goods have no utility value in certain places. If the national baskets of commodities differ in their defined use values, no common index, and thus no comparison is possible. Marx overlooks here that the value of the commodity labor power, treated as a constant quantity, requires that the form of food cannot change. If they differ in the quantity of identical commodities, a comparison would be conceivable if the mass of labor correlating with them could be quantified. The mass of labor expended is the product of its extensity and intensity. In contrast to the extensity of labor, whose general measure is time, the intensity of labor has no general measure. Only under the condition of a constant productive power of labor and the reduction of applied workers to average workers does the piece rate provide a very specific measure of the intensity of labor. When comparing the intensities of labor in capitals of different spheres of production, the constancy of productive power is not sufficient. Equal productive power, i.e., identical machines, would have to be assumed. However, the idea of using identical machines to produce different use values is absurd. If it is not possible to quantify the relations, the relation is void. The third party of the comparison cannot be constructed. If no measure of the real wage can be specified as a condition of comparison, Agarth's demand that the material wage determination should be based on the optimal results achieved internationally can only fail in its technical practical realization. Beyond the mere mention that in wage policy discussions it is important how such measures of the value of labor power come about, Granso and Kratka pay no further attention to this central problem. On the other hand, the comparison of national differences in labor wages enforced by practical necessity succeeds for every company management and gives rise to location competition. The tertium comparationis in the comparison of nations is the ratio of the cost price to the product quantum. Thus the reduction of average daily wages for the same trades to the same length and their translation into the form of the piece rate, as undertaken in the 20th chapter of the first volume of Capital, is a necessary condition of comparison, MEW 23, page 583. The more precise formulation is in the following sentence: only in the production of a commodity within the same trades. In unit labor costs, the difference between the productive power of labor and the intensive quantity of labor is no longer recognizable. In each case, if one quantity is set constant, the unit wage for an individual capital is an indicator of both the productivity and the intensive quantity of labor, MEW 23, page 583. Without setting a quantity as constant, the piece rate is an indicator of productivity or the intensity of labor. It is therefore problematic when Marx claims in the following: to the extent that capitalist production is developed in a country, to the same extent the national intensity and productivity of labor there rise above the international level. End quote. Although there are arguments that with the progressive development of the capitalist mode of production, the increase in the productive power of labor, the intensity of labor also grows, a proportional growth can hardly be justified. The degree of compression of labor can certainly be increased without an increase in productive power. In other words, the difference between constant and variable capital is eliminated in the cost price of a commodity. If the productive power at two locations to be compared is set identically, through technology transfer, the relative labor price, in relation to the value of the product, can be determined by the unit wage and thus gives the individual capital the criterion for the choice of its location. Although, in accordance with the title of Chapter 20, the national difference in wages is compared in each case, individual capital succeeds in doing what national trade unions cannot. The technology transfer of individual capital takes place, but to assume equal baskets of goods is nonsensical. The wage demand, which aims to raise the standard of living, cannot do without an underlying index, and at the same time is forced to reject this index. Accordingly, it seems that the optimum can only be achieved independently of an index via the means of the maximum wage demand. However, every wage demand is the demand for a certain wage size. The size of his entrepreneurial profit is known to the capitalist. Agartz is consequent in his demand. If you want to negotiate wage costs, the gross profit and loss account must be presented. The auditor's report, the tax balance sheet, and a tax audit report must also be presented. If the employers refuse this disclosure and the simultaneous negotiation of the other costs, any discussion of wage costs is out of the question. Agartz, Gewerkschaft und Arbeiterklasse, page 134. The aim of the demand to disclose the balance sheets is the surplus value rate, which provides information about the ratio of unpaid to paid work. Quote, if all figures are disclosed, such a calculation of surplus value is possible.
Gewerkschaft und Arbeiterklasse, p. 135.
However, the rate of surplus value cannot be derived from the empirical rate of profit. Surplus value appears in the form of profit as a surplus over the cost price. Marx writes, surplus value is given, but given as the surplus of the sale price of the commodity over its cost price, whereby it remains mysterious where this surplus comes from the exploitation of labor in the immediate production process, from the surplus advantage in the circulation process, or from both. From this rate of profit, if it is assumed, no specific relation can be inferred between the surplus and the part of capital invested in labor wages. Mega 2/4.2, page 63. With the premise of the disclosed balance sheets, Agarth's demand for permanent wage pressure can only go round in circles, on the one hand demanding the maximum wage level, but on the other presupposing a certain quantity for wage negotiation, which is to be determined on the basis of the disclosed balance sheet, but cannot be determined. All that would remain would be the maximum wage level, since the size of surplus value cannot be derived from that of profit. As a means of abolishing the mode of production, the political wage implies the argument that it is only a matter of a gradual difference from the size of the wage demand, which would make surplus value disappear. The demand for such a wage level as a means of abolishing the mode of production forces the assumption of a world working class. If, for example, a national trade union succeeded in increasing wages at the expense of surplus value to such an extent that capital was held back in its accumulation, this capital would either be ruined or would move its location to where the price of labor is lower. The task of the world working class would therefore be to determine the value of labor power worldwide through the level of wages in such a way that accumulation would no longer be possible. The value of labor power and the mass of surplus value produced by it would have to be uniformly determined worldwide. However, the value of labor power would only be uniformly determined worldwide if, firstly, its use could be uniformly determined, secondly, this particular form of food represented the same quantity of objectified human labor irrespective of the form of the food, and thirdly, the historical moral element was uniformly determined. The fulfillment of these conditions, however, presupposes knowledge of the real relationship, the value of labor power and the amount of surplus value. This, however, cannot be deduced from the surface phenomena. 1. The difference between necessary and surplus work has disappeared in the wage. 2. Even if the economic balance sheets were open, the size of surplus value could not be deduced from the size of empirical profit. 3. The following applies to the relationship between the value of labor power and the amount of surplus value produced by it. Firstly, if the value of labor power, the length of the working day, and the intensity of labor were equated worldwide, the masses of value and surplus value produced by different capitals would depend on the respective productive power of labor. Secondly, if the extensity, the productive power, and the value of labor power were assumed to be the same everywhere, the values and masses of surplus value would depend on the different degrees of intensity of labor. Thirdly, if the productive power, extensity, and intensity of labor were assumed to be the same everywhere, the magnitude of surplus value would depend on the different magnitudes of the value of labor power, more precisely those of the historical moral element. In none of the three cases could it be ruled out that a little surplus value would not be produced somewhere. In other words, only under the condition that, with the exception of extensity, which has a general measure, each of the three variables could be determined for itself, is a wage demand conceivable whose size would no longer permit exploitation. But the productive power of labor can only be determined by negating its intensity, the intensity of labor can only be determined by negating the productive power, and the historical moral element as a difference to the physical minimum can only be determined post-mortem. To paraphrase Marx, hic Rhodus, hic Saha. The attempt to positively determine the size of the wage, which would jeopardize the existence of the mode of production itself, therefore necessitates the absurd consequence that each individual productive worker would have to demand the exact amount of wages, depending on value and exploitation, that would increase his individual value at the expense of surplus value until it disappeared. This would, however, transfer the wage struggle as a struggle of the working class back to the individual, which would not only contradict its concept, but would also allow the objective competition between workers, weakened by their organization as a class, to emerge without restriction. The real wage can certainly be increased through class struggle, but to wage class struggle by means of the political wage with the aim of abolishing the mode of production inevitably fails because of its unreflected preconditions. In this respect, the misrepresentation, both in wording and context, of the Marx quote on workers' associations is significant. According to Agarth's intention, the trade unions, by demanding the political wage in its revolutionary meaning, are the means of replacing the old society with a new one, quoted from Agarth's. The original states, but they, the trade unions, are the means of uniting the working class, of preparing for the overthrow of the whole old society with its class antagonisms. MEW 6, page 555. Expressis verbis, this difference becomes clear in the assessment of the trade union wage struggle at the end of Marx's 1865 lecture Wages, Prices and Profits. At the same time, and quite independently of the general front involving the wage system, the working class should not overestimate the ultimate effectiveness of these day-to-day struggles. It should not forget that it is fighting against effects, but not against the causes of these effects. MEW 16, page 152. Despite the misunderstood preconditions of its therefore false consequences, Agarth's political wage is at least the only attempt so far in the Federal Republic of Germany of a well-founded strategy of class struggle turned against the reactionary social partnership of the working class and capital. The concept of socially necessary labor as a concept of substance and relation is a prerequisite for the exchange of commodities in the sphere of circulation. Capital tends to trade all commodities on the world market. Labor in general, as objectified, is universal, but the commodity labor power is not. In its determination as a commodity, labor power must be universal, and at the same time it cannot be universal, because the historical moral element stands as a barrier to this universality. Within this element, Marx distinguishes natural needs from habits and demands of life, depending on geographical differences. Although natural needs cannot be universalized because they are given by nature, they can be eliminated by the mobility of labor. A country's traditional standard of living, developed through habits and aspirations, is freely negotiable. Executing this universality falls victim to the globalization of capital. Competition forces us to do what the working class would never be able to do. Quote, "New Labour has shown in England what should also be done in Germany and will probably be done after the election. The dogma that the welfare state has followed for more than 100 years has been security through work, or more precisely, through lifelong full-time employment. This dogma can no longer be upheld." When Conrad Adam had this printed in the FAZ, September 5, 1998, he was not acting as a soothsayer, but was saying what is most likely to happen, regardless of the outcome of the election. Lifelong full-time employment corresponds less and less to actual biographies. What he formulated as an expectation for the current legislative period was only that this process would be accelerated and would be reflected accordingly in the formal principles of the social system in Germany. The crisis of the working society is basically a crisis of gainful employment. This or similar statements have been made in various commentaries by writers. It is not work that is running out, but the claim to an average consumer existence through wage labor is becoming obsolete. Social labor relations are increasingly organized according to immediate economic criteria. They can thus be adapted more directly to the world market situation. Whereas in the 1970s trade union wage demands were based on productivity growth and inflation, nominal wages are now being defended and hourly quotas redistributed. With the abolition of national monetary policy following the introduction of the euro, both company and state wage policy will become even more important as a control element of location competition. At the same time, the demand for flexibility at company level, anyone can eventually leave, corresponds to increasing state coercion. No one should parasitize on the community. Together, companies and the state are opening up a low-wage labor market. The transfer of public work to service providers, as well as reproduction and care work or subcontracting and outsourcing, also open up many opportunities for de-guaranteed low-wage work, in addition to traditional sectors such as gastronomy. The lower end of the low-wage sector is then managed by the state, and only the state with forced labor and benefit cuts. The welfare state is now negating the security of status it once sought. Job protection in the event of unemployment has already been abolished due to the ever-increasing extension of the criteria of reasonableness. The market price of machines that can replace mechanical labor is often the criterion by which the market price of living superfluous labor is assessed, and this price of machines is often below the subsistence level. Mixed incomes consisting of low state payments and additional earnings are promoted. Old welfare state principles such as the separation of the potential working and poor population of pauper and proletarian, which led to the separation of unemployment insurance and social welfare, are becoming increasingly obsolete. The increase in marginal employment, whose inclusion in the social security system, as decided by the red-green government, further confirms its normality, as well as the increase in fixed-term employment and the decrease in jobs subject to social security contributions, the latter of which the red-green government wants to change, will channel crisis trends and economic fluctuations in employment directly into the state coffers. The number of households living on social welfare has been rising for years. Social planners and economists alike are concerned with what to do with the unutilized workforce. For some time now, a new consensus has been sought on the extent of professional inactivity that society is no longer prepared to tolerate and support. In 1996, the Social Democrats voted to significantly reduce the benefits of welfare recipients who refuse forced labor. In 1997, Schleswig-Holstein's Minister-President Simonis called for more pressure on unemployed welfare recipients who refuse to work. Even before his appointment, the prospective Minister of Labor, Riester, announced that he wanted to create additional work, particularly for people with low qualifications and limited motivation, in production-related services and simple goods production. Schroeder's economic advisor and coordinator in the Chancellor's office, Hambach, calls for combination wages in his book entitled Die Politik der Neuen Mitte, The Politics of the New Middle, which was published during the coalition negotiations. These subsidized low wages would be based on the minimum subsistence level, just like support. It would be a form of forced labor in companies with a support plus X, behind which stands the threat of forced labor otherwise ordered by the municipalities for the receipt of support. Combined wage or forced labor mobilizes work without a wage equivalent. The state receives the power of disposal over the labor force for the minimum subsistence level. This labor has no subject of labor that acts as a seller and organizes itself into a trade union, but is instead the object of forced state management. An erosion of the subject of labor takes place not only on the fringes of working society, but also within the core workforces, for example, when the demand for a reduction in working hours with full wage compensation ends with wage demands no longer being based on productivity progress. Maintaining this yardstick should have led to a 36.7% wage increase at IG Metall between 1993 and 1997, for example. Instead, location interests become an immediate wage criterion. A further reduction in working hours must be perceived as a threat by many employees because of the associated wage losses. Reductions in working hours will probably also be limited to a fund for early retirement and a reduction in overtime in the upcoming negotiations on the Alliance for Work. Trade unions are increasingly talking about the need to create work instead of just distributing it. The abolition of continuous gainful employment as the social norm indicates that the capitalist context of reproduction is increasingly coming apart at the seams. From the perspective of its advocates and ideologues, this fact is articulated as a need for action to break up encrusted structures. After certain factions initially blamed globalization as the cause of impending changes and offered neoliberal recipes as a palliative, the liberal wave, never capable of winning a majority in this country anyway, is ebbing under the rumble of the crisis. Now it's about something else. The aforementioned Konrad Adam called for a correction in the evaluation of work, wages and performance and recommends getting serious about the fact that work does not only mean wage labor, i.e. that those who are neither employed in the office nor in the factory also achieve something. He is not advocating the revaluation of telework here, but of domestic and family work, i.e. of work that is useful for general social reproduction but not remunerated. In his short article, Adam uses terms that speculate on political approval. His view of the future is articulated more clearly by Patrick Litka and Oreo Girini. It is necessary to implement concepts that take into account that wealth is not created solely within the monetary sphere of the economy, as manifested by the traditional measure of gross national product. Unremunerated work and self-production are increasingly complementing the traditional parts of the economy. End quote. In this generality, we are no longer just talking about the pleasing demand wages for housework, but about work for society that society does not have to pay for. Whether it is the computer freak who has taught himself what makes him a top performer in the electronics industry, or the environmental specialist who acquired his knowledge in environmental initiatives before training courses with an ecological focus were officially established, people who have acquired their intellectual skills on a quasi-voluntary basis, on their own initiative, and who know how to make clever use of the existing infrastructure are being courted as top performers for the competition between locations. With their slogans of more creativity and engagement, the Greens were pioneers of the abolition of the separation of work and leisure, of qualification and remuneration, and propagandists of constructive engagement in meaningful work that no longer draws a line between wage labor and work therapy. They have taken over from the traditional organizers of voluntary community work, such as churches and workers' welfare, and have long been at loggerheads with the trade unions over their unreliability with regard to workers' rights. They were an important pacemaker for the establishment of a second labor market. In the meantime, the real social process has overtaken them, as there has long been talk of a third labor market. Recipients of benefits can be forced to work, but they must also be forced to do so and receive an albeit paltry, but nonetheless equivalent wage. Selfless engagement, on the other hand, cannot count on any wage equivalent, but the person who does it should be able to receive recognition for it. Before the election, SPD Federal Managing Director Muntefering called for the results of an SPD working group looking to the future to be implemented. The limit of 15 hours of voluntary work per week prescribed in the AFG, which an unemployed person may perform at most without losing the right to unemployment benefit, should be raised. This engagement should then be taken into account when allocating university places and for military and alternative service. The link with service indicates that the state not only rewards but also demands in this area of honor. It is therefore not surprising that the introduction of a general civilian service called social service is proposed as a social enhancement of citizen status instead of military service. One currently popular variant of civic engagement is the model projects currently underway in several federal states to set up a recreational police force similar to a vigilante force. The activities of the state and its general responsibility for the framework conditions of work are also updating the left's fixation with the state and are expressed, for example, in efforts to gain influence over state regulations. From all political camps, legitimization falls to the state as if of its own accord. This sometimes takes on quite grotesque forms. Even the magazine Schwarzer Faden, February 98, which, as is well known, sees itself as an anarchist magazine, admits, through its author Michael Schiffman, who reflects on the book by Vivian Forrester, Der Terror der Ökonomie, to the state. Quote, "The state, which of course all anarchists would very rightly like to see disappear, is currently, at least in democratic societies, two things in addition to its oppressive qualities. It is the only important institution of power over which the population can exert direct influence, and it is the institution that has the power to mitigate the most brutal forms of social inequality and, under favorable conditions, i.e., when a class struggle from below exists, to push them back. I therefore believe that we must currently advocate the defense and expansion of those functions of the state that are the expression of a hard-won compromise, the defense and expansion of state regulations that impose limits on the omnipotence of private capitalist tyrannies, and the defense and expansion of democratic rights and institutions that already exist in the state and have generally not been given to the population either." End of quote. There haunts the black mold of anarchist statism. When anarchists discard their principles in addition to their traditionally weak arguments, this stands pars pro toto for a left that only pretends to take part in a debate about the future of work, but can think of nothing more than loyalty to the state. Michael Schiffman, who translates the icon of anarchism Noam Chomsky, Haben und Nichthaben 1998, is in line with his master, who calls for federalism against the central state because it is better able to resist big business. During the economic downturn in West Germany and the failure of the first nationwide alliance for jobs, the German model was often declared obsolete. The will to overdo restructuring of the social system is now being presented as a red-green project. Now it is to be seen whether the German model consisted only of creating a social hammock. It is becoming apparent that a test of the German model under crisis conditions is bringing its core to light, and everyone agrees that it must be preserved. This core is the society formed according to the criteria of productivity and loyalty. The German working man, gripped by productivity fetishism, sees himself as its center. The hard Deutschmark should be earned honestly. Performance instead of charity, duties instead of rights, and willingness instead of passivity are the foundations of the productivity fetish. The high productivity of labor in Germany, which depends not only on value work but also on fixed capital, the state framework, and the availability of investment and other means of production, is a prerequisite for the comparatively high wages as well as for the world market strength in terms of technology. In an international comparison, German industry is in a position of strength. The continuing wave of takeovers not only documents the drive for size. It shows that German companies are actively facing up to the global challenge. From Allianz to BASF, Daimler and Hooks to Schering, Springer and Volkswagen, they are there today when the markets are being divided up. German companies are competitive again and are also earning money again, writes the FAZ, July 7, 1998, in its annual supplement on the 100 largest German companies, and makes the following assessment. Hardly any other country in the world is as well equipped to meet the challenges of globalization as Germany. As far as increasing business productivity is concerned, success has already been proclaimed. The economy had done its homework, now politics had to follow suit. Unemployment and internal security were the dominant themes of the last election campaign, and both issues were centrally related to the topic of foreigners. The sense of threat that was mobilized in the process does not ask for causes, but always already knows the unquestionable culprits. The same proles who, in their deluded productivity fetishism, are actively in the process of making themselves superfluous, identify with somnambulistic certainty the competitor they want to keep out of their national enclosure. Work first for Germans, DVU, NPD, or against the abuse of guest rights, CDU, or the now popular out but quickly Schroeder were the slogans. German construction experts in particular stood out as the avant-garde of this national defense. The pride of the creator of German workmanship and the fear of one's own expendability merged into something that must be appropriately described as the verborbitarization of consciousness. If the state-supporting guild-proletarian consciousness of its own indispensability is confronted with its actual superfluousness, then God have mercy on those whom the brave worker has identified as his enemies. The construction industry staged a collective hunt against illegal workers and criminal contractors on German building sites together with trade unions, labor offices, and the police. It was not the foreign colleague who was hunted, but the saboteur of quality. The construction workers became a popular figure. A random construction worker was presented as a prototype under the headline, "A German Construction Worker," in the daily portrait section of the Tagesspiegel, which is otherwise reserved for people from contemporary history. He goes by the name of Harold Grabowski, comes from Furstenberg near Oranienburg, and emphasizes the quality of German work. The trained carpenter who works overtime confesses, "I really have to work on not slowly becoming a xenophobe." In Babelsberg, for example, Russians work for 5 marks an hour, and he can see that at first glance. They're building pillars, they'll fall over sooner or later. Or Polish tilers, quality bunglers at a lower price. As a German company, they would send us home immediately for that. End of quote. The subversive threat posed by foreign bunglers and the associated danger for construction workers in particular and Germany in general also became apparent during the popular and prestigious construction of the capital at Potsdamer Platz. When a water ingress occurred in one of the construction sections during shield driving for the underground traffic tunnels, the press immediately blamed this on cheap foreign labor, which had to be corrected in the following days, as a German team was employed on site. It seems to be common knowledge that the Poles offer nothing for the little money they get. The supposed bungler is recognized as such regardless of the actual quality of his work. But even if this is the case and the pillars sooner or later fall down again, the use of less quality work at a low price is certainly profitable, because not every building is designed to last forever. However, the distinction between foreign and German labor has a real core. The German workforce is generally considered to be highly trained and motivated. This also applies to construction. The staffing of a construction site with personnel for instruction, supervision, and control is kept relatively low because the construction work is carried out by comprehensively trained specialists who perform their tasks independently. Planning can assume short execution times while maintaining quality standards and thus high productivity. In the 1960s, there were 3 unskilled workers for every 1 skilled construction worker. Today, there is 1 unskilled worker for every 3 skilled workers. The construction-specific version of Rhineland capitalism was already working with flat hierarchies when nobody was talking about lean management. Construction is not the same as industry. On the contrary, the change in bad weather pay regulations in 1995 and the winter layoffs by construction companies have highlighted the seasonal nature of the industry. Nevertheless, construction professionals are the embodiment of the kind of human capital that underlies post-Fordist management concepts with self-direction, initiative, and a willingness to cooperate. Fordist mass production has not celebrated any victories in construction. Despite mechanization, manual work is so vivid and the subject of work so tangible that it is also taught in children's books. The social scientists Horst Kern and Michael Schumann, who are close to the trade unions, see 2 competing models of productivity in the world. The high-quality, high-skill, high-wage model, which German industry has followed up to now, and the successful low-wage, low-skill, price competition model of American industry. For Germany, they describe a rationalization consensus between the workforce and management, which consisted of exploiting the production intelligence of workers with a high level of qualification instead of excessively tailorizing work processes. Workers were therefore generally able to accept wage cuts, but not the loss of their status as partners of the company. For this reason, the reduction in sick pay, although people were prepared to make sacrifices in the interests of the company as a whole, became the starting signal for an unexpectedly violent protest. The focus of German trade union policy has always been on qualified German employees interested in productivity gains, and this perspective pushed all other issues into the background. Solidarity with foreign workers or with women, for example, was linked to a general increase in wages and general improvements in working and income conditions. They were production-oriented, humanization of work and the future of work, instead of solidarity-oriented. This trade union tradition of the FRG is a post-fascist one. The organizational principles of the post-war trade unions, centralist unified trade unionism instead of directional trade unions, company groups instead of residential groups, were adopted by the DAF and passed off as a Cold War necessity. The gain in unity and thus fighting power, which is cited as an advantage of this form of organization, actually means the superfluousness of political struggle and the preventive elimination of opposition by competing trade unions. Since both the state and the trade union itself guarantee this system, it is logical that both should act together against illegal workers. Parts of the left see the power of the trade unions in danger in a departure from the working society, others see the actual problem in the precarization of work, instead of seeing that there is also a problem in securing status. Others, on the other hand, look forward to the prospect of a life without wage labor and beyond the constraints of work. The happy unemployed sign up for voluntary non-work, and the Crisis Group promotes the idea of taking a step towards an exchange beyond the utilization of value. But once again, capitalism does not seem to have run into the insoluble contradiction that the constant release of labor power is often seen as. It is looking for ways to manage the superfluous labor power. In any case, capitalism is not giving up its claim to shape the future, and it is therefore absurd to assume that it is possible to harvest from the left in this situation. We will be experimenting for some time to come with how the relationship between a local workforce and a mobile, highly qualified workforce can be established within a national framework. It seems that Germany would like to contribute its own version of the cost-effective mobilization of unpaid and qualified labor in a way that is appropriate for exploitation. Here, they are confident that they can reverse the trend of distributing scarce labor because they say there is enough work, only money is lacking. Particular attention is paid to organizing the regional equipment for the location competition as cost-effectively as possible. This turns the location into a community whose residents are to be jointly responsible for commercial success, i.e., the attractiveness of the exploitation conditions. Although the costs for infrastructure, social facilities, culture, and security are always subject to a legitimation calculation, these are also included in the location costs. As part of an overarching consensus, labor power is not simply individual property, as would be assumed in the case of free-wage laborers, but becomes part of a productivity community with the right to social participation. Cultural capital has its very own cost calculation, and its mobilization is currently more popular than ever. Will, entitlement, and duty are amalgamated under keywords such as obligatory solidarity, Norbert Blum, or subsidiarity. With appropriate attention, this promotes the real subsumption of people under the exploitation of capital. Of course, this applies not only to street sweepers, but also to employees or, for example, academia. Their availability has been made considerably more attractive under state control when the salary level for ABM is based on the origin of the funds instead of the type of work. In some cases, highly qualified workers are made available through ABM with meaningful offers, but at relatively low prices. For example, of 18,500 ABM workers in Berlin, 5,300 work in social services, 660 in horticulture, and 9,600 in other institutions such as security services or theaters. The Greens, who started out as a lobby for the alternative economy and counterculture that has become a reality in the second labor market, have become part of this reorganization and not only derive rights to help shape it, social and ecological transformation, but are also needed for the transformation. Martin Kemp, editor of the TAZ newspaper for many years, raves about the growth of a social society based on a third sector of self-help and self-organization in which meaningful activities that serve the community are carried out in a trade union newspaper today, in a preview of the year 2010. But anyone who refers self-help and self-organization to a third sector is talking about work without wages alongside work with wages. Where there is no alternative to capitalism and social reproduction is increasingly integrated into its functioning, the greater catastrophe is not that labor is exploited, but that this does not happen. This has little to do with new possibilities for self-determination. Subsumption under capital does not end with the fact that the minimum subsistence level and the reproduction fund are lowered worldwide, mind you, and lead to an intensifying level of competition among national competitors. Ever since the once socially critical anti-Fordist environmental movements were discovered as a reservoir of unused engagement and working capacity in post-Fordism, there have been efforts to harness this potential, be it under modern slogans such as sustainability. What can be achieved in the company as a financial incentive? In the cost comparison of man/machine and structural rationalization, the state and its citizens try to raise as honor, service, and compulsion. O. Girini and P. Liedtke have already proposed an objectifying measure for this in a widely acclaimed book. The gross national product, until now an expression for the monetarized parts of an economy, is to be replaced by a basis for comparing the prosperity of nations that also includes the non-monetarized parts of an economy. There is no unequal exchange insofar as the contract itself presupposes that equivalents are exchanged. When we barter and wherever bartering takes place, i.e. when I exchange a certain amount of canvas for a certain amount of skirt or beer for schnapps, then I assume that equivalents change hands. I don't want to cheat, and incidentally, as you have already pointed out, all acts of cheating taken together would equalize to a zero sum. I exchange at a price that I consider just as fair as my exchange partner. Whether this fairness really applies to other exchange partners is irrelevant. In the act of exchange, the barterers have enforced the equivalence of completely different goods, just as they have enforced justice. Therefore, an equation is created, an equal sign, and this, whose representative is the price, is the decisive factor. This also applies to the sale of labor power. The worker must, however unjust it may seem to him, understand the wage as an equivalent for the work he has to perform, otherwise he cannot sign the contract. However, the conditions under which the contracting parties set something as an equivalent are unequal, first and foremost, of course, as far as the ownership of the means of production is concerned. That is the essence of the illusion that exploitation can be expressed in figures, and this results not least in the compulsion to accumulate, which in turn cannot be explained by the exchange of equivalents. The polis was not yet familiar with the compulsion to accumulate in the form of commodities. Inequality did not have to assert itself through equality, i.e. in the exchange of equivalents, it simply continued to exist largely undamaged alongside exchange. Thanks to immediate dependencies and relations of violence, slavery, debt bondage, oikos, etc. In the sphere of production, where wage labor mediated by contract could only be established after the so-called primitive accumulation of capital. In this exchange, according to Adorno, something is equal and at the same time not equal, things are right and at the same time not right. Such unequal and equal exchange applies to both domestic and foreign trade. In the form of the world market, however, we are now dealing with a higher form, so to speak, of abstracting in the exchange of equivalents. The more Marx turns to world trade relations in Capital and its continual revisions, the more clearly he reveals the way in which each country forms its own average of the labor time required to produce a commodity. And thus, in retrospect, it also becomes clearer that he always assumed a national market in a particular state and currency area when determining the law of value. The law of value as such applies in a given national society. If he goes beyond this society, he speaks of the law of value being modified in its international application on the world market. This distinction between the internal or national spheres of commodity circulation and their general world market sphere is at the same time the condition of the possibility of demonstrating how the negative totality of the capital relation is established across this distinction through the law of the valorization of value. However, this also reveals the eminent significance that the question of sovereignty fundamentally has for the formation of the average in the definition of value and the mode of operation of the law of value. The denial of a totality understood in this way characterizes all the more every form of politics. It is its raison d'être, but in particular the content-based propaganda against globalization. According to this propaganda, there are only objective barriers or so-called constraints if one accepts the logic of capital, even if it seems like a law of nature, as a law of nature. With such assertions, Uli Krug, in conversation with Jan Gerber, for example, completes the transition to propaganda in The Return of the Social Question, on the welfare state, fascism and reformism. The credo of the critique of neoliberalism, such as Nancy Fraser's, is that we should invoke participatory democracy as the appropriate means of strengthening the public institutions and procedures needed to put capital in its place, for the sake of justice. Nancy Fraser, Neoliberalism and Feminism, a Dangerous Liaison. She could just as well say, we should invoke capital in order to put it in its place. What is considered a natural law is merely imposed by unrestricted globalization or by the neoliberal globalists. The unity between the national economy and the world market, as identified by the critique of political economy, is turned on its head so that the appeal to the sovereign appears reasonable. He should finally modify the law of value within the state for the benefit of his citizens. In this way, what can be regarded as the existential judgment of Marx's Capital is pushed aside, namely that what Kant still regarded as a regulative principle has itself become a constitutive principle. Totality is to be attributed objective reality insofar as the only possibility of not accepting the laws of capital is to abolish it. This inversion of the critique of pure reason, which becomes the subject of the critique of political economy, is only comparable to Freud's introduction of the death drive or the nirvana principle. The postulate that the goal of all life is death must also be understood initially as a regulative principle. It arises from the critical concept of the idea, aiming at absolute totality in the synthesis of conditions, but in itself designating something absolutely unconditional and indeterminate. If, as Marx says, value contains no atom of natural substance, Freud would of course deny such a determination for it as for every drive, yet he introduces the death drive as a concept for a whole, which for him is called the organism or possibly also the cell, but which is determined beyond individual, isolable natural substances, or the laws by which it can be measured, i.e. precisely not scientifically, but by death as the goal. Only on the basis of this quasi-metaphysical separation through teleological positing is it possible to imagine the death drive in turn alloyed or mixed with other drives in the organism, and if Freud had been a Hegelian, he would have issued the regulative principle as constitutive at this point with the formula identity of identity and non-identity. In contrast to this, in the critique of political economy, value is something that is only substance in that it must be affirmed by all individuals in society in their actions, real petitio principii like a substance, albeit in the sense of they don't know this, but they do it. Totality is thus constitutive here, insofar as the only possibility of not accepting the law of this value lies in abolishing the capital relation. In the face of the World War crisis, psychoanalysis could obviously no longer dispense with reflection on totality, and thus found itself forced to speculate on the death drive. As an instinct that only has an object at all in that it is directed against the other instinct, it is the instinct corresponding to value, and is therefore no more valid as a mere regulative principle than the sheer possibility of abolishing all life, which Freud particularly in the last sentences of Unbehagen in der Kultur expresses in a mythological manner, and not by chance. When Marx says in the third volume of Capital that in the whole of capitalist production it is always only in a very intricate and approximate way, as a never ascertainable average of eternal fluctuations, that the general law asserts itself as the dominant tendency, he has already shown in the first volume that the general law can only exist because private labor or concrete labor, by equating the various products with each other in exchange as values, all disappear in abstract human labor, in labor reduced to a pure abstraction, nothing remains of them but the same ghostly objectivity into which no atom of natural substance can enter, or in other words, because the synthesis of society consists in recognizing this disappearance and this ghostly objectivity in some way, but ultimately in the form of money, even without grasping it, in other words, in abstracting it in real terms without abstracting it with consciousness. See Marx, Das Kapital 3, mu 25, p. 171. The general rate of profit appears as a blurred nebulous image. The average profit appears not as an immediate given fact, but as the final result of the equalization of opposing fluctuations, to be ascertained only through investigation. The particular rates of profit in the various spheres of production are themselves more or less uncertain, but insofar as they appear, it is not their uniformity but their difference that appears. The general rate of profit itself, however, appears only as the minimum limit of profit, not as the empirical, directly visible form of the real rate of profit. The concept of the average labor necessary for the production of a particular commodity, with which Marx arrives at this abstraction, already establishes that, on the one hand, the individual product is at least formally logically regarded as clearly reproducible, just as, on the other hand, the concrete labor processes for its production only count from the point of view of identity, as identity without non-identity, thus the sheer repeatability of a work to be performed and not whether it is simple or complicated, physical or mental, must alone be assumed as the precondition of its measurability, notwithstanding Heraclitus' remark that one cannot step into the same river twice, or Terence's truism, duo cum facient idem non est idem. However, mere repetition can only be understood as spiritual in a non-spiritual sense. Here Hegel's definition of spirit also applies without restriction, namely that no one can think for another, any more than eating and drinking. In this respect, repetition itself is a formal logical assumption, while the empirically concrete step actually performed is to be understood as a repetition that is never identical, i.e., in the sense of a Bailard similitudo. Incidentally, it is part of the concept of digitization that this difference can be completely ignored. You can just click on the same file twice. However, this does not change the fact that it still exists, as every user whose mouse no longer works or every server whose data center burns down will find out. Or to put it another way, in terms of the Kantian transcendental subject, an indiscriminate property is to be assigned to several empirical activities that are separated from each other in time and space, because it is precisely this work that is to appear measurable in the form of average working time, so that its products, as well as the labor power with which they are produced, can be exchanged for money. Those who do not make a categorical distinction between abstract labor, which is always counted only as past labor and does not exist without exchange, and the empirical labor process, which always takes place only in the present and is arranged according to predetermined, in this sense abstract, points of view, may ultimately also imagine that they hear abstract labor in the rhythm of assembly line work. One could even say that concrete labor functions as measurable precisely in that it can one day be replaced by machines or constant capital, with Heidegger's ontology, which can also be read as an inversion of Marx's critique in this respect in advance. This is why science or natural science cannot be defined as general labor. It is the means of abolishing labor in general, insofar as at least labor is determined as the substance of value. As little as the average of the labor time necessary for the production of the commodity can therefore be fixed otherwise than in the movement of prices, becoming result, but must be taken as a finished result in order to recognize the lawful, so much does it owe itself to boundary lines fixed by the sovereign, empirically fixed as precisely as possible, to which every individual is pushed with all possible force if necessary, as an already perpetuated result. If the state power of a particular state presupposes the existence of other states, then the law of value presupposes the sovereign borders created by this state power, like the markets set in relation to each other by a particular currency. In other words, to assume the average of the labor time necessary for the production of a commodity for a state or a monetary union is a correct and indispensable assumption, if its quasi-intelligible character remains conscious as a necessary appearance. To assume the same average for the world market is superfluous and not necessary for anyone. On the world market, these national averages, according to Marx in the specially written 20th chapter of the second edition of Capital, form a stepped ladder. Since there can be no world sovereign, ultimately no averaging takes place under its auspices. The average or normal intensity of labor is not the same in the different countries, is greater there, smaller here. Compared with the less intensive, the more intensive national labor therefore produces more value in the same time, which is expressed in more money. In the MEW edition following the 1890 edition, which Engels had still edited, the term intensiveness is replaced by intensity, as in the 1883 edition, see Marx, Das Kapital 1, MEW Volume 23, page 584, which is related to the translation of this part from the French edition, which Marx himself intended to insert in place of the 1872 text, but which was then obviously produced and inserted by Engels after his death. The translation that Thomas Kozinski uses at this point in his edition, on the other hand, retains the original meaning of the word intensity. Perhaps Engels also retranslated Intensität as intensity, because this expression is better suited to illustrating sensually perceptible exploitation, which Marx is not primarily concerned with here. The consonance in the ending, which Marx preferred with intensity, rather brings the concept closer to that of productivity, as he is concerned with a more precise definition of abstract labor as the substance of value, while the concrete private labor, for which the term intensity would fit better, is to be thought of as a mere condition of possibility. Marx understands the mean intensity as the intensity of the simple average labor of a certain given society. Within this society, any more complicated labor can be reduced to this simple average labor. It makes no difference to the process of valorization whether the labor appropriated by the capitalist is simple, average social labor or more complicated labor, labor of higher specific weight. Quote, although simple, average labor itself changes its character in different countries and cultural epochs, it is a given in an existing society. Complicated, skilled, qualified labor is considered only as potentialized or rather multiplied simple labor, so that a given quantity of complicated labor is equal to a larger quantity of simple labor. The way in which Marx uses the concept of intensity or the conceptual pair of complicated and simple labor, however, shows a certain uncertainty in distinguishing abstract labor as the substance of value conceptually from labor in the physiological and mechanical sense. However, much Marx has already gone beyond his earlier view on this question. See, for example, the Grundrisse MEW Volume 42, page 218f. As far as the different intensities of labor or different organic compositions of capital in different countries are concerned, the place of this comparison is the world market. Whether more value is actually expressed in more money, of course, depends on certain conditions, which Marx only hints at in the first volume of Capital. This applies not least to what Marx calls the cultural stage of a country in connection with the reproduction of labor power, which, among other things, also depends essentially on under what conditions, and therefore with what habits and demands on life, the class of free workers has formed. In contrast to the other commodities, the determination of the value of labor power thus contains a historical and moral element. For a given country, at a given period, however, the average range of necessary foodstuffs is given. Marx, Das Kapital 1, page 137, but here, unlike within the nation, there is no equalization in the comparison, i.e., no new average of socially necessary labor time common to all, which Marx, however, did not elaborate on much, and therefore some of his terms here are vague or misleading, and this is reinforced by Engels' treatment. In addition to total free trade, the abolition of all tariffs, subsidies, quotas, etc., for goods and constant capital, this would also require the world market to include a world labor market. However, if the world market is not to be a fantasy like the world sovereign, but a concept for the reality of capital, then part of its concept is that labor power is not imported and exported like other goods, it is not traded like pork bellies on commodity exchanges, and the sovereign cannot levy a tariff on it either, but enacts an immigration law to protect the national labor market. From this perspective, the Industrial Reserve Army Marx is always the core of what politics has to answer as a national question in order to guarantee the unity of the state. In short, there are no international values for the labor force, whose use in the respective nations is what creates the value of goods in the first place. It must always be assumed that the formation of the average in a given national society is only a semblance in so far as the concrete private labor can only be equated in exchange from the point of view of production, in another place at another time. What is central to this Marxian definition of the intensity of labor, as opposed to the imprecise definition of its productivity, is that it should be applied exclusively to abstract labor, the labor reduced to a pure abstraction as the sole substance of values, while that of productivity should be applied to all factors in the production process, whereby no distinction is usually made between the sheer mass of commodities produced and their value. Thus the concept of productivity, which Marx also uses, is to be distrusted in its imprecision. It can, perhaps also, should rather, be dispensed with altogether. Because in common usage it cannot be separated from the theory of the factors of production, land, capital, education, culture and labor, and what else do I know? In other words, not from everything that economists claim is just as value-creating as labor. Moreover, as labor productivity, it is far too concretely defined. That is, it refers to concrete labor, not abstract labor. And that is why it is very important to speak of the replacement of labor power instead of labor in general, sans phrase, or concrete labor. The production of surplus value thus always presupposes the real abstraction of the worker, as a person or whatever, in which the forces of the bodily individual are bundled in such a way that they can be processed like a raw material taken from inanimate nature. And furthermore, I would like to plead for this talk of replacement by technology, which we cannot do without, to be used with all due caution, with almost purely polemical intent perhaps. For the laziness of thought, which cannot be denied to anyone, tempts us all too easily to regard this short formula as the philosopher's stone that provides us with the key to unlocking capital. This formula is only correct if it is clear that without passing through all the spheres of the real world market, state, law, science, etc., it remains up in the air and all too easily seduces economists, including those of us, into trying to calculate it. The question of intensity concerns the constant capital, the means of labor and the object of labor, that is applied insofar as it contains past labor, which the entrepreneur must pay for in the form of the costs of the means of labor and the object of labor. Increasing the intensity means that the labor power, which itself must be trained according to the means of labor and the object of labor, produces with greater constant capital. More of the value derived from past labor is therefore added in the same time of the current production process, that is, more surplus value is produced. What is value and what is not, however, is determined by the exchange of commodities, the recognition of the measurement of the average necessary labor time and thus of the intensity of labor takes place only by means of money. Here, i.e., in what Marx calls the realization of value, it is decided whether value has been added, whether the respective share of labor time is recognized as part of the total social labor. Nevertheless, private production and the subsequent or preceding sociality of commodity exchange, therein lies, so to speak, the metaphysical nature of the concept of value, and the negative idea of social totality are to be related to each other as if they took place simultaneously, as if exchange were already or still taking place during the labor processes. After all, production is regulated exclusively according to exchange in terms of how many workers of what qualification have to work with how many means of labor and objects of labor of what quality and for how long, even if the production will not have met the requirement in the individual case when it comes to exchange, insofar as the stuff does not sell. The critique of political economy undertakes to view the production process, when it speaks of value creation in it, with awareness through circulation, which necessarily precedes it, as follows. To this end, it must use the concept of value to make visible a projection, shared by all market participants in the form of money, in the temporally, or also spatially, separated, in which the processes of production and circulation overlap, without deceiving itself, like the market participants, about the fact that the separation continues to exist in reality, just as the possibility of crises continues to exist. Manfred Dahlmann speaks in this context of a necessary leap into quasi-metaphysics. It is of course true that it is spiritualistic to assume that past labor time is stored in the means of production themselves, which is then successively transferred to the commodities produced with them. Marx himself, in his dispute with Ricardo, speaks of a value derived from previous years of past labor being added. Marx, Theories of Surplus Value 2, MEW Volume 26.2, page 474. However, this is a quasi-spiritualism that corresponds to quasi-metaphysics, as required by the concept of labor intensity, which Manfred Dahlmann is not interested in at this point. Accordingly, the spirit of dead labor appears in the price calculation of production costs. The unity of the separate, of circulation and production, consists in the fact that under certain market conditions, value or surplus value can only continue to be produced in the required amount with a machine of a certain productive power, which has once been produced with living labor, because a certain labor intensity is enforced by it. However, the intensity of labor does not provide any information about what one would like to call the respective intensity of exploitation. The ghostly nature of the object of value includes not least the fact that brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. must have been used, i.e., that exploitation also took place, insofar as labor power had to be sold for this use. But as unquestionably as the measurement of the average necessary working time is recognized as something objective, it remains questionable to want to determine the degree of exploitation through the intensity of work. Marx repeatedly refers the intensity of work to the intensity of exploitation, where he talks about the concrete conditions of the production process, the use of machines, i.e., also physical and mental strain. More intensive work means greater strain and therefore inherently demands a shorter working day than less intensive work, otherwise it cannot be done at all. Or vice versa, as Marx also tries to determine the causality. As soon as the state shortens the working day or has to shorten it due to pressure from the working class, it indirectly promotes the intensification of labor. This is the case in the 13th chapter of the second edition of Capital, which deals with core questions of the production of relative surplus value. This means, however, that even here the criterion can only be whether and how much value is added, and not the degree to which exploitation would be achieved according to fair exchange. Otherwise, in the sense of a utilitarian morality, one could absurdly say that, all in all, exploitation and suffering remain the same if the worker has to work more intensively in a shorter time or less intensively in a longer time. The whole problem of calculating the respective costs of reproducing labor power in order to determine something like the degree of exploitation of the worker should be ignored here. In response to the question, what is the categorical location of the concept of exploitation? Manfred Dahlmann replied, if Marx had finished Capital and written its last sentence, it would have read, so. And now let's start with the answer to the question, what actually is exploitation? And the form of presentation could then not have consisted in writing a completely new work, but only in pushing the process of reflection on the historical and logical preconditions of capital beyond the economic ones. In this way, he would now have had to come to the state, violence, law, and whatnot. He would have had to trace the extent to which the exchange of equivalents both is and is not. In a seminar on Marx, Adorno had also said that exchange in bourgeois society is and is not at the same time one of equivalence, as can be demonstrated by the exchange relationship between wages and labor. In fact, it was Adorno who, perhaps more than anyone else, succeeded in doing what Manfred Dahlmann is calling for here, to drive the process of reflection on the historical and logical preconditions of capital beyond the economic ones, albeit with a blind spot in his case, as in Horkheimer's, as far as the concept of sovereignty and its relationship to the world market is concerned. Exploitation cannot be quantified. It is not about its measure, but about the fact that it should stop. The crucial point with the concept of labor intensity is the same as with that of abstract labor. As the substance of value which can only be realized in circulation, it is to be completely separated from the evidence of a mechanical activity or an activity based on the division of labor, which appears more abstract against the background of manual labor, but is to be understood as a physiological process, although this, insofar as it takes into account the repeatability required by commodity production, is to be understood as the condition for there to be a measure of average necessary labor time at all. In the sense of this separation, more intensive work in each case means nothing other than producing more value. Marx describes it as a change in the character of relative surplus value, through the development of the productive forces, in the competition between enterprises with a duration of the working day determined by the state itself, through the same development of the productive forces, which in the same competition between enterprises simultaneously forces labor power to be replaced by technology and therefore again reduces surplus value overall. Insofar as capital now speaks of the international values of commodities in connection with circulation on the world market, it is assumed that this is indeed a comparison of different stages of national averaging, but that here and Marx thus transfers the concept of the series from the critique of pure reason, which there applies quite generally to the knowledge of nature, to the second nature of the world market. This is represented in an unlimited, i.e. not limited by a single nation, series of different use values. Thus the world market operates for the respective citizen as an idea in the sense of Plato, which often frightens him, who is cowering in his dark national cave, because he cannot perceive it immediately. In the case of commodity production, individual manual labor has to take account of repeatability, and can therefore be value-creating in the sense of abstract labor under general capitalist conditions, but it is not abstract in that other sense, in the sense of labor that is fragmented into individual isolated work steps, empty of content, for example on the assembly line. It is not, because in it, to use Sohnriethel's term, intellectual labor is not split off from physical labor, but rather the latter can intervene in a varying and improving manner in terms of repeatability, because the craftsman himself disposes of and determines the time in which he carries out the process of production. Conversely, it is the absolutely limited series of use values, in which the national intensity of labor is represented within the nation itself, that creates the very appearance that the private labor of the individual does not completely disappear in that ghostly objectivity of the whole, but rather that this abstract of the substance of value should already lie in its precondition in the mechanical, fragmented yet physiologically concretely perceptible private labor, and should therefore also be affirmed together with the private labor. Only within the horizon of national labor intensity can the illusion be maintained, or rather the fetishistic consciousness, that there is no complete independence of value as capital, and only in this way can those directly exposed to intensification still say in the face of the sovereign, "We are capital, because we do all this mechanical, fragmented and, in this sense, abstract work, which is not about to disappear despite the much vaunted automation and digitalization." In other words, Only reflection on the world market enables the critique of political economy to develop a radical concept of abstract labor that has freed itself from the illusion and contradicts the fetish that concrete labor could somehow be preserved as concrete in the substance of value, and therefore be exchanged for one another in a just manner. It is precisely here that the missing link between Sommerfeld's critique of knowledge and his analyses of German economic policy in the 1938s can be seen. Just as he, alongside Isaac Rubin as one of the first in the succession of Marx, saw the logic of the value form as consequent to the physiological division of labor, logic of production activity, and eliminated everything concrete and physiological of the immediate production process from that logic, he took the world market as a matter of course in his analysis of economic policy, and therefore at least knew how to suggest that National Socialism replaced the logic of the value form with the logic of annihilation. Joachim Brun transferred this reflection on the world market to the anti-Semitic projection, as it were, into the interior of the concept of capital, without even speaking of the world market namely as a necessary break with any class metaphysics of labor, with any interpretation that likes to portray capital as a self-representation of social labor however alienated, i.e. as an alienated total worker who is somehow not quite in his right mind. Capital is by no means constituted, conditioned, or required by labor. Rather, labor is the form of productive human activity as it is constituted by capital, as a force of nature. Capital and value, understood in this way, are nothing other than those categories in which the negativity of society is mediated with itself, and appears as nothing other than the struggle for the quantity of money. That is why Marx, where he is a materialist, is repugnant to all fluff about the value of labor. Marx himself writes in the so-called theories of surplus value, i.e. in economic manuscripts from 1861 to 1863, that only foreign trade develops the true nature of value as value, in that it develops the labor contained in it as social, which presents itself in an unlimited series of different use values, and in fact gives meaning to abstract wealth. If, on the other hand, surplus labor or value represented itself merely in national surplus produce, the increase of value for the sake of value would find a limit in the narrow circle of use values in which the value of labor represented itself. The recognition of the measurement by the average necessary working time and thus the respective national average of the intensity of labor also takes place on the world market by means of money, but here it necessarily takes place in the relationship of the currencies or the trade balances of different states to each other. Consequently, companies do not compete on the world market in the same immediate way as on the national market, but always as parts of the total capital of a particular economy with a particular average level of socially necessary labor. What appears problematic about Marx's presentation in the French translation, which according to him was to be adopted in the third edition of Capital, however, is the formulation, still missing in the first and second editions, that the ladder of intensity itself has its unit of measurement in a normal or ordinary intensity of universal labor, as if there were a working world subject in a stateless world economy that could perform universal labor, the international proletariat, so that here too an average was formed in reality, which in truth can only be assumed ideally, similar to a world average profit rate, as the unit of measurement of that latter. The conjecture is related to the fact that Marx himself had intended to include a translation of the corresponding part from the French edition, the 22nd chapter, in the third German edition for this 20th chapter on the national variation of labor wages, while Karl Korsch adopted the passage with the term average unit of universal labor, which Engels had obviously invented, in his edition of Capital, Das Kapital. Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, page 517, Kaczynski translates l'intensité ordinaire du travail universal much more precisely than Engels with normal intensity of universal labor, which is the unit of measurement of the stepped ladder. In the French edition, this chapter refers to the Niveau International IBID, i.e., as Engels and Kaczynski translated it in the same way, the international level, which could be interpreted as an assumption of a worldwide average intensity, and in any case shows Marx's serious uncertainty on this issue, since the existence of the international proletariat as a subject is at stake here, to which the normal intensity of universal labor is to be attributed. Nevertheless, even in the French edition, he apparently took care to use the concept of the average explicitly only when referring to the intensity of labor within a state and, in the case of something like an international level, always in the plural, i.e. to speak of moyennes nationales or their latter échelle. in his fiction of a world total account, which at first seems somewhat bizarre and which could be carried out by a world statistics office that would record all acts of exchange that take place anywhere in the world. Manfred Dahlmann, as if in a mental experiment, abolishes the ladder of national averages of labor intensity in a single average, provided that a world money, not to be confused with a reserve currency, could be averaged out in this office as a unit to which all currency units could be brought at any given time, that normal intensity of universal labor, or that international level of which Marx speaks in Chapter 20, should also be expressible in money, so that it could thus be said, at a certain point in time, the unit of this world money was worth exactly 10 minutes of socially average necessary labor time. The emphasis should be placed on was, on the tense of the imperfect, and it would be more accurate to speak in the subjunctive here too, would have been. This is because an average level on the ladder of averages of labor intensity or productivity is calculated afterwards and hypothetically, as it was produced in the countries in real terms at a certain point in time, and hypothetically means, as if it had been a single country. The assumption of such a world statistics office should make it possible to abstract from the state, or what is the same, to simulate the existence of a world state, which, as Manfred Dahlmann knew very well, cannot really exist, and in the course of the presentation he wanted to successively withdraw this abstraction. If it existed, there would be no world market. This labor hypothesis of a national market that has become total, and this is nothing else, abstracts from the fact that the labor contained in value is represented on the world market in an unlimited series of different use values, as Marx states in contradiction to his own assumption of a normal intensity of universal labor, a series that, being unlimited, makes averaging itself impossible. Or what is the same, it is abstracted from the fact that the special use value that labor power has for capital only exists at all because in each individual state, whose task by definition is to limit the labor market, its own average of the respectively necessary labor time is produced. Incidentally, there is already a kind of world statistics office, albeit logically only for foreign trade and only compiled by the UN, the International Commodity Inventory for Foreign Trade or Standard International Trade Classification, SITC. It cannot really be formed because labor power is not exchanged on the world market, and therefore only the competition of all other goods on the world market proves which national working day, i.e., which working day in which nation, is the more intensive and more productive in each case. The different quantities of goods of the same kind produced in different countries in the same time have different international values, which are expressed in different prices, i.e., in sums of money whose size changes with that of the international value. Following on from this, Klaus Busch writes, since it is not the individual labor quotas of individuals, but only the socially necessary labor that forms the basis of the value formation process, the higher utilization of the national labor of the more productive nation on the world market can no more be based on a transfer of value than the extra surplus value of the producer working under above-average production conditions within a national investment sphere of capital. From this, however, Busch concludes that there is an unequal exchange. Its essence lies not in the surplus or below-average world market profit rates of the differently developed nations, but in the fact that the national working days of the individual nations are unequally exchanged on the world market because they form unequal international values. Klaus Busch, The Multinational Corporations. On the Analysis of the World Market Movement of Capital, page 60f. It can therefore just as well be said that they exchange equally, because the national working days of different nations can only exchange on the world market. It is not decisive that two different quanta of average necessary labor time may be charged for the same commodity on the national market and on the world market, because this only determines the extent to which the same commodity could have been produced more cheaply in the nation with the currently highest intensity of labor, with the same other cost factors, rather that the unit that allows this to be measured, namely the commodity or a certain quantity of it, does not yet constitute an average of the national averages on the world market, since labor here presents itself in a potentially infinite and in principle unlimited series of different use values that is not restricted by any sovereign. The national averages of their intensity are, or so it should be called, set in relation to each other in the realization of international values, but not cancelled out, as the formulation of a normal intensity of universal labor might suggest. Within a state, however, what may also appear as a ladder of different regions is always already resolved in the result of a new average of the average necessary labor time. Here, therefore, it is not only possible to determine in which region the commodity could have been produced more profitably, but two different quanta of labor time required in different places automatically result in a quantum of average labor time required everywhere according to the unmodified application of the law of value. which is expressed immediately in the value of the commodity as it is realized on national markets, i.e., in their narrow circle of commodities limited by the respective state itself through tariffs, quotas, taxes, etc. In this case, it is the value of labor, and the individual state can direct its tax demands to each individual company that produces and sells the goods. On the world market, however, the range of use values is unlimited insofar as, from the point of view of the individual state, this range does not allow its own monopoly of power access to the production and circulation of its goods. On the world market, therefore, the latter continues to exist, however changeable it may be in the arrangement of its steps. However great the pressure may be exerted by world market prices to reduce the average necessary labor time, it perpetuates itself because the capital relation requires the existence of opposing states. In these remarks, Marx presumably wanted to set the course for the planned later volume of Capital on the world market. This is indicated not only by the fact that he devoted a separate chapter to the subject, the 20th, which as such, although short, claims similar weight to that on simple reproduction or on the general law of capitalist accumulation, but also by the fact that he considerably expanded it while working on the French translation and wanted this expansion to be included in the 1883 edition. In the 1867 edition, on the other hand, there are only a few reflections on this, namely in Chapter 5 and Sections 2 on changes in the size of the price of labor power and surplus value, and 4 on value or price of labor power in the transformed form of the wage. Although it is already stated here that even with an increase in the intensity of labor in all branches of industry, the average degrees of intensity of labor remain different in different nations and therefore modify the application of the law of value to different national working days. The more intensive and productive national working day is thus on the whole represented on the world market in higher monetary terms than the less intensive or productive national working day. It is significant in this context that Christian Gershner omits these passages from the first edition in his work on political economy and the world market in order to brush aside the statements in the second edition as blurring and popularization. Christian Gershner, Political Economy and the World Market. General World Market Dynamics in Marx's Critique of Political Economy, page 271. For Gershner, the world market itself is only an empirical problem that has nothing to do with the representation of the concept of capital, and it is only at this empirical level of representation that the numerous political and political-economic implications that Marx mixes with the representation of the concept in the second edition are included. The author does not even entertain the idea that the infinitely increasing multiplication of use values on the world market, of which he himself speaks, can only be understood as an infinite quantity of use values from a limited national market, on which value is represented in a limited quantity, or, in other words, that the impossibility of a world sovereign also makes the formation of an average of labor time on the world market, which as such cannot contain a world labor market, impossible, or that this formation remains relegated to the market limited by a real sovereign. Each of them can cushion this pressure to a certain extent with tariffs and import quotas, subsidies and taxes, and finally also monetary and currency policy measures, key interest rate, revaluations and devaluations, bond purchases, etc., and thus attempt to relatively secure a certain rank in the hierarchy of national averages. The problems that arise from this for states within a monetary union are evident and are constantly exposed by the European Union. If it is therefore the case that no new average can be established between the levels in the relationship between the states, then it only becomes clear which national working day, i.e. which working day in which nation, is the more intensive and productive when customs duties, subsidies and taxes of the individual states and the relationship between their currencies are taken into account. If the economically weakly developed nations were not protected from the superior competitive position of the more highly developed countries due to the mediating form of international competition, the latter could acquire surplus profits in the long term and at the same time force their world market competitors into below-average profit margins. There would be no difference in the effect of the law of value in the national and international framework. Bush, The Multinational Corporations. Page 63. Gershner, on the other hand, denies that this difference exists. Gershner, Political Economy and the World Market, pages 189 to 201. For him, states are merely infrastructure plus hegemony. In distorted terminology, he claims that they cut through the horizontal economic qualitative space of exchange value and are occupied with spatially restricting, protecting, supervising, supporting, and regulating the self-generated production site, the labor, capital, and sales market. He thus simply equates states and regions as well as the labor, capital, and sales markets. In his view, all that is needed is a hegemonic capital strategy between the politico-economically unequally developed states or regions in order to forge the economically contradictory effects of foreign trade, which result from the competition of capital for extra profit, as well as the resulting short and long-term interests of the states into a historically special political economic expansion project of capital, IBID.
p. 136f.
This is Gershner's concept of the world sovereign. It is not least for this reason that gold or its representative is to be understood as world money, but by no means in an immediate sense. As a means of purchase, as Marx already states in an earlier chapter of Capital, it only serves as often as the conventional equilibrium of the metabolism between nations is suddenly disturbed, as a materiature of wealth, where it is a matter of transfer from one country to another, and this transfer in commodity form is excluded either by the conjunctures of the commodity market or by the purpose to be fulfilled itself, e.g. in the case of money bonds for waging war. This means that from the outset, neither the irreversibility of national disparities in labor intensity, once they have arisen, nor the prospect of bringing their different levels into a harmonious equilibrium through international trade. The latter in particular was still assumed by David Ricardo. Unlike Marx, Ricardo's theory does not differentiate between the intensity and productivity of labor because it only considers the quantity of value but not the form of value, and thus does not systematically distinguish between the surplus value rate and the profit rate. See Marx. Theorien über den Mehrwert 2 MEW Volume 26.2 pages 438 to 440. Thus, the respective differences in intensity are viewed like the respective natural characteristics or raw materials of a country, and this in turn is the basis for a free trade optimism that is fantastic in comparison to Adam Smith, which is generally referred to as comparative advantage. This cost advantage calculation is based on the assumption that two countries have different labor productivity in different sectors, so that trade based on this can be advantageous for both. David Ricardo. On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, page 115f. Fixated on such symbiosis, Ricardo disregards whether labor produces with much or little constant capital. When he writes that the labor of 1 million people in manufactories will always produce the same value, Marx contradicts this. On the contrary, the value of the mass of commodities will be very different, depending on whether it is produced with much or little constant capital, i.e., whether much or little value derived from previous year's labor is added to it. IBID. Page 474. Gershner is right to criticize Bush for adopting Ricardo's theory of comparative cost advantage, but he criticizes it on the false premise that there could be no modification of the law of value on the world market at all, since the world market and national markets would be completely identical anyway. In fact, Bush hardly devotes any attention to those laws that counteract a comparative cost advantage, i.e. the tendency for each country to benefit from participating in the world market, such as the increasing organic composition of capital, see Klaus Busch, Ungleicher Tausch. On the discussion of the international average rate of profit, unequal exchange and comparative cost theory on the basis of Argyri-Emanuel's theses. In this alone he is also subject to the criticism that Marx made of Ricardo, and so he also rationalizes away the crises, as Marx could observe with Ricardo. The very term advantage is a euphemistic expression for the sheer compulsion that states have to participate in the world market, because otherwise they will perish, unless they go on to wage predatory wars. Ricardo's theory also seems like an attempt at persuasion, which he would like to use against views such as Fichte's of the closed commercial state, and the link to this in Bush's world market theory seems like a similar attempt, which is directed against the ideal of socialism in one country or bloc, as it has dominated the left since Stalin, right up to the Trotskyist positions. Gershner's criticism of Bush is projected precisely from this ideal of socialism. In fact, it follows from Marx's view of the world market that no national society, no matter how many tariff barriers and trade barriers it erects, no matter how much it subsidizes production and devalues its currency, could really remain at its level of intensity, while the levels of others are raised in order to do justice to the constantly growing organic composition of capital, which is reflected in world market prices. For in this case their companies would soon no longer be able to realize any value at all on the world market, and would therefore no longer have any money to buy on it. In this way the latter itself can only be understood as a constantly changing, in this sense as an infinite process without result, which also corresponds to the unlimited series of use values in which value is represented on the world market. That its unit of measurement could be averaged out is based on the double-sided assumption that the series of use values on the world market is limited and that the labor power of all countries belongs to it like any other use value. This assumption is of the same kind as the assumption that the dollar is not a reserve currency but immediate world money. However, Marx already made it clear in the Grundrisse what ladder of heaven is involved here, where it is stated that circulation time is the moment that determines production time, but circulation without circulation time is at the same time the necessary tendency of capital, from the point of view of which every circulation time must be regarded as superfluous. Every circumstance that costs it must be counted as faux phrase. For it is in competition that the individual capital is really placed in the conditions of capital in general. The necessary labor time as determined by the movement of capital itself, however, is only set in this way. Joachim Brun writes with reference to this passage and with a quote from the second volume of Capital, "Every time that passes has been too much time. All accumulation can only take place in time, but every hour it takes will have been an hour too much." This is the fundamental dilemma, which is why Marx says in the second volume of Capital that the time of capital is, in its concept, zero time, i.e., the abolition and annihilation of all time. The more the circulation metamorphoses of capital are only ideal, i.e., the more the circulation time equals zero or approaches zero, the more capital functions, the greater its productivity and self-valorization. In the form of a footnote, Marx could have added here that the infinitesimal calculus was not developed by chance when the supremacy of commercial capital prepared the transition from manufacture to industry and, as far as the nations were concerned, was the decisive factor for the later industrial supremacy, when colonial system, national debt, tax mania, protection, trade wars, etc., these offspring of the actual manufacturing period grew up gigantically during the infant period of great industry. Marx, Das Kapital Je, Mu Vol. 23, pages 782 and 775. Thus, the stepped ladder of national intensification cannot be traced back to an ordinary or normal intensification of universal labor, but it can be related to the zero time to which it is oriented. Basically, everyone knows about this orientation, but today people prefer to talk about algorithms taking over with Freudianistic posturing. In fact, with few exceptions, the most successful companies on the world market today, and therefore the most successful companies in general, are those that, on the basis of very specific use values, can adopt the necessary tendency of capital circulation without circulation time, more immediately than all other capital groups, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Facebook, etc., which, however, is only possible for them indirectly, on the basis of other use values, and all the more so on the basis of a certain labor intensity of a given national society. In the theories of so-called digital capitalism circulating today, the fact that such a basis even exists is often ignored. Philip Staub writes about the leading companies of digitalization, Amazon, Apple, Google, that they do not operate on markets like other large companies which are called monopolies and distort these markets, but are themselves markets, proprietary markets. The market-owning company can decide at its own discretion which producers are granted access to the private market and under what conditions this happens. Philip Staub, Digital Capitalism, Market and Rule in the Economy of Scarcity, page 32. It is camouflage that such companies must also always act at the discretion of the competition on a market that is superior to their own. In Staub's depiction, the leading company figures like the bellwether, as if other companies followed it like a flock of sheep, and there was no shepherd who also had an eye on the mutton. Or, to put it another way in terms of utility value, as if advertising, for example, could make itself completely independent of what it is made for. However, which national society realizes the potential for annihilation that exists in principle, i.e., quite abstractly, through the vanishing point of zero time, can in no way be deduced from how close it comes to it on that step ladder. Rather, the answer would have to be sought where political action seeks to break out of the economically mediated hierarchy altogether, to emerge from it as if from a prison, by abolishing the separation of circulation and production per se, in order to replace it with immediate forms of domination whereby, incidentally, the borders of a given national society can no longer have any function. Injustice and exploitation, as the metaphor of unequal exchange would like to denounce in international trade, thus lie, as far as this trade in particular is concerned, essentially in the fact that no immediate generalization of the average necessary labor time, including the development of productive power, can be established on the world market, as happens within the nation, under whose spell the ideology of unequal exchange also argues. Instead, the principle of the ranking of different currency areas remains. In certain respects, the racists against migrants transfer precisely this hierarchy to the relations within the nation. Migrants within a particular country cannot protect themselves like nations within the world market. They must adapt to the average of socially necessary working hours immediately. Of course, this pressure to adapt also includes the fact that most of them, as unskilled laborers, are preferentially pushed into certain positions in the sphere of circulation, to where their tendency to shorten the circulation time of capital towards zero is immediately reflected in greater physical strain than in production. Their work then often more closely resembles the old methods of absolute surplus value production. This pressure to adapt is simply there. It is not itself racist, but rather because it is accompanied by the enforcement of forms of mediation, legal relationships, etc. In connection with the necessary training, it has a civilizing effect with regard to those migrants who come from such local contexts based only on the blood surplus, nature, immediate relationships of domination and servitude. But it is turned racist by the natives who feel the same pressure to adapt, only under better conditions, which they want to preserve in a racist way. In a way, they act as if there could no longer be a national average in their nation because there are too many migrants and because they form a parallel culture. What the nations can actually do, namely devalue their currency, they substantiate for their part by regarding migrants in their own country as second-class citizens. This is precisely where Islam has formed itself as counter-racism. It organizes the collective refusal to adapt to that average, and in this it does not form a parallel culture, but an internal counterpower that has its external point of reference in the Islamic countries hostile to Israel. It also includes a specifically pronounced criminality, which does not stand for itself and has its purpose in itself in praying, but functions as an environment and, so to speak, a flow heater of Islamic violence as one for its own sake. From a logical point of view, the colonial empires are a special case here. But in historical terms they are a decisive transitional stage, conditioned by the temporary supremacy of commercial capital. Since slavery is the only natural basis of colonial wealth, systematic colonization proves to be a mere pis-aller, a stopgap measure, since capital has to do with free people instead of slaves. At one point in the manuscript for the third volume of Capital, however, one gets the impression that Marx himself is talking about unequal exchange when he says that the favored heartland of the colonial empire receives more labor in return for less labor, although this more, as in the exchange between labor and capital in general, is pocketed by certain classes. If, for the colonial empire between metropolis and colony, one assumes an average of the socially necessary labor time for a certain commodity, then, in Marx's sense, not more value is exchanged for less, but, as it were, longer, less intensive labor for shorter, more intensive labor, both of which, measured according to the same average, can then produce approximately the same value. Admittedly not as international value, so we are dealing with equivalence after all. If, however, one does not assume such an average but rather a ladder of averages, then trade takes place as on the world market, except that the colonies, with their less intensive and productive labor, cannot protect themselves against the mother country, or only to a very limited extent, because as a rule they can hardly take measures to independently issue tariffs or import quotas, pay subsidies or levy taxes, not to mention the revaluation and devaluation of their own currency. In any case, the methods that Marx calls absolute surplus value production and which draw on merely increasing labor time tend to persist in the colony. To replace them with the genuinely capitalist production of relative surplus value production, i.e. the form that aims to increase the intensity of labor within the contractual relations, would require either integration into the mother country or national separation from the mother country, and even today the lack of monetary independence, for example in the former French colonies in Africa, limits this possibility. Measured against the average intensity and productivity of labor in the mother country, the colonized must sell his labor power below its value. This necessity consists precisely in the fact that the colony is not a nation of its own that could independently set tariffs and quotas, collect taxes and distribute subsidies or devalue its currency. Peter Schmidt-Egner emphasized in his study Werkgesetz und Rassismus, Law of Value and Racism, that the colonized must sell their labor below its value and derived racism from this. However, he necessarily fails to deduce this compulsion immediately from the law of value. It is not the law of value as such that produces racism of its own accord, but more precisely the condition of domination that corresponds to its logic, namely that it can only function within the framework of the nation-state. And it is precisely this that colonialism denies the colonized. Again, this does not mean that racism would disappear if the colonies became independent nations. However, it loses its inevitability, it becomes a locational disadvantage, so to speak. The formerly colonized can then sell their labor power at its value in their own country, but it does not only depend on the status of this country on the world market whether or not people from the formerly colonizing nations want to use the origin of their competitors from the formerly colonized countries on the labor market as their supreme locational advantage. Quite apart from the fact that regardless of the nation's previous history of colonialism, the various national averages of labor intensity and productivity are always more or less reflected in racist forms of consciousness, unless individuals resist them. And under capitalist conditions, resisting it means nothing other than invoking the law of value, which of course operates as democracy insofar as it presupposes the equality of commodity owners. But if one were to say that he sells them immediately below their international value, i.e., assuming an international average, the colonized would no longer be distinguishable from the other workers of other nations in which the socially necessary working time is below this average. His labor power is actually measured against this average, because the colony is actually in monetary union with the mother country, but unlike underdeveloped regions in the mother country itself, its mere status as a colony means that it is largely excluded from the support that these regions may receive. However, if the colonized person can move to the metropolis, racism usually ensures that this stigma remains attached to them and gives their competitors an advantage on the labor market. The colonist who competes with the colonized on the colony's labor market also has this advantage. However, both aspects, the respective position of the colony within the empire and the situation of the former colonized in the metropole, have shown the greatest differences between the individual colonial empires in the course of historical development. Overall, however, colonialism could be seen as a single centuries-long phase of transition to the production of national averages of socially necessary labor time, which ultimately had to lead to the separation of the colony from the mother country. From this point of view, the colonizing aspect, at least after the abolition of slavery, lies precisely in the nature of monetary union itself. And in this respect, today's European Union is also a kind of German colonial empire, on which a gloomy light falls. After all, the colonial empires and multi-ethnic states collapsed because it was not possible to produce the average of socially necessary labor time in the respective empire. Instead, a smaller world market within the world market was formed as a kind of explosive device. The pragmatic structuralists following Pierre Bourdieu then bring the cheerful, ironic tone of the art market and tourism into the gloomy mood. Luc Boltancy and Arnaud Esquire, for example, console us about impending euro crises by assuring us that industrial capitalism, to which Marx's law of value may somehow apply, will in any case be replaced by a different system, namely the enrichment economy, according to which, at the center of power lies the ability to develop a discourse about things and thus bring their value to bear so that the highest possible price can be demanded for them. End quote. After the end of the colonial empires, the fact that companies do not compete on the world market in the same way as on the national market does not change the export of capital, which has often been denounced as imperialism since Lenin or as neocolonialism since Fanon. It takes place either in the form of shareholdings in companies or the founding of subsidiaries for the purpose of exploiting the more favorable average profit rates elsewhere and making surplus profits, or simply to obtain better conditions for exporting to that country. The question of which country the respective capital competes for worldwide depends on the return flow of profits to the parent company or on the fact where the decisions on further investments are made. Conversely, if the majority of shares in a company headquartered in Germany are no longer in the hands of domestic shareholders, or the company is even completely taken over by a foreign holding company, this alone does not mean that it is now effectively competing as a foreign company on the global market. However, the board of directors of the stock corporation or holding company can decide in the long term whether it should remain a company of the same country. What is often described as a merger of two companies from different countries, however, often turns out to be an alliance in the sense of a strategic cooperation. If there is more and the industry plays a prominent role on the global market, as is the case with the aircraft manufacturer Airbus, for example, the countries involved reserve the right to have a say in the management of the company. However, it is also possible that the management department of a particular country will once again prevail in the management of the company. Although the European Union has naturally opened up much greater leeway here, in the automotive industry, for example. Think of the merger of the Italian-dominated FCA, Fiat Chrysler Automobiles, and the French-dominated PSA, Peugeot Société Anonyme, to form Stellantis, based in Amsterdam. It also seems significant that alliances or mergers in connection with the EU usually come about in order to be able to counter a competitor, Boeing, Volkswagen, Tesla, that is leading the world market for the time being, but is firmly anchored in a particular nation. The companies can then be called multinational insofar as they conduct their inter-firm trade across national borders. Their value chains cross these borders, and their production plants are thereby included in the averaging of the intensity of labor in the respective countries, which always means at the same time, in the equalization process of profit rates in each of them. Capital is exported not least because lower wages in a particular country combined with a high intensity of labor, which the respective multinational corporation ensures in its operations in that country, yields higher rates of surplus value. The gap between the highest possible labor intensity and the lowest possible wage costs, which magnetically attracts the foreign corporation, results from the nationally determined reproduction costs of labor. See Benjamin Selwyn, Global Value Chains, Labor Productivity and Wages. However, the state is only ever a half-hearted opponent of globalization. It continues to try, with varying degrees of success, to restrict the export of capital in order to secure jobs and tax revenues here. Conversely, it is also trying to import capital, and to prevent the export of goods itself from falling behind and, together with the import of capital and goods, the trade deficit from becoming too large. As misleading as it is to refer to corporations sans phrase as multinationals and to invoke the international superiority of monopolies over the national power of states, it should be noted that debt and trade deficits, which can go hand in hand with increased capital exports, at times considerably restrict the nation-state's ability to act vis-a-vis individual corporations. The concept of monopoly should be used with caution in this context. If it is not systematically used in the plural and merely regarded as a certain tendency of capital, it serves primarily to suggest that the monopoly of force no longer has any reality. In another way, it has also led to a number of errors in the ranks of critical theory, insofar as it is used undialectically as a counter-concept to competition, implying the thesis that there could be capital without competition. The sovereign is there precisely to maintain the vital competition for capital, in opposition to its own tendencies towards monopolization, e.g. with its antitrust legislation. In doing so, however, it embodies a counter-tendency in the capital relationship itself, in which competition always arises anew from the given profit rate differential between the industries. Ultimately, the sovereign decides on the long-term dimensions of foreign trade with tariffs and quotas, subsidies and trade agreements. In the case of the rule of law, the democratic compromise between the rackets of capital and labor, which must always be moderated by the central bank in connection with the other currencies and markets. This is why, from the point of view of capital, a corporation cannot be sufficiently multinationally intertwined in its ownership structure and production chains for it not to have to seek protection from a particular state in the final instance, as the individual citizen does in the first instance. For this state is also able to represent and enforce its legal interests and profit in international conflicts, if necessary by force of arms and against international law. Even stable alliances and the best political relations between states, on which the formation of truly binational corporations could rely, cannot in the long run satisfy the unavoidable homesickness of internationally operating capital, and so even those typical binational corporations have turned back into national ones. Every large corporation still prefers to operate from a single nation-state. It is the smallest unit of political power on whose indivisibility the corporation can still rely. Most effectively in a conflict of economic interests and especially in a political emergency. The national disputes at the European company Airbus or EADS, which, like Daimler-Chrysler, has been renamed Merkel-Sarkozy or Angela Nicholas for some time, are now pointing in the same direction, and the policies of the European Union and its two most important states are unable to do much about this. However, the foreign trade measures intended to counteract deindustrialization, not unlike the Keynesian job creation measures at home, are proving to be increasingly ineffective, even when it comes to the world hegemon, i.e. a state with a hegemonic currency that allows it to run up debts in it. In 1977, foreign investments accounted for just under 17% of the net earnings of U.S. corporations, in 1994 27%, in 2006 48.6%. Inter-firm trade now accounts for around a third of world trade. Around 90% of U.S. foreign trade is generated by its multinational corporations. See Rainer Lanz, Sebastian Merudot, Patterns, Determinants and Policy Implications. OECD Trade Policy Papers 114/2011. The only remedy here is a world war, as capital would say if it could speak, but only if it could speak with one voice. Seen in this light, the division of powers that will be decisive in the longer term is the one between the government and the central bank or central bank. This will show not least what form of sovereignty the entity assumes, whether it assumes one at all or whether it disintegrates into rackets. In other words, in what relationship to the world market the state gains its unity. The central bank is the hinge between sovereignty and the world market, just as it is the hinge between the private credit apparatus and state intervention. Through the central bank, the private banks, which determine the loans and therefore always have to keep an eye on the situation on the world market and take it into account, exert pressure on the respective political apparatus. To a certain extent, the head of the central bank always represents their interests vis-a-vis the government, whose own natural interests, so to speak, always point in the direction of self-sufficiency. In other words, without the independence of the central bank, the sovereign will no longer allow the longer-term conditions on the world market to interfere with its short-term decisions. In this respect, even the European Union actually appears to be a peace project that prevents the return of authoritarian rule, because the European Central Bank has a better structural position in the Eurozone than any other central bank, as it stands above the sovereignty of the individual states, so to speak, as long as these are not really absorbed into a European state. However, this unique constellation is only possible under the protective umbrella of U.S. hegemony, in favor of which the EU can refrain from developing its own sovereignty encompassing all European countries. With this hegemony, however, the fundamental relationship between sovereign and capital on a global scale is very specific. The hegemon may not be able to treat the world market itself as its national market, but it always attempts to act in the interests of both its market and the global market on all foreign territories. In that it seeks to enforce and preserve the form of the exchange of equivalents internationally, it differs from its imperial and colonial ancestors or their remnants and revenants in the present, just as the commodity form differs from the immediate appropriation of wealth. Anyone who appropriates objects by force is not exchanging goods. As much as this may contradict the nature of an exchange partner, he must renounce the immediate appropriation of the commodity and accept that the exchange only succeeds if he submits to the conditions imposed on him by an intermediary third-party money. This can be transferred to the relations between states. The imperial state is concerned with violent appropriation, the hegemonic state with the exchange of equivalents, i.e., a free world market, even if this can only be guaranteed by the military apparatus. However, while the left cannot argue statistically enough, it has always been outraged by the extraterritorial application of the U.S. Trading with the Enemy Act and the U.S. antitrust laws by expressing this double option. This can also be seen in the tone of Klaus Busch's book on multinational corporations, which otherwise endeavors to provide instructive information. The American government forces U.S. subsidiaries abroad and also non-U.S. corporations that are intertwined with U.S. companies or have invested directly in the USA to comply with the provisions of U.S. laws. Even if these contradict corresponding foreign laws, Busch, the multinational corporations, page 286. This enemy image is related to the Ricardian concept of comparative cost advantage, as Gershner correctly recognizes in Busch, even though he adheres to the same enemy image. Quote, since Busch, for example, does not deal at any point in his work with the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the development of foreign trade, it must be assumed that for him the contradictions and crises on the world market result, just as for Ricardo, from the fact that only external and supposedly non-economic factors have a negative effect on foreign trade, such as colonialism and imperialism, and thus throw it out of the a priori assumed equilibrium. End quote. In fact, the American Trading with the Enemy Act of 1917 and the Export Control Act of 1949 prohibit persons subject to American laws from trading with so-called enemy countries or place trade with countries of particular importance to the so-called national security of the United States under control. This controls not only the direct export of goods from the United States, but also the trade of American subsidiaries abroad and the re-export of American goods from third countries. These disputes were made particularly explosive by the fact that the USA insisted on the extraterritorial application of its laws, i.e., also on trade by American subsidiaries abroad, and therefore, as Busch writes, enforced U.S. law against the will of foreign governments abroad. The U.S. government threatened the parent companies in the USA with sanctions if their subsidiaries abroad did not comply with U.S. regulations, and in most cases of conflict, it thereby asserted its interests. End quote. With such threats, the hegemon always asserts its interests against governments which, unlike it, do not primarily promote capital accumulation for the purpose of capital accumulation. What negative dialectics would say about society in general would thus have to apply to the world market in a very special way. Almost en passant, Adorno comes here without going into the question of the average necessary working time to speak of the category of measure of comparability as a bold abbreviation of the entire critique of political economy in order to grasp the final consequence of the exchange of equivalents. It is indeed this category of measurement that always mediates the national economy and the world market and at the same time drives them into crisis. Untrue simply because hunger cannot be a sufficient motive for production if it is valid. However, if it were to be blindly eradicated as is the case everywhere under the banner of autarky policy, for which the breakup of the world market would, once again, be just right, immediate appropriation, violence and a mania for destruction would once again assert themselves unchecked in place of the rationality that is still inherent in the principle of exchange as a promise. True criticism of the principle of exchange as the identifying principle of thought, on the other hand, wants the ideal of free and just exchange, until today merely a pretext, to be realized, or as it says in the critique of the Gotha program, to each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. That which is simply unreasonable, which consists in making the inner meaning of time the outer meaning of social synthesis and basing the measurability of the substantially different on it, appears to be accessible to reason from only one point of view, that it is abolished. The conditio sine qua non of this abolition is and remains, however, that it takes place in a sense that is exactly the opposite of immediate appropriation, violence, and the mania for annihilation, in the sense in which capital, therein still lies the point of Marx's critique of political economy, which even outlasts the concept of progress, undermines its own preconditions, obeying the always mediated compulsion to make living labor, that is, private labor, insofar as it is always abasement for self-preservation for the individual, superfluous. Capital is itself the litigating contradiction in that it strives to reduce labor time to a minimum, while on the other hand it sets labor time as the only measure and source of wealth. On the one hand, therefore, it calls into being all the powers of science and nature as well as of social combination and social intercourse in order to make the creation of wealth independent, relatively, of the labor time applied to it. On the other hand, it wants to measure these gigantic social forces thus created against the labor time and confine them within the limits required to preserve the already created value as value. The productive forces and social relations, both different sides of the development of the social individual, appear to capital only as means and are only means for it to produce from its narrow-minded basis. In fact, however, they are the material conditions for blowing it up. Marx, Grundriss, MEW Volume 42, page 601f. The sovereignty of the individual states belongs not least to the limits that are required to preserve the already created value as value, and thus to the narrow-minded basis from which capital must produce. The world market will not blow it up, it is merely its own contradiction, which is just as necessary for capital. Only the individuals who become aware of this could do so. Only in this way does the precedence in the much-discussed relationship between productive and unproductive labor become apparent. Services can only become superfluous with a constant or rising civilizational level of their consumption, or can only be performed with less time expenditure to the extent that goods with new utility values are used, i.e., products that in turn can be produced in ever shorter working hours or with less and less living concrete labor, machines, electronic devices, computers, robots, etc. Liberation from the capital relation did not follow any compulsion at all, but on the contrary the judgment that it should not exist. Progress has not yet taken place at all. With this paraphrase of a Kafka quote, Adorno interrupted his discussion partner Arnold Gehlen when he insinuated that he also believed that the direction of progress or the trend of progress has an automatic character. Quote, but perhaps it is not really progress at all because it has an automatic character. There is a beautiful sentence by Kafka, progress has not yet taken place. End of quote. Kafka's original sentence reads, to believe in progress does not mean to believe that progress has already happened. That would not be faith. It comes from the aphorisms. Reflections on Sin, Suffering, Hope and the True Path. Manfred Dahlmann formulated it more prosaically, but all the more resolutely against the people's state delusion of self-sufficiency. The logic of war cannot be used sensibly against the logic of capital itself. A successful struggle against the automatic subject cannot have any other result than the total people's state. Anyone who wants to overcome this must think about how its accumulation dynamic, the replacement of labor by machinery, can be kept going other than by means of competition for the most profitable financial investment, and whether a society is possible that tends to abolish labor without resorting to money and the state for this highly laudable undertaking.